Dawn light, a curtain snapping in the breeze, and a room that feels wrong the second his eyes crack open. The rest of the room sits in shadow, dead quiet in a way that makes his skin crawl. He bolts upright in bed, gasping like he just clawed his way out of a nightmare. There's a blade within arm's reach, and grabbing for it is pure instinct at this point. His eyes go wide, he mutters, completely lost. Out the window, a massive fantasy castle looms against the sky, exactly where a castle has no business being. His stomach drops as the question forms, am I? He starts and can't quite finish it. Turns out he's woken up inside the exact game he used to play back home. Somehow, someway, he's possessed one of its characters. The game itself, Heroic Legend of Arhin, controller and cover art and all. Let's rewind 3 years, back to the exact day this whole mess began. Heroic Legend of Arhin was no small story, a saga of magic circles and monsters clawing up out of the dark. And at the center of it all, one golden-cloaked hero standing against every bit of it. Chapter after chapter, it was one dangerous academy incident after another. Demons, monsters, disasters, the full apocalyptic package. And by the end, even the end of the world itself was genuinely on the table. This was a story with real massive stakes. But hey, no big deal, right? He grins it off like it's nothing at all. The main character's going to handle everything anyway, he figures. He's just a background extra rated a plain old N for normal. Level 1, name tag reading Korenlock, a total nobody stuck in the beginner quest where the hero saves a random villager. Life as an extra means running his little errands while the town carries on around him. If the plot just plays out the way the game intended, everything sorts itself out. So let's go check on the real main character, Park Sihu, soon to be rich and famous. He struts through town humming to himself, not a care in the world. He can't even remember where the story's starting point was, too busy thinking about sweet potatoes, while a weary, metal-clad stranger slumps against a nearby wall. Then the stranger mutters something that stops him cold. Sprite, he echoes back, alarmed. The stranger snaps upright and shouts just one word back at him, efficiency. And just like that, the two of them fist bump like it's the start of a beautiful friendship. Turns out this stranger is Park Sihu himself, and from that handshake on, the two of them are basically a package deal. Because here's the kicker, Sihu is just like him, an ordinary guy possessing the game's actual hero. That very night, a monstrous roar rips across the sky and their first real fight together kicks off. Something huge and furious comes screaming down out of the dark. Sihu doesn't hesitate, blade already drawn, already moving. The clash sends debris and light scattering everywhere. And just like that, legendary main character Park Sihu earns his reputation, one kill at a time. Only problem, Sihu's never actually played this game before. Lucky for him, our guy has every single run of it. So he makes up the difference, throwing an arm around Sihu and coaching him through stat builds like a hype man. He even tips him off about a crucial skill book coming up down the road, practically a walking strategy guide. Because he's cleared every single story arc this game has to offer. Every branching route, every ending. He's a self-proclaimed pro at Heroic Legend of Arhin. Having someone like him along for the ride is a genuinely ridiculous advantage. Just trust me, he grins, sparkles and all. Which is great, because the monsters just keep on coming. Together, this odd duo just keeps clearing fight after fight. He's not just dead weight either, throwing real magic into the mix when it counts. Even when a fight turns nasty, and something wraps around him mid-battle. Sihu's always right there to back him up. You okay? Sihu checks in after every close call, and it genuinely seems to mean it. Side by side, they carve through wave after wave of monsters. It works because he brings the game knowledge to the table. And Sihu brings the actual player powers, the stat window, the whole system. Between the two of them, it's a genuinely unstoppable combo. Sihu grows sharper and stronger with every single fight. His blade work gets cleaner, more brutal every time out. They're carving through the story like it's nothing. Looking back, he really believed they were a good team, the best kind of duo. Sitting together on some cliff at sunset, he was sure the two of them could save a whole lot of people this way. Maybe even stop the end of the world altogether. And eventually find their way back home to Earth. Here, Sihu says, holding something out to him. Damn, when did you even get your hands on this? He laughs, impressed. It's basically a low-grade elixir. He knocks it back without a second thought. If there's one thing about Sihu that's ever bugged him, though, it's this one thing. Their entire party is male, every single member of it. And that stings extra because the whole selling point of this game was its fantasy action. Stacked with a whole roster of gorgeous heroines to recruit. Plus a whole dating sim layer stacked right on top, diverse heroines and all. But Sihu never once gets involved with any of them, only ever recruiting one when it's strictly necessary. So somehow, against all odds, they end up with a party of nothing but sweaty dudes. Why, he wails dramatically, did it have to be an all-guys party? Gross, sweaty guys, seriously. Looking back, that little complaint should have been his very first red flag. Because something far darker was already quietly festering underneath it all. Right around the time the first stage's final boss, a girl named Mariette, mysteriously vanished. Strange disappearances, unexplained deaths, the body count kept climbing quietly in the background. The story itself kept drifting further and further from the game he remembered. And more importantly than any of that, the way Sihu's mind actually worked underneath it all. His real personality, underneath all that hero-shaped charm. The version of him nobody else ever got to see. One that smirked in the dark like it was hiding something genuinely rotten. He should have started doubting Park Sihu a lot sooner than he did. Because one night, following a hunch, he stumbles onto something he was never meant to see. Mariette Dunalef, one of the game's actual heroines, a character neither of them was ever supposed to meet since she'd already vanished. Her weapon sits there, glowing and untouched, displayed like some kind of trophy. So why, exactly, is her staff sitting down here in the dark? He'd been trailing Sihu for weeks after noticing him sneak out night after night. And this place feels like something he really doesn't want it to be. A hidden underground vault, lined with glowing display cases nobody was ever supposed to find. Turns out it's Sihu's own private stash. A rare blade called the Odachi sits proudly on its own pedestal, one more trophy in the collection. And the Odachi is nowhere near the only piece down here. A mace, a spellbook, rare item after rare item, all locked away in the dark. Every last one belonging to a character who vanished as their story progressed. And it only gets worse. Deeper in, chains rattle against something someone held down in the dark. Bound tight, glowing faintly under a hellish red light. Suspended inside some kind of containment tube is a girl with long, unmistakable pink hair. His hand trembles as he reaches slowly toward her. Unconscious but unmistakably, terrifyingly alive. Mariette Dunalef, he breathes, putting it together in horror. His whole body goes rigid with shock. A voice cuts through the dark behind him, Sihu flatly asking why he's here. What is all this, he demands. You told me you went after Mariette and lost her trail. Oh that, Sihu shrugs it off. She's a demon anyway, so who cares? I'm just using her efficiently, he adds, like that settles the whole matter. And you drank plenty of it too, Sihu reminds him almost casually. Would you rather he just wasted a perfectly good elder-class vampire's blood, Sihu asks. The memory hits him like a punch. That sweet elixir from the cliffside sunset was her blood. He nearly gags on the realization alone. Sihu keeps talking, almost proud of himself, a whole month camped out in a forest just to trap her. Why, he finally manages to choke out. To efficiently progress the story, obviously, Sihu answers, like it's the most reasonable thing in the world. Your whole approach is frustrating, Sihu tells him coldly. You keep taking needless losses. From trying to save people who don't matter, apparently, unlike him, who just kills off nuisances like Jaeger and Lark outright. Why bother grinding out friendship levels on people, Sihu reasons, when you can just use them like this instead? Far more efficient. Listen to me, Sihu says, ice cold. I'm better at this game than you'll ever be. And suddenly it clicks, this guy was never actually a newbie at all. You, he stammers, how many people have you actually killed? This bastard, he thinks, dread creeping in fast. Just 3 more kills, Sihu muses out loud, and I'll hit 100,000. That's not a person talking anymore, that's a monster. You monster, he finally screams it out loud. He grabs Sihu by the collar, shaking with fury. Wake up, Sihu sneers back, they're all just NPCs and you've killed plenty too. Only the evil ones, he snaps, the ones with no saving grace left. They were trying to end the world, he shouts, that's the difference. Efficiency, huh? He spits the word back like poison. If efficiency's the whole excuse, then why steal the Odachi? Why would a mage need a weapon built for a knight? What was even wrong with a normal elixir? You could have just crafted one through the stat window. So why build this whole horrific setup, chaining a living person down like some kind of farm? Face it, he shouts, you just needed a punching bag for whatever's broken inside you. Something behind Sihu's eyes finally, visibly snaps. What did you just say to me? Sihu's voice drops to something barely human. The blow lands before he can even brace for it. He slammed off his feet in an instant. Glass and stone shatter around him like the whole room is caving in. Blood fills his mouth as he looks up at the man he used to call his best friend. After everything I've done for you, Sihu mutters, almost hurt. You really shouldn't talk to me like that. All I think about is you, he snarls. I should be your entire world. You're everything, your only reason for anything. You don't even know your place, sticking your nose into everyone's business, staring at every girl who walks by, how could you? He manages weakly, I won't let whatever this is happen. Sihu's eyes burn an unnatural glowing purple. I can't hold it in anymore, he growls, and whatever comes out of his mouth next barely sounds like words. What the hell is he even saying anymore? Is he even still in there? We've been together for 199 chapters straight, Sihu rants. Why are you suddenly trying to change the genre on me? I removed everything that could have ever gotten in my way, every bit of it, all for our future together. He looms closer, and the chains around him pull tighter. So that's why the party was always all men, you bastard. Oh, don't mind them, Sihu says breezily, they're just there for the scenery. The only one I've ever actually loved. His hand drifts slowly to the metal at his own throat. Is you, Sihu finishes, right before slamming a fist straight into him. He fights back with everything he's got, swinging wild and desperate. Off to the side, a couple of terrified bystanders just watch, muttering that the guy's flat out terrifying, and one swears he'd rather stay single forever than end up like this. Purple chains lash out and wrap around him, cutting off any chance to fight back. This isn't it, he screams, thrashing against the restraints with everything he has left. I'm going to trap you, Sihu whispers, forever. He looms over him, utterly unmoved by the tears. Mine, Sihu breathes, and it sounds less like a threat and more like a vow. You're trapped in this fake world same as me, Sihu says, the chains biting tighter. You're the only real thing left in it. You're freaking me out, he screams back, you absolute insane bastard. Tears and blood mix as he keeps fighting the chains anyway. It'll all be over soon, Sihu promises, and somehow that's the scariest thing he's said all night. Once this fight is finally over, there won't be anyone left to ever take him away. We'll be together forever, Sihu vows, and the whole world around them starts to glitch and tear apart. Is this, he starts to ask, as the scene shifts entirely around them. A whole separate dimension that Park Sihu built just for the two of them. A notification flickers into view, the last stage is opening, so it's finally begun. Somewhere far off, a battered figure lies washed up on a shore, barely conscious. He's always cleared everything solo before, someone murmurs nearby. Surely he'll beat the final boss too. Once he beats the final boss, damn it, the figure curses weakly. What's even going to happen to me after that? He lies there in silence, utterly spent, staring up at nothing. Wait, did that son of a bitch actually just lose? And just like that, the memory dissolves, curtains snapping back into the waking world. He's gasping for air, drenched in sweat, heart hammering. He bolts upright in bed, right back where this whole recap started. Outside, that same fantasy castle waits in the morning light, exactly like it did 3 years ago. He turns from the window, everything Sihu did burning fresh in his mind. Because somehow, impossibly, he's back at day 1, 3 years in the past, the very first day he arrived here. His hands press flat against the table, grounding himself in the reality of it. He regressed, flat out, undeniably regressed. And now he knows exactly what he has to do, kill him. His hands clench into fists, resolve hardening over the fear. Park Sihu. Rewind 5 years. The Rhodian River Dam gives way in one thunderous blast and a wall of water swallows an entire town whole. A routine water monster hunt turns into a nightmare. The dam bursts and 1,000 water monsters flood in right behind the wave. Villagers are dragged under, monsters and humans alike swept into the same churning grave. Amid all that horror, one bystander watches it unfold, Park Sihu. By the time the water settles, thousands of people and 1,000 monsters are gone. And Park Sihu isn't horrified, he's grinning ear to ear, laughing like it's the best day of his life. Our narrator remembers being baffled by that laugh back then, but looking back now with everything he knows about Sihu, it makes a horrible kind of sense. Present day, the two of them trek across open country together, an uneasy alliance of convenience. Sihu mutters to himself, counting down, just 3 more kills, he says. 3 more kills and his tally hits 100,000. Our narrator can only think one thing, that absolute devil. But things are different now, he's finally strong enough to stop Sihu himself. Right now, for once, Park Sihu is nothing special, just another rank 5 nobody same as him. And that opening exists because of one place, Merkaba Academy. He takes off running, chasing every scrap of power he can find before the playing field tilts again. Every advantage that turns a player into a monster is locked up inside that academy's walls, and once Sihu enrolls, he's only going to get stronger. Which means the clock is ticking on Sihu's cocky little grin. Sihu isn't a monster yet, but there's no telling how fast the academy turns him into one. So our narrator bolts through the forest, racing the clock. 5 days, that's all he's got before Merkaba's entrance ceremony kicks off. Deep in the woods, a cluster of innocent-looking mushrooms waits, completely unaware they are about to become someone's grinding fodder. Turns out these things aren't just mushrooms, they're monsters, and he's about to put that sword to work. One clean hit sends fungus flying everywhere. Bottom line, this 5-day window is the only shot he's ever going to get to kill Park Sihu. No time to waste, he pushes himself harder. Right now, it has to be right now. A new quest pops up. The carriage to Merkaba City has broken down in a monster-infested forest, and it's on him and the guards to protect everyone until it's fixed. Night falls over the mountains as the group hunkers down to wait it out. One guard wipes his brow, impressed. The kid's got skills, he says. Another beast down, courtesy of a clean sword strike. He laughs it off with an easy thanks, playing the part of the helpful stranger. He sheathes his blade like it's just another day at the office. Someone calls out for the guards by name, Leon and Laura, as footsteps echo through the dark. The mechanic pops up with a lantern, announcing the carriage is finally good to go. Time to move out, someone calls, ready to put this forest behind them. Then a monstrous roar rips through the trees, and the relief is over before it started. Leon grabs his partner, both of them snapping to attention. Something huge is closing in fast, claws slashing through the dark. A massive claw comes down and someone screams. A guard yanks his sword free, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. He shoves the group clear just as the creature's claw rips through where they were standing. Steel meets claw in a shower of sparks. The whole forest shakes with the impact. Something huge just hit the ground hard. Our narrator freezes, recognizing those screams from somewhere he'd rather not think about. A status window confirms it, a werewolf rank 2. Someone shouts the obvious, panic setting in. The beast roars again and it is not happy. Fur, fangs, horns, the whole nightmare package, and it's coming straight for them. Damn it, our narrator thinks, has this whole mess already kicked off without him? He sprinted the second the screaming began, but he's too late to stop the first hit. If only he'd had a few more seconds to get ready. Someone goes down hard, blood spraying as the werewolf's claws connect. A bitter thought crosses his mind that with just a little more strength, he could have saved even more people. Leon screams Laura's name as the werewolf bears down on her. Get on the carriage now, someone shouts, I'll buy you time. The word hangs in the air as both guards brace themselves. Go on ahead, they insist, we'll catch up. Our narrator moves toward the carriage himself, sword drawn, sizing up the situation. Hey you, someone yells, sword raised and ready for a fight. She refuses to abandon Leon and run, digging her heels in. Run, a voice growls from the dark as 2 glowing eyes lock onto them. The werewolf staggers and our narrator closes in. It's hurt but nowhere near finished. He needs to confirm something first, before he decides whether to step in at all. The question that's haunted him this whole time, is Park Sihu really the world's chosen hero or is he just another possessed player, same as our narrator, dropped into someone else's body? He drops into the fight, dwarfed by the monster looming over him. This thing is enormous, he realizes, and there's no taking that back. The werewolf rears up to its full, terrifying height. Row after row of fangs glisten, hungry for a second course. Out of nowhere, a second fighter drops into the clearing, blade drawn under the moonlight. She strikes clean and fast, catching the werewolf completely off guard. The beast howls in pain, staggering back from the blow. But she's stunned. Somehow the thing shrugged off a hit that should have ended it. Our narrator and his unexpected backup size each other up in the chaos. She's already moving again, closing the distance. Step back, she orders, I've got this. Turns out she's no ordinary fighter either, the second daughter of the Arden family possessing Odachi, one of the legendary 6 king swords. She launches into the fight with practiced, ferocious grace. Her name flashes up for the world to see, Alicia Arden. Our narrator admits it, that fight genuinely scared him. Turns out even the tutorial chapter of this world hides its own little Easter eggs. And Alicia Arden's reflexes are the real deal. For one unsettling second, something darker flickers across our narrator's face, like he's tempted to let this moment slide right past him. Something registers as a possible death event, and everyone nearby feels the chill of it. Blood sprays across the clearing in the middle of the chaos. Our narrator's expression settles back into something unreadable. So it is, he murmurs, eyes glinting with something colder than curiosity. He raises a glowing fist toward her, and for a beat, Alicia genuinely looks afraid of him. Her eyes go wide, caught completely off guard. Oh, sorry about that, he says with a grin, my hand just slipped. He was nervous, apparently. He tucks the glowing blade away like nothing happened. The werewolf isn't done yet, roaring back to life. Its jaws snap open, ready for round 2. It lunges again, furious and wounded. Alicia grits her teeth, blood soaking through her side. Sparks fly as blade meets claw in another brutal exchange. He calculates coldly. She's poisoned, but she's not going down easy, probably because she's a named NPC. Survive this, and he might even land an invite into the great swordsman Lunia Arden's party. He throws himself back into the fight, sword flashing. Steel cuts clean through the air. Alicia matches him move for move, refusing to fall behind. Calm down, she tells herself, forcing her breathing steady. Her footwork shifts, precise and deliberate. Focus, she repeats to herself, focus, focus. Her eyes sharpen, locked completely on the target. And then it clicks, Alicia Arden's footwork is nothing short of flawless. The werewolf roars in fury, sensing the tide turning. It thrashes wildly, refusing to go down without a fight. Alicia presses the advantage, aura flaring around her blade. Another clean strike lands true. Our narrator watches, impressed despite himself. At this rate, she might just kill this thing solo. Can't have that, he thinks with a wicked little grin, gripping his own blade tighter. He surges forward, power crackling around him. His blade streaks through the air, aimed straight at the kill. Everything converges in one final, decisive clash. Alicia gasps, realizing his earlier slip was never an accident at all. Her expression hardens, equal parts hurt and furious. But there's no time to argue, the werewolf is still very much alive and furious. He moves again, faster than she expects. His blade drives forward with brutal precision. Alicia throws everything she's got into one final strike. Blood scatters across the clearing as the fight reaches its climax. The impact echoes through the trees. One last cut and it's finally over. Our narrator lands the finishing blow himself, snatching the kill right out from under her. Alicia crumples to the ground, gasping out one broken question, why would you do that? He just grins and tells her to get moving, cold as ever. And just like that, he strolls off like nothing happened. A notification chimes in, Odachi acquired. Turns out the sword needs a special skill to actually use. Details, he figures, he'll worry about that later. He disappears back into the tree line, prize in hand. That's right, he reasons with himself, killing named NPCs counts for experience too, doesn't it? He allows himself a satisfied little smile, not noticing something else stirring in the shadows behind him. Without warning, something strikes at him from behind. His eyes go wide, instinct screaming. A grinning, hollow-eyed shape looms out of the darkness under a blood-red moon. Flame erupts around him, and he's caught right in the blast. He staggers back, completely blindsided. He stumbles, coughing through the smoke, barely keeping his feet. What in the hell is this? He chokes out, scrambling to make sense of the attack. Burns streak across his face as he throws a hand up defensively. Who's there? He roars into the dark. Who the hell is out there? Come out right now. Then out of the smoke comes a tiny horned rat monster. followed by another and another. Turns out he's covered head to toe in panic mushroom powder, and these little guys are obsessed with the stuff. Well shit, he mutters, watching an entire swarm of them barrel his way. He can't help but think that in the eyes of these things, even mighty Park Sihu would be nothing but fresh meat in a tasty coating. Get lost, he shouts, swinging wildly. He fends off the little horde one swipe at a time. You absolute small fries, he yells, more annoyed than scared now. Elsewhere, Leon finally reaches Alicia's side and lets out a breath of pure relief. Thank God, she's still alive. But somewhere close by, something else is watching from the shadows, and it isn't finished with him yet. Fuck, he breathes, sensing he's not alone anymore. Who the hell are you? He demands, staring into the trees. He plants himself, ready for whatever comes next. A voice answers instead of a monster. 3 horn rats down in under a minute. Not bad, great sword you've got there. Isn't it? The voice adds, and our narrator's blood runs cold. You're, he starts, the words catching in his throat. He can barely process what he's looking at. Someone steps closer out of the dark. Deep in a moonlit forest, Korenlock stands stock still, every sense on edge like he's expecting trouble. A shadow steps out of the dark and freezes, stunned to see him standing there. Sword already drawn, the stranger demands to know why Korenlock is even here. Korenlock clocks it instantly. This guy has no clue what happened last time around. Good, Korenlock thinks, that just makes this easier. Hey, he calls out, casual as anything. He can't help but needle the guy about his grip. Hold the sword like that and you'll slice your own hand off, he says. The stranger doesn't wait for pleasantries and swings first, catching Korenlock off guard. Korenlock's eyes go wide. This fight just got real. A clawed hand lashes out at him, fast and vicious. He takes a hit and grunts through the pain. Fucking die, his opponent snarls, throwing everything into the next strike. Blades cross in a blinding flash, the clash sending sparks flying between them. Sloppy with a blade, sure, Korenlock thinks, but this guy is stupid fast. Even now, Park Sihu outclasses him physically and Korenlock knows it. He's got no choice but to push past his limits. He barely gets his blade up in time to deflect the next blow. An old memory surfaces mid-fight, a training mantra drilled into him: stay alert. Focus on the fang, the memory tells him, gripping his blade with white knuckles. Steel meets flesh and blood sprays across the fight. Block out everything else, the old lesson says, until the fang is the only thing left in the world. With a battle cry, Korenlock lunges in for the opening he's been waiting for. They grapple at close range, blood already soaking through fabric. He grits through another wound, refusing to let go. And once you see nothing but the fang, the memory finishes, that's when you strike. Korenlock drives the blade forward with everything he's got left. His opponent goes down hard, pinned and finally out of tricks. Blood drips steadily into the dark, the fight all but over. A last, ragged scream tears out of him as the blade finds its mark. His eyes glaze over, the fight draining out of him. Korenlock's hand doesn't shake as he finishes what he started. One shape stands, one shape falls, and the forest goes quiet. Blood pools out across the ground beneath them. His hand trembles, the adrenaline finally catching up to him. The blade stays lodged where he left it, the job done. It's over, the body that was, moments ago, a rival now lies still. The blood keeps dripping into the silence. Thank you, Korenlock thinks quietly, for the life I used to have. He tends to his own wounds, flinching with every touch. He has to admit it, fighting this guy made him stronger. Even so, he's got zero regrets about how this ended. He wipes the blood from his blade in the quiet of the forest. Because Korenlock thinks trailing off, there was never really a choice here. He stands there catching his breath, utterly spent. The exhaustion hits him all at once, and his head starts to spin. Somewhere unseen, a system takes notice. Target eliminated, the seed of a monster is dead. Reality itself seems to glitch and stutter, an error flashing where there shouldn't be one. A player card flickers up in warning and the name on it stops Korenlock's stomach cold: Park Sihu. Player dead, the system declares, already calculating the odds of finishing the main story without him. It pulls up Korenlock's own file next, an ordinary background character, and starts running the numbers on him. It digs through his compatibility, his history, everything he's ever done. Then it makes its decision, beginning the succession of a new subplayer, Korenlock. His profile rewrites itself on the spot. AAA Class Knight, Martial Master's successor, subplayer. Korenlock stares at his own upgraded status, heart pounding. Subplayer, does that mean he finally gets a proper stat window? He thinks, before doubling over coughing. Battered and bandaged, he limps away from the clearing to lick his wounds. Not far off, a young woman staggers through the trees, flushed and running on fumes. Blood soaks through her clothes, her hand clutching desperately at her own collar. Korenlock recognizes her instantly. Alicia Arden, are you okay? He calls out, rushing over. No, she admits, barely holding it together, she can't even see straight. At least you've got enough strength left to talk, he notes. Dizzy, numb to smell, ears ringing, right? He asks. She's stunned he nailed it exactly. Judging by her slurred tongue, he pegs it as peacock tree frog venom and notes to himself that this early on, that poison shouldn't even be craftable without rare tools. Relief, but only for a second. The fangs still lodged in her, and that's a real problem. He needs to stop the bleeding and pull the poison out fast, and she yelps at just the thought of it. It's okay, he tells her gently. He's practically a professional at stopping bleeding and detox work, he promises. He scans around for something she can clamp down on. If she bites through her own tongue, that's a whole new emergency. His expression hardens as he gets to work. He studies her wound closely, weighing his options. Bite on this, he says, offering himself up, and she clamps down hard. This is going to hurt like hell, he warns her. Bite as hard as you need to, just hang in there. His mind flickers back to the fight, back to the fact that he came back and killed a player with his own hands. He works the fang free from her wound with steady hands. The person who died in his previous life, he realizes, is somehow walking around alive right now. The thought hits him like a jolt, and for a second the whole forest seems to hold its breath. He sits alone in the dark for a moment, letting it all sink in. At least this time, he thinks, watching her sleep by the firelight, he actually saved someone. Her wound is dressed now, blood still staining the bandages underneath. Over the campfire, a makeshift antidote bubbles away. Don't worry, he tells her as she stirs awake, people don't die that easily. Mr. Savior, she murmurs gratefully. He keeps tending the fire, still shirtless and worn out from the fight. Tell me your name, she asks. You don't need to know, he replies flatly, wiping her face clean. What? She blurts, caught off guard. Stop overthinking it and get some rest, he tells her. He'll wake her once the antidote's ready. Better, he figures privately, if as few people as possible know what he's really capable of. He sketches a circle in the dirt, walking himself through it. This world runs on the story of the heroic legend of Arhin, and like the name says, it's a story about a hero. While solving the incidents that keep cropping up at the academy, he thinks, picturing the looming stone arch of Merkaba. The player is meant to rise up and become the hero who saves the whole world. That hero has to cut down countless villains, all building toward one final boss at the very end. If that final boss is never beaten, the entire world ends, simple as that. Except that player, the one meant to carry all of it, just died. So the question becomes, who's left to fill that role now? The answer is staring right back at him, printed across his own status. He settles into stillness, steeling himself for what's ahead. I have to be the one to do it, he decides. But these idiots running the system, he mutters. If you're going to force this on me, he thinks, at least give me the tools to actually do it right. Every window he tries throws back the exact same message, you do not have permission. He became a sub-player all right, but somehow he can't touch a single one of the player's actual perks. So he decides he'll get strong the hard way, using whatever's outside the system entirely. He's not just some normal possessor riding along in someone else's story anymore, and he's not an extra either. For 3 straight years, he trains himself to the absolute edge of his limits. Every rep, every strike pushed further than the last. Steel sings through the air of the training grounds. Flames erupt from his hands as he channels magic he was never supposed to have access to. Fire coils and roars around him, answering his call. He was just as desperate to survive as anyone would be, and just like he thought, it actually works. The one and only spell he ever learned back in his old life, and here it is, working perfectly. It all comes down to something called the runes of the 3 commandments. Some of the most powerful laws in this entire world, etched straight into reality itself. The very source of superhuman strength and just as easily total destruction. He decides he's going to carve all three of them directly into his own body. The ritual bites into his skin, and he grits his teeth through it. The first rune begins to take shape along his arm. He screams through the pain as the mark burns itself into his chest, duty. This commandment hands the caster extra power, but only for honoring an oath he sets for himself. Sure, he could pick something easy like never eating chicken again, but a promise that soft barely earns him anything. He needs a promise he's willing to carry all the way to the end, no matter what. I shall not turn a blind eye to the suffering of good people, he vows. The system locks the oath in, his status will climb every time he clears a quest under it. Break it though and he eats a straight penalty. On to the second commandment. Restraint he grits out, and the second rune bites into him just as hard as the first. He braces through it, arms crossed, letting the mark finish carving itself in. This one binds him to a strange oath: he will not perceive spirits at all. Everything in this world carries some kind of spiritual echo, and ghosts and astral beings without bodies genuinely exist here. Since those astral beings can only meddle with someone who acknowledges them back, cutting off his own perception shuts the door on all of them. The commandment locks in fully, he simply does not perceive spirits, period. In exchange, his hit ratio against physical enemies actually climbs, even as it costs him elsewhere. The upside is huge: it becomes a total shield against every astral being in the entire world. And now he thinks grimly for the last one. This commandment, oath, uses the sheer weight of a promise as its own backup power. It carries a massive risk, so massive that neither he nor Park Sihu ever dared touch it in their past lives. Wait, no, he corrects himself, sweat beading on his face. He did use it once before. Even Park Sihu, who burned through every resource the system gave him, still failed in the end using it. Which means Korenlock figures, there's really nothing left to be scared of. He squares his shoulders, blue runes glowing across his skin, and commits fully. I shall save this world, he swears, the kind of ambition only a warrior chasing everything would dare to make. It's an oath reaching for the single greatest ambition there is, chains and all. The commandments lock into place complete, a heart bound tight in chains at the center of it all. Duty, restraint, and oath, all three now bound to him as the system's subplayer. But the warning comes through loud and clear: fail to uphold any of it and there's no walking that back. He screams as the full weight of it slams into him all at once. Break this oath even once and it means certain death, no exceptions. We open cold on an extreme close-up, one wide, panicked eye and a bead of sweat. Something has this person shaken to the core. Dark hair spills over the pillow as she jolts awake with a strangled gasp, completely disoriented. The room swims into focus, strange machinery humming at her bedside. She has no idea where she is. She bolts upright with a startled yelp, nearly giving the nurse and doctor hovering over her a heart attack right back. "Ah, you're awake, how are you feeling?" the nurse chirps. All she can croak out is, "Where am I?" Answer: the Merkaba City Emergency Hospital. Helpful, except she still can't remember a single thing about how she got here. "Where's the person who brought me here?" she asks. "Pardon, your guardian just left," the nurse replies, just as confused. "It's okay, where's my stuff?" She pats around the bed, frantic, hunting for her belongings. She finds a bag not hers. "Thigh this," she stammers, staring at it like it might bite. "Is this my savior's?" she wonders, turning the mystery bag over in her hands. Her stomach drops, there's still blood on the strap. Whoever saved her, they got hurt doing it. She screams for the nurse. Fair reaction, honestly, to finding a bloody bag on your nightstand. The nurse comes running, practically vibrating with alarm. "Yes," the nurse stammers, bracing for the worst. And then the real emergency drops. "Is there a place that sells honey bomb candy?" Priorities, apparently. "You can only have stew for now," the nurse deadpans. Our patient's only reply, a defeated HNG. Cut to 3 days after some mysterious tutorial quest we haven't even seen yet. New scene, new mystery. Merkaba Academy looms into view, all grand spires and student dread. Today's the day, the entrance ceremony. Our guy mutters he'll need his student ID just to get through the door. He fishes out his ID and pauses. "HM, what's this?" Something extra is tucked inside. It's a letter, not one he remembers packing. I don't remember putting this in, he frowns, turning it over in his fingers. He unfolds it. To my proud son, you don't know how proud I am of you, a letter from his mom. He walks on, letter still in hand, clearly hit right in the feels. The rest lands even harder. Become a wonderful man who protects many people, like those who are by your side as great protectors. This is Korenlock, he admits it himself. The body he's wearing, Korenlock, used to be a normal, thoroughly incompetent kid. When he first took over this body, he was awkward, clumsy, totally out of place in this new life. And yet this family never once treated him any differently, they just kept loving him. Turns out even the world's most useless kid still has people who call him family. Warm dinner table flashback, this is the family he slowly, quietly fell for. This family, this whole world, he never expected to actually care this much. And that, he admits, staring up at the sky, that right there is everything. Hands clasped together, he names the real difference between himself and Park Sihu, the other guy who got dropped into this world. Sihu never let himself love any of it. Korenlock did. That gap is about to matter a lot. Korenlock gawks at the crowd of trains rolling in. This is it, Merkaba Academy. A cheerful, mint-haired girl in uniform waves enthusiastically at the new arrivals. Hello, new students, Tilda. She struts past swinging a picnic basket like she owns the place. Confidence for days. Staff usher everyone together. Please gather here, Tilda. The mint-haired girl spots Korenlock. You're a new student too. He introduces himself, dead serious. I'm Korenlock. She compliments his height. He offers her a potato. Smooth, buddy. She just laughs. Somehow it works. A potato, she repeats, equal parts charmed and baffled. They pile onto a trolley together, and something up ahead catches her eye. Freeze frame, a name drops onto the screen, Mariette Dunelif. She gets the full introduction, a first-class, second-year Merkaba mage who's had every blessing handed to her, walking the easiest road around. But life, we're reminded, loves throwing unpredictable misfortune and tragedy at people. And there are depths of despair still waiting for Mariette Dunelif, somewhere down the line. She, the narration teases, holding the reveal a beat longer. One more look at that bright, easy smile, remember this face. Is the first act's final boss, yeah, her, the potato girl. Back to the mundane, the trolley conductor hands out potatoes and sweet potatoes to the new students. One each, no seconds. Then good luck, see you later, someone calls out as the trolley rolls on. The academy hall is packed, a banner reading Merkaba Academy free hanging overhead. Korenlock shuffles in with the rest of the new cadets, trying not to look as nervous as he feels. A massive magic circle flares to life above them. His face goes tight, something big is about to happen. The space expansion magic is starting, someone announces, reality's about to get bent. The new students go flying, weightless, screaming into a pocket dimension. Wah, what the? A booming voice cuts through the chaos. Don't be flustered, young ones, to think the new cadets of this academy are being taken aback by something like this. Cadets get flung around like ragdolls. One lets out a pained ACK. Korenlock doesn't come out unscathed either. That's old man Heyman's voice, Korenlock realizes, bruised and blinking. Turns out this is Heyman's signature move, rough them up first, lecture them second. Cue a crash course on this world's long history of war against the evil tribe. This place used to be called the Guardian Academy, before it was Merkaba. A silhouette steps into the spotlight. Hello. I am Professor Fermac Damon, he announces, in charge of the new students' welcome ceremony this year. And there he is in full, afro, gold sunglasses, gold chain, jacket open like he's about to drop an album, not a lecture. Name card confirms it, Fermac Damon, Knight Faculty Professor. He mutters to himself, it's been a while since I've seen that guy. His eyes lock onto someone else in the crowd, and from that smirk, whoever it is, they've got history. Well, all of you must be here to become either a knight or a mage, Fermac says, getting down to business. And the second you walked in, a certificate was issued. But it's annoying to act like you're all that when you're probably just the average Joe, he adds, not exactly a warm welcome speech. So let's see your abilities, he says, showtime. A glowing status readout pops up in front of Korenlock as he walks off. It is rough, aura rank 680 low, mana rank 120 very low, abilities 0, overall rank 6th tier dead last. How boring, Korinlock mutters, completely unbothered by his own terrible stats. But my physical stat is appalling, he adds, rereading the numbers just to make sure they're really that bad. Fermac explains the deal. What you're seeing in front of you is your own overall rank. Glowing number signs 1 through 6 line up in the dark, so stand in front of the number sign matching your score. That obviously matches your number, Fermac adds, as the 6 lights up right in front of Korinlock. With a cap of 400 students, Korinlock does the math out loud, so am I in the bottom 1%. I wish, Fermac mutters darkly behind his sunglasses, like the truth is even worse. The higher ranks get their own dramatic reveal. Flaming hand gestures rank 5 incoming. Numbers count down through the dark 4-3. A cluster of clearly overpowered students pose on a glowing platform. These are the Academy's actual heavy hitters. This year students have a lot of diamonds in the rough, someone remarks, ahem. A sharp-eyed examiner in glasses and a cape waves it off. No need to measure the first and second rank students. Let's wait until we finish assessing all the other students, she adds. Rank 2 goes to Alicia Arden, granddaughter of a legendary sword genius. Rank 1 contender, Avaloan's druid Yule, striding in like she already knows she's earned it. Next up, Drinworski, the so-called mercenary of sword control, goggles and all. And Cranel Ludin, the golem sorcerer, geared up in heavy utility gear. And the reveal teases, building to one more name. Rank 1, only a single student holds it this year. A hooded figure steps forward, wrapped in chains, a heavy cross pendant swinging at her throat. They call her the Heavenly Yaksha. Black hair, blood-red eyes, an expression that could curdle milk. Her name, H. Warren. The examiner from earlier actually looks rattled. To think that child is enrolled, not exactly a compliment. A silver-haired examiner sighs. Is there any point in testing the 6th ranks? Even the 5th ranks aren't looking great. A fiery, whip-wielding instructor cuts in. The director said all students should walk the path of learning. Do you disagree with him? Ugh, well, let's begin, the silver-haired examiner concedes, thoroughly cowed. He snaps his fingers and the test kicks into gear. A glowing weapon case comes rocketing through the air. A sword goes flying straight at one unlucky cadet. HM, it's a weapon case, Korinlock notes, watching his own come sailing in. The rules drop in 30 seconds, monsters will swarm, please deal with as much as you can. It's as unfriendly as ever, someone mutters about this test's reputation. Let's see, Korinlock says, popping open his case at marker 5. Most 5th and 6th rank students, the narration notes, won't even have time to think, they'll just grab whatever weapon lands in front of them. A hand closes around a hilt, and that's most likely to be a sword. Korinlock shrugs, that's what I did in my last life's rank test too. Wait, last life. Down at rank 2, pale wolf-like monsters prowl underwater, waiting. Tagged and ready, the shorthound, a 5th rank monster. Fangs bared, glowing eye markings lighting up in the dark. It lets out a low, ugly growl. Test time. Korinlock snaps into motion, fast and vicious. A blur of claws and steel collide. The old saying goes, 100 days to learn a spear, 1,000 for a blade, 10,000 for a sword. Rank 1 flashes by. His expression mid-fight is ice cold, not the awkward farm boy from 5 minutes ago. So the answer is, he says, light exploding around him. A massive burst of light sends monsters flying in every direction. The strike lands clean, brutal and fast. Another burst of impact rocks the arena. The reveal, a spear. Of all the weapons to master, he picked the one nobody bothers with anymore. A beam of light rains down where the spear struck true. Korinlock strikes a triumphant pose. I'm sorry, he says, not sounding sorry at all. The monsters go down hard, one after another. A wounded beast snarls in close-up, clearly not having a good day. It growls weakly, the fight already draining out of it. One last impact lands, Korinlock just watches it happen, unbothered. But he starts, trailing off with something unsettling in his voice. Too much experience killing you guys, he finishes, grinning in a way that is definitely not farm boy energy anymore. 12 seconds to put one down, in his own head that practically counts as slow. Because in his last life, these exact same runt monsters were what got him eliminated before he ever ranked up. This time around, though, he's playing a completely different game. His plan is simple: clear every wave in front of him until the next rank cracks open. And judging by that grin, he is enjoying every second of it. Okay, next wave enter, he says, like he's ordering off a menu. 5 minutes in and he's already bored, waiting on monsters that refuse to show up. Somewhere off to the side, someone else is staring at the same glitch, just as baffled why nothing's spawning. Meanwhile, across the arena, other students are getting mauled by the exact same tests he's steamrolling. Screams echo through every monitor, one desperate cadet after another. One cranky old proctor isn't impressed. Back in his day, he brags, 5th rank monsters went down in a minute 22. So there's no point even checking the 6th ranks, he scoffs. One of the officials nearby just about chokes on his own confusion. The name on the board reads Korin Lach, 6th rank, and right now he's just yawning, sprawled out, waiting on his next fight. Did the monsters not even get summoned? Must be a bug, someone mutters, completely lost. Sure enough, a fresh batch flickers into view and Korin's squinting at the timer, wondering why the next rank still hasn't popped. Then it clicks, it's the exact same pack as before. Why is it these guys again, he grumbles. Elsewhere in the arena, someone finally clears their own trial, blade clanging home. One of the proctors watches on, distinctly unimpressed. Oh, is this our first passer, he says, 7 minutes 20 seconds, wow. Another examiner grumbles that the 3rd ranks barely need 2 or 3 minutes, so what exactly are the 5th and 6th ranks doing? Then he spots Korin's numbers and just about swallows his own tongue. Korin gets scooped straight out of the arena middays, barely noticing his own test just ended. Is this thing broken? Someone shouts. The monster summon keeps malfunctioning. Broken? No way, another insists. Madame Josephine's test magic hasn't messed up once in 20 years. But someone who should have washed out ages ago is acting like this, he adds. The monsters clearly just aren't spawning for him. So you didn't even see it happen? I'm telling you it's a bug. I'll summon them again, the examiner insists. The same 3 monsters materialize in front of Korin again. What the hell, he barks. Why do the same bastards keep coming back? He snaps, spear already in hand. It's not like you're training a dog, the examiner shouts back at whoever keeps resetting the test. Done with the reruns, Korin tightens his grip on the spear and gets ready to just end this properly. The monster bares its fangs, in no rush to make this easy for him. Deep in its throat, something starts to build a glow that doesn't look friendly. It rears back, roaring, gathering everything it's got into one attack. Its jaws crack open, light pooling inside like it's about to unload everything at once. The examiners flinch, bracing for the hit. Except the readout flashes 3 seconds and somebody's left stammering, unable to process what they just saw. Take a look at this, Professor Firmek, one of them blurts, dragging his colleague over. Wish up, what's going on? Firmek asks, entirely unbothered. What's the fastest time on record for the 3rd and 4th ranks you oversee? They ask him. Firmek just hums, thinking it over. There's a kid named Jaeger who clocked 3 minutes 30, he says. Why are you asking? Well, it's nothing much, the examiner mumbles, suddenly sheepish. Someone else pipes up, seeing how good he is with that spear, he's got to be a hunter's kid. Then a fresh target locks in, the Mat Boar, a 4th rank monster. The word monster barely finishes echoing before it's already over. The examiner recoils, staring at the boar's limp corpse dangling in front of him. 7 seconds on the clock. This won't be easy, someone warns a little late for that. Next up, the owl bear, a 3rd rank monster with claws to match its attitude. Korin turns his back to it and lifts his spear, completely calm. The beast shrieks, feathers bristling, more than ready to tear into him. Feathers explode outward as the fight kicks off in earnest. His spear cuts through the air in one clean arc. Steel flashes and the owl bear staggers under the hit. He presses the advantage, driving the strike home. The blow lands hard, shockwaves rippling through the creature. Then he activates something new, biting down as he channels a rune, Kenaz. Runic light crawls up his arm and along the spear, glowing white-hot. Fire erupts around the beast, and it shrieks in pain. Flames swallow it whole, and even Korin looks a little surprised by the result. Rune magic, a cluster of onlooking students gasp, completely floored. Even the officials watching can't hide their shock. The owl-bear screams wreathed in flame. Korin shields his eyes from the blinding flash. Doesn't seem to have much effect, he mutters, unbothered by his own fire spell fizzling out. But he adds, already moving. He leaps straight into the smoke, spear raised for the finishing blow. Mid-air spinning, he reasons that if the flames are blocking his own vision too, then the monster can't see him coming either. The spear drives home in a blinding burst of light. Then that's enough, he says flatly, as the creature finally goes down. One white-bearded proctor sighs. Shame the monster test only goes up to 3rd rank. He adds, a fun one's shown up for once. I'm actually excited to watch him take on evil spirits too. 2 officials huddle over the results, visibly nervous. So after this, let's begin the 5th rank evil spirit test, comes the announcement, and Korin steps up. Something dark and shapeless starts to coalesce in front of him. Something was definitely summoned, he notes, spear ready, scanning the empty air. But he can't see it, can't hear it either, a side effect of his own restraint penalty. The system spells it out plainly, restraint, he cannot perceive spirits. No sensing, no interfering with souls, ghosts, or anything of the sort. If that's the case, he realizes, then there's no way I can touch evil spirits at all. So he just starts counting, 16, 17, 45, 46. 58, 59, 60, it's done, definitely activated, he confirms to himself. Then, since we've confirmed everything we needed to confirm, he says, smirking. He starts to raise a hand. I'll be withdrawing, he announces flatly, cutting the spirit test short on his own terms. Give up, the examiner echoes back, half-stunned, he just admitted out loud. The evil spirit scoreboard fills in, 5th rank ghost, withdrawn, 4th rank hexwraiths and 3rd rank banshee both disqualified. Meanwhile, the monster test board tells a completely different story, new records across the board. Good work, the examiners tell him, and for once they actually mean it. One proctor just shakes his head, kid, just what is he? The question hangs there unanswered. Later, students file out across the academy courtyard, trading notes on how their trials went. Hey, what rank did you get? One asks. 4th, I'm screwed, you. Heh. 3rd comes the reply. Wow, you actually killed both the owl bear and the banshee. Someone asks, impressed, met with a smug little heap. Off to the side, a blonde, heavily tattooed guy struts through the crowd like he owns the place. His name tag reads Jaeger Hinchpetter, and Korin already knows exactly who he's looking at. That kid. In the story, Korin remembers Jaeger's the one who picks a fight with the game's so-called main character right at the very start. In that old timeline, Park Sihu killed him for it, simply because he got pissed off. Jaeger's arrogant, a bit of a delinquent, sure, Korin thinks, but honestly that's just normal for his age. Anyway, he adds to himself, what a lunatic Sihu turned out to be. Nearby, a few students snicker at someone else. Look at them, 5th ranks, wow, must have been hard losing on purpose. Korin recognizes him instantly, Lark. In his past life, the guy never got over his own inferiority complex. And Korin watches him now, fists clenched, glaring at nothing in particular. And while running his mouth about me and Sihu, he ended up meeting the exact same fate as Jaeger, Korin recalls. Then an announcement cuts in. Ahem. Good morning, everyone, a voice calls out over the microphone. The whole academy gathers for the opening address. In order to become strong, the speaker begins, you've entered an academy where the strong already gather. Some of you have more than enough, they continue, while some still have a long way to go. In the crowd, a sharp-eyed nun cadet and the girl trailing her listen quietly. I can't promise you'll get what you came here for, the speaker admits, but I do hope you find your own path in this place. Korin stands with Lark and Jaeger nearby, listening along with everyone else. Starting from your 2nd step, it's entirely on you. That's all the speech wraps up. The speaker turns out to be the headmaster, long silver hair, a gem set into the brow, and a warm smile. Have a good day. The crowd files down the grand staircase, rank numbers marking each cadet's place in line. Students scatter across the hall in every direction. Korin catches something out of the corner of his eye. H.M. Jaeger's cornered Lark looming over him. Hey. I'm a 5th rank, Lark stammers and Jaeger sneers back. 5th rank, pathetic, you couldn't even kill the ghost, or was it the short hound? Seriously, Jaeger cackles, thoroughly enjoying himself at Lark's expense. Before it goes any further, Korin strolls right up grinning, "Hey guys." Jaeger blinks, thrown completely off guard. "Huh, who are you?" Korin leans in, admiring Jaeger's tattoos instead of picking a fight. "Wow, that's awesome work. Whoever did it clearly knew what they were doing." "You could get a transfusion fast with that blood-type ink," Korin adds. "Smart to be that prepared." Jaeger just blinks. "Hoo-ha. Wow, you actually know your stuff." Jaeger grins, flustered. "Honestly, my mom did it. She's a tattoo artist." "She's amazing. Got any more tattoos anywhere else?" Korin asks, already grinning. "I already know." All of this, he thinks to himself. How? Because in my last life when Jaeger went missing, his mother came storming through this very hallway looking for him, desperate for answers. She came to the academy, Korin remembers, insisting his tattoos weren't just for show, but something she'd done purely out of worry. For a son who'd walked straight into the Guardian Academy, a parent's love, plain and simple. Meanwhile, Jaeger's still talking. "I've got more." This one's a flying chariot, the Merkaba Academy crest. He flexes proudly, showing off the ink. "Whoa, Tilda, that's so cool," Korin says. "I'm Korin Loch, what about you?" he asks. Jaeger Hinchpetter, they knock fists, and just like that, a friendship starts that never existed the first time around. Off to the side, Lark just stares. "La Lark," he mutters, watching the two of them laugh together. Nearby, a cadet with a long brown ponytail watches the whole exchange from a distance. To just naturally step in and save someone getting bullied like that, she thinks, impressed. Her face goes a little pink as she watches him walk off. "Amazing," she murmurs. "He seems like a genuinely good person." Korin, meanwhile, has no idea he's just picked up a fan. "And that's how I left a pretty good first impression on Lark," he reflects. Lark's own gift, if Korin remembers right, is called memorize. "I found it," Korin says quietly, a sharp little grin creeping across his face. "Take a look at Merkaba Academy tuition, dorms, cafeteria, all of it basically free. Cheaper meals than anywhere in town and free housing on top of it. This school actually takes care of its students." But out of everything on offer, one place gets recommended over and over: the training rooms. And the reason is simple: these rooms make the impossible actually trainable. Case in point, our guy, spear in hand, going full throttle against something nobody else in the room can even see. Rows and rows of training pods, built just for pushing yourself past your limit. Steel meets something invisible, and the sparks fly anyway. Take this drill, for example, sparring against spirit bodies nobody else around here can even perceive. A couple of older students clock what he is doing and start whispering normally. Nobody touches spirit body training until second semester. Word is half the second years cannot even catch a wind-type spirit body, and here is this new kid taking one on solo. It does not go well. He eats a hit and lets out a pained grunt. Somewhere behind him, a voice cackles that this is exactly what happens when a first year picks a fight with a spirit body. Korin Locke, drenched in sweat, has to wonder if this whole thing is simply too much for him right now. An older instructor sizes him up and clocks him instantly as a freshman, which earns a confused "huh" out of our hero. He straightens up and gives the man a respectful greeting. "Hello, instructor." Asked point-blank why he is sparring a spirit body this early, Korin Locke keeps it simple: he is drilling his spear skills. The instructor's next question lands heavier than it sounds. Is he actually confident he can pull this off? Korin Locke tenses up, half convinced he somehow screwed up his entrance exam. The old instructor just studies him, giving absolutely nothing away. Then that deadpan cracks wide open. The man is grinning ear to ear, calling his spirit a genuine great one. As a reward, he peels off 10 meal tickets and hands them straight over. "Come find me if you succeed," he adds, "and I will praise you properly." The instructor cackles off down the hall, leaving Korin Locke standing there completely bewildered. Once he is alone, Korin Locke lets out a breath. Okay, that jump scare of an old man got him for nothing. A guy who shows affection through free food, he decides. Weird, but he will take it as a good sign. Shaking it off, he squares back up to get started again, unaware a certain blue-haired girl is watching him with her face going pink. He throws himself back into it, spear cracking against streaks of crimson spirit energy. The clash keeps escalating, sparks and light tearing across the training room. For a second you can actually see it, the spirit body itself, a hulking shape of pure cyan light. The exchange costs him something, a pained grunt, as the impact rattles through his shoulder. Then the spirit body throws him clean off his feet and he slams down hard. Even mid-fall, streaks of that cyan energy keep whipping around him. Flat on the floor, all he can manage is an exhausted sigh. From somewhere nearby, a familiar voice calls out, "Junior, is it hard?" Turns out it is Mariette, already toweling him off, and he admits, "Yeah, this is exhausting." She presses a glass of water into his hand. "You can rest now. You have worked hard enough," she tells him gently. She keeps encouraging him. He will get the hang of it eventually. He just has to keep trying next time. Corinlock just wipes himself down, quiet, not quite agreeing out loud. In his head, though, the answer is darker. No, he does not get a next time. Reaching for the water, his mind drifts. Maybe he did have one 3 years back. Before everything changed. Back then there was Park Sihu. Because right now, Park Sihu is not around anymore. Corinlock put him down himself, which means every step from here is on him alone. "Thank you," he tells Mariette quietly. She just shrugs it off. "You can always give up later, you know." Something in him hardens. He has to become the strongest, period. "Phew," he mutters, steadying himself. He grips the spear tight, ready to go again. First things first, he needs to actually find his limits. Spirit energy rips through the air in a fresh wave of cyan light. Even Corinlock admits this next part might be overkill, but he has to see exactly how far he can push these abilities. His mind flashes back to every move he has borrowed off classmates and rivals along the way. There is the tiger wind swing, lifted off a pair of sharp-eyed upperclassmen. The block capture plaque counterattack, another trick filed away for later. His own returning heaven mountain spin follows, spear whipping full circle. Then the pagoda tree technique, spear held like it is about to become something else entirely. And the throw that finishes it. The truth is, he started with none of it. No monstrous strength, no deep well of mana, no aura to speak of. All his knowledge of Park Sihu and the game's future turned out useless the second real monsters and geniuses got involved. So if he wants to survive them, he has to become something else entirely. Spear wreathed in red spirit fire, he throws himself back into the drill. The crimson energy lashes out again, faster this time. He calls it the ominous serpent deep righteousness, and it looks exactly as dramatic as it sounds. Impact. The strike lands clean. Everything blurs into motion as he presses the attack. Then in one motion, he actually throws the spear outright. Mariette, watching from the sidelines, blinks. He just threw the spear. For a second she assumes the worst. Is he giving up after all? Then his hand snaps out and catches something. Her jaw basically hits the floor. Turns out he did not throw it to lose it. He flat out shot it so he could yank it right back. The spear rockets back into his grip, wrapped in red light. His hand closes around it as the energy shifts from flame to something colder. A fresh burst of cyan spirit energy floods the room. It is the same serpent technique, cycled back around for another pass. He drops through the air, shielding his face as streaks of red rain past him. The spear tip anchors the whole storm of energy swirling around it. Momentum builds into a full spiral around him. It all collapses inward into one dense, glowing orb of power. Off to the side, the shockwave is enough to send Mariette's skirt flying and rattle her completely. Watching him, she decides words like strong or outstanding do not even come close to covering it. The gust from his attack nearly knocks her off balance. She yelps, catching herself just in time. Genuine, unfiltered admiration is written all over Mariette's face right now, whether she means to show it or not. Corinlock spins through the air mid-technique. He lands the jump clean, spear trailing cyan light behind him. He's so awesome, Mariette admits to herself. The shockwave from the landing catches her off guard and she shrieks. "Junior," Mariette shouts, rushing over as Corinlock lies there weakly waving that he's fine. Sprawled out, he has to admit it. Yeah, that last one was probably overkill. At least, he figures, this new body of his can take the punishment. The next day rolls around. Merkaba Academy stands tall against a clear blue sky. Mariette comes bounding up with an overly cheerful hello, Tilda Juniors. She grabs a hand and announces she is giving the new students the grand tour of the school facilities today. "This is our school's pride," she says of one facility, then spots someone and lights up. "Oh, also here is." Students stream across the courtyard between classes, Mariette weaving through the crowd. But as far as Korenlock is concerned, there is only one road forward from here. Call them his commandments, rules he has set for himself, band-aid on his cheek and all. Rule 1: never turn a blind eye to someone else's misfortune, which is exactly the mindset behind his next move, approaching a bookish underclassman buried in a book. Both hands are wrapped tight around a teal-covered grimoire. "Hello, Tilda friend," Korenlock says, and the poor kid nearly jumps out of their skin. Bandaged arm and all, he cuts right to it. "Wanna get something to eat with me?" Behind the glasses, pure alarm and talk about grimoires. A bit too, Korenlock confirms, not even pretending otherwise. Grimoires, put simply, are skillbooks, artifacts that hand you a whole magic or trait just from reading them. Merkaba Academy's library is famously enormous, practically as big as the school itself. Officially, it exists to preserve humanity's knowledge for future generations. Unofficially, Korenlock is pretty sure that's all bullshit. Because in reality, this library exists for one purpose: hiding the grimoires. Best place to hide a tree, after all, is in a forest, or so his new acquaintance points out. "Whatever, fine, I got it," the underclassman huffs, "just keep your promise. As long as you meet the conditions," they explain, "you get handed a grimoire with exactly the traits written on it." This kid, it turns out, has a reputation, a genuine hard worker, the model student type. Word is they have memorized every scrap of magic they could find and packed it all into their own personal spellbook. Half the books on this shelf are useless junk with titles like "Wanna Netflix" and "Chill, Great Theory," zero results. A real grimoire though, completely different story. The riddle scrawled nearby reads, "The opposite of a sparrow is a false bird." Korenlock starts running through the alphabet in his head. "Stop playing around," his companion mutters, right as a book titled "Moment of Realization" comes loose off the shelf. "Wake up," someone shouts, and the whole shelf starts shaking. Korenlock just stands there, hands on hips, completely unbothered as the room rattles around him. His companion's jaw drops. There is an honest-to-God hidden door. "Let's go in," Korenlock says, already moving. He takes off first, ignoring the panicked "Wall, wait for me, let's go together," chasing after him. The corridor beyond is straight-up unsettling, and his companion is not shy about saying so: eerie. Korenlock presses on alone down the dark stone passage. "Lark," he finally says, and the kid actually has a name now, apparently surprised to hear it out loud. "Time to keep your promise," Korenlock tells him, and Lark visibly tenses up. He holds out a hand. "Let's do well, Yach." "All right," Lark grabs on, bracing himself. "You want my help driving off evil spirits, don't you? But what exactly am I supposed to then, Haya?" Something takes hold of Korenlock mid-motion, his face twisting into a snarl that is not entirely his own. Somewhere in the dark, a pair of glowing red eyes grin. "Hee hee, let's get started, shall we?" Korenlock is not just here to save his classmate Lark, that is only reason one. There is a second reason too: he has got a special quest to finish. Capture the evil spirits lurking here, and he can earn a piece of gear he has been chasing. But there is one small problem. Something huge and furious rises out of the dark, eyes blazing red. The evil spirit has a name: Sabantia Duke. Korenlock drops into a crouch next to Lark's limp body, sweat running down his face. How exactly is he supposed to catch a special evil spirit, not just some run-of-the-mill ghost? Ugly purple orbs of spirit energy pulse and swell in the darkness. The Duke's true form claws into view, a mass of writhing red eyes and hate. It lunges, and the alley lights up in a blast of crimson force. The attack keeps coming, tearing through stone like paper. This is the strike of a general who once commanded an entire army, 800 years ago. Korenlock gets thrown clean through the air by the blow. Most players die the second this quest even starts. Of course they do. He could hold back, he does not. He flips on perceive spirits to actually see what he is fighting. He is airborne, dodging by inches as red slashes carve up the stones around him. He lands hard, standing his ground in the wreckage. The Duke's attacks, weirdly, are not landing on him at all. Of course, he thinks, then catches himself. Wait, is something actually happening here? The real problem is he still cannot see the thing. "Sabantia Duke," he says out loud, and the spirit reacts, startled. "Sorry, but since I cannot actually see you." He trails off, letting the sentence hang in the dark. See, in this world there are things called factors. They are elements that rewrite what a person is. Turn an ordinary human into something else entirely. Into a vampire, a werewolf, a demi-human. One day that curse landed on Sabansha Duke. He collapses, gripping his skull as the transformation tears through him. He wakes up a vampire, and the first thing he does is kill his own servant. The newly turned vampire Duke howls, feral, completely out of control. Terrified, he will do the same to his wife and daughter. He has his family quietly led away from the castle in the dead of night. He empties out his own home and seals the gates behind them, all to keep the carnage from ever happening. So he uses forbidden magic to lock himself inside a book instead. That very grimoire is sitting in this library right now. The sealing ritual rips a scream out of him. And back in the present, that same scream tears through the alley. Corinlock does not flinch, staring the thing down. Charging me head on like that, is that just vampire bloodlust talking? There is a second reason he is here, and it is a colder one. He specifically chose Lark because if Lark gets possessed by Sabansha Duke, he taps into raw physical power he would never have on his own, and that punch proves it. Corinlock takes the hit, red energy screaming off the impact. This model student Lark even shows up as a named character inside the game's lore, the heroic legend of Arhin. The fight turns into a blur of fists and momentum. Corinlock gets sent flying, Lark's possessed body looming below him. He feels bad for Lark, does not change the plan though. This is just the optimal play for clearing the quest. Kill the possessed Lark and this whole mess is over. Which also means the top tier loot is his. He hauls an unconscious Lark over one shoulder with a grunt. Gear like the Duke's cape, vampire armor. The exact same gear Park Sihu once used. Gear that ends up playing a huge role in disasters still to come. He shakes the thought off. But I'm not him. So he asks the spirit gently what kind of life his family actually lived. After you were sealed, he adds, sitting down next to it. He spent that whole time telling the Duke stories. How his wife died years after fleeing the castle. How his daughter grew into an incredible adventurer and saw the whole world. He never liked how Park Sihu used this Duke, but as Corin, someone who has got a family of his own to love in this world too. He leans in, so was my storytelling any good? He wanted more than anything. To properly lay this poor soul to rest. It's fine, I wasn't even hit well, Lark's punches aren't exactly light but I've got something else to ask. 3 glowing relics hover in the light, the spoils of the Duke quest. Before the Duke finally moved on, the two of them talked for a long time. First prize, epic grade soul dust, ground from Sabansha Duke's own soul. Second, the grimoire itself, packed with the Duke's abilities and spells ready to be learned. Third, a brand new ability, persistent warrior's regeneration. As long as his will holds, his body just keeps healing itself. This is the exact same ability that Park Sihu fucker had. Problem is he has no idea how much it actually heals since he never really got hurt testing it. Lark stirs, rubbing his jaw, an evil spirit had me until just now. Wait, is my chin supposed to hurt after that? I don't know, I guess so, Corinlock says, a little too fast. Just shut up and take this, he snaps, shoving the grimoire at him. Lark's jaw drops, eyes that a grimoire. There is a last reason he picked Lark for all this too. Can I really have this? Lark cannot believe it. He just wanted to see, every once in a while, someone who tries hard actually get rewarded for it. A hidden duty pops up, don't turn a blind eye to the misfortune of the good-hearted. Quest cleared, difficulty B. Normally leveling up once nets 5 stat points, so this payout equals 16 level ups at once. No level up notification popped though, meaning the quest itself only paid out 80 points. Is that supposed to make up for the fact he can't gain stats directly? Still, that is a lot of experience for one quest. A second reward triggers, commandments duty, don't ignore others' misfortune. 40 stat points split evenly for not turning his back on Lark. Another 40 for not turning his back on Sabansha Duke either. Cut to the Academy's stamina training room. Somewhere off to the side, someone's yelling about potatoes, Academy life for you. Mariette perks up the second she spots him. Catching spirit bodies again today, she asks. Yeah, he says. I see, she says, watching him carefully. I believe you can do it, Junior, Mariette beams. I'll be cheering you on. Some of the guys nearby scoff. How's a 5th rank first year supposed to catch a spirit body? He even failed yesterday. Don't go giving him false hope. One grumbles, probably just salty about Mariette's attention, honestly. Tilde, is that so? Mariette says coolly, unbothered. Then I'll bet 2 gold the junior pulls it off. Someone shouts and the side bets start flying. You're all betting on me, I literally just came here to practice. Whatever, let's focus, I've got the stats I earned. From helping Sebansha move on, I can definitely catch this thing, just curious how much stronger I've gotten, let's test it. Let's start with the most basic move I've got. He strikes Ominous Serpent. The move he used to actually beat the spirit body last time was Slithering Serpent, one of the harder techniques in the whole Calamity Serpent style. So using the most basic version, Ominous Serpent, should barely manage a single cut if that, he figures. The strike lands and the shockwave alone splits the air wide open. One hit, the crowd's jaws hit the floor, cash still in hand. With Ominous Serpent of all things. Wait, Corinlock mutters, sweat breaking out. Even he is thrown by it. Has he really gotten this much stronger? You needed 3 swings yesterday just to cause a shock, Mariette notes. 1 shot this time. Ah, yes, he manages, inwardly panicking that she apparently clocked every second of yesterday's attempt too. No, more importantly, she says, all smiles, is there a problem with that? A mage who can literally track the Calamity Serpent's intent with her bare eyes, what kind of broken eyesight is that? Oh right, here you're cut, someone says, pinching his cheek playfully. Right, your share, Corinlock grins, tossing winnings at the guys who bet against him. Of course I don't hate this, he says, eyes practically turning into dollar signs. Who on earth hates money? Mariette, you're a genius, they both crack up laughing. Keep doing your best too, she tells him under the moonlight. In his last life he clawed his way up through martial arts the hard way, tooth and nail. Even now he's only up to the 5th of the 6 steps to enlightenment. There's still a long way to go. At least his spear skills are coming along faster than expected. Rune magic though, that's the real headache. A system prompt flashes, out of mana, running the Hagelar's rune. He couldn't fully crack this in his last life either, rune magic just eats mana like nothing else. If I can just solve this, I'll come out stronger than I ever was last life, for sure. He walks the empty academy corridor alone at night, lost in thought. Better keep thinking, then a voice cuts through the dark. That voice. No matter how hard he trains his spear, no matter how much rune magic he masters, there's already a monster at this academy he flat out cannot beat. The only female character even Park Sihu himself couldn't kill. A woman sits reading beneath a tree, dark hair spilling from under a hood, eyes glowing red in the dark. The system tags her Heavenly Yaksha H. Warren. Why is she just here? And why is she actually talking to me? I don't know why, let's just pretend I didn't see her and keep walking. She's a bomb I am absolutely not equipped to handle. She calls out to him from under the tree, just one word, you. Have been combined, she says, finishing a sentence he desperately did not want to hear the start of. I don't think, she continues, letting it hang. Her red eyes lock onto him, sharp as knives. What is all he can manage? Does she know? Cold dread creeps up his spine. Our narrator sits with a question that's been eating at him ever since he woke up in a body that isn't his. The girl across from him, sharp red eyes and all, doesn't look convinced he's telling her everything. Because the real question hanging in the air is simple. Does she actually know he's a squatter in someone else's body? He breaks into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Has she figured out the truth this whole time? Well, he stalls, buying himself a second to think. This girl is a living corpse carrying both a human soul and a monster's, a walking contradiction the game calls a Jiangxi. Her name is H. Warren, and if anyone could sniff out a body snatcher, it's her. She just watches him, hooded, chained, unreadable as ever. Honestly, it would have been stranger if she hadn't noticed something was off. H. Warren says nothing for a long moment, red eyes fixed on him. Then she finally asks the question he's been dreading, so what's it like? The feeling of crushing and swallowing the original soul whole, she means, that's what she wants to know. He honestly doesn't know how to answer that one, dunno, he admits. What, she presses, and he realizes this is a question he's been quietly dreading since his last life. Are Corinlock and I even different people, he wonders. Are Corinlock's memories something that fused into him, Or did he just borrow them without asking? And if that's true, then who exactly is the guy who ground through middle school, high school, a kinesiology degree, and a stint in the military? Though he admits it's probably different for H. Warren, since the original owner of her body is technically still in there with her. H. Warren's expression doesn't budge an inch. The real owner of your body isn't you, she tells him flatly. There's a chilling little smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. You have no rights to that body, she adds, twisting the knife. You're just a thief and a robber, she finishes. Cold, direct, not exactly comforting pillow talk. So, in a desperate pivot, he brings up a guy from his old neighborhood who turns into a green giant whenever he loses his temper. His name's Bruce. Ever heard of him? H. Warren just stares. Bruce, what? The funniest part, he grins, is that the two personalities sharing that body absolutely hate each other. Anyway, his actual point, buried under the terrible superhero joke, is that whether it's the original soul or the new one, they're just different people with different traits, learning to share one life. Whether either of them asked for it or not, they were both born into the same body. And there's no sin in simply being born. H. Warren says nothing, just looks at him. But then quietly she disagrees. In this world, she says, there are those for whom being born is the sin itself, she finishes, and she clearly means herself. It's just that right now, he admits, that logic doesn't quite reach her. She lingers there alone in the dark, footsteps echoing off stone, saying nothing else. See you later, he calls out, heading off to give her some space. H. Warren doesn't answer, just watches him go. The next day rolls around. He's up and out before the birds even start their weekend racket. Let's see, he mutters, checking his memo. South part of the academy, right? There's exactly one reason he dragged himself out of bed this early on a precious day off. The commission board, packed edge to edge with quest flyers. All these little side jobs exist to help students level up before the next big story quest drops, which technically makes grinding them a necessary step toward progressing. Well, leveling up was never really his goal, so he's not exactly losing sleep over it. Nearby, a girl with a brown ponytail keeps sneaking glances his way. I just wanted to test something, he murmurs, mostly to himself. That's Alicia, the second-rank student he's here to size up. Why is she staring so hard, he wonders, feeling her eyes on him. Now that he thinks about it, he barely has any real information on her at all. In his last life, Park Sihu, a name he only ever spits out with a curse attached, gutted her, and what he remembers of her doesn't match anything the game ever showed him. You're doing missions this early into the first weekend, Alicia asks. You're second rank, it's not like you need to prove anything. He admits sheepishly, I just need the money. Isn't the activity support fund for second rankers pretty generous, she asks, confused. They turned her down for it, she explains with a wince, because her family's income lands in the top 10%. Basically their world's version of a means-tested state scholarship. For kids from money, there's simply no support fund waiting for them, he realizes. And since her parents are the hands-off type, she has to cover her own living expenses no matter how much she begs them for help. Sounds like she's got a complicated situation at home, he thinks. If you need cash fast, he offers, the patrol mission pays pretty well for the effort. They'll take up to 3 people, wanna team up, she asks. Nah, he says, I've got something else on my plate today. His precious weekend, he's going to pick the cream of the crop and knock this side quest out clean. And spec up while he's at it. Mission 1, track down a missing cat named Butterfly. The pay and experience are basically nothing, but that's not the point. His real target is something called a commandment. If he can save Butterfly from the jaws of a water monster and bring her home safe. And right now the poor cat is seconds from becoming Monster Chow. Then he'll spare her owner the heartbreak of losing a pet and spiraling into depression over it. Very noble, very convenient. Cat rescued, tears and relieved meows all around. Duty execution flashes across his vision. Difficulty E, reward 5 points split evenly. Nice, the commandment's actually kicking in, he crows. Even the most throwaway errands are handing him insane growth. He cackles, leaping off rooftops like a lunatic who just found free money. Mom, that guy is weird, the kid whispers, hugging her cat tight. Point, he mutters, spotting a man getting shaken down by thugs down an alley. Point, he says again, eyes sparkling like he's found buried treasure. A ring and a gem land in his fist as thanks. Point, he practically sings, helping an elderly couple with whatever they needed. I even wrote myself a memo before I left today, he realizes, horrified. I almost forgot the whole reason I came out here. This isn't it, he groans, staring at yet another building that isn't the place he's looking for. This also isn't it, he groans, louder this time. A hulking, sunglasses-wearing, bald chicken shop owner glares back at him, unimpressed. Fists slam on the counter as the search for the right chicken joint drags on. The old man's tried a sauce with more than 10 ingredients, garlic, carrots, peppers, the works. But nothing he's cooked up satisfies his obsession with chicken that's still delicious cold. I can't find it, the shop owner roars into the flames. Who are you? The old man stammers as a stranger just walks in uninvited. A shadowy figure lingers dramatically in the doorway, backlit for absolutely no reason. Then your problem's about to be solved, the figure says with total confidence. The old man just stares, completely lost on who this person even is. Haha, catch you later then, the stranger says, already halfway out the door. What is wrong with that lunatic? The old man mutters, still rattled. Who the hell adds starch syrup to a chicken sauce? He grumbles but tries it anyway. Adding this won't change a thing, he tells himself, right before it very much does. This taste, he gasps, completely floored. That was a mission he genuinely needed to crack, our narrator reflects. Koreans transplanted into this world simply cannot survive without proper yongnyeom chicken. Duty execution triggers again, difficulty E, 5 points split evenly, this time for saving the shop owner's business. Wait, what? He blinks. The commandment applies even when he's just chasing his own cravings. This is the best, he cheers, throwing a fist in the air. Nothing wrong could ever come from the guy who makes proper yongnyeom chicken, he declares, leaping for joy. His laughter echoes off the rooftops. He tears across the tiles at full sprint, riding the high of an absolutely unhinged afternoon. Up above, unnoticed, someone else is watching him from the rooftops. Weirdo, H. Warren mutters, red eyes narrowed at the spectacle. So this is where you were, a striking woman in a wide witch's hat says, drifting down toward H. Warren. I left you be since you never once left the city. H. Warren stands quietly as the woman's magic swirls around her. Still, you do need permission before wandering off, the woman reminds her gently. H. Warren doesn't answer right away. This is Madame Josephine, the very witch who once told her something she's never forgotten. There's no sin, Josephine's voice echoes in memory. In simply being born, the memory finishes. But another voice, older and crueler, cuts through the memory right after. You shouldn't have been born, it screams, and the words clearly never stopped echoing in her head. H. Warren walks on alone, chains swaying, sunset burning behind her. Elsewhere, the Academy's infamous hunting ground waits, thick forest and all. The trees sit unnervingly still before the trial begins. Today, Madame Josephine announces from her podium, the first years get evaluated. On their survival instincts, right here in the hunting ground. Reach the cabin at the forest's northern edge. And you'll pass for now at least, she adds, none too reassuringly. Please wear your rank armbands, she instructs, as Alicia listens in. Points earned today can be traded in for prizes, a grinning Academy aide explains, practically vibrating with excitement. So H. Warren's not even here, our narrator notes, scanning the crowd. Guess she just doesn't do practicals, he reasons. Probably some kind of balance issue, right? Corin, someone calls out, did your mission go well, Alicia? He asks in turn. Yes, thanks to you I managed to cover my living expenses without much trouble, she beams. Hey, want this candy, he offers. Bought it for my little sister, but it's honestly way too sweet for me. Wait, honey bomb candy, she gasps. Are you sure it's okay for me to have something this good? Then students, Josephine announces, cutting through the chatter. She raises her hands and space magic begins to churn. A massive magic circle detonates in a burst of violet light. Every student is yanked apart and scattered across the forest. He's seen every kind of mage out there, he thinks, eyes closed against the wind, but only one person alive can teleport this many bodies at once. Madame Josephine. You're exactly the same as ever, great witch, he mutters, half impressed. Leaves rip past him as the spell dumps him somewhere in the trees. He touches down hard, spear in hand, ready for whatever this trial throws at him. He blinks, getting his bearings in the clearing. They're already fighting this early in, he thinks, hearing steel clash somewhere nearby. Sure enough, two students are already going blade to blade nearby. The whole trial, it turns out, runs on stealing rival armbands. It's a battle royale, basically, he realizes from the bushes. Random drop point, steal points off everyone else. I have zero interest in any of you, he finishes, except for whoever's currently the most dangerous player on the board. That second rank Alicia, easy to spot by the blue shoulder strap, he decides, pointing with a faint red glow crackling off his finger. Since H. Warren's sitting this one out, if he just deals with Alicia. A crimson tracking rune flares to life under his hand. Everyone else out here is basically free points, he figures. Funny thing, Alicia, he thinks, picturing her delight over that candy. You never noticed he'd planted a tracking rune right inside it. Somewhere else in the forest, a blade slices through the air with a grin sharp enough to match it. So we meet again, a familiar voice purrs. He tears through the underbrush at a dead sprint, laughing like this is the best day of his life. Alicia, he bellows, chasing the rune's signal through the trees. Chairman, I'll head into the forest myself, Josephine tells someone off to the side. Even with professors already stationed throughout the forest, she adds, it's best not to take chances. Wait, she says suddenly, where did that girl go? Chairman, Josephine says, going pale, did you send her in there? I didn't send her anywhere, comes the reply. She walked into that forest entirely on her own. Indeed, someone mutters, watching a shape land hard in the dark. Feet hit the ground running, closing the distance fast. A hooded figure tears through the trees, chasing someone down at full speed. I think H. Warren murmurs to herself, chains rattling as she moves. She's had a change of heart, she admits quietly, eyes hard with resolve. Deep in the woods, Alicia is already stumbling and hurt, and the crowd chasing her only wants one thing, catch her. She spins around furious and betrayed, screaming at her attacker, why are you doing this to me? Isn't it unfair, she demands, for a whole group to gang up on just one person? So she answers her own question with a blade, sword flashing as she goes on the attack. She lands a solid hit and someone goes down hard for a second. The fight actually looks like hers. But a voice cuts through the trees to correct her. What's unfair here isn't the numbers, it's her. A fist crashes into her face before she can process that, and just like that, the fight flips completely. One of her own supposed allies kicks her clean off her feet, and it becomes obvious this was never really teamwork. She freezes mid-fall, blindsided by a realization she can't quite finish. Somewhere close by, a shaky voice mutters a name like it might ward off whatever's coming, Sir Corin. A shape drops out of the trees and she can't help but blurt it out. Wait, did you seriously just save me? He grins down at her, all charm, and calls her pretty by name Alicia. Someone else stammers out a stunned pardon, like they can't believe what they just heard. The charm drops instantly. I said, he repeats, and his eyes flash blood red. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks as the real fight begins. Alicia's whole world cracks. She trusted this guy. He gave her candy. She thought he was one of the good ones. The file on her, a pure fighting type second-rank knight, though she still can't fully control her vigilant eyes power. Truth is, her combat stats are just mediocre for her rank, nothing that should scare anyone. That's exactly why, he says, flashing that same wide, fanged grin, you can be a good person too, just hand over the armband. She's nothing compared to her actual genius of a sister, apparently. Ouch. And yet, even by that harsh comparison, Alicia's still top 1% among her peers. She raises her sword against the crimson light, ready to prove it. She'd led an alliance of 7 students, all 3rd and 4th ranks, without breaking a sweat. And she never once worried about the so-called weak link, the 5th rank knight named Corin. Rookie mistake. Rewind 30 seconds though, and you'll see exactly how wrong she was. Sparks fly and someone yells in disbelief, what is with this guy? He's insanely strong, someone gasps, catching a glimpse of that same red-eyed grin. He barely even reacts, collar undone, completely unbothered by any of it. It's his close-quarters sword work, mixed with a nasty habit of finding the outer edge of every guard, that's doing the damage. The two of them collide midair in a full-on clash of blades. Alicia realizes it in real time. He's toying with her, countering and pressuring at once. but she thinks she's spotted something. He's got gaps. If she can just time her strike for the split second between his stabs and cuts. Alicia comes in swinging, throwing everything she's got into the attack. Steel meets steel in a shower of sparks, and neither one of them budges. He doesn't even flinch, completely unfazed by the exchange. That same fanged grin creeps back across his face. The read on her is brutal but fair, too little practice, too much reliance on raw talent. He deflects her next swing without even really trying. He's not just blocking, he's actively shoving her weapon down and out of position. Every exchange, he's controlling the fight completely. Pinning down her blade, dictating every next move before she can even make it. She goes for it, all in on a straight, committed thrust. Her attack just doesn't land the way it should. It's basic stuff on paper, the world's most basic thrust and the world's most basic counter. But combine those two basics with total precision, and you get something else entirely. He's not even bothering to hide it anymore, grinning like a shark mid-fight. He calls it his spear intent and reaches out like he owns the space between them. The explosion catches Alicia directly, and she's thrown clean off her feet. This is his ultimate essence, apparently a casual name for something that just leveled a person. 6 steps and Alicia's airborne, blown halfway across the clearing. The system practically logs it as a captured plaque. That's how one-sided this just got. She skids across the dirt in a shower of splinters and dust. All she can manage is a strangled, pained cough. She's on the ground, coughing, barely holding herself together. If she hadn't blocked that with her aura at the last second, she thinks that hit would have killed her. It's not that he's freakishly strong or fast, someone realizes it's that his mastery of every single skill is terrifyingly complete. Just who is this guy? Someone else can't believe it either. Wait, he's only ranked 5th. He just stands there in the firelight, sword raised, completely at ease with the carnage. He plucks the armband right off her, cool as anything. I'll put this to good use. Before he can even enjoy the moment, an explosion rips through the forest. Someone else is shouting now, furious. This is completely unfair. He tilts his head at the noise, red eyes narrowing. A massive sword comes crashing down and he barely manages to block it in time. This thing is heavy, a magic sword forged from iron stone, 4 times denser than normal steel. It's the kind of weapon built to take down giant boss monsters. Whoever's swinging it at him means business. The wielder can't believe it either. You blocked my heavy iron sword. Locke and Alicia both turn to face this new arrival, blade already swinging. The newcomer's eyes lock onto the armband in his hand, that armband. He plants his boots and levels his weapon, put it down and walk away, 5th rank. Locke's face falls the moment he places the name. Damn it, Drinworski. I really did not want to run into this guy, he mutters. Word is, even after cutting down countless people, Drinworski always walks away clean. There he is, lying casually among the wreckage he's caused, without a single scratch on him. It's obvious just from looking at him, this guy is on a completely different level than Alicia. Completely different in every possible way, honestly. Oh well, Drin shrugs, guess there's no helping it now, I need that armband. Locke doesn't even hesitate, there's no upside in fighting this guy right now. Drin just stares, completely thrown by whatever just happened. Locke's already sprinting off, something clenched between his teeth. Whatever it is, it's small, blue, and very obviously not his to take. Drin squints. Wait, was that definitely blue? That absolute jackass, someone snaps. What is wrong with him? I thought he only cared about things that make him money, Drin grumbles through the smoke. And why, he adds, rounding on Alicia, are you following me? Locke just keeps running, prize clamped in his teeth, Alicia shrieking after him. He finally spits it out. Well, no point fighting over it now anyway, and pockets the loot properly. He just needs to get this armband to something. He hasn't quite worked that part out yet. A cabin appears through the trees. That'll do. Except the second he steps inside, a hulking stone golem with glowing red eyes says hello. Its handler, orange hair, goggles pushed up, offers a sheepish little apology. But if you want to get past me, he says with a grin, I'm going to need that armband. Meet Cranel Ludin, a named first-year golem sorcerer and apparently everyone's favorite doorstop today. Alicia groans. This is getting complicated, while Locke just laughs at the sheer unfairness of it all. Of all people, Cranel's the one blocking the only way out. So much for avoiding a fight, now he might have to take on two named opponents at once. Alicia can barely process it. Wait, is he seriously about to fight both of them? He grabs a spear off her back like it's the most natural thing in the world, squaring up. The weapon glints in his hand, Cranial and Drun at the exact same time. Drun's eyes narrow, weapon humming with readiness. Cranial raises a hand, resigned. Well then, what choice do I have? If I can't avoid this fight, Corinlock murmurs, falling still. The clash sends Cranial and Alicia both flying in the blast. But facing them head-on, Drun gets launched clean into the sky. Back at the checkpoint tent, an official spots someone already strolling in first. Who's this? He checks the name against his ledger. It's Corinlock. Corinlock all smiles, adjusts his scarf. So can I pick my own prize? The official does a double take, 3 blue armbands. That's genuinely impressive. Haha, well, Corinlock says, all false modesty. I guess I just got lucky. Behind him, the battlefield tells a different story. Cranial down, swords scattered everywhere. Alicia just stares, wide-eyed, still trying to process what she watched. All she can whisper is, incredible. Turns out he'd planned every second of it, even ramming a weapon into the ground so telekinesis couldn't yank it free. He dodged every blow he couldn't block, moving as little as physically possible. Then steered those exact swings straight into the golem's line of fire. Next, he slid in right behind Dren and used him as a shield. Every golem attack that should have hit Corinlock slammed into Dren instead. While Dren was busy tanking golem hits for someone else's benefit, Corinlock went straight for the golem's actual weak points. He shattered their crystals and shut them down cold, dropping Cranial in the process. Only then did he bother finishing off Cranial for good. He'd sized up the entire fight and reorganized it in a single moment. Basic spear form, hard-won experience, techniques built specifically to patch his own weaknesses. One onlooker murmurs, almost wistfully, it was like watching my sister fight. A lack of practice, someone mutters darkly, staring him down. From relying too hard on raw talent instead, comes the follow-up, cold as ice. Alicia, watching it all unfold, quietly admits to herself, I too should probably start actually working hard for once, instead of coasting on talent alone. Dren, meanwhile, is still stuck on one detail. He got attacked before he could even show off his real power. Just who is this guy? Golems, it turns out, make excellent big targets for someone small but brutally efficient. If it were me, Corinlock muses, I'd have made a friend to watch my back. Cranial just shrugs, don't have one. Neither do I, actually, Corinlock admits, standing over him amid the rubble. Oh, is all Cranial can say to that. Good luck out there, I guess. Then, groggy and furious, he just mutters one word, motherfucker. That day, 3 named first-years all learned the hard way who Corinlock really is. Each one remembers him a little differently: fear, respect, pure confusion. Corinlock, meanwhile, just wanders off humming to himself, not a care in the world. Just like that, he's the strongest name left standing at this whole hunting ground. Elsewhere on the grounds, there's a druid who answers to the forest itself. She calls up its magic in a burst of green light and rustling branches. Her name's Yule Freshblood, and clearly still finding her footing. Except the forest isn't the only thing with claws waiting out here. Glowing water orbs drift through the dark like something out of a dream. Because the students aren't the only ones training in these woods today. Something or someone else is very much watching. A figure descends through a curtain of water magic, effortless and glowing. She's the resident mage of Merkaba Academy, and by every account the strongest one out here. Water crashes down in sheets, magic crackling through the trees. It just keeps coming, wave after wave of it. Turns out the seniors were playing monster for training today, and poor Yule got the absolute worst matchup, dripping wet, hiccuping, tangled in tentacles. And that's how hunting ground practice officially wrapped up for her. Rough day. The mage crouches down with a warm smile. Are you the new druid student? Hi, I'm Mariette. Yule can barely stammer out her own name. I'm Yule. At least that's the sweet, simple story everyone assumed was happening. Because a shadow shifts at the tree line and Mariette's expression changes instantly. A figure steps out of the dark, low and deliberate. What's your name? A hooded figure melts out of the dark tree line, purring that whoever you're looking for is close by. Yeah, that's not ominous at all. Cut to our hero Corinlock dashing through the sunlit forest side by side with Mariette, the Academy's blue-haired ace mage. He needles a fellow trainee. They've only ever surrounded themselves with people just like them. A dig that's about to make a lot more sense. Mariette explodes forward in a blur, ice trailing off her boots, launching straight at whatever's lurking in that tree line. The thing she's attacking barely reacts, just a slow, unbothered glance back her way. Jagged spikes of ice erupt from the ground, cracking the air like breaking glass. "Excuse me, I'm sorry," Mariette says, and then lets loose with everything she's got. Mid-spell, she grits out that she can't hold back against this thing, not the way she would with anyone else. The creature barely blinks, one red eye flickering through the smoke, just annoyed. Cut away entirely. A shopkeeper is losing his mind over a score he hasn't seen in ages, 117 points and counting. A quaint Tudor-style shop. Corinlock, cashing in his winnings, sweetly asks if he can pick his own prize. Later, thoroughly pleased with himself, he strolls off muttering that it was a genuinely great shopping trip. His haul so far, a matte bore molar knife and a leather protective coat. And one more on the pile, a jar of shark bear's bile. But Corinlock already had something specific in mind the whole time. None of this was random. "I'll go with this," he announces, snatching up a mandrake seed. The shopkeeper's stunned. "You really have an eye for things to choose the mandrake seed of all things." Corinlock presses him further, working the old man over with those leftover 17 points still burning a hole in his pocket. "Please, give me this," he begs, waving nutritional plant supplements and a pair of earmuffs like his life depends on it. "And what about the last 17 points?" the shopkeeper asks, unimpressed but curious. A jarring flash cuts in, a lone spearman sprinting past fallen soldiers scattered across broken stone. Not exactly a happy memory. His inner voice cuts back in. "Even across countless retries of this whole game, things have never gone this smoothly. And that's not even the best part." Back at training, the students are comparing scores. Second place, 19 points. One kid can only manage a sheepish "I got 15. "So you two worked well together," someone crows, clapping Corinlock and his partner on the back. "It was easy," Corinlock grins. "Let's go train more in the stamina room tonight." Goggles, clearly annoyed, asks if anyone with energy to spare could help him track down a missing golem core. Corinlock blinks, caught off guard. "Huh. It's precious to you, right? We'll help." "It's fine," he mumbles, flustered but grateful. Corinlock narrates dryly, "At times like this you're supposed to say thanks." He's worked with Cranial Ludin plenty before. Good golem tanks are hard to come by for the bigger fights. Things are quietly winding down, and then the thought creeps back in my past life. Roll call on the wounded. Second rank knight Alicia Arden mid-spell work restoring a cracked magic core. Nearby, another knight lies injured, barely holding on. Second rank knight Drinwarski casually licks blood off his own blade like it's nothing. He's out of fighting power, sprawled out and spent. Second rank mage druid Yule is down too, tagged simply as the culprit in all this. A hand reaches out in shock, dead. Corinlock loses it. There's no way she died. What exactly are the professors doing? Is just being alive all that matters? He cradles the injured Yule while someone mutters that Mariette, that girl, is just too much. The aftermath, raw streaks of magic scouring the ground where she cut loose. Somewhere out here, a wounded deer-like creature is being run down by something with wings. A dying student gasps out a warning, "Run, Mariette." Corinlock freezes. What about Mariette? Here's the thing about Mariette, a rare gift for reading magic, a mana pool most mages would kill for, a girl who's never really tasted failure. The talent carrying on her mentor Professor Josephine's legacy, a genuine prodigy through and through. To her, this whole hunting ground is basically a playground. She just needs to keep the difficulty in check and help her juniors grow like any good senior would. That kind of play. Mariette steadies herself. I need to analyze. Something lunges at her in a blur of motion. It stares back at her and for 1 second actually looks surprised. Mariette lights up entirely, swallowed in a vortex of raw ice magic. Full power, no holding back now. Runes crack through the air as the spell tears loose. The thing she's fighting is finally visible. Red eyes, chains, a cross at its throat caught square in the blast. The impact rips through everything nearby. Mariette grits her teeth through the strain, TCH. Here's the catch: Mariette had promised the senior professors she'd never use attack magic above intermediate level. Truth is, she'd already crossed that line and moved on to advanced spells entirely. She'd probably deny it to her last breath, but there was no denying this. Her eyes are strained, fighting to keep her focus. She's not holding anything back anymore, this is everything she has. The chained, red-eyed thing takes the full brunt of the ice, shattering around it. It cries out, actually hurt for once, ugh. The explosion rips the battlefield apart. A jagged black slash tears through the smoke. Mariette stumbles back, terror creeping into her voice, don't come any. It keeps walking toward her through the smoke, unbothered, closer. Whatever's standing in front of her, it's not a knight, not a mage, and it definitely isn't playing around. It's a natural disaster wearing a person's shape. It steps fully into view, robed in black, wrapped in chains, wreathed in red fire, a cross glinting at its throat. It keeps advancing, completely untouched by the flames around it. In human form, no less. Mariette reaches out weakly, overwhelmed, ugh. She screams, desperate now, don't come near me. She throws everything she has left into one final, desperate burst of ice. A voice cuts through it all, sharp and commanding, Warren, stop. Confusion ripples through, huh. A pink-haired figure turns, glowing faintly, and asks with real concern, are you okay, Mariette? The glow fades as she settles back into a completely ordinary-looking teenage girl. Mariette, still dazed, mumbles, Professor, Josephine. She catches her breath, relief flooding in, ah yes. She starts, barely able to finish the sentence. She collapses to the ground, completely spent. A woman in a wide red hat watches her fall, silent and worried. A quiet beat in the forest canopy while everyone catches their breath. The results, it turns out, were nothing anyone expected. First place, highest score of the bunch, a lowly 5th-rank student, him, Corinlock, taking a well-earned victory lap. And there's more to it. Mariette, back safe in her dorm, sleeps soundly, hair spilling across the pillow. The second-year ace has her own storm brewing underneath all that talent. Corinlock, arms crossed, admits the first-year ace Warren genuinely scared him. For a second there, he thought she'd already awakened as a boss. She seems fine for now, so I guess it's still tracking with the original story. Well, worry about that later, he shrugs. There's still about 3 weeks until she awakens, he reminds himself, heading back toward the academy at night. Out at the forest's edge, the hunting grounds stretch into the dark. Corinlock walks the path alone. He's here to meet someone or something that calls this place home. First, he thinks, already 3 steps ahead of everyone else. Step 1 of the plan, cram his eyes full of eye drops until the fake tears look completely real. Oops, I slipped, pure theater, and he's really committing to it. He tumbles dramatically toward the water's edge, putting on the performance of a lifetime. Flailing upside down mid-fall, he wails, what should I do? The seed sinks below the surface as he sobs, Nuu, the precious seed my mother left me. Ripples close over it, Nuu, Oscar-worthy stuff, honestly. A knowing grin flickers across his face, he's here. There's an Easter egg buried in this game, one you can only ever use once, and an old hermit is the key to it. The legendary gold axe Taoist hermit himself. It's straight out of the old fable, a woodcutter drops his axe in a pond, and a hermit rises to ask whether the gold axe or the silver one belongs to him. The whole story illustrated right there in an old storybook. In the game, it worked exactly like the legend, gold and silver weapons capped at unique grade or below. Throw in anything else and nothing happens, or so everyone thought. Then some old school player ran the numbers, posting, I tried dropping 500 different items in the Taoist hermit pond, lol. Turns out a few of those legends actually pulled rare items out of the deal. An Easter egg the devs clearly slipped in while snickering to themselves. Is this? Corinlock grins, already halfway to a plan. The hermit rises out of the pond holding up a seed. Is this silver seed yours? Corinlock, all wide-eyed innocence, no. You have to wonder what kind of lunatic tosses away the exact mandrake seed they busted their ass grinding 100 points for. Oh right, this guy. The hermit chuckles, haha then. He offers up the gold one, this must be your seed. Corinlock bursts into theatrical tears. Yes, the crazy hero, that's me. He snatches it up fast. Yes, it is, that's definitely my seed. The hermit's genuinely touched. Even after seeing both gold and silver, you didn't covet either one. Your honesty speaks for you. I'll reward that honesty. Take all 3 seeds, then goodbye, ho ho. Corinlock's grin turns downright wicked, heh heh. The gears click into place. Items can be duplicated. A normal mandrake seed just boosts your mana. These gold and silver versions, something much rarer entirely. The gold mandrake seed and the white silver mandrake seed, side by side glowing. A hidden item you can only pull off this exact way, deep in the lore of the heroic legend of Arhin. There's a catch: eat it wrong and you get harvested on the spot, apparently. Small detail: last time around, Parksihu ate the gold and Corinlock ate the silver. 2 silhouettes stand back to back, wreathed in fire, a memory from a life that already happened once. But this time they're both mine, he says, holding the seeds close. And somewhere down the line, something is about to turn Mariette into this game's very first boss, a special vampire. The demon tribe's agent hiding inside her is going to wake up eventually, but there's still time to prepare. Part of why Corinlock went all out against those second-rank names earlier: he needed people to actually take him seriously. Nobody teams up with a weak 5th-rank knight out of the goodness of their heart, not unless you prove you're worth it first. He's not entirely sure how the demon tribe's agent even operates. But the one thing that reliably gets their attention is raw natural talent and strength. Give it a week and those names will be back to full strength too. That's his window, the moment he can pitch forming an actual party. The heroic legend of Arhin's very first final boss looms ahead in the dark. The special vampire, Mariette Dunalef, the sweet, sleeping girl from before and the monster she's fated to become. 3 weeks out from that awakening, Mariette stirs awake in her dorm with a groan. Alicia peers in, worried. Mariette. She rushes to the bedside. "Ma Mariette, are you okay? How's your throat? That first year should have held back. You were only supposed to use elementary level magic." Alicia scolds, worry barely masking as anger. Mariette steadying herself. "If I have enough preparation, enough faith, and enough people around me, Corinlock's plan keeps unfolding in the background, I'll be able to easily save a girl from the misfortune waiting for her," he thinks, walking toward the moonlit chapel window. "Until then, I'll get Alicia trained up," he decides, picturing her fierce, determined expression. Step 1. Talk the Avaloan Forest's druid into helping out. Druid Yule raises a hand, weaving a glowing burst of nature magic. Step 2. Get closer to the golem sorcerer Cranel. Corinlock can't help but grin. "Yup, perfect. If I just prep everything right, this whole thing's a piece of cake," he thinks, way too confident for his own good. "As long as there," he starts, and something glows red in the dark, watching. "Are no unexpected variables," he finishes. Famous last words if there ever were any. Somewhere, a woman in glasses screams into the red-lit dark. And a dark-haired figure with a streak of white steps closer, eyes burning red. Somewhere in the Academy's admin office, a bored hand drums against a book. Nothing exciting going on here today. A quiet regret slips out in the dark. Maybe sending that one particular student out on a job wasn't such a good idea. Enter Madame Josephine, the Academy's sharp-dressed demi-human overseer, cat ears and glasses and all, purring an offer of private lessons to whoever's on the other side of that desk. Cut to the punishment corner. Somebody's been told to sit tight and self-reflect. That somebody is a hooded, red-dyed girl perched in a windowsill, eyeing the courtyard wall like she's already planning the jailbreak. Then a familiar face shows up outside her window and she lights up. "Wow, I knew you'd be here." He just about jumps out of his skin, too stunned to even get a word out. Recovering, our hero introduces himself while literally dangling from a tree branch. "Corinlock, at your service, H. Warren." H. Warren holds up a cake box, a little sheepish. "I know this is random, but here." Didn't want to show up empty-handed, apparently. Visiting her is against the rules, technically. Corin's loophole: he's not inside, he's just chilling on a tree, thank you very much. H. Warren notes the room's empty right now. Madame Josephine's nowhere to be found. Corin wonders if the lockdown is tied to whatever went down on the hunting ground, the thing that's kept her boxed up for days now. He figures Josephine's caution makes sense. H. Warren's not exactly your average demi-human. Still, something about all this keeps nagging at him. He points it out plainly, she hasn't just been busy, 4 days and not one visit. Warren freezes, not once. And then, whoops, Korin loses his grip and drops straight out of the tree. Ground meets face, hard. A regeneration skill kicks in to cushion the damage. Ouch, that hurts, he groans while Warren looks down, half worried, half amused. Chains still looped around her collar from the lockdown, she waves him off with a promise of food later. With Josephine gone, that leaves the Academy's self-proclaimed most dangerous resident running around completely unsupervised. Something is very off and Korin can feel it. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure asks if she has been found yet. No luck, heading for the outskirts next. 2 of the Academy's own combat instructors turn up beaten unconscious on the ground. If even the veteran professors are getting dropped like this, something serious is unfolding. A grizzled armored guard steps into Korin's path, Korin Lach. Bad news up front, his visiting request just got rejected. This is the snack officer, Kron, sandwich in one hand, explaining that Josephine sent food along as a bit of a peace offering. Korin plays along, complimenting the boss lady for looking out for the little guys. His actual request to visit Mariette got shut down cold. Worse, her guard Isabel has gone missing and there's a random guard posted at the sick bay now. That alone reeks of a cover-up. Korin's suspicion sharpens and something glows quietly in his hand. Out of nowhere, Kron doubles right over. Korin plays innocent, asking if his stomach hurts and helpfully pointing him toward a washroom that's conveniently nowhere near here. Dazed, Kron agrees to head off without a fuss. Sucker. Alone now, Korin's nerves are fraying. Please, please let this not be a whole month early. A tense, quiet plea escapes into the dark. Fists clenched, he prays his fears are wrong. He bursts in, calling out for Mariette. He sprints down the stairs and spots someone collapsed on the floor. It's Isabel, not missing at all, just left for dead right where Mariette is supposed to be. That whole she vanished story was a lie. There's no doubt left in his mind now. He says her name like it's a verdict, Mariette Dunilov. She has awakened. As the game's very first final boss, a full-blown vampire. He stands over her empty bed, a hollow, humorless laugh slipping out. 3 weeks ahead of schedule, no less. His mind races through the 4-phase strategy the game laid out for taking her down. Phase 1, a monster wave crashes in first. Manageable if you know it's coming. Phase 2, pin her down with magic circles. That clears the way to actually land some damage. Then Phase 3 kicks in. Phase her at full blood-soaked strength. She'll be tearing through what the game calls the realm of blood. Knock her down there and the last pattern kicks in. That pattern is the whole fight's climax, the part that decides everything. Even without the game's actual player, a strong enough group of first-years could theoretically pull it off. Not too difficult on paper. But there's a catch, and it's a big one. He remembers exactly how it went last time. Drinworski's weapon shattered, his fault. Kranel's golem core cracked open too, also him. Every named first year in that fight got wiped out, and it was because of him. He grips his own skull, this is not good. They are, in his exact words, screwed because last time the vampire snapped, attacked her own roommate and went fully feral. It all started right after her first run-in with Fog City's murderous vampire. In his last life, once that happened, everything spiraled out of control fast. His old crew had been staged right below the dorm, ready to move the moment things went sideways. Mariette's shadow looms in his memory, unmoving and terrible. Alicia gets launched clean off her feet, weapon still in hand, straight into disaster. 8 broken bones for her trouble. Kranel's golem takes a core-shattering hit too, which leaves him basically dead weight for the rest of the fight. He weighs bringing in Warren, dangerous, unpredictable but powerful. No telling how the whole fight changes if she's in it. So new plan. Cut to the training room where Korin's recruiting and being brutally upfront about it. Hard job, terrible pay, real danger. The catch, capture her, don't kill her, which, understandably, has mercenaries balking since the whole profession runs on not joining fights you can't win. Enter Drinworski. Korin sweetens the deal, offering collateral if she doesn't trust him. He dangles a soul dust card, 100% purity, no catch. She's sold instantly, you are a desirable employer. And just like that, Drinworski joins the party. Korin, thoroughly pleased with himself, throws up a big thumbs up. Next stop, the library, hunting for recruit number 2. He surprises a druid with knowledge she thought was gone for good, lost when her forest burned down. He'd read up on her people's old alphabet, exactly what she's here trying to dig up. If you help me, he offers, leaving the hook dangling. She's hooked, what do I have to do? And just like that, Druid Yule officially joins the party. Another very satisfied thumbs up from Korin. Third stop, the canteen, where he pitches a tattooed brawler on the same terrible deal. Hard, low pay, dangerous. They'd be up against a strong demon tribe but pull it off, and there's real glory in it. The big guy goes quiet, actually thinking it over. A bystander wonders if the pitch might be a bit much for him. He breaks into a grin, that's romantic. Let's do it. Turns out this guy is a total sucker for a good story. With the crew assembled, Korin calls it, minimum viable party achieved. They head out together into the night. It's the best team he could pull together on this short notice. Word comes back that she was found hiding and crying in the forest, and she wasn't easy to track down. Sihu's face flickers into view, lit blood red. Who would have guessed someone that strong would dig a tunnel and camp in that forest for a whole month? Korin's eyes narrow. There's only one forest on the entire academy grounds. The hunting ground. Night falls heavy over the trees as the party pushes in. I get the goal, someone asks, but how exactly are we finding her? Tracking her down the normal way could take years, but Korin says not to worry, they'll just ask. Yule backs him up with a knowing look. How much do you actually know? Someone presses. Yule channels her power, her breath catching. Spirits, she calls out, lead us to her. A surge of green light answers the call. Power ripples outward through the trees. The party gawks as a whole swarm of spirits comes gathering in. A beat of quiet anticipation. Then a jolt of shock. The whole group freezes, realizing the spirits have found something. Korin, completely oblivious, asks what everyone's suddenly staring at. Right behind you comes the warning. A blade flashes as the fight erupts without warning. Alarm rips through the group. Blood sprays, something's already landed a hit. What all of a sudden, Korin curses, scrambling to react. A pack of twisted wolf monsters bears down on the party. Did Senior Mariette turn into a monster? Someone shrieks. Of course not, Korin grins. These things are just her welcoming committee. Drin grits her teeth through a hit and keeps swinging. Jaeger laughs straight up, daring the monsters to come at him by name. He flexes, grinning like this is exactly the fight he signed up for. You're perfect to warm up on, he taunts. Don't go to the front, someone warns, they'll surround you. Naturally he charges in anyway, oh. Korin barks orders over the chaos, Lark, cover the back. Oh okay. Drin doesn't even need to be told twice. Yule's ordered to stay put and not push forward. Her spell flares to keep the front line propped up. Korin himself wades in, weapon glowing red, carving a path through the pack. The party notices he's not even fazed by the ambush, calling out clean directions while everyone else panics. This is a guy who's clearly led people into battle before. Like a commander, which raises a real question about how accurate the Academy's rank tests actually are. Yule admits she's just going off whatever the spirits told her. Is Mariette controlling these things? Drin asks. Monsters don't just pack up and travel like this. They're also hitting way harder than normal. Korin's answer is flat, no. He explains, mid-swing, that Mariette isn't some puppeteer who can just command monsters at will. And even if she could, she wouldn't waste it this carelessly. Then what is it? Why are they after us? It's not that either, Korin says, eyes already on the bigger picture. Confusion ripples through the group. Monsters just attack according to their habits, he explains. The group freezes again, sensing something far worse closing in. Dread creeps through the dark. And there she is, Mariette, eyes blazing solid red, a searing aura whipping off her like fire. Her dress torn to ribbons, she steps forward through the haze. Mariette, someone gasps. Korin snaps into command mode, prepare for battle, Yule, Lark fall back. Yule groans, no time to catch her breath. Korin orders Drin and Jaeger to hang back and support instead of charging straight in. Jaeger's willing to trust the plan. Drin just wants to know whose definition of a step back they are using here. Take the front, Korin decides, calling on the oath that drives him, I will save the world. A status window flags Mariette's power spiking 50% higher than baseline. His own stats flash up too. Corin Locke ranked embarrassingly low on paper. He grips his weapon, thinking past this fight to the damage her fate could do to the whole world if left unchecked. This was never just about surviving tonight. It's about the ripple effects still waiting down the line. I will save the world, he repeats to himself. Time to take the first real step towards stopping Mariette Dunelif for good. Okay, Yule breathes, steadying herself. The party surges forward together into the fray. Let's do this, Corin says, and the chapter cuts to black right on the charge. The system spells it out plain and simple. Save the world starts with stopping Mariette Dunelif. No pressure. But turning a blind eye isn't an option here. That's the very first rule of this whole crusade. Something is stirring in the dark, wreathed in fire, one eye burning red through the smoke. Whatever this is, it's already standing tall in the flames, and it does not look friendly. A pale hand claws out of the dark just as the system locks in the job. Rescue Mariette Dunelif. Hero Corin Locke, good luck with that. Even wrapped in all that monstrous power, she's crying, blood-red tears streaking down a face twisted in pain. She groans through gritted teeth, caught somewhere between the monster she's become and the person still trapped inside. Yule and her ally catch it too. She's crying, but as one of them mutters, that doesn't change a single thing about what happens next. A blade catches the light and rises, ready for round one. The thing in the dark straightens up, and its eyes burn even brighter. One of the party freezes mid-breath, eyes going wide at what's rising in front of them. She doesn't dare look away, not even for a second. Steel meets something crackling and red, lightning tearing across the clash. The swordsman can't believe it. His heavy iron blade actually stopped cold. What is that thing? Someone shouts, staring at the crackling red mass swallowing the attack. Lark talks the group down. A newly awakened vampire pulling this off is no joke, but the little familiar was just born. It can't properly channel her blood or mana yet. That's an orb, Lark realizes, a familiar born straight out of vampire blood. Corin Locke's take is colder. Without a direct feed from its mother, it can't do much more than block. She snarls through gritted teeth and screams for it all to just disappear. Dark energy blooms around her like a monstrous heart, a red orb pulsing overhead. Someone calls it before it lands. A wide-range attack is coming and there's nowhere obvious to hide. Someone shouts for Yule and she's already running on fumes, green hair plastered to her face. I know, she snaps back, hands already glowing, forcing out one more spell before her body gives out. Whatever this place turns out to be elsewhere, right here it's a forest, and that's exactly what Corin Locke needs. This is my stage, Yule declares, and the ground itself seems to agree with her. Green light floods the clearing as her magic circle locks into place. The whole team surges forward on the back of it, buffed by rapid growth and the spirit's own protection. Yule grits her teeth against the strain, hood askew, pouring everything she's got into it. Ack, what if this breaks? Jaeger yelps, more worried about his gear than the vampire boss, honestly. Don't even joke about that, Lark scolds him, dragging his focus back where it belongs. That last cast alone burned through half of what Yule had left. Her mana heart is throbbing from the strain, but Yule refuses to stop. Not now. Someone finally asks the obvious question. Yule, you're at your limit, aren't you? She's pushing past it anyway, all because a certain someone made her a completely ridiculous promise. Just a little more, Corin Locke tells her. Give him 5 moves and he'll flip this whole fight around. Yo, you really can do that, right? Yule pants, running on pure hope and adrenaline at this point. For a second the fire dies down just enough to show exactly what they're up against. The system breaks the fight down for anyone keeping score. Phase 1, the surrounding monsters swarm the party first. Clear those and Phase 2 begins. Mariette herself finally steps into the fight. And when she comes out, there's nothing subtle about it. Getting from Phase 2 all the way to Phase 4 is what actually triggers her real, final attack pattern. Which means right now, she's still holding back. Until that final phase kicks in, she isn't even using her full power, and somehow, it's already this bad. Corin Locke's mind flashes back. He's seen this exact fight before, both in the game and in whatever counts as his last life. Lark, get out before Yule does, he tells her. You've only got 2 more casts of beginner magic left in you. Wait, you actually calculated that? Good work, comes the reply. Once Yule catches up with you, put as much distance between yourselves and this fight as you can. Got it, someone answers, and the team scatters into position across the battlefield. Up to now, whatever she's thrown at them has been big and numerous, but never truly overwhelming. This next one is the real thing. What follows is alchemy magic on a whole different level. She's coming, someone breathes, watching that red eye lock onto them. And then it's already too late to run. The blast rips through everything in its path. It just keeps expanding, swallowing the whole battlefield whole. Chunks of the arena itself come raining down through the smoke. Jaeger and Lark scramble for cover as the ground buckles around them. It's collapsing, someone screams, and honestly, that about covers it. Yule starts chanting something older than the fight itself, the earth that feeds the trees and the gods alike, the ashes that keep the whole world full. Ancient letters flare to life around her, one by one, syllables from a language older than the kingdom itself. Another rune ignites, and roots begin curling up out of the ground around her. Whatever she's calling, it's answering, light and fur bursting up out of the earth. Funny enough, even the one who carved this text in the first place admits it wasn't built for just anyone to use. It looks like rune script at a glance, but it's actually a far older system entirely. The forest itself answers the call in a burst of green light. This is a secret text you only earn by walking Yule's whole path, passed down through a 1,000-year bloodline of forest sages who have always loved their spirits a little too much. Jaeger and Lark can only stare, completely caught off guard by what's forming in front of them. The system tags it for them plainly: Wickerman Giant Willow Doll. 5 points of red light flicker to life across its wooden frame. It swings a massive limb, and the whole party braces beneath it. What even is that thing? Someone yells, watching their new ally take shape. Locke admits it's basically cheating for him to be helping her summon this at all. Desperate times, though. Jaeger, there's a living owl bear left over from that last fight, Locke calls out. Throw it straight at the Wickerman. Wait, there's really one still alive. Jaeger blurts, genuinely stunned. Locke wasn't kidding around. I set all of this up in advance. Locke grins, thumbs up, clearly amused nobody noticed while they were busy panicking. Hurry, throw it already, someone shouts as Jaeger hauls the beast up over his head. Oh okay, Jaeger grunts and sends the poor owl bear sailing straight into the Wickerman's grip. It slams down hard, right where it needs to. The Wickerman lets out a roar of its own as it soaks the offering right up. Jaeger just about jumps out of his skin at the power surging through it. It's a golem, plain and simple, built to keep moving until it completely burns itself out. Go, Wickerman, Yule commands, and it lurches into motion. It charges forward in a haze of green light. Every swing costs Yule something. You can hear it in the ragged breaths she's fighting to hold onto. It's too much for her at this rate. She won't be able to hold the connection even a full minute longer. Don't you dare stop, Yule, Locke warns her. If the link breaks now, they all go down with it. I know, she snaps back, refusing to let go. Deep in its chest, a yellow flame burns like the thing actually has a heartbeat. Mariette shrieks as lightning rips through the air toward it. The strike lands with brutal force. Corin, is this actually okay? Jaeger yells, watching their golem take the hit. Don't worry about it, Locke calls back, sounding a lot more confident than the situation probably warrants. A few holes punched through its body won't actually break it, he reasons. That's just not how this thing works. By all logic, in a fight between fire and ice, fire basically never loses. That's what he thought, anyway. Then a jagged red blade rips straight through it. The hit lands dead center, and it isn't pretty. It just turned off. Locke realizes, the color draining from his face. The Wickerman's fire, the one thing keeping it standing, is gone. The whole team gets thrown by the blast, scrambling just to stay upright. Every bit of common sense Locke's been leaning on is about to get thrown out entirely. This whole fight is flipping over and collapsing in real time. Turns out this is special level difficulty, no less. And there she is in full, Mariette Duneluf unleashed. The Wickerman's last branch snaps clean off. You'll get back, someone shouts as she starts to collapse. What? She gasps, caught off guard. Boo, but she starts to protest, and doesn't get the chance to finish it. You being here changes absolutely nothing, Mariette tells them, cold as ice. Go, got it, comes the shaky reply, as the team scrambles to fall back. She just burned through every wide-range attack she's got, and you know exactly what that means, right? Time to deal, Jaeger roars, throwing himself back into the fight. Korenlock launches himself in right behind, ignoring the panicked hey from somewhere nearby. The rest of the team can only watch, stunned he's actually doing this. Arg, wait for us, someone yells, sprinting to catch up before he gets himself killed. Mariette's claws come slashing in without warning. Korenlock keeps closing the distance anyway, spear in hand. The rest of them tear through the bloody battlefield right behind him. Someone takes a glancing hit, trying to keep the link alive. Steel and magic collide again in a blur. The strike drives straight into the crimson haze surrounding her. It detonates on impact, throwing red light across the whole scene. Damn it, Mariette mutters, clearly more annoyed than actually hurt. She's annoyingly sturdy, someone grumbles, right before Jaeger throws himself in swinging with a full-throated battle roar. Lark reaches out mid-cast, eyes wide, trying to give Jaeger every edge she's got left. Eat this, Jaeger bellows, winding up with everything he has. The punch connects in an explosion of force. That's Jaeger's signature move, Lark explains, cumulative destruction, and it just landed clean. Haha, I actually broke, Jaeger starts to brag, grinning through the blood. The second anyone compliments him, of course, that's exactly when Phase 3 activates. Something far worse is stirring behind Mariette's eyes. Idiot, stay on guard, Lark snaps as a massive shadow claw comes tearing through the air. Realm of Blood, the name alone tells you this fight just changed shape entirely. The whole battlefield warps under its pull. Reality itself seems to bend around them. A vortex of dark power swallows the space whole. And then, just like that, everything goes eerily still. Jaeger goes down hard, someone else crumpling right beside him. Korenlock drags himself upright, gripping his spear like it's the only thing keeping him standing. In this realm, he realizes once the blood orb shatters, something ugly triggers. It springs a trap, and right now that trap has all of them dead to rights. This is real pressure now. Mariette isn't just playing defense anymore. Something monstrous looms up behind him, and it isn't holding back. The orb tore straight through her own blood and mana to build this thing. I never imagined I'd end up the last one standing, Mariette murmurs, blood on her lips. Normally you'd need at least 3 people still standing to survive this far. Well, Korenlock says, walking forward alone, that part doesn't really matter. The chapter opens under a blood-red moon with a chilling thought drifting through someone's mind. If you're truly human, you can tell livestock apart from people, and you flinch at the sight of blood. Below a Gothic church at night, that same voice admits she's been watching helpless prey struggle not to die, and finding it almost soothing. A strange gust of air stirs the dark. Something is moving closer through the ruins. Twisted metal and broken stonework flicker past in the shadows, wreckage from whatever's approaching. A cold shiver crawls up her spine, and we finally see her. A pale girl with glowing red eyes, her throat burning like fire. Despite the burning in her throat, something else entirely is about to happen to her. In the dark, someone calls out a half-heard name, then a sharper hey, she's not alone. She freezes in horror at what she's about to do. Her fangs sink in without hesitation. She's bitten. Her canines pierce skin and vein like they always have, and her victim trembles beneath her. She can't even tell if the shaking is fear or a last desperate struggle, and worse, she realizes she doesn't care. It doesn't even occur to her to look away anymore. That's how far gone she is. The victim's pained moans sound almost beautiful to her now, like music, a sign of just how twisted her hunger has become. Warm blood floods her mouth, chasing away the cold that's settled into her skin. She pulls back, dazed and shaking, blood smeared across her, and the horror of what she's done is finally catching up. Her senses roar back to life, and she hears a name breathed out in pain, Isabelle. Isabelle, her heart slams in her chest as the name finally lands. The smell of blood that once thrilled her now turns her stomach, along with the strength she felt draining away with it. Only now does it hit her that wasn't livestock she just fed on, that was a person. She has just committed a crime, and she knows it. Under a pale full moon, the truth crashes down on her. She almost killed her own friend. She treated a person like prey, without even meaning to. Worse, it wasn't even a choice, it was pure instinct, and that terrifies her more than anything. Clutching her stomach, still starving despite everything, the girl staggers into the mist. and she runs, disappearing into the trees, unable to face what she's become. It takes someone finally coming to find her to change everything, and we cut straight to him. Back in the present, our protagonist Corinlock, spear in hand, crackling with power and ready for a fight. A monstrous scream rips through the air. A hulking red beast rises from the dark, all muscle, teeth, and rage. Corinlock squares up against it without flinching, spear ready. The beast snarls, bearing rows of jagged teeth. He plants his feet and levels his spear straight at the creature. Corinlock dodges its lunge and snaps, "You bastard dog." He unleashes a spear technique, 6 steps, 4th step, a clean, precise stab. "How dare you try to bite a human," he snarls, driving the attack home. He spins into another named strike, spin, returning heaven, slashing the beast wide open. The creature howls in pain from the blow. It roars again, thrashing in fury. Fire and light explode around it as the attack lands hard. Now there are 2 of the red beasts closing in on him. Corinlock braces himself, ready for the next wave. Both creatures leap at him at once. He answers with 6 steps, 5th step, his fist wrapped in blinding light. He spins through the air, kicking off one beast to strike the other. His spear finds its mark on the winged, dragon-like creature. He hurls it down with the move throw, Pagoda Tree Mountain. Gripping his spear, he taunts, "Was that it for the welcome drink?" "That was quite simple," he smirks, "compared to your scream." The beast growls low, claws raking the ground. Corinlock stands tall over it, cape torn, more shadowy creatures gathering behind him. He blinks, "It vanished." "No, it's just too fast to track." He realizes he genuinely can't follow its movement anymore, it's simply moving too fast. He smirks anyway and taunts it, "Should I teach you something, doggy? What you need to win," he says coolly, "isn't 100 moves. What actually matters," he adds, "is finding the weak point." He strikes as the beast lunges, spear meeting claw. The beast snarls something like a threat, but Corinlock just smiles. "There's no way that would work." "You've already shown me this before," he says, calling up a technique, Calamity Serpent Intent. A massive serpent of energy coils up around him, rising serpent skies. He rides the surge of power straight at the beast. Fangs of raw energy bear down on his target. He finishes it off with one last technique, Poisonous Dragon Exit. Lightning and raw energy crackle violently through the air. A blinding explosion of light swallows the battlefield. The attack tears through everything in its path. Blood and debris rain down through the night sky. Corinlock stands hunched and spent, cloak in tatters but still standing. His breathing ragged, he's clearly running on fumes. The battered sky slowly settles into an eerie quiet. The beast, badly weakened now, hovers over him as he coughs up blood. It growls weakly, barely able to keep fighting. He looks down at the trembling creature and asks, almost gently, "You'll protect your creator until the end, won't you?" "Yes," comes the answer. "Then what exactly," he presses, "is your creator's crime?" Red petals drift past as some kind of prompt flashes, "Save her." Corinlock stands amid the falling petals, weighing it. Asked who he wants to save, he deadpans, "Your mom." Then the real target appears, a girl consumed by monstrous power, eyes blazing red, lightning crackling around her. Her limbs twist unnaturally as the transformation takes hold. A voice explains, "The moment this final phase begins, Mariette Dunaliff." He instantly puts whoever she's fixated on into critical condition. Under a huge full moon, he stands completely alone against her. Which, the voice continues, is exactly why this fight is such a problem. The message is blunt, there is no way to clear this alone. Mariette lunges at him in her boss form, hair gone pale, fangs bared, dress in tatters. Normally, an entire party has to swarm in together just to pry her off whoever she's latched onto. He grits his teeth, running the math. Normally, saving her victim takes a full team effort. But right now, there's no one else here to help him. A boss warning flashes. Blood-sucking, Mariette's stamina and mana are recovering as she feeds. She sinks her teeth into him, latching on tight. He grits through it, but it's fine, he tells himself, fist clenched against the pain. He's got a skill for exactly this. Persistent warrior's regeneration, healing him as fast as she can drain him. As she feeds, his mind drifts back to something a kind kid once told everyone. He remembers a cheerful, blue-haired girl grinning at him. She'd shared potatoes with her tiny hands and told him, "Since I'm the adult here." A hand brushes through his hair as the memory fades. He holds Mariette close instead of pushing her away. "You'll choke," he warns her gently. He lets out a small, pained sound as she bites down harder. Tears mix with blood on her face as she keeps feeding. A grim aside surfaces. Another vampire, Sabansha Duke, killed his own servant the instant he first turned. It took a full month for Park Sihu to capture Mariette alive. Feeding her monster blood only made her thirst worse, like drinking seawater to survive. And yet, chained up the whole time, Mariette still refused to kill anyone. She endured her own hunger through sheer force of will. Corin Locke thinks bitterly that a backstory like hers shouldn't exist just to justify a final boss with only one bad ending. That's exactly why he's decided another ending has to exist. Mid-bite she chokes out my Junior. I'm sorry, she sobs, even as she keeps feeding. Tears stream down her face, she can't stop herself. He stays calm through it, his mind on the master who trained him in this world. He remembers her words, I'm an adult child. As long as I am, it's my duty to protect you. A lone figure with a spear stands silhouetted before a burning town, his master. The NPC he once looked down on ended up protecting him instead, calling him a child while she did it. Now it's Corin Locke carrying an unconscious Mariette in his own arms. As her successor now, he vows quietly, just watch Park Sihu. Might as well make it obvious I'm the adult here now, he thinks, the bite mark still fresh on his neck. I'm walking a different path than you did, he decides as the results screen confirms it. Mariette Dunilov cleared difficulty S. Nighttime at the academy, and somewhere inside this fortress someone's about to lose it over dinner. That looks delicious. Meet Mariette, blue hair and all, mourning the loss of potatoes like they took her firstborn. One bite in and she's in pure bliss. Potatoes really are the great equalizer. Corin Locke strolls up with a grin, dropping a cheery good morning like he didn't just walk into a prison cell. Mariette nearly chokes on the spot, sputtering out a very undignified Jew Jr. A robed visitor lingers at the threshold, unsure if she's even welcome to step inside. Someone worries about leaving Corin Locke alone in there, he just shrugs it off, he trusts her. He tells her to slow down before she chokes, then can't resist calling out whoever served steamed potatoes with no water. Mariette just glares at him in silence. He's not wrong, but he's really not helping. He's surprised her tastes haven't changed. She just grins, potatoes are basically perfect no matter what. She mutters that next time he should just cook them properly, and suddenly they're way too close, both blushing. He teases her right back and she yelps, completely flustered. Panicking, she shoves him away, insisting she smells fine right now, and it turns into a full-on tussle. He fires back that she wasn't exactly fresh when she bit his neck either, and she absolutely loses it. She grumbles that it's not like he smells bad either, which from her is basically a compliment. The mood shifts, Corin Locke brings up something heavier and Mariette's caught off guard. She admits that girl, H. Warren, terrified her. She really thought she might die and still couldn't bring herself to do what he did. Corin Locke recalls meeting H. Warren himself and stirring something in her he wasn't expecting. That encounter changed H. Warren's mind about joining the hunting ground practice where she happened to cross paths with Mariette, the Academy's first-rank mage. Flashback: to stand a chance against Mariette at all, H. Warren had to unleash her real power. Bad move, that provokes something else entirely. The vampire buried inside Mariette woke up. H. Warren, stunned, asks how he keeps getting back up, why he never just gives up. It was the same story with the spirit bodies before. Everyone used to mock him for it, laughing that he'd never pull it off. They said he'd never succeed, but in the end he did, and H. Warren can't help but admit it was pretty cool. Corin Locke just shrugs. What can he say? He's a sucker for happy endings. Mariette blinks, caught off guard by the sudden confession. He means the simple kind of story where the good guys get rewarded and the bad guys actually get what's coming to them. Mariette can't help but smile. Sure, it's a little cheesy and predictable, but it still gets her. Memory flashes further back. A starstruck underclassman once told Mariette flat out that she's a good person. Another classmate chimes in too, gushing that she's kind and pretty on top of it. Back in the present, Corin Locke grins. He just wants to hand out happy endings wherever he can. He hesitates for a second, working up to the point. Then he just says it straight out. He wants Mariette Dunilov specifically to be happy. Mariette, flustered beyond words, suddenly remembers she needs to wash up and all but kicks him out. He points out he literally just got there but takes the hint anyway, see you later. He heads off cheerfully, passing a cloaked academy staffer on his way out. Mariette watches him go, still a little dazed by what he just said. Quietly, she's grateful he came to comfort her, but the doubt doesn't fully go away. Alone again, she sinks back down against the bars. The question that's been eating at her finally surfaces: does she even have the right to be happy? Elsewhere, the decision comes down from above. After what happened, Mariette will be kept in isolation for now. Even H. Warren, the Academy's official demi-human representative, weighs in, guessing the isolation won't last much longer. Corinlock isn't about to just sit on that, he goes marching off to do something about it. He reasons most people won't even feel threatened once they know the full picture, then freezes when someone calls his name. He asks for just a moment of their time. And who should show up but the Academy chairman himself, Iryu Kasar. It's their first face-to-face meeting, and oddly, the chairman's the one asking how Corinlock is holding up. Corinlock waves it off, he's fine. What did the chairman want to talk about? The answer lands like a gut punch: it's about Mariette's punishment. Corinlock's stomach drops. Punishment. His mind races straight to the worst case. Is this happy ending about to fall apart before it even starts? The chairman says it's already been decided, but Corinlock cuts in fast, begging to be heard out as someone who actually fought her himself. He can't believe how fast this got decided without anyone actually asking what happened. He starts pleading her case, voice cracking with urgency. The chairman just laughs like this reaction is exactly what he expected. Corinlock freezes, thrown off. Then comes the twist: there's no punishment at all. Corinlock's jaw practically hits the floor. The chairman explains he never thought Mariette was dangerous to begin with. He just wanted to see how someone who'd actually fought her would react. Corinlock's desperate defense of her just confirmed everything he needed to know. The chairman promises her isolation will be wrapping up soon. He admits he's heard the rumor mill's version of events, but he wants the real details because honestly, this whole thing shook him. Corinlock agrees to walk him through it, carefully leaving out anything too dangerous to reveal. His whole point: Mariette was never the threat here, she's not some monster. He's not sure how much of it landed, but he made his position crystal clear, and the Academy agrees they'll need an official statement about the whole affair. Naturally, not everything can be made public. Now that he's heard the full story, the chairman's already turning it over in his head. The cloaked staffer nearby simply says she has a job to do. She bows to him with a quiet thanks, Corin, before heading off. Corinlock stammers, caught off guard. Turns out he's being thanked for helping prevent real disaster. Alone with his thoughts, Corinlock admits it. Iryu Kasar really is worthy of that chairman title. This is a man who's always owned his own weaknesses instead of hiding them, and who keeps piling more responsibility onto his own shoulders. A memory surfaces, a burning battlefield, and someone admitting to countless failures of his own. But Corinlock remembers telling him back then he was never one of those failures. It's a memory from his last life, and it's exactly why Corinlock trusts this man's good intentions now. Someone kneeling before him gets told gently to raise her head. It's simply his request, nothing more. Back in her cell, Mariette sits with her arms wrapped around herself, waiting it out. Memory rewinds further to the hand that once touched her back, so soft, so warm. Someone's voice kept telling her it's okay, and slowly her drifting mind found its way back to shore. Bit by bit, she clawed the monster out of herself and found her way back to being human again. All she could do afterward was sob out apology after apology. The guilt is written all over her face, raw and unfiltered. Apologies are all she has to give. She doesn't even feel she has the right to ask for forgiveness. All she wants to know is whether Isabelle is safe. She's always been someone who loves people more than most, which is exactly why the guilt cuts so deep. So when Madame Josephine's magic came to lock her away, she didn't fight it at all. She just let it happen. She sealed herself behind those iron bars, ready to disappear from everyone's lives. But by then she was completely worn out, body and spirit both. The world had already decided what she was: a beast, a monster, an enemy of humanity that could snap at any moment. But then came that one line from him again that he just wanted her, Mariette Dunelove, to be happy. One sentence and every worry she'd been carrying just melted away. Of everything anyone had ever told her, his words felt the most honest because she still remembered him throwing himself between her and the monster she'd become, just to protect her. That single reckless burning moment stuck with her. His devotion to her, plain and sincere, was something she'd never be able to forget. Wrapped in her blanket, all she can manage is a soft, teary junior. Words spreading through campus about the top student in second-year magic, and yeah, everyone means the potato senior. A full week has gone by since the incident that started it all. There was some noise from a few jerks who didn't want Mariette staying at the school at all. But since H. Warren, the demi-human rep, was already attending class without incident, that argument fizzled out fast. Still, is Mariette really still locked away? Is she actually dangerous? Corin Locke overhears it and can't hide his frustration, still isolated after a whole week. Officially, yes, but there's clearly more going on behind the scenes. And then finally, word comes down. Mariette Dunelove's isolation is over. Footsteps head straight toward her. A familiar underclassman comes bursting in, gushing that she heard Mariette became special and offering congrats before anyone can even explain what that means. Mariette's first thought isn't about herself, it's about Isabelle, while a few smug jerks snicker nearby. Isabelle's nowhere to be found, and that alone is enough to make Mariette hesitate to leave her cell at all. She's convinced herself Isabelle must be terrified of her now, must hate her even. In her head she reasons that if the roles were reversed, she wouldn't want to be friends with someone who'd bitten a chunk out of her either. She doesn't want to be a burden to anyone, least of all Isabelle, so maybe. Her resolve starts to harden into something darker. A blood bag sits nearby, an ugly reminder of exactly what she is now. She decides she just needs to disappear from the academy altogether. Right then, a knock at the door interrupts her spiral. Who on earth would be visiting at a time like this? The door opens, and whoever's there stops everyone cold. It's Isabelle in tears, immediately asking if Mariette's okay, how she's feeling, like nothing else matters. Mariette can barely get her name out. Mariette panics, asking why she'd even come. Isabelle fires right back, hurt, why wouldn't she? The two of them stumble over each other's words, both terrified they've somehow gotten this wrong. Mariette finally blurts out the real question, aren't you scared of me? Isabelle just stares at her, completely blindsided by the question. She admits she actually saw everything, right up until she passed out, including the look on Mariette's face right after she bit her. And that look told her everything she needed to know, so no matter what happens, she just wants Mariette to still think of her as a friend. Got it, Mariette can barely choke out her name in response. She throws her arms around Isabelle, thanking her over and over. She really thought Isabelle would hate her. Isabelle laughs it off. She'd actually felt fine for a while, the hospital just wouldn't clear her to leave until now. And honestly, if a certain junior hadn't secretly smuggled her out early, she'd still be stuck in that hospital bed. Mariette spins around looking for him. There was definitely a tall junior right behind her a second ago. But he's already slipped away, quietly proud of the trust he's placed in a girl like Mariette Dunelove. He walks off certain of one thing, she was never going to be broken by something like this. Her friends call out her name and it hits her all over again. He came through for her one more time. She just keeps repeating the word under her breath, lost for anything else to say. Corin escapes her, quiet and full of everything she can't quite put into words. And that's how this part of the story wraps up. A happy ending for everyone involved, one that never happened in the game and never happened in his last life either. Sure, plenty went sideways along the way and none of it followed the original plan. But honestly, he likes it even more this way. Standing alone in the town square, he reminds himself, even without some chosen player running the show, this world keeps turning on its own. And sometimes, straying from the plan is exactly how you find the better ending. This one small act helped confirm something bigger, the beginning of an entirely new world. Corin's daily grind is brutal and boring: class, lunch, class, training, dinner, more training. But he's not doing this for fun, he needs to get stronger, plain and simple. So he's out here drilling with a blade at dawn, pushing even faster than before because the scenario with that girl is coming up fast. One clean release of aura and his blade rings out like thunder, the kind of power that used to take a full lifetime to reach. And somewhere nearby, someone's watching that display with her jaw on the floor. That's his roommate, a blue-haired vampire who's clearly his biggest fan. That's amazing, Corin. She's just as delighted to see him back to his normal self, like nothing ever happened. To celebrate, she's laid out a full spread. She didn't prepare much, she says, gesturing at what looks like an entire bakery. Sandwiches, noodles, pancakes, bread rolls, this girl does not do things halfway. Corin, still bandaged from training, digs in gratefully. She's mid-sentence, yup, eat you, when something on him catches her eye and stops her cold. Then, out of nowhere, she offers something extra. It's okay, she says, if he drinks it sometimes. He blinks. Drinks what exactly? My blood, she says matter-of-factly. And immediately regrets saying it out loud, fangs bared in pure panic. She tries to explain herself. There's a difference in freshness, in taste, and his blood was especially yummy. Oops. She insists this makes her sound so weird. Corin, ever helpful, compares it to organic produce versus the pesticide-sprayed stuff. Exactly, she says, like frozen meat versus fresh cut. So does that mean he's stuck eating frozen for the rest of his life? She tells him it's fine if he drinks from her instead every once in a while, since she heals right back up anyway. He does a double take, her blood right now if he wants it. And she immediately backpedals, mortified at her own offer. Because she regenerates anyway, she explains, so if he ever gets sick of the blood packs he knows where to find her. Or does he want some right now? He shuts that down fast, politely. He's not about to make a habit of being a bother. Flustered, she changes the subject and shoves a small red vial into his hands instead. He knocks it back without a second thought. She's mortified watching him chug it right in front of her. Turns out it's a second-rank life elixir made with a very special ingredient. The system doesn't hide what that ingredient did. His aura rank just jumped a full stage, his max aura's up by 510 points just got distributed. She just wants to know one thing, was it yummy? The power surges through him in a wave of fire and light. It didn't taste good, he admits, but he is, without question, stronger than he ever was in his last life. Out loud, though, he just grins and says it was great. With this kind of boost in his back pocket, he figures he's finally ready to start the scenario with that girl. Elsewhere on the academy grounds, a very different story is about to catch up with him. Her life has changed a lot since then. After running into a 5th-rank knight during hunting ground practice and feeling a wall she couldn't explain, she realized she needed to actually put in the work for once. Of course, old habits die hard. She's still giggling to herself over her latest treat. So much honey bomb candy. Because the truth is, Alicia Arden used to be fundamentally lazy and totally unbothered about swordsmanship. Give her a dress shop though and suddenly she's all in. I want to wear them all, genius-level talent, failing grade attitude. Here, she doesn't have to swing a sword 10,000 times a day, get grilled on her basic form, or duel her sweaty, brutal training siblings. Above all, no sister waiting to one-up her here, just happiness. Then a shadow falls over her, and a voice asks if she's enjoying herself. It's Sir Corin, and he's noticed she hasn't shown up to the training room lately. She stammers something about assignments and missions. He just says HM tilde, not buying it for a second. She remembers exactly how this all started. Him, grinning, pointing at himself and asking if she wants to join his party for easy money. Back then she was baffled, now she's just annoyed he keeps tracking her down. At some point, without her noticing, Corin became someone Alicia found genuinely hard to approach. Standing in front of him always makes her feel like her lazy, coast-on-talent habit is written all over her face. The truth is out. He's a genius swordsman who earned a 2nd-rank Knight Guardian certificate at a young age, and she's the granddaughter of a legendary blade master. Two prodigies staring straight through each other's excuses. All she can think is that his methods are just too hard, because all he ever talks about is the basics. Present day, he's offering her a real job. 2 parties, 2 gold coins, 2nd-rank difficulty. 2 gold coins? Her brain immediately starts doing the math on how much candy and how many outfits that buys. So wanna go? Yes, obviously yes. They'll leave mid-next week, get her gear ready. Yes, Corin. He mentions one more thing, a quick 20 silver mission today. Might as well do that one together too. 20 silver coins, she's in dollar signs practically in her eyes. In his head, Corin's already smirking. This'll be more than enough to set his real scenario in motion. For a moment, his focus goes somewhere else entirely. He's not totally sure, but based on his predictions, it's happening today. Her actual job today is simple: walk a set route through the city, check for problems. The monsters that wander this close to town rarely rank above 4th or 5th. Every so often something mid-level shows up. Though the odds of that happening today are basically nothing. Right on cue, a voice calls in that the other team has wrapped up their side. Alicia, in full night uniform, tells her squad to grab the claws and hides to sell later. Then she's airborne, blade already through the monster before it even registers the threat. Not much to it, honestly, but it pays well, and Alicia likes that this gig never asks too much of her. Above all, her squad won't stop gushing. 10 monsters dropped instantly. They're floored. She waves it off like it's nothing. An owl bear is nothing much, as expected of the Arden swordsmanship bloodline, they say. Cut back to a colder memory, her family muttering that her sister already reached the supreme stage at this age. Finally, they say, an heir worth the name. Lunia Arden, this generation's greatest genius, and compared to her, the second daughter, is just an illegitimate child with a lowly bloodline to begin with. Alicia claps her hands over her ears, but the words land anyway. Her family looks down on her, sure, but she doesn't actually think she's that bad, not anymore. Back in the present, she's already cleared the owl bear before anyone else even reacts. Wow, that's amazing. Patrol's basically a party at this point. Nice, patrol's over, should wrap up easy, safe, and happy today, as long as nothing changes. And of course, something changes. A green flare rips through the night sky, a signal from the other patrol. They found a nest of monsters, at least second rank. Someone squints and admits they can't even see where it landed. So much for clocking out on time. But when a signal like that goes up, everyone has a duty to join the raid. One Knight grumbles about failing to leave work on time again, but reassures the group they've got the granddaughter of the sword genius with them. The crowd actually cheers when Corin shows up to help. The guy's reputation clearly precedes him. He just smirks, called it. The nest turns out to be centered on something nastier than expected. A werewolf. Even poisoned, the thing keeps coming. Still, between the two of them, the pack goes down easily enough this time. However, something else is growling in the dark, and it is not a werewolf. Alicia barely has time to react before it's already on top of her. A Dullahan out here. The headless knight rises out of the shadows in a wash of ghostly green flame. This is not a 4th-rank problem anymore. The system confirms it. Dullahan, a 1st-rank monster, way above what tonight's patrol was supposed to handle. Damn it, why is a Dullahan even here? Alicia grits her teeth and squares up anyway. She's not finished yet, but she's got to try something. Steel meets steel in a blinding flash. She swings everything she's got into a single crossing slash. The blade catches the light mid-arc, pure focus on her face. Territory cut, one of her real techniques, not just a party trick. For a second, it actually looks like it's working. The impact detonates in a wash of white and green. But the Dullahan just shakes it off, its mouth stretching into something between a roar and a grin. From the sidelines, someone can't help but heckle, what's with that flexibility? He's basically a mollusk. Small comfort as Alicia keeps pressing the attack, teeth gritted. This thing is fast and it's clearly fought before, definitely a 1st-rank monster and then some. If it's going to be like this, damn it, Corin, a little help would be great right about now. But pride, the kind that keeps a warrior standing no matter what, was never really Alicia's strong suit. Sir Corin's busy with a different monster entirely. Someone shouts and Alicia just about screams. Why is he never around when she actually needs him? Then the Dullahan closes the distance, and there's no more time to complain. She grits her teeth and braces for impact. It connects, she goes down hard, shards scattering around her. The Dullahan's skullface looms in, closing in for the finish. Its claw comes down toward her, and for a second it looks like this is really it. Then out of nowhere, a blade catches the claw dead in its tracks. Dazed, Alicia starts to thank her rescuer. And stops cold. She knows that sword. You're still as weak, says a voice she hasn't heard in a long time. And lazy and cocky as ever, the eldest daughter of the Arden family, the one everyone expects to inherit it all. The greatest swordsman of their generation, carrying the sword genius's legacy whether Alicia likes it or not. Lunia Ardent. She strides forward, blade still drawn, not even out of breath. See sister, Alicia can barely get the word out. We open on Lunia Arden, the Arden's eldest daughter, the one they call the greatest swordsman of her generation. She's out here in the dark, sword drawn, moving like she's got somewhere violent to be. Alicia spots her and about chokes on her own spit. Sister, what is she doing all the way out here? Alicia's whole face goes red with panic. Big sis was not supposed to show up mid-mission. Lunia doesn't do hugs, she does interrogations. First question, why didn't Alicia fall back the second she spotted a Dullahan? Second question, why didn't anyone scout the enemy properly first? And above all, she snaps, why'd you idiots even draw your sword? Lunia's glare could cut steel. This is a full big sister dressing down and everyone's about to get some. Your actions, your responsibility, she says flatly. A few sorries don't undo soldiers getting hurt because someone got sloppy. She reminds them that swagger without backup nearly got the whole squad killed. Nearby, someone else checks in with a quieter "Are you okay?" In the dark woods, a chained, hooded figure sits captured some monster the squad dragged in. Thanks, ma'am, someone mutters sheepishly. Lunia's attention swings to Alicia next, and Alicia visibly flinches, bracing for whatever's about to land on her shoulders. Ardent swordsmen carry themselves with confidence, Lunia reminds her, sword in hand like she's the walking definition of the rule. Yes, ma'am, Alicia squeaks, snapping to attention so fast you'd think she got struck by lightning. Then Lunia turns that icy stare on Corin. And you, she says, he grips his blade a little tighter. Corin braces himself, half expecting a slash to the neck. Did I get caught for something, he wonders. Lunia just studies him in silence for a long, uncomfortable beat. Corin stands there gripping his spear, saying nothing, waiting to see which way this is going to go. An old man, leaning heavy on his staff, wheezes out an introduction. Corin Loch, disciple of the 8 hanging spears and Alicia's friend. Nice to meet you, the old man says with a strange little smile. Friend, huh, he repeats like he doesn't quite buy it. Corin's eyes narrow. Yeah, he says, I know exactly where this question is headed. But he's not about to show off his real spearmanship, not to a stranger. There are only 2 people alive who fight like this. The old man's mind flashes to a vision of that exact technique used by someone else entirely. Other than me, he mutters. The second name flashes through his memory in a burst of glowing purple, Park Sihu. There are only those 2 who know this style, he says again, dead serious. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine, Lunia cuts in, as another knight jogs up to report every monster in the area's been cleared. Pavilion Master. Enter the 5 swords, Lunia's crack squad of named blades, High-Speed Jenny, Wave Sword Lena, Dual Sword Siren, Steadfast May and Phantom Sword Milia. Should we chase down the monsters that fled, one of them asks. Every single one out there is ranked as high as Alicia or higher. No need to chase them, Lunia says, let's just head back. Not exactly a woman who chases lost causes. The squad falls in behind her without a word of complaint. Understood, Pavilion Master, someone answers. Then Lunia adds, almost offhand, you too, Alicia Arden. Alicia nearly jumps out of her boots at being singled out. Pardon, someone else blurts, clearly not expecting that either. See, the so-called sword faction is basically a bunch of gangster-adjacent swordsmanship crews, the kind that rally behind a leader until they start calling themselves a sect. When the current family head started pushing formal martial arts schools, the Ardens became the swordsmanship family. The whole continent name drops. Welcome to Merkaba Arden Studio, and someone's already barking the first order, fire. Yes, Pavilion Master, comes the sharp reply from an instructor kneeling with a cup outstretched. That old command and discipline energy, borderline gangster if we're honest, still runs through the place, courtesy of the studio's instructors. A whole line of students kneels in formation, dead silent, waiting on the next order. That legacy still remains today, exactly as intense as it sounds. A young Alicia, bandaged and bowing low, introduces herself. disciple of the main family, second-rank swordsman, Alicia Arden. Greet the first pavilion master, someone instructs and the whole room bows in unison. Off to the side, one shaken disciple mutters, just what is going on here, even if she is the main family's star pupil. Cut to an older Alicia getting absolutely roasted. This is absurd, snaps a pipe-smoking elder, and what is this cafe helper? Mission, she demands, the one where you wear a uniform and hand out flyers on the street while a whole room of disciples watches Alicia squirm. Was it a friend of yours? Someone asks quietly. No, Alicia stammers, I just thought. The uniform was pretty, she finally admits. It was so pretty, okay. Not exactly the tactical reasoning anyone was hoping for. Dead silence, someone's eyes just say it all. You are so pathetic, Alicia Arden, the elder says flatly. Taking a long drag like this is the most disappointing thing she's heard all week. To think you'd burn the guardian certificate the main family granted you as a favor on something like this, she scolds and Alicia looks like she wants the floor to swallow her. Are you trying to drag the Arden name through the mud, the elder presses? Aren't all these missions the ones where you only ever fight low-ranking monsters, she finishes while a pack of smug young trainees pile on, needling Alicia for playing it safe. Somewhere else entirely, Alicia, a voice whispers in the dark, don't forget, it hisses. A white-haired figure with eyes burning ice blue looms over her in what can only be a nightmare. You cannot escape, the voice warns, before everything's swallowed by darkness. Your essence, it says, and Alicia crumples, hair spilling over her face, clearly shaken by whatever this vision means. She snaps back to herself, silent, kneeling on the floor trying to shake off whatever that was. Somewhere far off, a lone cart rattles down a dark, snowy road, footsteps crunching through the night. Back with the 5 swords, the gossip train is rolling. The little lady, I mean the junior sister, looked healthy, one of them says, might have even put on some weight. Lunia, arms crossed, isn't really listening to that part. Anyway, she cuts in, that boy, nobody around here knew him. By boy you mean that Corin kid, someone clarifies as Corin himself trains hard in the background, none the wiser he's being discussed. Lunia, watching from the tree line, can't believe what she's seeing. No way, she thinks. Is the Academy's rank test really this unreliable? Pardon, someone nearby asks, catching her muttering to herself. Corin's eyes never once left Alicia, start to finish, and the monsters he's tearing through barely register 20% of his attention. This isn't textbook practice, Lunia realizes. That kind of precision only comes from real obsession forged in actual life-or-death combat. And that spear technique, she thinks, studying him closer. It looks simple on the surface, but someone who's mastered the Arden style can tell exactly where a technique like that actually leads. She watches his silhouette move through the fight, weapon in hand, every motion deliberate. It was a short encounter, she admits to herself, but she walked away genuinely impressed by that friend of Alicia's, if he stuck around her little sister. I do have that request from the Academy, she thinks, maybe I could use it. New scene, new mood. A figure slips off alone into the dark woods, leaving something behind. Every time Mariette, nicknamed Potato Senior around the house, comes to visit, she shows up loaded with homemade food. This is a potato pie, she explains. I stuffed it with minced mutton and baked the whole thing. Eat it whenever you're hungry. Corin's vampire companion eyes it suspiciously. Senior, is this actually mutton? You caught on, huh? Mariette grins. Fresh meat, delivered today. Professor Josephine let me help with the butchering, so I've been practicing. Corin nearly loses it. Damn it, he groans, while she's stuck living the sad vampire life eating frozen meat like some kind of tragedy. This is so good, the companion gushes, genuinely touched. How is it? Is it actually tasty? Mariette asks eagerly. Do you like braised oxtail? Mariette asks next, practically vibrating with excitement, giving 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. Wait, huh? Corin blinks, caught off guard. I do like it, he admits, a lot actually. I'll bring braised oxtail next time then, Mariette promises before quickly clearing her throat. Anyway, moving on. The companion is still blushing hard, clutching Corin's hand. You've got such big hands, she gushes, all rough and scarred from actual effort. So cool, so mature. Hoo-ha, Corin freezes mid-handhold, clearly not expecting the compliment tour. Mariette, someone calls out, spotting her from across the room. Isabelle, the companion yelps, jumping back guiltily. Hi, did you eat yet? She blurts, trying way too hard to sound casual. You two just now? Isabelle starts, eyebrow raised. No, I didn't do anything, the companion practically screams in denial. Bye Corin, see you later, the pair call out as they head off, leaving Corin scratching his head. Kids these days, he mutters, I don't really get it. Ugh, he sighs, thinking back on his old life. He never once managed to date anyone in 3 straight years, all because a certain park guy kept getting in the way. Honestly, he figures he had a couple of situationships at best, and it's all that park jerk's fault none of them went anywhere. Anyway, he wonders, staring at the leftover pie, when am I ever going to finish all this? Sometimes Yule swings by with rare mushrooms straight from the forest, joining Corin for some quiet study time at the table. Afterward, it's off to the library for lessons on the Ogham alphabet. Drin comes looking for him a lot too, though Corin figures it's less friendship and more that he's just a genuinely useful teammate. Whenever there's a rough, well-paying job on the board, Drin drags him along to the party, monsters included. And then there's the rest of his study crew, currently mid-chaos as one guy gets absolutely throttled mid-conversation. What's wrong? Someone demands, scowling like she's ready to fight the whole room. Damn it, is there a monster? One of them panics. Food, comes the flat, deadly serious answer from the nun in the group. Promise, she says simply, striking an oddly formal pose about the whole thing. Oh, it was just H. Warren, someone sighs in relief. Yeah, I guess she's kind of a monster in her own way, another mutters. Anyway, a food promise, someone says. I'll buy everyone a meal later, comes the cheerful offer. I can't hang out with you guys today, Corin tells his friends, already jogging off before they can argue. Oh okay, one of them stammers, suddenly remembering he never finished his assignment either. Guess that settles that. He heads toward a little fish shop tucked into the street. You kind of remind me of a cat, he tells H. Warren, so I figured I'd bring you here. Do you like fish? She takes that as permission to eat one whole raw. Are you insane? He sputters. Is your throat made of the same stubborn stuff as your personality? Hold on, she protests, that's disrespectful to the food. You just have to chew and swallow, she explains, dead serious. Heh, you won't be saying that in a second, Corin grins, plating something up properly. Look, doesn't it look way more appetizing now? Don't just inhale it either, he tells her, holding up a bowl of rice. Actually look at it, take in the smell, appreciate it first. That, he declares, is what respect for food actually looks like. H. Warren just stares, quietly, unmistakably flustered. Eat slowly, he adds gently, while somewhere in the back of his mind he's already thinking about business, the weapon order's almost done. It's a little early, he notes, but round 2 is about to kick off. The Academy's towers rise against a clear blue sky, business as usual on the surface. And here comes the intro to part 2 of the semester. Midterms, one classmate is already screaming bloody murder. I didn't study a single thing. Midterms, just the word alone is enough to end careers. You should have scolded me harder, the same guy wails, collapsing dramatically at his desk while a friend just stares. You really should have listened to me the first time, someone sighs. Corin, did you actually study? Nah, he shrugs, didn't feel the need. Corin flashes an unsettling, way too confident grin. Ugh, so what exactly are you planning to do? Someone asks warily. It's not my first rodeo with this exam, one classmate declares dramatically. Just watch, I'm taking rank number 1 this time. The exam hall fills up fast. Beginning the exam, an instructor announces, please flip your papers over now. Okay then, Corin says, way too cheerful for someone about to bomb this thing, shall we begin? He settles in at his desk, paper in hand, looking almost relaxed about the whole disaster ahead of him. The first question alone reads like it's written in another language, some nightmare physics equation nobody asked for. Someone gasps, staring at their own paper in horror. I am so screwed, they think, what does any of this even mean? Yaon, is the exam over yet? Jaeger asks, stretching. Called it, someone sighs, of course you'd be like this. What about you, Corin? Knights, Corin murmurs to himself. Honestly, you just gotta know how to spell their name and you're basically golden. I did manage a question or two I actually remembered before I dozed off, he admits to himself afterward. I completely forgot, he realizes. I never once studied like this in my past life. I spent all my time drilling combat, never bothered learning the actual knowledge of this world. Whatever, it's fine. A written test, seriously, he grumbles, gripping the paper like it personally wronged him. There's still time to redeem myself, he decides, determination flooding back in. The festival conference hall roars with students. Year ones show some strength, someone shouts while another grumbles about blowing a whole month's allowance already. Here's the real highlight of midterms, one of the easier events in the game version, the faculty exam as knights file into the arena. It's a golden shot at clawing back the marks everyone tanked on the written test. These midterm matches are run by actual knight faculty professors, plus outside instructors brought in special for the occasion. 15 students per team have to face them and show what they've got, graded live by the watching professors. Since Korin's only a 5th rank knight on paper, he figures his assigned instructor won't be anything too scary. Heck, no idea who I'm even facing, Korin says, but sorry in advance, I'm winning this no matter who it is. I need to make up for that written exam. His classmates freeze behind him. Wait, hold on. Why is that person here? Jaeger blurts, stunned. What is with everyone's reaction right now? Who exactly is the instructor? Korin steps forward into the arena, spear in hand, calm as ever. Have you been keeping well? He asks. A familiar figure turns to face him, hair whipping in the wind, unmistakably intense. We meet again, she says. It's Lunia Arden, standing there in full combat gear, sword at her hip, looking every bit like the instructor nobody wants to draw. Korin Lach, she says, and just his name alone lands like a verdict. Fuck, Korin mutters, all the color draining from his face as he realizes exactly why she's here. Why are you here? He finally manages to blurt out. We open on the first-year group a practical exam, and the arena is packed to the rafters. The special guests today aren't just spectators, they're elite fighters invited in to test the students personally. And these elites belong to the legendary swordsmanship family Arden. Say hello to the 5 swords of the First Sword Pavilion. 5 of them descend the grand staircase like they own the place, decked out in black and radiating main character energy. They're not exactly worried, just students, they scoff, though one of them does mutter a warning about some sword control sorcerer who's supposedly dangerous. Someone screams the charge, and the whole arena erupts into chaos. Korin Lach throws himself into the fray. His read on the odds, all 5 guests are second-rank fighters, but so is he and so is Alicia, not as hopeless a matchup as it looks. One of the Arden elites, pale-haired and sharp-eyed, catches sight of the counterattack and goes stiff with surprise. The 5 swords answer with the Arden-style sword formation, a technique built for exactly this, crushing a crowd. It escalates fast into the 5 swords combo technique, all 5 of them cutting loose at once in a wall of orange light. The blast tears through the students' ranks, bodies go flying and screams fill the air. Smoke and debris blind half the group, they can't even see who's hitting them anymore. What the hell was that? Someone yells, as more students get swept off their feet. But someone in the crowd is watching closely and thinking it through. Their odds weren't great to begin with, and when you're outnumbered like this, you take out their vision first. These 5 don't just have rank, they've got real experience behind every move. Through the chaos, one fighter channels a burst of blue-white energy into their blade, refusing to just stand there and take it. Enter Milia, the one they call the Phantom Sword, twisting through the air in a blur of black and red. It catches one of the Arden elites completely off guard. Blades cross in midair as the fight turns into an all-out scramble. Somebody gets kicked clean off their feet. Are they ambushing us? One of the guests barks, suddenly a lot less smug. Drodrin, a girl, shrieks as a masked attacker bears down through the smoke. Stay focused, don't get distracted, someone snaps, and that's your cue to meet Jenny, the high-speed sword. One of the young swordswomen locks blades with an opponent. I'm your opponent, young lady, comes the reply, cool as ever. Are you marking me? She snaps back, while off to the side the guests tally up the odds, about 15 students against them. But 6 of us is more than enough, one of them shoots back, supremely confident. Your posture's too unstable, young lady, sneers one of the Arden elites, closing in for the kill. He presses the attack hard, sword flashing toward her. The crowd of onlooking students can only watch and wince. As expected of the five swords, someone breathes an elite of House Arden through and through. It's chaos out there, so quick someone yells, for God's sake do something. One of the Arden swordswomen watches the carnage with cool satisfaction. Look, she says, they're all dropping like flies. Except those two, she adds, and the tone shifts. Someone just cried out in real pain. Because what looked like a wipeout turns out to be the exact opposite. Go on, fire spirit sword, heavy iron sword, someone commands, and Drin's raw experience is standing toe to toe with the five swords. Drin's blade lights up with purple energy. This one's about to be over, and not in the Arden elite's favor. Meanwhile, Alicia is having a very different kind of fight. You need more practice, young lady, her opponent needles her mid-clash. The strike lands hard, knocking her back. You're claiming to be the Sword Emperor's heir with only this much skill, he sneers. At this rate, you shouldn't even bother graduating. Steel meets steel again, faces inches apart, neither one backing down. You'd be better off dropping out and getting proper training at home, he adds, twisting the knife. I won't, Alicia screams back, and something in her snaps loose, raw power erupting around her. Let that happen, she vows, and throws herself back into the fight. You've got to stay focused till the end, you know, her opponent warns, unbothered. And here's the twist nobody in the crowd knows. Originally, in the story this world was supposed to follow, Lunia Arden was meant to be the one standing in this exact fight. Not anymore. Right now, though, Alicia still isn't seeing the full picture of what she's up against. HM, you still have a long way to go, her opponent mutters, watching her scramble. Elsewhere, a very different question is spreading through the crowd. How come she is the examiner for Group B? A tall woman with long black hair strides toward one of the Group B students, utterly unbothered. Let's get started, shall we, she says, and the student across from her, sword crackling with dark energy, doesn't hesitate. The clash is instant and violent. Think of it as an experience, she tells him coolly, in a great special rank war. Special? What? He stammers, already regretting every choice that led him here. That's right, this is a special rank war. The stories about this woman sound like something out of a nightmare, a one-woman army, a walking catastrophe. The kind of monster that could stare down dozens of guardians and not blink. Nobody would bet on beating her, and it's not close. She's the sort of threat most guardians go their whole lives without ever crossing paths with. The kind of legend that would sound like a tall tale coming from anyone else. But when it's her telling it, suddenly it checks out completely. Because Lunia Arden is someone who can go blow for blow with monsters like that. And she proves it instantly, cutting loose on her overwhelmed student. The strike lands like Judgment Day. A monster among monsters, that's the only way to describe her. The shockwave alone flattens everything nearby, and the screaming starts. Save me, one poor blonde kid wails, sent tumbling through the air. Nearby, a calmer classmate just watches the wreckage unfold. Whoa, look at all that chaos, she says, weirdly chill about it. That almost killed me, Meathead gasps, catching his breath next to Corinlock. Is the examiner even allowed to go this hard on students? I bet she's holding back, Meathead insists, flexing through the pain. If she meant it, we'd be done in 10 seconds flat. By the way, what's that thing you're carrying? Someone asks Ferret Girl. Oh, this is Lark, she says, holding up a small furry creature. Figured he'd die if I left him lying there, so I brought him along. I think he's already dead, someone mutters, deadpan. Corin, don't you dare pass out on me, she adds, you're way too heavy for me to carry. Another scream cuts through the dust as the examiner keeps working through the class. None of you are worth my real guidance, she says flatly, not even winded. Come out, you and I are the only ones left, she calls out, straight at Corinlock. The rest of the class lies scattered, completely spent. Corinlock just goes quiet. Can I surrender, he asks, hands already halfway up. If you want the lowest score on record, sure, she says, but we both know you won't take that deal. Because you wouldn't want to waste a rare shot, she continues, closing the distance. At actually fighting someone on her level. You could spot her as Lunia Arden from a mile away. Corinlock thinks to himself, there's simply no mistaking that presence. He's faced her before in another life more times than he can count and lost every single time. It's a memory that still stings, watching himself get outclassed again and again. She was a wall he had to break through eventually, one way or another. If Master taught him the spear, it's not an exaggeration to say she's the one who taught him what real combat actually looks like. If he's really going to step into a player's shoes, he thinks, gripping his weapon tighter. He has to be the one to surpass her on his own strength. Great, he grins and lunges. Their weapons meet in a shower of sparks. Neither one gives an inch. The exchange keeps escalating, blow after blow. Swords cross again, faster this time. Lunia's expression sharpens, she's not holding back anymore either. The fight spirals into a blur of motion. Steel rings out as they trade a rapid volley of strikes. Korenlock spins through her guard, refusing to slow down. She answers instantly, driving him back. He grits out a battle cry and pushes forward anyway. Her blade flashes red-hot across the gap between them. It connects and he grunts in pain. He's sent skidding backward and the crowd finally loses it. "Who on earth is that guy?" someone shouts. "Wait, didn't we hear he's just a 5th-rank knight?" someone else asks, stunned. A first-year 5th-rank knight, actually holding his own against Lunia Arden? That shouldn't even be possible. "How is this even happening?" someone else whispers. Even Korenlock can't quite believe it himself. Both of them finally pull back, gasping for breath. "You're all completely drained. How sad," Lunia says, sheathing her sword. The blade clicks home. Wait, she's sheathing it? Korenlock wonders if that means she's satisfied. No, not a chance, he corrects himself immediately. "Let's see you counter this," Lunia says, and suddenly she looks a whole lot more dangerous. "Show me something worthy of your spearmanship," she demands, launching straight at him. This is lethal intent, and she is not joking around. She closes the distance in an instant. Korenlock braces himself, hair whipping in the wind of the strike. The crowd freezes mid-gasp. "What the hell was that?" someone screams. "Isn't that way too dangerous?" Wait, is she actually trying to kill him? A proctor starts pointing frantically. "That's a student down there." "Stop right," the proctor tries to shout, but a beam of light cuts him off completely. It's the Arden style, one slice, a technique built to end fights instantly. Also known as the fake territory cut light, collapsing down to a single blinding line. The beam keeps tearing through the darkness. But then, the whole world seems to grind to a halt. Lunia's blade is somehow still moving through a frozen world, like an afterimage nothing else can touch. Her sword crawls forward in agonizing slow motion, at least from where Korenlock is standing. He shoves everything he has into his spear, pushing it forward at full speed. Straight toward her blade, the only thing in this frozen world he can actually still see clearly. Damn it, he curses, the spear won't move. He's stuck, frozen, just like everything else in this dead-still world. He can only sense the stillness around him, not break free of it, not yet. A memory flashes past. Was it really just luck back then? Back when he fought Mariette? Am I still not able to, he thinks, gritting through it, control the territory myself? No, it doesn't have to be perfect, just one step is enough. His blade edges forward, millimeter by millimeter. The strike finally connects. A shockwave rips outward from the impact. His eyes go wide, he actually did it. The clash keeps ringing out. A blinding explosion swallows them both. Debris scatters everywhere. The proctors nearby just stand there, awestruck. That's what real omnipotence feels like standing at the center of the world itself. Korenlock's silhouette stands in the settling dust, eyes still glowing faintly. In the end, Lunia says quietly, "You reacted." Korenlock's spear finally drops, and he sags with exhaustion. "Let's call it here," Lunia says, sheathing her blade for real this time. More importantly, she adds, walking off, "You need a better spear. Your gear's way below your actual skill level." He just stands there in stunned silence as someone approaches. It's Alicia, closing the distance, watching him carefully. "Alicia," he says, caught off guard. "The test was never really the point," she tells him, studying his face. "You didn't dodge that fight because you had to, did you?" she presses. "You wanted to show her your territory, so you already knew about my talent too, huh?" "Correct answer," he grins. "I lost the fight, but I got exactly what I came for." "Don't get cocky and think about interfering," Lunia warns, as if reading his mind. "No matter how hard you push, nothing's going to change." "Watch me," he answers silently, standing firm amid the wreckage. She just glances back at him, unreadable, and walks away without another word. In his head, though, the real plan is already forming: crush Alicia's limits with his own two hands. Now that Lunia's actually seen his territory, the pieces are finally in motion. Dust and rubble settle as Corin Loch plants his weapon in the ground and says just 3 words, because I will. Enter Lunia Arden, jacket torn open from the fight, eyes blazing with fury she's barely holding back. In her head, Lunia is already plotting revenge, crush Alicia with her own hands now that she's shown her a taste of her territory power. Corin isn't having it, he looks her dead in the eye. I doubt it will go as planned, Lunia Arden. The crowd loses it as the verdict comes down, Corin Loch by unanimous vote of the instructors. The arena floor lies in ruins below, still smoking from the one-sided beatdown. Full marks against Lunia Arden, and he did it completely alone. The whole stands are buzzing with the same question, just who is this guy? Behind closed doors, a knight official settles into his chair, clearly not thrilled about what he just watched. An older instructor rubs his chin, unconvinced. Is he really a 5th-rank knight? Someone else pipes up. This is definitely the same student who tried to capture those spirit bodies before. Another official pulls off his glasses, muttering that none of this adds up for a kid named Corin Loch. Even Parksy, who can't hide his shock at the news, jaw-dropping mid-thought. Someone grips their sunglasses tighter, wondering out loud if Corin is somehow using Sihu's own techniques. A few days pass. Corin admits even before his sister's advice, he'd already decided he needed a serious weapon upgrade. The blacksmith looks him up and down, just who are you? The smith just waves it off, don't worry about it. Corin thinks to himself that he did plenty in his last life, and honestly it's exhausting explaining any of it now. Gear like this normally runs hundreds of gold in rare materials, the kind only quests and scenarios ever drop. Lucky for him, Corin's got the goods, special soul dust, a 2nd-rank runestone, a 1st-rank silver stone. And on top of all that, the chairman's full backing. The smith's eyes light up like he just won the lottery. The result, a legendary weapon, one of the very few in existence built to handle his territory power. Blue light crackles down the blade as the spear takes shape right there in the forge. They'll call it the silver spear. Somewhere else entirely, a grim thought surfaces. The smell of human blood is different from anything else. The blood won't stop, someone cries out, panic setting in. It was supposed to be non-lethal, so how is this happening? It's Alicia, remembering the very first time she went into real battle. The memory is soaked in red, bodies scattered across the field. She stands there, spear in hand, staring at the carnage she helped cause. She remembers cutting down a 5th-rank monster without flinching at the blood and guts. Shadowy shapes litter the ground around her. But human blood, she realizes, smells completely different. That intense, unmistakable scent hits her mid-swing. Steel meets flesh in the dark, just out of frame. It was, she realizes, the death throes of a fading life. A life she just ended. The blade drips and so does her composure. Snap back to the present, Alicia riding the tram to another shift, sighing about working again today. The job board's got a capturing werewolf gig for 70 silver. Not glamorous, but hey, beats the alternative. That alternative being an urgent posting to hunt down Fog City's murderous vampire. Hard pass. Alicia throws her hands up. I don't like dangerous things. She fusses with her uniform, psyching herself up before heading out the door. Her mind drifts to a familiar silhouette. Where is her savior right now, she wonders. Right this very moment, wherever he is. Meanwhile, someone brushes off Corin's rank entirely, 5th-rank knight. Just do a good job as the porter. A weary senior guardian grumbles about babysitting these brats at her age. Corin spots a familiar face and waves. Hey Alicia, what a coincidence. Startled by his sudden drop-in, Alicia manages a shy Corin, hello. The other guardians aren't thrilled, muttering about this upstart 5th rank getting special treatment despite the quota system. Still, Corin's relieved to have Alicia along. Nobody dares badmouth him in front of the Sword Emperor's own granddaughter. On the ride out, Corin gets serious. Anyway, Alicia, how are your eyes? She deflects instantly. My eyes are fine. He clearly isn't buying it. You heard it from my sister, didn't you? He presses. Somehow, she admits, though she privately notes Lunia never said a word to her directly. You need to hurry, she warns him. Your sister is dead serious. She's really going to destroy you so you won't be able to wield a sword again, Alicia says, voice tight. Corin just shrugs it off. I can just stop wielding a sword when that happens. Alicia goes quiet. Who knows, she mutters, clearly not convinced. I don't think you'll be able to, she says, eyes welling up. She knows exactly what that sword means to him. Out in the field, steel rings through the trees as the real mission gets underway. They've reached the werewolf nest. 2 werewolves and roughly 20 smaller hounds, and the capturing party handles the little ones just fine. One werewolf gets dragged out of its makeshift crate while the team looks on. It's supposed to be a straightforward werewolf job, then things start getting weird. Why are there so many? Someone shouts as the numbers spiral out of control. Now the hunters are getting hunted. Where's all this fog coming from, and where's that 5th-rank kid? Someone yells, looking for Corin. No idea, now's not the time to worry about that, comes the reply, relief nowhere in sight. Alicia flips through the air, gold and steel flashing as she lands a strike. Where are all these coming from? Monsters and ghosts mixed together. Ghostly blue shapes swarm through the trees, wolves and spirits tangled together. Forget the monsters, this place shouldn't have this many evil spirits, Alicia shouts. Places this empty of people don't usually draw spirits like this. Somehow, this whole thing feels man-made. A hulking black shadow with glowing red eyes looms up behind her. Ahu, Alicia barely gets the words out. Save me, she screams as the thing bears down on her. One strike in and it's clear, this weight isn't a ghost's, this is a knight. Steel clashes with the red-eyed knight in a blur of motion. It shrieks an ugly inhuman sound. Alicia flinches, eyes wide, huh. The knight gets thrown back hard. A spear punches straight through it. Overhead, red eyes flare as the real fight kicks into gear. Alicia's breath catches. She stares shaken, unable to look away. Something in her expression shifts as an old memory starts creeping back in. Back in that old memory, Alicia swings midair, blood already spraying. Huh, she stammers, staring at what she's just done. Just what? Alicia can't finish the thought. What? The memory trails off unfinished. That same intense scent again, the death throes of a fading life. Alicia's voice shakes. Killed, the word barely makes it out. A scream rips through the memory as past and present start to blur together. Back in the present, a corpse soldier's skull bursts apart under a clean strike. Why are you just sitting there? Corin's voice cuts through Alicia's spiral. These aren't people, he tells her flatly, already moving on to the next target. Corin, relief floods her voice, then confusion. What do you mean they're not people? He's already airborne, spear in hand, cutting through the fog-shrouded corpses. Yeah, corpses raised with black magic, he explains. In his head, this is the opening act's main event. He recalls the mission's real name from his last life, Fog City's murderous vampire subjugation. Normally, a lunatic serial killer that Mariette failed to catch would start hunting the player's party instead. But picking the werewolf mission instead means meeting that same killer, John Doe, here and now, and this time Corin can actually fight him off. Over there, someone spots movement in the fog. A hooded figure steps into view, glowing an unmistakable sickly red. What is that? Someone chokes out. Alicia freezes up. Corin grabs her, it's fine, just get ready to run. She's too stunned to process it. He unleashes a named technique, 6 steps, 5th step. The strike lands in a blinding flash. Somewhere marked Pagoda Tree Mountain, the fight rages on. Another slash rips clean through the haze. As expected, Corin, you're incredible. Alicia cheers as the enemy drops. Then the doubt creeps in, wait, it died in one hit, that's weak. Corin already knows better. There's no way something this flimsy is the real boss of this arc. Given what he knows about John Doe, there's no way he could have caught the guy alone anyway. Sure enough, a taunting message drips through, destroy my doll, will you? I'll end things here today, looking forward to next time. It was never about strength, Corin realizes. John Doe's whole specialty is stealth. A wall of red mist erupts around them. Well, what's that? What kind of fog is this? Corin names it in his head, crimson haze. The thing behind all this is an undead wearing a dead mage's corpse, and it's nearly impossible to pin down thanks to decoy dolls like the one they just killed. The wand crackles, fog thickening around them. He's fully merged with the fog, there's no way to track him now, everybody run. That fog obviously looks dangerous, someone yells, sprinting alongside Corin. Run, comes the very convincing reply. Corin, are you seriously not grabbing your spear? Isn't that thing expensive? It's fine, he says, completely unbothered. Turns out the spear's got its own rune of return built right in. It comes soaring back through the air all on its own. Someone leaps to snag it out of the sky. I can just call it back like this, Corin says, plucking it out of the air. Whoa, wow, you actually made something incredible, a teammate marvels. Someone else nearly chokes in surprise. The group tenses right back up. Ugh, of all things, I trip on a root, Charlie groans, catching herself mid-stumble. Charlie, someone shouts, lunging to grab her before she falls. She tumbles anyway, spear fast, straight toward the danger. Grab my hand, comes the shout, followed instantly by thanks, aw dodge. Charlie shrieks as red tendrils yank her clean into the fog. Corin grits his teeth, damn it, this is getting annoying. Charlie, get up and run, forget everything else, just get out of this forest. Then oddly, and give me your robe, she's too confused to argue. Corin dives straight into the fog after her, coat whipping in the wind. Hey, someone shouts, stunned he'd actually do that. Teeth clenched, Corin steels himself, I'd do this twice if I had to. Last life, this exact fog trapped him after one bad trip, and he was in critical condition inside a minute. This time he's got regeneration on his side, which buys him a lot more time to work with. He hacks at the grip holding Charlie. Let go, I said, let go. It's drawing blood straight out of her body, she won't last long like this. Charlie screams as the fog tightens its hold. All I have to do is cut, Corin swings, golden light trailing his blade. These things off, he growls, striking again. Why won't they cut, Charlie cries, still trapped. She grits through the pain as the tendrils hold firm. Corin's frustration boils over, am I not strong enough, or is my form just off? No, something clicks, or... The moment hangs unfinished as Corin turns. A broken blade lies useless in the red haze. Is it? Someone murmurs through the blood on their face. Because I'm weak, Alicia wonders quietly to herself. I'm sorry, she whispers, reaching out through the pain. She just wanted to be the cool one for once, to save somebody herself, to be someone worth respecting in his eyes. Her mind drifts to another night entirely, Corin tending a campfire after he'd once pulled her back from the edge of death. Alicia, Corin's shout snaps through the haze, urgent and afraid. Something shifts in the red mist as the fight barrels toward its climax. Blood traces a line down Alicia's cheek, her eyes glassy. Corin's silhouette goes rigid, bracing for whatever comes next. He doesn't look away, fixed entirely on saving her. His grip tightens on the spear, ready to close the distance. Alicia, he yells again, closer now, desperation clear in his voice. She cries out, blood-streaked, reaching toward him with everything she's got left. Look at her face, one eye wide with terror, a thin line of blood tracing down her cheek. Whatever's coming, she's already been through hell. Corin comes tearing through the wreckage, screaming her name at the top of his lungs, Alicia. He's cut up and bloodied himself, but that doesn't stop him for a second. My savior, she whispers, barely able to believe he actually came for her. Corin doesn't waste a second checking if she's okay. He plants himself between her and whatever's clawing out of that red haze, ready to take the hit himself. Is that really you, Corin, she asks, barely holding it together while he tells her to stay calm. Please save me, she begs through the tears, genuinely convinced this is how it ends for her. Corin grabs her hand and tells her flat out to calm down. Panicking is not going to get either of them out of this alive. He's not just comforting her, he's coaching her. Swinging blind isn't going to cut it here, he tells her. Focus, cut with intent, and stay calm, he says, like it's that simple. She's not so sure. Meanwhile, a whole squad of undead knights is marching straight at them, eyes glowing red under cracked skull helmets. You know what you have to do, right? He presses her. There's no more time to hesitate. I can't, she stammers, still dizzy and wrecked from whatever that cursed fog did to her. He doesn't let her off the hook. You can do it, he says, and he actually means it. Out of every swordsman he's ever met, he tells her, she's got the most raw talent he's ever seen. All she has to do is decide to, and it's hers. It's just one step, Alicia Arden, he tells her. One step is all that's standing between her and whatever's inside her. One step is enough, she repeats back like she's finally starting to believe it. Her eyes are still wet, but there's something new flickering behind them now. Thanks in advance, she yells at the horde barreling toward them, which is a bold thing to say before you've actually won. Corin throws himself at the monsters to buy her every second he can. Corin, she cries out, watching him take the brunt of it for her. I can't hold out much longer either, he admits through gritted teeth, blood soaking through his shirt. Some cocky voice taunts him about his lower aura rank, and Corin's had just about enough of hearing that. Alicia's whole expression hardens, something in her just clicked. Guess I've got no choice then, she growls, and you can feel the shift coming. The world around her seems to dissolve into red mist as something ancient stirs awake. This is her grandfather's secret technique, we're told, a blade said to be able to cut through absolutely anything. To actually wield it, she has to awaken first. They call it the eyes of the boundary. And just like that, she's somewhere else entirely, floating through what looks like her own personal galaxy. This power forces her to see territories no ordinary fighter could ever glimpse. Every tear she's cried, every drop of blood she's spilled, every overwhelming emotion she's swallowed down, it's all fuel now. This is a cursed ability, plain and simple. All of it becomes the fuel for one single step into a frozen, unknowable world. One step is all it takes, and Alicia Arden is finally taking it. A streak of light rips across the void as her power finally catches. This is the Arden style, passed down through generations of swordsmen for exactly a moment like this. Blue flame wraps around her whole body like it's answering a call only she can hear. First sword style, let's see what that actually looks like. One of those undead knights barely has time to register what's about to hit it. The whole squad charges in, completely unaware they've already lost. A single strike splits the air before anyone can even blink. The light from that slash alone is enough to make you flinch. Domain Severance, the technique only the Sword Emperor himself was ever supposed to use. The undead don't even get the chance to scream before they are cut clean apart. How one of them manages to gasp right before it stops mattering. Its whole body starts cracking apart like glass. One by one, the monsters just shatter into drifting blue light. Did you see that? Someone gasps from somewhere in the chaos, and honestly, fair question. The whole scene blurs, like even the story can't quite keep up with what just happened. And just like that, the nightmare starts fading into something a lot brighter. Daylight trees, somehow they made it. The dust is still settling, but that fog nightmare looks like it's finally over. One last echo of that slash rips across the sky before everything goes quiet. The red haze that swallowed the whole area finally starts to clear. The fog vanished, someone shouts, and after everything, that's about the best news anyone could ask for. One last creature makes a break for it, and it doesn't get far. A villager rushes over to check on the survivors as the dust clears. What just happened? They're all asking each other, still trying to process it. Someone spots the body and can barely get the words out. That's John Doe, they realize, the murderous vampire terrorizing Fog City, just lying there defeated. My goodness, someone mutters, staring at a forest sliced clean in half. How does a human even do that? Somewhere off to the side, a seasoned swordsman watches in disbelief, muttering about techniques she shouldn't even touch yet. Corin, I did it, I actually did it. Alicia's practically glowing with pride. Somebody in the crowd is having a full meltdown, insisting she shouldn't be able to do that yet. The rumor mill fires up instantly. Does this mean she's the next head of the Arden family? Nobody but the Sword Emperor himself has ever pulled off Domain Severance except her, apparently. The crowd is already chanting her name. Corin gets swept up in the celebration while somewhere in his head, all his careful plans quietly go up in flames. Why does it always end up twisted like this? He groans, the universal cry of every low-key protagonist ever. By morning, it's already front-page news. John Doe defeated, the headline screams. More headlines pile up fast, the Sword Emperor himself gone silent, and everyone asking if the Arden succession is about to flip upside down. One insider even goes on record. Alicia Arden is the true genius of the family, I can finally say that. Not everybody's thrilled about that headline, judging by the look on this one's face. How cocky, someone mutters, clearly not a fan of the family's new golden girl. The Arden family's inner circle gathers, and the tension in that room is thick enough to cut. Somewhere in that circle, a hand tightens around a sword hilt. One of the family's power players just sips her tea like none of this rattles her in the slightest. The Ardens are sword royalty, and in that house only one law actually matters: raw power. And at the top of that house stands the Sword Emperor himself, Garand Arden. Domain Severance lives on a plane of swordsmanship most martial artists never even know exists. For years, Garand has been waiting for someone who could actually carry that legacy forward. Someone worthy of the title, someone who could go all the way. One candidate trained until her palms were nothing but calluses, blood and sweat soaked into every session. That's Lunia, the so-called genius of her generation. Even she could never quite satisfy the old man. But then, we flash back to one of her sparring matches, blades already crossed. The clash rings out hard enough to rattle the whole hall. Facing her down is her little sister, sword shaking in hands that have barely ever held one. Young Alicia, the illegitimate daughter the family had brought in from outside, squares off in a friendly duel against her big sister. Lunia had never, in her whole life, expected what happens next. Steel meets steel in a blur too fast to track. Lunia's eyes go wide behind the crossed blades. For one frozen second, neither of them moves. Then the blood starts spraying and it doesn't look like it's going to stop. The hit lands clean before anyone can even process it happened. The blood won't stop, someone shouts in a full panic. It was supposed to be a non-lethal hit, so how is this happening? Lunia breathes, dazed. She genuinely never saw the strike coming. She flat out could not see it, not even a flicker. By the time she got her bearings back, she was already bleeding. This wasn't just about speed. Whatever that was, it was something else entirely. Lunia stares off into nothing, replaying it over and over in her head. Little Alicia crashes back down, completely unaware of what she just pulled off. Just how, Lunia keeps asking herself, was that even possible? The answer has a name: Domain. That impossibly deep path of swordsmanship, and somehow, as a literal child, Alicia had already taken a step inside it. There's no hiding it, Lunia is completely shaken. That such a young kid, and a lazy one at that by her own family's reckoning, could pull this off. Lunia can't even find the words. But wait, someone else in the room stammers, clearly not ready for what comes next. Now I understand the title grandfather always talked about, the narration murmurs. There's a look on that bloodied little face that shouldn't belong on a child. They call it the sword demon, a talent that isn't supposed to be human. A twisted gift that ordinary people were never meant to understand. Garand doesn't hesitate. I'm naming Alicia as a head candidate too, he declares. And just like that, over every single objection, Alicia Arden becomes an official contender for the family throne. Sister, this is the first time I've ever even held a sword. Little Alicia beams, completely oblivious to what she's about to become. A quiet flashback moment, sword resting at her side. It's a memory Lunia keeps coming back to, ruffling the hair of the half-sister who grew up neglected by their father's family. The memory just sits there, heavy and unresolved. That version of things, Lunia figures, probably only exists in memory now. She sits with that thought a while longer, unreadable as ever. Somewhere that same sword is still waiting. The past keeps fading in and out like it can't decide whether to let go. Whatever she's deciding right now, it's clearly not nothing. Back in the present, the family regroups. Are you okay? Someone finally asks Lunia. Are they actually worried about me? She wonders, like the idea barely computes. One of the family elders just watches from her chair, giving nothing away. The room stays tense and quiet. If I could just see that blade one more time, Lunia thinks, maybe I too. Garand moves through the hall, wrapped in that same blue aura Alicia's now channeling. Maybe she could reach that same place too, she thinks. Everyone is about to find out exactly how far Lunia is willing to go to get there. Back at the academy, life goes on. The academy grounds sit peaceful under a clear sky, like none of that chaos ever happened. Corin wants some honey bomb candy, Alicia asks, visiting him while he recovers in the infirmary. Candy, he can't help but laugh. She's remarkably chill for someone who just awakened a legendary technique. Anyway, he asks seriously, Domain Severance, how did you actually pull that off? Even with the eyes of the boundary letting you see domains, he points out, that's not supposed to mean you can just use one on command. You believed I could do it, she says softly, and honestly that seems to be most of the answer. Turns out, she grins, if I actually try, I can do just about anything. You really are a genius who somehow defies effort itself, Corin groans, only half joking. I'm here to visit. A familiar voice announces itself before anyone's even seen who it is. Junior, are you okay? Mariette comes crashing through the door in full dramatic fashion. Oh, Senior Mariette, Corin says, already bracing for whatever chaos she's about to bring. I'm second-year magic faculty, Mariette Dunaliff. Hello, I'm first-year night faculty, Alicia Arden. They trade polite introductions, both sizing each other up. Did you come to visit her too? Corin asks, suddenly very interested in the answer. Yeah, I was worried, Alicia admits, going red in the face. About you specifically, she clarifies, in case that wasn't already painfully obvious. Pardon, why? Mariette's whole face suddenly goes murderous and it is deeply funny. Are you too close by any chance? Someone else pipes up and yeah, this room's getting crowded fast. Oh my god, someone shrieks, spotting something hanging ominously outside the window. Corin about jumps out of his skin at the sight of it. Oh, does pretty boy Corin make Mariette uncomfortable? Someone teases, clearly enjoying this way too much. Have you had a meal with pretty boy over there too? Mariette interrogates Alicia like it's a courtroom. Pardon, is that what's actually bothering you here? Alicia asks, thoroughly confused. With you two apparently, Corin adds with an incredibly awkward laugh. A wonderful meal gets echoed back with way too much emphasis. Don't worry, I'll cook up a wonderful meal for this whole crew, Corin offers, sweating through his smile. Wait, someone realizes this is a genuinely stacked lineup sitting in one room. And with the rumors flying, Leonia's probably about to show up with a sword challenge of her own real soon. That night Corin walks alone deep in his own head. I, Corin Lach. Through however long or short this stretch of hardship turns out to be. Carrying every hard truth life's beaten into him so far. Just keeps walking, sword in hand, footsteps echoing down the empty street. Out of nowhere, a blade comes flying at him and someone nearby yelps in shock. What the? Corin barely gets the block up in time. Who are you? He demands, already back on guard. A challenger, comes the reply, cryptic as ever. Whoever it is, they're not here to talk. The mystery attacker steps into the light, decked out in chains and glowing red eyes for maximum drama. I am, she announces grandly, the Alicia Studio Knife Style Master. Knife Style, Corin repeats, already regretting asking. Why are you even doing this right now? He demands mid-clash. Someone offered me sushi if I caught you, she admits without a shred of shame. Sushi, that's genuinely all it took. And the fight just keeps going, sushi bribe and all. What is even happening right now? Yet another combatant jumps into the fray. Just what exactly are you doing? Someone shouts and Corin, fully committed to the bit now, introduces himself right back as the Alicia Studio Guandao Style Master. I humbly request training from the esteemed Master Wave Sword Lena, someone else declares, completely straight-faced. The blades just keep flying, this whole thing spiraling further into chaos by the second. And that apparently is just the truth of life around here now. First up, the Guandao Master, grinning like he already knows he's about to lose big time. And leading the charge himself, Corin Lach, the so-called knife-style master of this brand new dojo. Then there's H. Warren, the flying sword master, all black robes, red eyes and nails sharp enough to double as weapons. And Drin master of a blade that crackles with raw lightning. Even Mariette's here, lounging on a literal pile of gold, looking way too pleased with herself. One title still up for grabs though, headmaster of the whole new dojo, and someone's about to earn it the hard way. Rewind a bit, this is how it all started, the new dojo taking on the Arden family's legendary 5 swords, one by one. Another one down, defeated. A beaten fighter can only ask the man walking away one thing. Just why are you doing this? They scream after him. Corin just grins, eyes glowing red, and answers like it's obvious. To grow a new dojo like theirs. We need to raise our fame, don't you think? He says, cool as anything. Translation, he's expanding aggressively and the papers are already catching on. Merkaba Times runs the headline, the brand new Arden-style dojo just wiped the floor with the 5 swords. Even the reporters are asking if the actual Arden family is going to be okay with this. Turns out this whole challenge format exists for one reason, to pick who runs the family's real business. But even I know it's really just a way to crush the competition, someone admits. Which is exactly why Corin, smiling that unsettling smile, decided to play the game his own way. He said he'd tear the whole old structure down and turn it into a straight-up dojo challenge. One by one the 5 swords fall to it, defeating the 5 swords one by one through a brand new martial arts challenge format that was the plan all along. 2 sisters walk the halls together, and everyone can feel the tension. Because the final match, the one that actually decides everything, is a straight one-on-one battle against her own sister. Behind the scenes, Korin admits the whole reason he could pull this off is that, on paper, none of it traces back to him. Registration fees, hiring a mercenary swordsman, buying up an abandoned fighting hall, somebody had to foot that bill. And that somebody was Mariette, every coin of it. Meanwhile, one very broke dojo member sits on a pile of borrowed gold, praying her next quest reward covers the debt. Elsewhere, Lunia isn't buying any of it. How interesting, she says, in a voice that means someone's in trouble. She's cornered Alicia and she isn't in a forgiving mood. "See, sister," Alicia stammers. "Foolish thing, if you wanted to run, you should have done it the second you saw me," Lunia warns. She's already read the whole plan off Alicia's face. "It's clear the dojo challenge wasn't even your idea," she says. Alicia panics, she's so sharp, so scary, and Lunia finishes the thought, "This has Korin Law written all over it." Cut to Alicia walking straight up to the reigning first sword pavilion master herself, her big sister, Lunia Arden. Lunia can't hide her shock. "Sister." She composes herself fast, though this is still the woman who doesn't lose. Alicia lays it out plain. As the new dojo's master, she wants a friendly duel. Lunia just stares her down, silent for a beat too long. Then the warning comes, "I don't use practice swords, no non-lethal weapons either." "Okay, a friendly duel," Alicia agrees anyway. "But be warned," Lunia adds, and Alicia's eyes betray just how nervous she really is. "I am prepared," Alicia manages. The Arden First Sword Style's great disciple is officially on the clock. It's time to settle this fight between sisters once and for all. Off to the side, Korin's blue-haired companion isn't feeling great about the odds. "Even if I went full power as a vampire," she admits, "Lunia's still someone I couldn't guarantee beating." Korin's worried too. "Alicia, is she really ready for this?" he asks. "I believe in her," she answers. "Alicia can handle herself." "Yup," she adds with a grin, trying to shake off her own nerves. "If you say so, then I trust you," Korin says, and somewhere, a system pings that his credibility with Mariette's bank hasn't budged an inch. Then Lunia holds something out. "Take this," she says. "First order of business, apparently. Who's paying for the repairs?" "No," someone flatly answers. A blade comes down hard enough to make the point for her. "It's a reconstruction fee," she clarifies, like that settles it. Out on the floor, Alicia's already moving, sword blazing blue, with Korin and his companion watching from the sidelines. The clash sends shockwaves through the whole courtyard, even the spectators flinch. Steel meets steel again and again. Korin and his companion can only stare, stunned, as the fight rages on. The memories start bleeding in mid-fight. A younger Lunia, teeth gritted, gripping a practice sword like her life depends on it. Something in that memory still stings. "I admired Lunia," the memory admits. "Back when my passion for the sword was still burning, she was my idol. The whole academy talked about her. She'd taken down a first-rank Minotaur monster at just 15. Even the family's strongest swordsman was keeping an eye on her. Crowds actually cheered for her like she'd walked straight out of a fairy tale. A hero just like their legendary grandfather, Garand Arden. And by comparison, just the daughter of a concubine, a mother who died giving birth to her, and a father who only ever saw her as a mistake. Because to him, the only thing that ever mattered was the bloodline of the great sword emperor Garand Arden himself. "Lunia," the memory calls out. Further back, still someone greeting a much younger Alicia with real warmth. "You came. Congratulations." Young Alicia, eyes brimming, barely holding it together. "You've gotten quite tall," the voice says gently. She doesn't have words for it yet. But then the memory turns dark. "The day I first cut a human, bodies scattered where they fell. A fallen fighter lies in a pool of red, her sword just out of reach. And standing over it all, a woman with a blade still in hand. Ragged breathing, sweat, the kind of moment that doesn't leave you." Everything went awry, the memory admits. Back in the present, Alicia's blade is still glowing, still moving. Lunia's already reading her. "For the first attack, take one step back." Her eyes go wide, something's off. And deflect it to the side, she finishes, right on cue. Their blades collide hard. An irregular guard, Lunia thinks, caught off balance for once. She's sticking to textbook form, Lunia realizes. Which means she's skilled, sure, but she never trained for someone throwing out tricky, unofficial guards. Alicia presses the advantage. She's already closing the distance again. Your footwork's as sloppy as ever, scaredy cat, Lunia taunts. A ghostly vision flickers in Dranwarski, coaching her from memory. Use your speed, strike from as close as you can get. Alicia surges forward. Dust and debris kick up with every step. Blades crack against each other, sparks flying. Neither one is backing down. Lunia spins through the air, sword arcing. Advance forward, third form, lightning, she calls out her technique. Upward slice, Lunia announces, calm as ever. The blow lands hard, sending Alicia reeling. It's a proper Makiwaza strike, textbook kendo, twisted up to catch her off guard. Alicia grits her teeth through it. Hey ye, she shouts, throwing herself right back in. Even Korin looks startled, watching from the sidelines. She barrels in low and fast. Lunia realizes too late she's not attacking with her sword anymore. She's attacking with her whole body. The impact sends them both spinning. Lunia scrambles back, caught off guard. Alicia, she mutters, shaken. Their blades lock again, blue energy crackling between them. You idiot, Lunia snaps as the clash rattles her. Arg, Alicia cries out, taking the hit. You think tricks like that beat me, Lunia growls, unimpressed. Alicia doesn't answer, she just resets her stance. Did you really think you could beat me with those? Lunia starts, the blades meet again before she can finish. Sparks fly as the clash lands. Another Makiwaza strike, precise and brutal. Everything's exactly like Korin said it would be, Alicia realizes mid-swing. She chains it straight into a combo strike. If that's true, then she thinks, pressing forward. You're countering well, even against a hit that should have dropped you to your knees, Lunia admits. Guess it can't be too easy, she adds, almost smiling. But you're still inexperienced, Lunia snaps back, landing a brutal counter. Alicia's sent tumbling. She hits the ground hard, gasping. Lunia's not done, she's powering up for more. Lightning gathers around Alicia too, crackling to life. Her hair whips with the sudden surge of energy. She launches herself forward at full speed. The ground cracks under the force of the exchange. She leaps straight into another clash. Blue and pink light collide as the blades meet. She screams through the effort. Even Lunia has to admit it, she's catching up to me. Lightning crackles across Lunia's eyes as sweat runs down her face. Seeing the domain right now, she thinks, calculating fast. Yes, of course, she decides, hair whipping in the wind. This is the you I wanted, Lunia shouts, throwing everything into the next strike. Alicia braces, sword raised high. I wanted to see your true self, the one you kept denying despite all your talent, Lunia yells. Alicia's breathing ragged, barely standing. Her grip tightens on the hilt anyway. Lunia scoffs, watching her get back up. Lunia realizes something's shifted. Victory isn't 10 steps away from Alicia anymore. It's just one. Sweat beads on her face as the realization sinks in. A tense, held breath passes between them. All right then, I'll respond, Lunia says. Blue flame licks up around her as she steps forward. Alicia, she calls out, throwing herself into the final exchange. Alicia braces low, her own aura flaring blue around her. Every step forward crackles with power. They both close the distance at once. What you were chasing was me, Lunia realizes. A memory flashes young Alicia, beaming, sister, I'm learning swordsmanship for the first time today. Back in the present, Lunia's whole body blazes with power. Energy shatters around her like glass. Young Alicia's smile, wide and unguarded, flashes through her mind again. I want to become a cool swordsman just like you, the memory says. You know, one day, Lunia thinks, voice trailing. But now, the thought turns heavy. Even Korin, watching from the sidelines, looks caught in the moment. The final clash builds. Lightning flashes across her eyes one more time. Blades cross in the air. Everything erupts into pure blinding light. The clash rockets skyward. A single silhouette cuts through the glow. A hand grips the hilt tight as the light swallows everything. Someone's falling through the light. The beam cuts straight through the dark. The shockwave rips through the courtyard. The explosion of light nearly knocks the spectators off their feet. Even Korin's companion can't hold back a shocked gasp. The two of them brace together, watching, hardly daring to breathe. Is it over, she finally asks. The dust starts to settle around a single pair of feet. And just like that, the winner. Smoke and dust settle across the arena floor. The duel is finally over. Something drifts down through the haze as the crowd holds its breath for the verdict. The shock of that final clash still rattles through the plaza. Lunia crumples to the stones, completely spent, while Alicia stands over her, blade still raised. The winner has been decided, and somewhere in the crowd someone cries out Alicia's name in pure disbelief. Nearby, Mariette can't help herself and blurts out the good news straight to Corinlock. Alicia won. Back in the present, Corinlock smirks to himself, replaying exactly how it all went down. Using memories from a life he'd already lived, Corinlock had coached Alicia on Lunia's exact habits and patterns. It gave them the one real opening they'd ever get in a domain battle, and Lunia walked right into it. Inside the clash of domains, the fight turns fast and Lunia's composure starts to crack. She braces, sensing too late that the fight has already slipped out of her hands. One clean strike, and Lunia's sword is cut clean through. Alicia stands there gasping for breath, barely able to believe she actually pulled it off. Defeat, the word finally lands for Lunia. She lets out a long, bitter sigh, gathering herself back up. Then, surprisingly graceful in defeat, Lunia asks if her performance wasn't good enough, and vows neither she nor her people will interfere with Alicia's work again. Wait, Lunia calls out, stumbling over the word. Alicia reaches after her, worried she's about to be shut out for good. Lunia pauses mid-step. Wait, she says again, quieter this time. Alicia fumbles, unsure what to even say. She must be terrified right now, Alicia figures. After all, the supposedly weaker fighter just publicly humbled the famous pavilion master herself. Of course people are going to stare. And there's the question of how Lunia will act the moment she turns her back on all this. But the thought hangs there unfinished. Then Lunia grabs her, sudden and nothing like the cold dismissal Alicia braced for. The moment just hangs there, raw and unexpected. That's a pointless worry, Lunia tells her plainly. Lunia Arden, a name that means a lot more than just rival once you actually get to know her. Corinlock's mind drifts further back to the first time he met her in his last life, before Mariette's whole ordeal even started. He remembers being caught off guard. They'd crossed paths far sooner than the story ever said they would. In that other life, Park Sihu, eyes blazing, blade glowing, corners a terrified Alicia. Lunia spent that whole timeline hunting her sister's killer and never found him. The real culprit was Park Sihu all along. Even 3 years to the day after Alicia's death, Lunia was still searching. Rain falls over a quiet graveyard where Corinlock and Lunia stand before a single cross. Neither says much at first, just the rain and the weight of the headstone in front of them. I do, Corinlock finally answers, quiet and honest. He admits he only ever really knew her as lazy, unserious, annoyingly clingy, and his voice cracks saying it. But he starts and stops. Other than me. There's no one left who can actually ease Lunia's grief, he realizes, watching her grip her sword at the grave. Because the truth is, Lunia never once turned her back on Alicia. If anything, even when Alicia took the lead, Lunia would always be right behind her, quietly cheering her on. You've grown quite tall, Lunia says softly, and just like that, the memory lets go of him. The Lunia Arden I remember. He cuts back to the present where Corinlock just smirks, arms crossed, replaying it all in his head. He is exactly that kind of person, he thinks, nothing like the cold reputation everyone else believes. Another memory surfaces, a much younger Alicia, tears streaking down her face. Lunia, she calls out, her voice breaking. Lunia Arden defeated flashes up like a status screen, cold and official. The reward tally follows. A rank up, a pile of aura, points to split, and the coveted domain severance skill, all banked from one deliberate loss. Under open sky, Alicia admits something quietly. I'm scared of fighting. I know, Corinlock answers. I've always avoided it, she goes on. It just never felt like me. She even feared facing Lunia for real, so she played herself off as lazy and stuck to easy jobs instead. Others do the same, Corinlock tells her gently, not making a big deal of it. Now that she's won, she'll officially become Arden's heir. And that means Lunia's people will start watching her warily, but if she'd run instead. She can't shake the thought and it clearly unsettles her. She thinks her bond with Lunia would have been cut for real. No, Corinlock cuts in. It won't, he insists. The scene cuts away entirely. Somewhere else someone bolts upright in bed, caught completely off guard. Pardon, she stammers. But relationships, Corinlock tells her, aren't something you can just cut so easily, not when you're still sisters at the end of the day. In a sunlit room elsewhere, a woman turns and softly says his name, Corin. Also, you did good today, someone adds while a much rougher memory plays out, a beatdown in a back alley. A memory of a much younger Corinlock, roughed up, recalling the days when neighborhood thugs used him as a punching bag. But later, he realizes what actually stuck with him wasn't the physical pain. It was the anger at himself for never once standing up for it. You are much stronger now than that weak kid you used to be, someone tells him gently. I hope you can always be proud of yourself, she adds. You're a strange person, she says, catching him off guard. Huh, he replies. You seem like you've been through all kinds of hardship, Alicia tells him. I can just feel it, that's because I've lived 14 more years than you, he says. And if you count the memories of 30-year-old Corin too, he adds with a smirk, I'd be 50. Thank you, she says quietly. For what, he asks. For today's incident, she says, and for the forest too, she adds. The memory plays out warm and easy between them, just two people happy to be near each other. Then it turns serious for a moment, the night he found her hurt and pulled her in close, protecting her. That was you, right, she asks, how did you know? Your voice and your belt, she grins, I just guessed, he. He scoffs, clearly flustered by the compliment. I am so indebted to you, she gushes, anything you want, just ask. Is all he manages. Let's be, she starts, raising her hand toward him, glowing with sincerity. Friends, she finishes. What, he asks, thrown off. Why, you don't want to, she teases. Ha, no, friends, so friends, he blurts. I've never had a boyfriend before, she admits. So I think this'll be nice, a friend who's a boy. Yeah, he agrees, a little dazed. Then let's get along, he says. Friend, she repeats, grinning ear to ear. I'm glad to have such a reliable friend like you, she beams. Elsewhere, in a darker room, that same word lands very differently. While a bright future supposedly awaits the kind-hearted, Lunia's own face, tense and worn, tells a different story. She reaches out and pulls someone close, the old, guarded Lunia giving way to something gentler. For children, she murmurs, resting a hand on a young girl's head, a girl gripping a sword nearly as big as she is. Steel catches the light for a moment, quiet and still. Better choices, the thought continues, echoed by a plate of neatly sliced apple, the same small kindness Corinlock once offered. The room dims, and the moment lingers a beat longer. An empty hallway, chandelier swaying gently overhead. Somewhere new is about to come into focus. My name is Isabel Carmen, a young girl blurts out, dashing past a startled woman and a watching man in the entryway. Ma Mariette, someone calls out, surprised to see her up and about. She turns, curious. A boy is down on one knee holding up a blood pack like it's a proposal. Accept this, he says, dead serious. My feelings, no, comes the flustered reply, clearly misreading the whole gesture. My blood, he clarifies, exasperated, it's not a confession. So I, she stammers, flustering further. Or I can offer my neck, she adds, which somehow makes it more awkward, not less. It's okay, she says, I'm already getting regular blood packs from Professor Josephine. Right on cue, Professor Josephine bursts in, aghast. What an idiot. Mariette flushes, hand at her throat, flustered all over again. The whole moment just hangs there, awkward and warm all at once. Corinlock's face gives nothing away, just that same easy smirk. Words already spreading. Corinlock, some first year who's gotten close to Mariette lately, a fifth-rank knight, nothing special on paper. But holding his own against sword master Lunia Arden, that takes real talent, the whispers agree. Not everyone's thrilled about it though. One girl clenches her fist, clearly unsettled by something. Mariette wants some blood, someone offers, so should I, she hesitates. A hand reaches out, uncertain. Somewhere nearby, a door creaks open. Elsewhere, Professor Josephine catches sight of something that makes her go pale. Just what are those two up to, she mutters darkly. Oh, Mariette, remember my proposal from earlier, Corinlock asks. Josephine's eye twitches, watching from a distance. Wait, proposal? She chokes. It's actually just about the dojo's land. It's under reconstruction, so he's floated building an inn there instead. An inn, Mariette asks, intrigued as they sit together over candlelight. Consider investing, he pitches smoothly. I can guarantee at least triple the profit, it's a sure bet. I invest, profit, Josephine sputters. Is this jerk trying to make business off Mariette now? Just who is this guy? She demands, thoroughly rattled. Cut to the training room. Exercises, Corinlock keeps at it focused. You're quite dedicated, Corin, Alicia notes watching him work. Basics matter more than anything, he says. I'd like to join you, she adds, stepping in. Somewhere in the shadows, a familiar figure trembles, clearly eavesdropping again. Later at a restaurant, heads turn as Alicia walks in, elegant in black. Isn't that the second daughter of House Arden? Someone whispers. Ah, Alicia, this place, Corin Locke says. I eat here all the time, the food's always great. Oh, this is it, she gasps, delighted, apparently the most sought-after restaurant in town. Wow, wait, isn't that the spot for a date? Josephine chokes, watching from afar, aghast all over again. After seducing Mariette just now, too, she seethes, slamming a hand down in outrage. Did you hear something? Corin Locke asks, glancing around. Not sure, Alicia shrugs. Anyway, he changes the subject. How much money have you made? Why? She asks, confused. Not only is he hitting on two girls, Josephine hisses from the shadows, now he's talking money again. Corin Locke, you, she seethes under the open sky. The next afternoon, another restaurant. What do you think? He asks. The meat's good too, not just the sushi, right? Across the table sits Lunia this time, giving it all a considering look. Yeah, she agrees. By the way, got any money? I've got an amazing investment, he pitches. Do as you like, she shrugs. Even H. Warren, Josephine mutters, spying through a window, tallying up just how many people he's roped in. My real worry is Corin Locke, she decides. That man is an incredible scammer. The money montage begins, cash everywhere and a whole lot of counting. A sleek car with a crescent moon crest rolls into frame. Somebody's clearly cashing in. Corporate registration, dojo renovations, hired instructors, taxes. Fighting Lunia legitimately cost 97 gold coins all in. In real terms, that's something like 100 million won, and every bit of it came from Mariette, something he's genuinely grateful for. To think she'd hand over 100 gold coins in cash, one onlooker mutters. Do mages really make that much? Or so I assumed, Corin Locke adds dryly. Lunia herself chipped in 50 gold for the reconstruction, while Alicia pocketed 110 from a raid reward. H. Warren had funds through her order, Yule, Lark, and Jaeger all had savings stashed away, and Drin, that money-obsessed maniac, sat on an absurd pile of gold. Someone's already walking off with big plans forming. Somewhere over quiet green fields, the wheels are already turning. All of this land, he muses, watching a line of men and a long black car roll in. It's just empty plains on the edge of the city for now. But next semester, there's a friendly exchange festival with the Eastern Continent's Boreme Academy happening right here. Peak season for the lodging business. Tourists from across the entire continent are about to come flooding in. A couple hundred gold coins in, and he'll make it all back inside 2 weeks, easy. I'm a possessor and a regressor, he grins to himself. Knowing the future means you use it, obviously. Just you wait, he declares, striking a ridiculous pose in sunglasses and a sharp suit. I'm going to sweep up every last coin in this world. Elsewhere, in a quiet library office, the tone turns political. The Catholic Church, the royal family, the Mage Tower, and the association all have a bad read on this school lately. The room sits heavy for a moment. But it's nothing we can't work through, the chairman says, unbothered, sorting through papers. Nearby, Clara, the chairman's aide, sharp and composed under that enormous crimson bow, waits for the verdict. Our order backs your call either way, Chairman, she says. Opportunities should go to everyone. Other places are fine, but the Catholic Church specifically isn't somewhere pleasant for you, Clara, the chairman says, protective. I'll take a leave for a while, the chairman decides. I could have gone instead, Clara offers. Watch over things while I'm away, the chairman says. If anything happens, use the emergency network. Have a safe try, Clara starts to say, then catches herself adjusting her glasses. HM. Left in charge, Clara works through the paperwork. Vampire regenerative research denied. Permission for a third dormitory, HM, deferred. Next up, she sighs, reaching for another stack. Then she stops cold. Corin Lach, wait this. Her expression drops entirely. Somewhere in the academy office, a staffer opens Corin's latest paperwork and just about loses it. What is this guy up to this time? She groans, clutching the request like it personally offended her. The paper's plain as day, a land provision request signed Corin Lach. The request is for harvesting mandrakes out at the academy's west side testing grounds. The academy grounds where this whole plan is about to unfold. Alicia isn't thrilled about the location. Are we really doing this out here? She asks, eyeing the gloomy field. Corin quizzes her on mandrakes, her entire knowledge base. They scream a lot when you pull them. Great start. Ready, worker Alicia? Ready, Captain. These two are treating a plant-picking chore like a full military op. Step 1, apparently, silver fox leather earplugs. You need hearing protection for gardening now. One person yanks the mandrake out by the roots while the other cuts it free fast before the screaming really starts. Corin gulps. Not his first time doing this. Fourth harvest, easy. He tugs the first one loose like he's done it 100 times. In his last life, he and Park did this exact chore together. Funny how things change. He admits quietly that he's a little nervous. Alicia catches him muttering to himself. What, Captain? She asks, blinking. She has absolutely no idea what's about to hit her. Let's go, and it begins. The mandrake is already squealing like a stuck pig before it's even fully out of the ground. Its face twists into an honest-to-God scream, fangs and all. This is not a normal vegetable. The scream just keeps going. And keeps going, louder. Corin actually flinches midair, completely caught off guard by how loud this thing is. The screeching does not let up for 1 second. It's now, Alicia, Corin shouts, but Alicia's already gone glassy-eyed and red-eyed from the noise. Rough start for worker Alicia. Whoever's talking now dares him to show off the swordsmanship that reached the dema before the sentence just dies mid-word. She's foaming at the mouth. This is not going according to plan. Turns out she never put her earplugs in properly. Rookie mistake. Damn it, Corin sighs. Looks like he's finishing this one solo. He roars right back at the plant. You think you're the only one who knows how to scream. The mandrake shrieks even louder, like it's taking the challenge personally. Fangs bared, eyes wild, this thing is putting up an actual fight. The screaming will not stop. Corin grits his teeth and swings. One clean cut through root and stem. He follows all the way through the swing, full commitment. The mandrake goes flying, finally silenced. Corin's left hunched over, catching his breath. Worker Alicia, eat your heart out. Once Alicia's back to normal, Corin lets her have it. He brought her all the way out here and she was absolutely useless. She fires back all mock innocent, asking if he slept well, and somehow he ends up the one snapping, do you want to die? Finally alone with a seconds piece, he wipes his brow. Phew. He'd wanted to push through to the rarer silver mandrakes today, but one more screamer like that and he might just collapse. Hey Corin, a new voice cuts in. Alicia nearly jumps out of her skin. He'd put up a no-entry sign for a reason, so who just wandered in? A cheerful girl in a beret with a little yellow flower pin, grinning ear to ear. Mariette, he asks, surprised to see her all the way out here. Turns out she had tests scheduled at the testing facility today, but it got too noisy, so she just jumped straight down. From up there, that's the 12th floor, Corin says, stunned. He just stares. Nobody casually jumps off the 12th floor. Mariette drops in anyway, wreathed in a blaze of pink fire-like magic, landing like she does this every single day. Because apparently she does. A hot-headed classmate in a red uniform, sharp teeth and all, demands to know exactly what's going on here. What are you two doing together? He presses, pointing right at them. I told you last time, Corin sighs, we're harvesting mandrakes. So planning to grab the rest too, he asks. Mariette just squeaks out a shy yes. We're beat for today though, Corin adds, we'll finish the rest later. I'll just do it for you, Corin blurts out, apparently surprising even himself. Someone's wheezing about how she might die while Mariette casually drops a bomb. She's got a mandrake farm back home. I've harvested 30 of them this year alone, she adds, beaming, holding one up like a trophy. Easier than expected, right? She grins. Alicia's jaw hits the floor. That's incredible. You're making a decoction, right? I'll cook up a stew while you're at it, someone offers. Alicia, could you grab us something to eat? Rabbit and potatoes sound good, Mariette suggests. Alicia's already on it. Captain Korin perks up. What should I do? There's nothing for you to do, Korin, ouch. He starts to protest anyway, but gets cut off by a very dramatic promise from Mariette. She's going to do everything for him. Yay, Mariette, this is amazing. Alicia cheers, completely won over. Turns out there are 2 ways to actually eat a mandrake. Method 1, just bite the root raw, old school style. The better method, though, is boiling it down into a proper herbal decoction. Reed roots, silver vines, deer antlers, up to 28 ingredients, boiled over 10 hours, basically oriental medicine. Well, mandrake medicine. Weird, right? Yup, this is just how this world works. Someone shrugs, pouring out the tea. Nice, now we just let it boil, Mariette says, then spots Korin crouched off to the side. What are you doing? He's scratching something into the dirt with his finger, completely focused. Yeah, can you make out what this says? He asks, showing her the marks. I don't know what it means, but I've seen characters like this in liberal arts class, Mariette says. Where did you even learn this? Runes are basically a dead language these days. Korin goes quiet, thinking it over. My master taught me, he finally says. A flash of memory, a fierce white-haired warrior wielding a spear like it's an extension of her own arm. The martial arts and the original runes she left behind for him. He learned the techniques to perform the martial arts, but the original runes were different. Knowing the letters never meant he could actually use them. A glimpse of that power itself, runes retrieved and etched directly into flesh, meant for one person and one person only. The marks burn faint gold and blue against skin. His master mid-battle against something dark and red-eyed, spear flashing. She meant to pass her original rune down to him. She died before she got the chance. Something dark swallows the moment, a streak of red bleeding through the shadow. A pale hand reaches out of the dark. Because of him, the memory whispers. Who was your master, Korin? Mariette asks gently. If she knew runes, was she part of the mage tower? She was just, he says, deflecting, just a normal person, the kind you'd find anywhere. An ordinary, kind person, someone who simply did her best. In his memory, she stands tall against a burning sky, spear in hand, the way he'll always remember her. Kind of affectionate, actually, someone notes, watching the 2 of them together. Want some potatoes? Mariette offers. I never actually ate, Korin admits, distracted. I brought some. Hey, Diaku, Alicia calls out and Korin freezes. Diaku, the highest class of familiar there is. Out steps a hulking red demon dog, a basket clamped gently in its teeth, pink energy crackling around it. Meet Diaku, a former vampire's orb, now very much alive. Korin just stares at it, still processing. What is this? Were you Diaku this whole time? So you fully bound the orb, Alicia says, matter of fact. Diaku licks Korin's hand affectionately, tail practically a blur. It's thanks to you, Korin, you kept feeding it your blood. That's officially how I got a familiar. Cute, right? Cute, he repeats, deeply unsure. Wait, Mariette realizes, hands flying to her face. If he's made from blood and half of that blood is mine, does that make me his mom? I never even thought about that, she says, still visibly stunned. Then Diaku's dad, she points at Korin. Yes, he answers, deeply unsure how he got here. Why don't you go play with Diaku? Mariette suggests. Play? He's not exactly a real dog, is he? Korin hesitates. Diaku's face says otherwise, tongue out, eyes gleaming, absolutely ready to play. Cue chaos, Korin gets bowled over and dragged off in a cloud of dust. Mariette just watches, delighted. Hee hee, how nice to see, she chuckles. A 1-year-old vampire dog, it turns out, has way too much energy, and Korin got rolled around until he hit his limit. Back at the pot, the decoction is finally coming together. Looks good, someone says. Korin staggers back looking wrecked. What happened to you? Alicia asks. He played with Diaku, Mariette explains. Diaku, what's that? Alicia's never even met him. A notification flickers. He's just consumed the mandrake's herbal decoction. His mana recovery just spiked hard, max mana up by a full one, 300. Now I've got proper named level stats, he says. You two should drink some too, though it only works once. Can we? Alicia and Mariette both light up at once. However strong the herb is, the boost only ever applies once per person, so he figures he'll save the leftovers for Lark or Yule instead. They'd be thrilled. Okay, now what's left, he mutters, eyeing what remains. The last one, a white silver mandrake, rarer than the rest. I need to eat this one whole, roots and all, he braces himself. Notification, white silver mandrake consumed. A new notification lights up his very own aura core has just been created. An aura core, it turns out, is a storage vessel for a knight's aura. Hey, Korin can't help but grin. Lightning blue aura erupts around him, raw and overwhelming. Normally you'd have to train your aura to its absolute limit just to form one, and he's just skipped straight to having it, with more to come once his rank climbs higher. So basically double cores, he laughs. I've got an aura core now, he tells them, barely containing himself. He shows off his crackling fist, buzzing with power. An aura core? Really, Korin? Alicia and Mariette gape. A single silver mandrake did that. It's incredible, Alicia marvels. Hurry, go eat the gold ones to imagine what those would do. Even Korin knows better though, too many good herbs at once isn't good for you. True enough, someone agrees elsewhere entirely, though my reason's a little different. In a very different room, 5th rank knight Korin Loch. A council of instructors gathers around a glowing hologram, poring over a student's combat rank. This student's one of them starts trailing off. There's a need to remeasure it, someone decides. Korin Loch, isn't he just a first year? One professor asks. 5th rank seems underwhelming based on the data, why reassess him at all? The upper year professors probably never saw the first year midterms, another replies. Korin Loch went head to head with Sword Master Lunia Arden directly. Only lasted about 3 minutes of course, but that makes no sense, one professor snaps. She must have gone easy on him. Why would Sword Master Lunia Arden ever go easy in a children's midterm? Comes the pointed reply. Silence falls over the whole room. Go easy, someone repeats, clearly skeptical. The professors present, myself included. Do any of us actually believe Lunia Arden went easy on Korin Loch? More silence, nobody's laughing this time. There's no one, comes the answer, but still, raising his rank off one midterm feels like a stretch. Even if there are grounds to doubt his ability. Then let's leave the official rank assessment to the association, one of them decides. Reassessing him on the condition of an official guardian certificate should be enough, though then someone will need to take over his academic schedule. The one who brought this up in the first place was Instructor Heyman. So why don't you take charge of this yourself, Instructor Heyman? HM is all he says, unreadable behind his shades. That's exactly what I wanted, he says quietly, like he's been waiting for this. Then that settles it, Korin Loch is yours next. Alone now, Heyman turns it over in his head. HM, Korin Loch. Even a 5th rank seems excessive for his stats on paper, but that duel with Lunia was undeniably something else. Back with Korin, something's nagging at him, no matter how I look at it. A dark silhouette flashes through his mind, a single glowing purple eye. That was his technique, Korin realizes. Heyman quietly pulls off his sunglasses, turning something over in his mind. There's a need to reassess him personally, Heyman decides. Korin, a familiar voice calls out behind him. Hi, Alicia waves, arms full of books. Oh hey Alicia, he replies, back to his ordinary school day self. What's the point of asking after you've already sat down? He mutters, spotting someone in his usual seat. Jaeger spots specifically, and Jaeger's noticed too. I'm sorry, the girl who sat there panics, scrambling to her feet. I'll move, she blurts, half launching herself out of the chair. No, sit there, Jaeger says, playing the gentleman. Someone nearby swoons. Awa, Jaeger's so gentle. Korin just glares at him from across the room. Why are you glaring at me? Jaeger sputters. Why do you think? Korin says flatly, Mr. Popular over here and the super cute demon tribe girl, he adds, nodding at a beaming Mariette. Somewhere nearby, a cake box quietly changes hands between two very different classmates. I'm so freaking jealous, Jaeger wails, actual tears forming. Why's he the only one living out a dating sim? He screams into the void. What about my youth? Why are the seats around me always cold and empty? He face downs onto the desk, defeated. I wonder if he's going through something, someone murmurs. Who knows, comes the deadpan reply. In strolls the instructor with the sunglasses and the single blonde streak in his hair. Yo, first years, y'all ready? Let's start class, he grins, rolling up his sleeves. Everyone seats now, he calls out, strolling in with total confidence. Just like I said last class, we're kicking off group projects today, he announces. Wipe those annoyed faces off, this'll actually help you, he adds, ready to lay out the assignment. He raises a hand, sparks of magic crackling off his fingers for dramatic effect. Since we're night faculty, I'm not gonna hit you with brutal math or make you raise magical crops like those magic faculty professors do, he jokes. He snaps and the whole room lights up. Papers burst into the air on a wave of blue lightning, swirling overhead. Okay, take a look at this, he says, tapping the podium. The whole class gasps, wow tilde. The topic for this group project is, he pauses for effect, spearmanship. An illustration flashes up, a martial artist mid-stance, spear planted, bold ink brush style. Wait, what? In my last life this was a boxing class, Corin blurts, completely thrown. Because Firmek Damon, their instructor's actual name, is famous as a boxer. Known for his footwork, his dash, and his signature shadow style. Also famous for the rune magic etched into his gauntlet, and for being a first-rank knight out of the North's Virtute Academy. And that Firmek is suddenly teaching spearmanship. Corin can't wrap his head around it. He's sharper than people give him credit for, Corin admits, narrowing his eyes. Behind his glasses, Heyman's eyes glint like this was the plan all along. He stands at the podium, watching the room with quiet interest. It's group project time at the academy. The professor lays out the assignment. Pick a fighting style, research it, and demonstrate it as a team. Extra credits on the table too, if the demo actually impresses. One student pipes up, doesn't this just hand the win to kids who already fight with spears? Fair point. The professor promises to adjust the grading and toss in bonus points to even the odds. Groups of 4, no exceptions. And to keep it fair, teams get picked completely at random, drawn straight from a jar of sticks. Because apparently nothing builds teamwork quite like forced group work. Corin locks regular crew clowns around together as always, basically a non-stop game of chicken. Somewhere a group chat message goes hilariously wrong, wrong thread, wrong plans, classic. The excuses start flooding in. Research is done, someone needs to stop citing Wikipedia, and of course a grandmother has tragically passed away right before the meeting. Corin Locke's seen this nightmare before, group projects full of people who don't have a clue, freeloaders and miraculously dying grandparents. 4 years as a Phys Ed major and 3 more at this academy taught him exactly what to expect. But this time he's got a plan and a grin that says he's not leaving anything to chance. This time he insists it's different. His new teammate Jaeger Hinchpetter, a third-rank knight with serious physical chops, and a hooded girl grinding out push-ups nearby round out the group. Jaeger's thrilled to land in the same group as Corin Locke. Looks like the professor's got good judgment after all. One girl in the group straight up tries bribing her way into a different team, harsh, but hey, at least she'll pick up the physical stuff fast. The last member of the group is H. Warren, a little rough around the edges, but hardworking by all accounts. Corin Locke's actually been smiling lately just watching her lock in during class. With a crew this strong and dedicated, he's sure his usual group project curse is finally broken. H. Warren cracks her knuckles with an unsettling grin, offering to book the training room and teach everyone the theory herself. Or so he thought. Jaeger nervously checks in, something's clearly gone very, very wrong in there. Turns out this training room's walls and floor are built from heavy-duty shock-absorbing material, and they've needed every bit of it for 2 months straight. The group stares at the wreckage. Was that thing even supposed to be destructible? Alicia's sent sprawling across the cracked floor, her practice spear snapped in half. A fist punches clean through solid stone. Corin Locke's stomach drops. He only asked H. Warren for a light spearmanship sparring session with Alicia, not a full demolition job. 1 punch, that's all it took. And H. Warren doesn't even look like she knows what she did wrong. Unsurprisingly, the whole group gets kicked out of the training room, so where exactly are they supposed to practice now? Sunday rolls around and it's straight to church for the group's first project check-in, mandatory attendance and all. The 3 of them sit in awkward silence, still processing the training room incident. H. Warren mutters an apology for losing control of her strength, while Corin Locke reassures a shaken Alicia that she did nothing wrong. Alicia gushes that just copying Corin Locke's spear movements makes her feel like a real spearman. He plays it off, good eyes, that's all it takes, then turns the question on Jaeger. Jaeger admits he's still lost on the so-called returning heaven technique. He's struggling to nail that signature spin, but Korenlock tells him the 8 Bamu spear moves will only make his own mace work more versatile. Then it's H. Warren's turn to report in, except Korenlock's too busy lounging around snacking on grapes to notice. She just glares at him wordless. Eat, he tells her instead, tossing over some food like that solves everything. The group gets a crash course in church etiquette. Communion, apparently, is the saintess' blood and flesh, not exactly volunteer work. Weekend service is mandatory, whether anyone likes it or not. Someone points out H. Warren is actually training to become a nun with the Protestant order, explains the outfit. She insists it wasn't exactly her choice. Still, there's wisdom worth picking up from the old stories about saints and saintesses. Korenlock notes the Catholic Church might be a bit outdated, but Protestant teachings land on the same core message. H. Warren deadpans the one-word summary, love. Korenlock runs with it, cheekily preaching about loving yourself, loving your neighbors, and being loved right back. Alicia eats it up completely, gushing about how important love is, while H. Warren nearly spills the communion wine listening to the two of them. Then Korenlock drops a bomb on the group flat out. He tells them they're all too weak. Jaeger and Alicia are floored. Where's this even coming from? He doubles down even a little bit of his real strength, and they'd shatter like glass. H. Warren just watches him silent. Then she actually agrees, practice or not, the weak stay weak and the strong stay strong. Korenlock concedes the point without hesitation. Alicia's caught off guard. Wait, Koren actually agrees with that. He adds that's a sentiment only the truly strong get to say out loud. Something in the room shifts and someone reacts with a startled what? H. Warren's fingers twitch, looks like a challenge is brewing. Okay, if I win, she starts, and even she seems a little caught off guard by her own words. She doesn't even want a reward because something's about to break either way. Right here is fine, she declares, ready to settle this on the spot. They agree to start on Jaeger's signal. Alicia and Jaeger can barely believe this is actually about to happen. A nervous Jaeger steps up to referee. Oh, okay then, prepare. Korenlock's eyes narrow, dead calm. Jaeger gives the signal go. Korenlock launches straight at her. H. Warren isn't holding back either. She goes straight for her strongest secret technique. The slithering serpent, her calamity serpent intent, erupts in a wall of purple energy. The blast tears through the air around them. Korenlock just shrugs it off like it was nothing at all. H. Warren's fury spikes, red eyes blazing as she pours on even more intent. She's every bit as good as they say, he admits, so let's actually see this then. She counters with the tiger sweeping wind, second step. Korenlock's caught completely off guard by how fast it comes. She goes at him bare-fisted, empty hands hitting like a freight train. But he's already turned his back on the attack, completely unbothered. Gosh, he needles her, you sure are good at destroying things. Then he answers with his own 8 trigram steps. It turns into a straight-up battle of bodies and Korenlock taunts her. What's wrong, can't land a single hit. The two blur past each other in a flurry of strikes and H. Warren snaps out a furious, you. She goes quiet, red eyes burning with barely contained rage. Annoying, she mutters through gritted teeth. Her glare only sharpens. If you don't want to die, she warns, unleashing a wall of fire straight at him. Korenlock answers by winding up his own right fist, aura flaring to match. Getting hit by that, he figures, means at least a month in the hospital. Taking her earlier advice to heart, he decides dodging is definitely the smarter move here. Energy erupts around him as the clash reaches its peak. Korenlock answers with a named technique of his own 8 trigrams, linking chains. It connects hard, and H. Warren cries out through gritted teeth. Even though she blocked it clean, it feels like every muscle in her body is about to tear apart. Wait, he didn't even dodge. Her whole body trembles from the impact, sweat beading down her face. Something snaps into place faster than anyone can track. In a blink, Korenlock's already behind her, pinning her down before she can even react. Alicia can't process how he got behind her that fast, and Jaeger's yelling that it was insane, incredible, even. All H. Warren can manage is a defeated, gosh. She kneeled, and now she wants a rematch. He flatly says no thanks. I already won, he points out, why would I fight again? H. Warren seethes, demanding a rematch through gritted teeth. He mocks her some more. He can practically hear her shaking with rage from here. Are you mad, Maud Tilda? He needles, grinning ear to ear. She just laughs, low and menacing, never a good sign. A few days later, Corinlock hands over a suspiciously convenient sick note, dodging his furious teammates' revenge training like a champ. Mission accomplished. He figures now he can slowly ease everyone back into training before the presentation. Lies, why would you be sick? Warren isn't buying it for a second. You want to do it this way, huh? She growls, closing in fast. Cornered, Corinlock decides it's time to break out his secret weapon. A full-blown rooftop chase breaks out across the academy grounds. He drags the whole group off to a restaurant instead. Welcome. Dig in, he says, sliding over a beautifully plated fish dish. Warren can't help drooling at the sight of it, still trying to hold onto her grudge. You're not even sick anymore, she accuses, unimpressed by the obvious bribe. Yeah, you gonna refuse it then? He smirks, sliding over another plate. She caves instantly. I'm not sick anymore, she admits, digging in happily. Corinlock just grins, completely unsurprised she folded that fast. Between bites, he asks her something. How long do you think chefs actually work to perfect one dish? He leans over the table, making his point. It didn't even take 30 minutes to eat that dish, but making it took 10 years. Finding the right ingredients, learning to handle them, prepping everything just right. Most chefs spend a decade before they're ready to serve a single plate. Plate after plate of the finished dish lines up in his head, a whole decade compressed into one image. What are you trying to say? She asks, not quite following. Your favorite fish and my martial arts have something in common. He grins. It took him 3 years of training just to make her kneel once. It all starts with the small details, he tells her, rows of practice spears standing nearby. Someone's clearly been quietly putting in extra reps ever since. Warren stays silent, gripping something tightly in her hands. She hands it over to him without a word. Anyway, Corinlock says, we're good now, right? Hemp is all she gives him in return. Then she smacks him with it before he can even react. Turns out it's a notebook, packed with notes on spearmanship positions and principles. Wait, isn't this the exact research he assigned her weeks ago? Turns out she did the whole assignment herself. You did all of it, you cutie, he teases. With Alicia and Jaeger drilling hard and Warren quietly covering the research, the group is finally coming together. With this, we've got more than enough to prepare for the presentation. Time flies and suddenly it's mid-May. The first week of group project presentations has arrived. Presentation order goes strictly by group number, spears lined up and ready to go. The group ahead of them steps up first, as the professor calls presentations to begin. I'm the leader of Group 1, Palais, their rival announces, kicking off a demonstration of 5-star spearmanship. The group launches into their spear formation, shouting with every strike. Not bad, Palais, the professor allows, and the group erupts in relieved cheers. Palais can barely contain himself. Thank you. Then the professor adds something that kills the celebration instantly. From now on, he's going to personally try to break through their formation himself. The room goes cold. Wait, what? Turns out this isn't just some ordinary professor. He's a distinguished graduate of the elite Northern Guardian Academy Virtute. And once upon a time, he was the El Lost Kingdom's first-ranked knight, power already crackling to life in his fist. His name, Firmek Damon. Last 10 seconds against me, he says, and I'll give your whole group full marks for this project. He rises wreathed in purple flame and lays down the challenge. Last 10 seconds against him and the whole class passes the project. He rolls up his sleeves, sunglasses gleaming, power rolling off him like heat off asphalt. The deal is on the table. One word from him, block, and the sparring floor lights up as the clock starts. His classmates freeze mid-step, stunned by what they're watching unfold. He erupts in a blast of purple energy, far faster than anyone expected from a casual demonstration. He ducks under the opening strike without even blinking, then answers back in a blur of blue light, his southpaw combo in full swing. It's a full boxing clinic, and their instructor is the one teaching it the hard way. A blonde classmate can barely keep his jaw off the floor. He's so fast, he stammers. Corin watches with a hunter's focus, arms crossed. He's really not holding back, he mutters. With the spar over, Coach Shades turns critic, clipboard in hand, ready to grade the group's spearwork. He flips through his notes without missing a beat. Though you lacked practice, it wasn't terrible, B- should be adequate. Any objections, he asks, as several bruised students pick themselves up off the floor. Next up, Group 2, a whole line of nervous spear cadets shuffles forward. Two of them are already having second thoughts. Are we really supposed to fight Professor Firmak? Should we just give up now? Their leader puffs out his chest and announces their move like it's a heavy metal album title. The Deadly Spearmanship of the North, 9 Deadly Dragons. He starts explaining the name in dramatic detail. He doesn't get to finish. Firmak cuts him off cold. Your technique isn't just uselessly elaborate, you haven't even learned it properly. Then he proves the point with his fists. One clean hit, and the whole group's confidence goes down with him. Next up, Group 3, and its leader is Korin himself. He rolls his shoulders with a cocky grin. Nice, shall we go? Group 3 steps up to show off their own move, the 8 trigram spearmanships Lan Na Ja. The demonstration begins, first beat of the combo underway. A perfect deflection turns the incoming strike aside. His teammate spins straight into the next beat, spear flashing. She pins the enemy's weapon down, opening the gap for the finish. And the finishing blow lands clean, Warren driving it home on the unguarded target. Korin can't help but grin. Good job, guys, that's a pass, incredible. Even Firmak's impressed. Warren's worked harder than I expected. You stripped out all the redundancy. Simple, but the fundamentals were excellent, he notes, tablet in hand. But before the celebration can go on too long, Firmak has one more surprise. For the real fight, he says, it'll just be me and you. He's looking dead at Korin now. Any objections? Korin goes quiet, running the angles. This was the plan all along, wasn't it? He answers with a grin instead of a shred of doubt. No, there are none. Nice then, Firmak says, power crackling behind his shades. I'm starting. The attack has a name, Rado, and it hits Korin just as hard as one. Purple energy detonates in the space between them. Firmak's already moving for the follow-up. Korin reads the punch mid-flight. The classic boxers wind up for a right hook. Normally you'd guard your right side, but Firmak's weight is pivoting off his left foot, not his right. Something's off about this punch. And I know exactly why, Korin thinks, already moving. You're left-handed, he realizes, and swings to prove it. The block lands exactly where it needs to. And he answers with a named technique of his own. 6 steps, second step, Lan Na Ja. For the first time all match, Firmak looks rattled. The crowd can't believe it, his whole fighting style just changed. Look at his speed. That's supposed to be a 5th rank knight, someone whispers, stunned. The exchange keeps escalating, faster with every clash. Korin launches into the air, energy trailing behind the strike. How is he keeping up with Professor Firmak? Someone asks, dumbfounded. Even Firmak starts wondering out loud. Does that mean you've already gone past the level of a student? He points dead serious. You. Show me, he demands. Not the basics, not like this. Korin obliges, pushing his form to the edge. The air itself seems to bend around the fight now. He steadies his breathing, focus narrowing to a single point. The two collide again, harder than before. Korin's already airborne, closing the gap. Somewhere behind him, a teammate screams his name in panic. Another brutal exchange rocks the sparring hall. The dust slowly settles over the floor. For a moment, nobody says a word. Firmak and Korin square back up, neither willing to back down first. Then Firmak calls it 10 seconds. He just stares, momentarily lost for words. You must be suspicious, he finally says. It's not a compliment, it's a warning. In his head, Korin runs back through the whole fight. You'd only used your right arm the entire match. Showing off like you were purely right-handed. But my counter, he thinks, only worked because I already knew you were actually left-handed. Firmak steps in closer, clearly turning something over in his mind. So what do you think, Marshal Nephew? He asks, testing him with the odd nickname. Korin just watches him carefully, saying nothing yet. Firmak turns back to the whole group. When it comes to secret arts, most people get seduced by the flashy, complicated stuff. But honestly, the basics done right, that's the real secret art. Korin Law, he says, turning to him directly. No, Group 3, you all get an A+. His blonde teammate practically tackles him with a hug, free and. Korin milks it for all it's worth. What did you expect? I'm A+ Korin Law. The whole squad throws their hands up in celebration. Then Firmak adds almost as an afterthought, "Ah, and Korin, can I see you for a moment?" His stomach drops a little. "Yes. Relax, it's just a casual one-on-one chat," Firmak says, in a tone that convinces absolutely nobody. Korin lah, "Yes, Professor." Firmak doesn't waste time. "Are you really a fifth-rank knight?" "Yes," Korin answers, less sure than he'd like to sound. "You must know your abilities don't match up with a fifth-rank knight's," Firmak says flatly. Korin just shrugs it off. "I'm just pretty good, I guess." Firmak lets that slide for now. "I can't sense spirits myself, so I can only catch evil ones under very specific conditions. Which is exactly why I can't catch a fifth-rank evil spirit myself." The verdict: Korin needs to be formally reevaluated. You'll be given a set of missions. Your rank gets reassessed based on how you handle them. The ceiling this time is semi-first rank. Your results have been unconventional enough to earn that much. Korin's already doing the math. A higher rank means better pay and first pick of jobs. I could even start picking the high-tier missions I actually want, he thinks. In gamer terms, it's basically unlocking second-year privileges early. "Alright, I'll take the reassessment," he says. "What do I need to do?" 2 missions, a semi-first rank monster and an evil spirit, solo of course. There happen to be exactly 4 semi-first rank raids open right now, 2 monster hunts, 2 evil spirit jobs. Of course it had to be right now, Korin mutters, as Firmak looms behind him. "Choose," Firmak says, holding out the mission board. Korin eyes the options. Gosh, this is nerve-wracking. Days later, a familiar voice greets him. "Perfect timing, Korin lah, good morning." A bit gloomy to say that, Instructor Heyman, Korin jokes as they head into the woods together. The old man reminisces as they walk. "When I was young, I used to venture into the fog-hunting monster nests myself. Tell me the war stories," Korin grins, "and this walk won't be boring at all." "Heemp, fine, I'll tell you what happened out west," Gramps says, clearly pleased to be asked. Korin clocks it instantly. Flatter the old man with his stories and he'll warm right up. Their target, a pack of fire-eyed hounds running with something much bigger. A twin-headed ogre, claws like knives. "He's not fully grown yet, that's why his rank's lower," Gramps explains. "Word is he's raising a few long hounds of his own too. So don't you dare think about a frontal assault, got it?" "Of course," Korin says a little too quickly. "What the Guardians actually need isn't just raw strength," Gramps adds. "I'll be evaluating everything about you out here." They head deep into the city's western mountains. Straight for the cave the ogre calls home. The escort trails behind, ready to step in only if things go truly wrong. Korin knows if it comes to that, his whole rank test is dead in the water. "Tell me your analysis, Korin lah," Gramps says. He moves ahead alone, eyes already scanning the ground. Judging by the footprints, the ogre and the long hounds are moving together. They're definitely denning up as one pack. "How many hounds?" "3. "Oh ho, but I only count 2 sets of paw prints following the ogre," Gramps presses. Korin crouches lower, studying the tracks. "One's female and pregnant by the look of the stride." "Sounds like you already know the answer," Gramps says, "but explain it properly." Ogres and hounds don't understand stockpiling food. They were thinking of a packmate who couldn't move and brought her something to eat. Gramps can't hide his surprise. Incredible. "All right then, Korin lah. How exactly are you planning to take down a semi-first rank ogre and a trio of third-rank long hounds?" The pack moves together through the trees, unaware they are already being read like a book. "First, I separate the ogre from the hounds." "How? They're animals, they've got a built-in sense for danger. I just have to use it against them." "I'll use the one weapon humanity was actually given." "Given to humanity?" Gramps asks, confused. Korin just taps his own skull. "My head." His eyes burn with focus, the plan already in motion. Even as humans push further into this world, carving out kingdoms and roads, there's always a shadow the maps don't show, like this castle brooding in the dark. Because threats are always lurking, right where people stop looking. Something ancient stirs in the black, wreathed in violet fire, and it answers to no one. Its eyes ignite, burning pupils cutting through the dark like a warning shot. These are demonic beings and they don't ask for territory, they just take it. And deep in this forest, one beast has crowned itself king. Its jaws split open in a roar that shakes the whole tree line. "Meet the ruler in question." a hulking white-maned ogre wrapped in blood-red aura built like a walking apocalypse. One of his hound subordinates goes flying, claws scraping through the air. Just business as usual in this kingdom. Make no mistake, this forest is his, every root, every rock, every scared little creature in it. His pack howls a warning through the trees, and for once, it's not a false alarm. It's the long hounds who catch it first, they're the ones with the noses. But when they reach the den, it's empty, gone, no mother, no pups, nothing. The nursing mother, still too weak to move on her own, has vanished without a trace. Two hounds snap and snarl at each other, panic curdling straight into rage. Another hound bares its teeth on a rocky ledge, howling into the dark for backup. An intruder, that's the only explanation. Someone walked into this forest and grabbed exactly what they shouldn't have. They dragged the mother off, and now the whole pack knows it. The howls turn into something closer to screaming once the ogre puts it together. His own are being hunted. His silhouette ignites with raw fury, fists balled, ready to tear the forest apart looking for her. Two hounds hang in the air behind him, caught in the wreckage of his rage. The ruler and his pack together are enough to make the whole forest shake, and right now they're all pointed in one direction. They charge, howling in unison, closing in on whoever thought this was a good idea. Both heads of this fury, man and beast alike, agree on exactly one thing: chase and save her. The long hounds lock onto her scent, and the tyrant himself falls in right behind them. Nothing in this forest has ever been able to slow them down before, and tonight is no different. Time for the so-called intruder to learn exactly what happens when you mess with the forest's rulers. The trail runs out, they've found her, alive but whimpering, clearly hurt. What they find isn't pretty. The mother collapsed on the ground, crying out in pain. The pack whines and howls around her, scrambling to figure out what happened. She nuzzles up to her mate, checking with her own nose that he's actually okay. They start to move her out, relief finally creeping in. Right as something snaps taut around them, this whole thing was a trap. The forest erupts, fire and light ripping through the trees in one massive blast. The pack barely has time to react before the shockwave hits. A beam of raw red energy tears straight through where they were just standing. The explosion swallows everything, and somewhere in that purple-pink glare, a hound's eyes go wide with terror. One of them is caught dead center in the blast. The forest keeps ripping itself apart around them, tree by tree. A hound bolts through the chaos, half the canopy coming down in flames behind it. Even the dark corners of the woods aren't safe from the shockwaves anymore. Light pours down through the broken canopy as debris rains from above. Something or someone gets swallowed whole by the blast. One of the pack roars in pain and fury, caught right in the fire. This isn't a hunt anymore, this is just survival. Sparks and flames scatter everywhere as the explosions keep coming. The survivors run for their lives through the burning trees. There's nowhere left to hide, the tree line itself is gone. They break for open ground, praying it's actually safer out there. Paws pound over broken rock, putting distance between them and the inferno. One of them finally stops, chest heaving, trying to catch a breath that won't come easy. Exhausted and panting, he's still not out of danger, not with the tyrant roaring somewhere behind him. A hound goes flying through the debris, caught by yet another blast. But the beast has no idea what's actually happening here. Fire swallows the frame whole in another massive detonation. This isn't wild chaos, this is calculated, this is one person's malice engineered. The tyrant stands tall in the flames, unbothered, radiating pure murder. The fire keeps spreading, hungry and relentless. He charges through it anyway, sprinting straight into the blaze. The forest screams around him in crackling flame. And by the time it's over, he's lost every hound loyal to him. His howl of fury tears through what's left of the forest. Something snaps under the pressure of his rage. The flames answer back, roaring louder. He erupts out of the fire himself, refusing to stay down. The blast just keeps building around him. Streaks of light rip past as he pushes forward. He leaps straight through the flames, chasing whatever's left to chase. Turns out a simple trap was never going to be enough to actually touch this tyrant. Both his heads scream in unison, furious, humiliated, and very much still alive. But here's what the tyrant doesn't know yet. The hunt he thinks he's running, it's actually someone else's hunt, and that someone is already standing in the flames waiting for him. Because this fight has only just begun. This forest's ruler, the twin-headed ogre, wasn't just strong. He was also a natural-born hunter, and that's a dangerous combination. One head sees everything, the other smells everything. Together, they're built to track down whoever did this. So picking up the trail of his slaughtered pack was never going to be the hard part. Honestly, the footprints practically drew him a map. Whoever this guy was, he wasn't even trying to hide. But against everything he expected, day one turns up absolutely nothing. The prey is a ghost, the ogre can't find him anywhere. There are traces everywhere, plenty to chase, but somehow never enough to actually catch him. Every time it feels like he's finally closing the distance, it slips away again. Frustration starts carving itself into every step he takes. So he sets up camp, tries to shake off the sting of failure, which is exactly when he gets ambushed. A rune stone flares to life in the dark, glowing an icy blue. It's carved with the rune Hagalars, an attack meant to catch him totally off guard. Good thing one of his two heads never sleeps. Ice erupts behind him in a burst of blue light. He roars and lunges, smashing through the blast before it can land. The explosions keep coming, relentless and precise. In the end, the ogre's barely grazed, just a few shards of hail catching his skin. And that's the thing, this attack was never actually meant to hurt him. It just kept happening over and over, night after night. Every time he's about to drift off to sleep, the hail comes raining down again. After a few rounds of this, he starts telling himself it's nothing, that he can just ignore it. Which is exactly when burning rocks come flying out of nowhere and set the whole area alight. Dawn after dawn of chasing chaos, and still his target barely shows himself. Just enough trace to keep the ogre hooked. Something rakes across his back, and this time it actually stings. He looks down at his own footing and finally understands. He isn't the hunter anymore, he's the one being hunted. His eyes blaze red with fury the second it clicks. Realizing his role got flipped, predator into prey, leaves nothing behind but grief and rage. And then out of nowhere, a completely casual voice says, "Hi." And just like that, the source of all his misery finally shows his face. Yawning, bored, like this was never a big deal to him at all. "What's all this effort just to catch you?" he says. "Let's just end this already." The ogre lets out a roar and comes in swinging, fire wrapped around his fist. The attack streaks through the air like a comet. But the guy doesn't even flinch. His eyes stay locked, calm and sharp. Something shifts in the shadows, already ready to counter. The ogre crashes through the trees, closing the gap fast. A boot steps forward, calm and deliberate. It connects hard. The impact rips through the air like a gunshot. He launches upward, ice blue energy crackling beneath him. A move he calls Birch Tree Club lands clean across the ogre's frame. It's enough to send that huge body flying like it weighs nothing at all. He grips his weapon tighter, already readying the next strike. A technique called Pagoda Tree Mountain Intent rips through the air in a wave of light. 2 hits are unnecessary, he says, and honestly at this point you believe him. He's already airborne again, weapon drawn, closing in for more. The attack he calls Macro Hit leaves a blazing trail of blue behind it. The ogre's face twists in pain. Both heads scream together as the explosion swallows them whole. A silver slash cuts clean through the blast. The blue light just keeps building. Both heads of the ogre scream in pure agony. Sweat and shock cross his face, he's never once been hit like this before. Even the ogre sounds confused by how outmatched he is. One final scream rips out of him as the last strike lands. White hair whips through the air as the finishing blow comes down. 8 trigram, he calls it, calm as ever. And then Primordial Chaos Palm, the move that ends it. Blue slash cuts through everything in its path. The ogre's massive legs finally buckle under him. Silence falls where the fighting used to be. His face twists in a scream that has nothing left behind it but defeat. The tyrant who once ruled this entire forest. He comes crashing down, arms first, while the man who beat him barely breaks a sweat in the distance. Both heads go still on the forest floor. "What the?" he mutters, looking down at his own hand almost in disbelief. "After filling my aura core all the way up, I didn't even get to use it." Cut to some time later, our guy just standing there, yawning like none of that ever happened. The ogre's finally done with, he starts to say, trailing off mid-thought. Then his mind wanders somewhere else entirely. "I wonder if Mariette's doing okay." Rewind 3 days, before any of this ogre business even started. Somewhere back at the academy, someone asks him flat out, "How much do you trust me?" Sunlight spills through a window into a quiet room, the calm before whatever's coming. "I'd trust you," he laughs, "even if you said you were going to make kimchi out of potatoes, a bar so low it's basically a compliment." "That's possible," comes the deadpan reply, and somehow that's even funnier. "Anyway, if you trust me," she asks, "how far are you actually willing to go with me?" "Together, far," he practically yelps, clearly not expecting the question to escalate that fast. "I have a plan," he tells her, "and I need you for it, Mariette." She lights up immediately. I see, so I'm needed in." "Your plan?" she blurts, cutting herself off right before he lays it out. "Starting tomorrow, she and Alicia are going to." Her face falls somewhere between confused and unsettled at whatever he just said. "Corin," she says carefully. "Yeah," he answers, no idea what's coming. The two of them stand framed in golden window light, a quiet, almost domestic little moment. "What?" he says, clearly bracing himself. "This is our plan," she snaps. "Why is that girl in it?" And there it is, right on schedule. Whatever he says next is exactly the kind of thing that gets a man in trouble. She's practically fuming under the shower, water running down as she tries to cool off. Literally. But let's be clear, this girl is nobody's fool. The water keeps running as she works through it in her head. Whether it's saving her life or helping out Alicia Arden, he's always seemed to be one step ahead of everyone else. She's not ungrateful, not even close, he's clearly put in the work. But that doesn't stop the questions from piling up in her head. Because she's in love, and love makes her blind enough to just trust the plan anyway, one-sided crush and all. Still, the real question lingers: just how much does this guy actually know, and how far does it go? See, the reason mages fight to become professors at this academy isn't just the legendary library. It's also what's hiding in the massive research wing on the west end of campus. The kind of rare, forbidden ingredients most mages only ever dream about. Including, and this is the part that matters, special monsters that can't be killed, only sealed. Two figures lean over a railing, watching chains of light wrap around something massive. You've read about it, the wild boar that devoured an entire iron mine, origins and all. Professor Dana, this research is built on the special entity's alpha traits, right? One of them asks. "I wanted to write a thesis," the man replies, "on how the special demon tribe influences lower-ranked entities and the unique alpha energy itself." She finishes for him, practically giddy. "So all I need to do is carve a rune onto this monster." "Exactly." "What a relief to have you here, Professor Fermack," she says. "Real rune mages are basically extinct these days." "That's what happens to dead languages," he shrugs, adjusting his sunglasses like it's nothing. Something tightens around a wrist, the last piece locking into place. "Who?" someone asks, startled. "As you know, there are more special monsters kept here at the academy," comes the nervous answer. "I never expected a special vampire to actually volunteer for this experiment," Fermack says. Is it rude to call you that?" It's fine," she laughs it off, easy and warm. "It's not exactly wrong, so," she adds with a little smile, the meeting of two very different kinds of special. And there she is, the vampire in question, grinning like she's got a secret. Turns out she's no stranger to this story. She's the boss of the first act itself, Mariette Dunaliff. And standing right there with her, the boss of the second act. We open on a haunted house mission, the kind of dread-soaked, moonlit setup horror games love to throw at rookies. The old three-story house looms in the dark, its windows glowing an eerie blue like something still very much home. It's billed as a simple pick during the game's second semester. Simple, sure, but that word is about to do a lot of heavy lifting. The goal: beat the first-rank evil spirit haunting the place, dodge a gauntlet of murderous furniture, and smash the hidden magic circle in the basement. Easy, right? Cue our guy leaping straight into the fray, weapon raised, ready to test that theory. Turns out this simple mission is brutal enough that expert players nicknamed it the Haunted House. The difficulty laughs at how harmless it sounds. The catch: for this trial he's stripped of his ability to sense spirits entirely. No shortcuts, no radar, just guts. Normally that wouldn't matter to him, but this once it's the rule. Somewhere in here waits a possessed duke, or maybe just a haunted broom, and he's got to find out the hard way. This place used to be somebody's home, right up until an army of flying glass shards decided otherwise. In he goes, spear in hand, straight for the front door like he's got somewhere to be. A beat of quiet before the storm. Ghosts and prayers don't mean much when the thing attacking you can throw a punch or a chair. He launches into the air to meet a burst of fire head-on. Jump in one go, not exactly subtle mission guidance, but hey, it works. Step 1, jump, swing, and lop the stalk clean off whatever cursed plant thing just grew out of the floor. Spear first, questions later. Now bring the instructions just cut off right there, great time for that. Spear forward and smash straight through the terrace window because subtlety already left the building. A slide dodges the incoming spray of glass like it's choreographed. Then it's a straight sprint for the door, ice and light crackling in his wake. No need to look up, just go down, except step on that center carpet and well crack. What follows reads like a speedrun guide from hell. Find the circle, snap the flying table in two, scratch the circle to cripple its power, kick the candlestick, torch it with a rune combo, then bolt upstairs past a flying portrait wearing a friendly smile. Somewhere, a room full of spectators is losing their minds watching this unfold. Step done, no more furniture coming for him. Whoever's on the other side of that door is about to get a very rude surprise. Every rune he's carved along the way finally lights up at once. Fiery, yeah, that about sums it up. He can't help the grin, the kind you only get from wrecking something that was supposed to wreck you. Total clear time 30 seconds 30. The onlookers can only mutter to themselves, completely baffled by what they just watched. Turns out this was the signature closing move of a legendary streamer who once had all of South Korea's internet glued to their screen, and he just pulled it off without blinking. The two of them walk off through the smoking aftermath like it's just another Tuesday. Congratulations, the old instructor tells him. Honestly, you're confirmed semi-first rank. He chuckles to himself, clearly delighted with his student. There's a port town nearby called Sar, he says, with a raw fish place to die for. How about a meal to celebrate? But there's a second reason for the trip he doesn't say out loud yet. Sar is also home to that, whatever that means. The two of them head off together toward the coast. I'll introduce you to an incredible raw fish place, the old man beams. He can't hide a small, curious smile at the invitation. Something or someone seems to be tagging along rather nicely, judging by the pleased little comment. Rewind 88 years to the frozen edge of the northern continent, the Dingle Peninsula. A brutal, ice-locked land, but one absolutely stuffed with natural resources buried under all that snow. Miners pushed into the polar wastes chasing iron and gold, carving out what people came to call the Iron Mountain. And there, two of them stumbled onto something no one was ready for. The Dingle Peninsula's demonic pig. Word for it, the king of the Iron Mountain. A hulking, ice-crusted boar demon glares out of the dark, eyes burning red. The miners freeze in place, face to face with the thing for the very first time. This was the first recorded sighting of him. Somewhere far from that frozen nightmare, footsteps go pounding through the present day. Cut to a girl bolting out the door in a panic of all days to sleep in, and wasn't the meeting on the testing facility's 4th floor. Can't be late, she mutters, breaking into a full sprint. This is a favor for Corin after all, can't exactly blow it off. Arden bursts into the lab and nearly blurts out the wrong name in surprise. Oh, it's just you, Junior Arden, you scared me half to death, the alchemist yelps. Sorry, looked like you were deep in an experiment, something important. It's nothing much, just testing something on my break, she stammers, caught red-handed. Diaku told me to come, so here I am, Arden shrugs, eyeing an illustration of some snarling red beast between them. Alright, Corin asked me to walk you through this around now. But why'd you actually call me here, Arden asks. She blinks, still catching up. Corin did. Yup, anyway, wanna try this before we get started. Is this an elixir? Arden eyes the bottle warily. Yeah, technically, not the most reassuring answer available. If it's good for your body, of course. Cue slightly less reassuring enthusiasm. Wait, what did you just say? Safe. The alchemist flails to walk it back before her guest can fully panic. She knocks it back anyway and lights up. It's tasty, almost tastes like home. Really, what a relief. Taste good, safety good, toxicity is good, she adds cheerfully. Cool. Anyway, what did Corin actually want you to explain? Right, Corin wanted me to fill you in on something that's about to go down, she says, and the mood shifts. She shoves through the crowded street, excuse me coming through. The thing they're talking about, the demonic pig sealed away in the testing facility, the king of the Iron Mountain itself. She's already sprinting flat out across town. I don't know why Corin wants me there, she thinks, but I need to move. The sign reads, Testing Facilities, Basement 4th Floor. Down in the corridor, the professor turns to the alchemist mid-walk. What do you think separates a special demon from an ordinary monster, Mariette? That they're strong, Mariette offers. Strength is just a given among the specials, he explains. One of their real trump cards is the power of domination. The power of domination, yes. Some demons put out a completely different kind of energy than the rest, he continues. Theoretically, they're called alpha entities. Unlike regular demons, they're stronger, and they give the orders. These alphas can command their own kind without any trouble at all. Picture it, an entire pack bending to one dominant will. But that domination doesn't work on demons of a different kind entirely. For special demons, though, it works. A special demon can command any demon weaker than itself. Mariette's expression tightens. She clearly doesn't love where this is headed. Her mind drifts back to the night she fled the hunting grounds. Half mad with thirst back then, she'd bent monsters to her will and made them offer up their own blood. Not her proudest moment. Thinking back on it, the professor muses, I don't think that was quite the same as domination. Back then, it wasn't their minds I controlled, Mariette admits. It was their fear. Mariette, there are 3 types of demons, he says, settling into lecture mode. Monsters, evil spirits, and demihumans, simple enough, but alpha traits hit each one differently. Take yourself, for instance. That's down to your own species, Mariette, he explains. So does that mean she could easily command other demihumans, she wonders. We'd need more research to say for sure, but probably not. Demihumans are smarter than us. That kind of domination usually just doesn't take. All right, enough theory, let's get to the real experiment. They walk on through the facility's quiet, unsettling corridors. The whole point of this experiment is to see just how far a special monster's alpha traits can actually stretch, he explains. Row after row of caged test subjects line the halls, waiting. Mariette walks the gauntlet of cages alongside the research staff. This is bigger than I thought, she admits to herself, and honestly, exactly the kind of thing that fascinates her as a mage. Theoretically, humanity should be able to control most monsters and evil spirits outright. And if that works, we could get ahead of every demon threat before it starts. Oh, by the way, did that elixir turn out tasty? Ah yes, thanks to you it came out delicious, someone chimes in happily. What a relief, sorry, sudden curiosity. Okay then, Mariette, try dominating the fang boars for us. Ah yes, Mariette steadies herself for the real test. Eyes flashing, she commands, come out. A boar demon's snarling face rises out of the dark, eyes burning red. The room tenses as the beast snarls right back at her. Stop, more boars crowd in behind it, utterly unmoved. A whole pack surges toward her as she throws up a hand to hold them back. Okay then, time to try harder. Eyes blazing, she snaps, lie down. The boar bucks and thrashes, refusing every bit of it. Ah, what are you doing? I said lie down, Mariette snaps, clearly rattled. Her colleague can only watch the standoff, just as on edge. I think this is just the ceiling on demi-human to monster communication, the professor reasons. Lower-ranked monsters aren't smart enough to follow her commands. Shall we see how different it is with the genuine article, meaning the king himself? Professor Fermac, if you would release the king's seal. Fermac, sunglasses and all, doesn't even blink, understood. He starts the release with the rune of banishment first. I'll only release the very first seal, he adds, just to be safe. The king of the Iron Mountain roars as that first lock gives way. Chains rattle as the beast strains against what's left of its prison. More boars stir nearby, sensing their king's fury. An alarm cuts through the chamber. Resistance circles 1, 3, and 7 have triggered, reinforce the 4th and 6th seals now. One massive red eye glares through the dark, still barely contained. It roars again, straining harder against the chains. Lightning rips through the room as the seals fight to hold. Another roar, it's getting close to breaking loose. Mariette and Fermac sprint for the chamber. Stop, something in the chains gives way with a sickening crack. Is it because they're all boars? we're losing our grip on them way too easily, Mariette mutters. But with any luck, I can still get this back under control. An explosion rips through the facility mid-sentence. Alarms scream, emergency, the monster in cage A107 has escaped. What cage A107? Mariette and her colleague freeze in horror. No! A massive scaled tail whips into view. The manticore. And as if that weren't enough, the king of the Iron Mountain himself is loose too, crackling with rage. One of the fighters throws up a magic circle and unleashes her signature spell, Blood Spear. A volley of crimson blades tears into the air. More spears rain down in a relentless barrage. The assault slams toward the escaped monster. But the manticore is fast, inhumanly fast, dodging every single strike. TCH, not the reaction she was hoping for. Her eyes narrow, sharp and furious, and somewhere behind her a voice calls out, Diaku, save your strength. But there's no slowing down now, not with this much still loose. Something else roars into view, wreathed in violent pink-purple light. Elsewhere in the chaos, energy crackles through the dark. Professor Fermack squares up and unloads a move he calls the Southpaw Screw Demolition. The punch detonates in a burst of purple light. He follows it with a left straight, lightning trailing his fist. Another massive blast tears through the chamber. The shockwave rips through everything nearby. Professor Fermack, someone breathes in awe. His shirt is in tatters from the fight. Then his grin fades, something strange. A monstrous shriek and hiss rip through the dark nearby. Professor, it's bad, the monsters are throwing themselves against their cage bars, you need to get out now. At the control terminal, Manual Z17, activate the large-scale resistance circles and sealing magic. I'm resealing the king of the Iron Mountain myself, begin the ceremony. We'll take a hit to the research budget, but keeping everyone safe comes first, the lead researcher decides. I can do this, she tells herself. This is Group 2, the magic circles aren't activating, a technician panics. Same problem here, the sealing circles down too. Damn it. Then the horrifying realization hits, someone deliberately destroyed the sealing magic circles. What? Shock ripples through the room as the sabotage sinks in. The lead researcher gasps in horror. A close-up on wide, terrified eyes says everything words can't. Oh no. Mountain the king strains against the very last chains holding him. Lightning arcs through the chains as they begin to snap, one by one. We start with a quiet aerial shot of a coastal town, gulls cutting across the rooftops like nothing is wrong. Welcome to the port city of Sar, the kind of sleepy town where nothing ever seems to happen. Just wait. Inside a dockside eatery, our boy Corinlock and his old instructor are mid-meal, practically glowing over how good the food is. The instructor cannot get over how much this kid can put away, cracking up at every bite. Turns out there is a reason for the feast. Corinlock just got bumped up to semi-first rank and somebody is footing the bill. That somebody is old man Heyman, his instructor, who dragged him to the fanciest raw fish place in town to celebrate. Corinlock, ever the opportunist, floats a very casual suggestion. How about a bottle of soju to go with it? Heyman laughs it off immediately. Nice try, kid, you are a student, he is the instructor, no alcohol for you. Corinlock grumbles to himself about how uptight these pubs are about checking ID. This body is still a teenager after all. This strange, cobbled-together world of medieval magic and modern rules apparently draws a hard line on underage drinking. Rude. He mourns, dead serious, the tragedy of a world where you cannot wash down seasoned fried chicken with an ice-cold beer. The real kicker is that back home he came from the country that basically invented day drinking, and here he cannot touch a drop. So Corinlock pivots to flattery, telling Heyman there is an old saying from the East he would love to share. Heyman, curious, leans in and starts lecturing that alcohol is something you learn about from adults. Corinlock seizes the opening, telling Heyman he would love for him personally to be the one who teaches him about drinking. Heyman is completely disarmed, touched that this kid looks up to him with such warm, admiring eyes. He tells himself very firmly that this is definitely not just Corinlock angling for free booze, sure it is not. And just like that, Heyman is pouring him a drink with a big, proud grin, completely oblivious he just got played. Corinlock's inner voice is pure victory, he fell for it, the kid actually pulled it off. Then, out of nowhere, a bark, somewhere close by, something is definitely not part of the menu. One of the other patrons freezes, catching that sound and clearly not liking it. Confused chatter breaks out. What is that barking? Did somebody seriously bring a dog in here? Corin Locke, drink finally in hand, groans. Why does the universe always pick this exact moment to interrupt him? The barking turns into a full chorus, and whatever is making that sound has glowing red eyes. This is not a dog. Corin Locke buries his face in his hands, sensing his long-awaited first drink slipping away again. Fist clenched on the table, he curses under his breath. This was supposed to be his first drink in years. Cut across town, something massive is straining against heavy chains, cracking them link by link. The chains keep shattering, one violent burst after another. A witch-hatted supervisor on watch lets out a horrified scream at what she is seeing. Whatever just happened, it is bad. The shock ripples through everyone nearby. One onlooker breaks into a cold sweat, muttering that this is really happening. Word spreads in a panic. The king of the Iron Mountain, a monstrous horned beast wreathed in lightning, is breaking loose. Chains snap off it one after another as it claws its way free, crackling with raw power. It is official, the thing has fully freed itself. Someone shouts across the chaos for backup. They need to block it, and they need Mariette right now. A young mage answers the call, unleashing a spell she calls the Crystal Lance. Razor-sharp shards of ice erupt outward, aimed straight at the beast. She channels everything she has into the casting, standing her ground against something enormous. The spell keeps building, crackling louder. More crystal energy tears through the air toward the monster. She lets the full attack loose in one massive burst of ice and light. The lance rockets forward at full force. Her eyes go wide as the crystal lance finally connects. Shards ring out as the spell shatters against its target. Wait, shattered, that is not the reaction she was hoping for. She cannot believe it, her strongest spell barely scratched the thing. The dust settles, and it is clear this fight just got a lot harder. Someone claps her on the shoulder anyway. Good effort, kid, someone else has got this. A sharp-dressed man in sunglasses steps forward, dark energy crackling around him. Calm and confident, he says he will be the one to finish this. He drops into a fighting stance, power surging around his fists. The air around him ignites with violet energy. Behind his glasses, his eyes narrow, he is locked in. A second monster crashes in, a massive red-tusked boar demon, and he leaps straight into the fray to meet it. He cannot believe it, his hit barely did any damage at all. The creature roars back at him, a blade of golden energy searing through the air. He spots something etched into his own knuckles, glowing. Wait, is that a rune? Something is about to go very wrong, and he barely gets out a no-wah before it happens. He throws himself into the fire head first, fist first, betting everything on this one hit. The explosion swallows the whole scene. He is sent tumbling through the wreckage, the blast throwing him clean off his feet. Someone screams his title in alarm, Professor, he is down. Elsewhere, a horrified voice realizes the wall has been breached, which means the whole barrier system just failed. Cracks spread violently through what is left of the containment. Claws tear straight through the ruined wall. Alarms blare, emergency, emergency. The worst news lands, every single monster sealed in the cages has just been set loose. Cages buckle and shatter as red-eyed creatures pour out. A full swarm of monsters floods the corridor. A cold, clinical announcement cuts through the panic. Code Veronica activated. The emergency protocol locks in as the beasts keep coming. Command barks orders, security team get every magic circle online. Immobilize the spirit golems now. A hulking golem powers up, ready to move. The golem team activates and the interception system engages, throwing up a wall between the monsters and the exit. Golems collide with the stampede head-on. The order comes down clear. These monsters cannot be allowed to escape the testing facility. A golem's visor flares as it braces for impact. The screeching clash of metal on claw fills the air. And right in the middle of it all, the lightning-wreathed king of the Iron Mountain rears up. It roars, sending a golem crashing to the ground. A status readout flashes its real name. King Harrant, a first-rank demonic beast, this is way above their pay grade. A screeching purple bat-like monster joins the chaos with a deafening shriek. More of them swarm in behind it, red eyes glinting in the dark. A voice crackles over the radio begging for support. They cannot hold back the higher-level monsters without a proper magic circle. The witch-hatted supervisor panics. If these things get past the academy grounds, it is over, so she authorizes lightning strikes in the shared zone. Somewhere in the background, someone at a console mutters the real question on everyone's mind. Is the budget going to survive this? Lightning cracks across the battlefield. Another bolt tears through, blinding and bright. A monstrous roar shakes the whole area. Flames erupt as the creature rages on. Someone cries out in pain, caught in the crossfire. A golden blade of energy finally lands, tearing into one of the horned demons. The supervisor spins around, catching sight of something unexpected. A sharp-eyed man mutters, half impressed and half terrified, that his employer's foresight just keeps getting scarier. A bloodied woman blinks in confusion at what is in front of her. She stares, "Wait, Dren, what are you doing here?" as a silver-haired swordsman drops in wielding twin blades. His sword crackles with blue lightning as he squares up to the enemy. His answer is dry as ever, "It is just a field trip." He closes the distance fast, sword flashing. One of the monsters snarls, its single orange eye locking onto him. It snarls back, refusing to go down easy. The roar that follows is furious and unhinged. A blast of red energy rips through the air between them. Drin dives through the flames, both blades drawn, refusing to back off. Something about the creature's attack has a name too, debris fusion, and it is not a good sign. Rocks and green lightning crash together as the fight rages on. Somewhere close by, another skirmish is picking up steam. A hulking fire-wreathed construct powers up, a castle golem cobbled together from spare junk parts. Flames wrap around it as it charges forward. Its pilot, a scrappy goggle-wearing kid, pumps his fist. Nice, he can actually control this thing. He can hardly believe it himself. The technique that guy taught him actually worked. A few days back, that same guy told him stamina is power, dragged him through brutal training, then handed over a stack of golem magic techniques. He said he found it while reading at the library and just tossed it over. The only price he asked for in return was today's field trip. The monster roars, undeterred, and slams back into the fight. The kid grits his teeth. They are getting pushed back. Is it really because this thing is first rank? Green lightning crackles overhead, and someone lets out a surprised huh. A new technique lights up. Root supplementation, green energy curling like antlers in the dark. A towering golem's arms glow bright green with newly restored power. It sprouts wooden, living-looking limbs, a junk wooden golem freshly reinforced. A voice wonders aloud, almost stunned. How did he know this exact thing would happen and teach her this method in advance? A graceful, horned druid in green and white steps into the light, magic pooling at her feet. Perfect timing, the golem pilot practically cheers at the sight of her. A pale serpent dragon shrieks and coils through the chaos. The supervisor's blood runs cold. That poisonous dragon is climbing straight up to the third floor. Elsewhere, a dark-haired swordswoman launches into the air, twin blades trailing icy blue energy like wings. A pale serpentine shape whips through the strike zone. She cuts clean through, the impact lighting up the whole corridor. She lands the finishing blow, blades singing through the air. Someone lets out a breath. Did they actually get it? Then does a double take. Alicia. The supervisor nearly tears up, admitting she has never been so grateful for a bunch of students in her life. Then it hits her. Wait, hold on a second. She rounds on them. Why exactly are you all at the testing facility right now? Their answer, completely deadpan, it is a field trip. The whole ragtag crew lines up together, sword fighters, a druid, a golem pilot, very clearly not here for sightseeing. Back in the command room, someone stares at a readout and just goes, what? Because right now, completely unaware, the boy behind this entire plan is sitting in a tavern across town, letting it all play out exactly as he predicted. Something new stirs in the dark, a technique branded Realm of Blood glowing an ominous red. Crimson energy bursts outward in jagged spikes. A twisted, fanged face snarls from within the red haze. Shards of crimson light glint against a flash of pink hair. The red glow keeps expanding, swallowing the frame. A blue burst of counter magic slams into it. Good thing they set up the barrier in advance, just like Corin said. Now it cannot reach the ground. The tusked beast bares its fangs again, clearly not done yet. A lone figure stands atop a tower of ice, steady against the storm. A few onlookers just gape, utterly speechless at what they are witnessing. What was that? Someone stammers, still processing it. A pink-haired girl in a beret steps forward, staff crackling with red light. Do not let your guard down, she warns. I am a special, she says simply, just like you. The beast bellows in fury, refusing to yield. Turns out King Harrant is not just a demonic beast. He is the kind of first-rank monster that looks like he walked straight out of a giant monster movie. No notes. Its jaws snap shut with bone-rattling force. Someone yells over the noise, damn it, just him moving is breaking everything, somebody do something. The golem pilot calls out to his druid partner, You'll support me more. You really want me to move it, she asks, as the spirit golem's broken bodies prep to detonate. A golem's arm surges with restored power. Between the magic techniques Corin Loch left behind and druid Yule's mana, they start fusing the broken joints back together on the fly. The golem lets out a metallic groan as it powers back up. Energy streaks across the battlefield. A monstrous golem head lets loose a deafening roar of its own. This is the pair carrying the fight, Avaloan's druid Yule and golem sorcerer Cranel Ludin. What is the plan, someone asks. Simple, Cranel says, blow every one of the spirit golems at once. All that stored power detonates together, spraying out a massive burst of mana, and somewhere a status window quietly logs it. Duo in charge of large numbers of monsters. The blast slams straight into the beast. The golem presses the advantage, refusing to let up. A new readout flashes online, nature's weapon wooden fist equipped. Green lightning wraps around a massive stone fist. The charge keeps building, brighter with every second. System all green, you have control, the readout confirms, arming 5 forced explosions at once. Yule screams through the effort, channeling everything she has got into it. The fist rockets forward, trailing green fire. Energy coils and compresses into a single devastating punch. It has a name now too, Master Form Junk Wooden Golem Elbow Rocket. The golem's eye burns bright as the attack connects. The impact lands with a bone-crunching crack. It is the kind of hit that makes even the veteran fighter's hearts race. Nice one, Ludin warrior, somebody shouts. Cranel pumps his fist in triumph, Yule catching her breath right behind him. Crisis officially handled, and the guy who actually planned it all never even showed up. We open on a port city tucked a good distance from the Empire's testing facilities. Looks peaceful enough for now. Just another sleepy harbor town, or so it wants you to think. Our guy Corin Locke says he picked this exact haunted house on purpose, because nobody thinks to look for you in a church nobody visits. The old bell tower creaks in the wind, and something or someone creaks right back. Turns out it's his tiny red demon buddy, panicking because he forgot to run an errand. Corin Locke grabs the little guy before he can bolt. Not today, buddy. Cover story ready, he tells the church he's just a dispatched academy student who missed mass and needs the prayer room. The nun buys it completely, even calling him a guardian, if only she knew. Alone at last, Corin Locke steps in with a plan already running in his head. If his memory serves, this is the spot. He settles in at the altar like he owns the place. This was the marker he planted, set up specifically for a moment like this. Gripping the cross, he silently hopes his contact gets the message soon. The whole room shudders as the marker fires off. Purple lightning wraps around him. Whoever answered didn't waste a second. A magic circle blazes to life, crackling with pink light. Out of the glow, a shadowy, cat-eyed thing demands to know how he even knows about this marker. He answers plainly, lit up in pink light, Corin Locke. Right now, at least, that name is all the explanation he's willing to give. He flashes a confident smirk, first things first. There's urgent business to handle, he says, as pink energy crackles around him. Somewhere else entirely, a fight is already tearing loose. A hulking, armored figure with glowing eyes barrels into frame, green energy whipping off it. The battlefield lights up green as the clash escalates. Smoke and sparks everywhere. Whatever this is, it's just getting started. Elsewhere, a horned, green-haired fighter parries a heavy strike, caught completely off guard. You name it, she seems to say, like she still can't believe what she's looking at. A stunned bystander gawks. She's never seen anything like this in her whole life. A massive set of scales rears up with an ear-splitting shriek. A lone swordswoman squares off against it, standing her ground on a beam of light. She catches herself? Can't afford to look away, not against a first-rank demonic beast like this, the poisonous dragon. The dragon roars right in her face, fangs bared. She insists she has to face this one alone, and there's more. A message comes through. Korin wanted her to hear one more thing before this fight starts. Domain Severance, she unleashes her signature move straight at the dragon's tail. Steel meets scale in a blinding strike. But wait, without Domain Severance, that must be what Korin actually meant. Because he saw real potential in her, not just the flashy stuff. She hesitates midair. Can she actually pull this off without her strongest technique? Something crashes through the moment, cutting her doubt short. Across the way, a red-haired fighter jolts upright. What was that sound? A crimson magic circle flares to life. Lightning crackles red across the sky. Someone goes tumbling straight into a glowing red portal. The realm, someone shouts as jagged red spikes swallow the whole scene. A white-haired fighter with a staff plummets right alongside them. The blast knocks everyone flat. Wait, is that Mariette? She groans, bloodied and barely conscious on the ground. Some kind of rune-engraved device sits nearby, humming quietly. It's really as Korin said, someone murmurs shaken. A sharp burst of purple energy cuts them off mid-thought. Catching her breath, the blue-haired fighter grips her staff and steps forward anyway. This thing supposedly turned into a demonic pig after devouring the oldest steel in existence, as one does. Its runes grant it 100% resistance, wrapped in blue flame. The boar's eyes flash with lightning, daring anyone to try their luck. Resistant to physical and magic attacks, great, cool, fine. It lets out a roar that could peel paint off the walls. Its silhouette looms, daring the next challenger to step up. This is the beast that got countless heroes killed and still couldn't be put down, so they sealed it instead. Still, someone mutters, weapon in hand, clearly not backing off. Korin asked this of me, she says, gripping her weapon tighter as pink light gathers. The fight sends someone crashing down into the blood-red arena below. Mariette, someone cries out, watching it unfold. A dark-haired fighter freezes, a shadowy figure looming right behind her. Another ear-splitting shriek tears through the battlefield. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she forces out one word, I have no choice but to succeed too. Her blade lights up with blue lightning as she swings. The strike connects and something monstrous recoils. Watching from a command post, a witch in a wide-brimmed hat lets out a shaky breath. This is a lot to take in. The battlefield twists into a blur of red and violet. Something detonates in a flash of red and white. Alchemy magic, snow flower blooms mid-fall, catching a plummeting fighter. A title card flashes up for the legendary beast everyone's been dreading. The great demonic being itself, jaws wide open. King of the Iron Mountain versus the Elderank vampire. Now that's a matchup. Bloodied and exhausted, the blue-haired fighter wipes her face and keeps her footing. That Elderank vampire has a name, Mariette Dunalef. And somehow, against all odds, she's actually holding her own against the demonic pig. This fight is only even possible because she's something special. Back at the command post, the witch can't hide it anymore. Equal parts awe and pure terror. Claw marks rake across the frame, the battle rages on. The swordswoman bolts forward on her beam of light, catching sight of something new. A fighter with a rifle spear opens fire on the dragon, guns blazing. She's running now, ice spikes bursting up around her bloodied legs. Shards of ice explode outward from the impact. Dragon Claw rips through the air with a snarl. She calls out a defensive formation, multi-layer shield, blood and snow wall as she gets slammed into the red spikes below. Hair whips through the frame amid another violent clash. The fight barely lets up for a breath. The demonic boar bellows, thrashing in a storm of purple and red spikes. A silver-haired fighter cries out in pain, falling into the chaos below. All over the facility, the students are fighting tooth and nail just to keep these demonic beasts from breaking loose entirely. But everyone out there can feel it, they're losing ground. A dark-haired fighter's eyes go wide, catching sight of something worse coming. That defeat everyone's been dreading is creeping closer by the second. Claws rake through the air as another fighter goes tumbling. Something heavy drags across the ground nearby. The demonic boar's massive head fills the frame, blue lightning crackling off its hide. Someone gasps, completely blindsided. The boar's red eye locks onto its next target. Footsteps pound closer fast. A cloud of red mist rolls in. Wait, huh? It's Diaku, Korinlok's demon familiar, all grown up and cradling a badly wounded fighter in his arms. Red mist swirls around them as she asks, dazed, what happens now? Ah, she breathes out, finally letting herself relax a little. Elsewhere, the red-haired fighter lets loose another shrieking strike of her own. Scales crunch under the impact, close but not quite enough. She can't use domain severance here, so what else has she got to beat this thing? If I were Corin, she asks herself, what would I have done? The battlefield crackles with tension as she works it out. Pink light glints off the dragon's scales. With a shriek of her own, she strikes right at its glowing eye. She follows through with everything she's got. Yes, if I were Corin, she says, and something clicks. She lands a clean hit against the thrashing tail. Basics, she shouts, sometimes the fundamentals really are the answer. Meanwhile, the black-haired swordswoman channels blue lightning through her blade. Dodge and cut, erase everything else from your head, she tells herself, squaring up against the beast. Blue energy erupts around her in a storm. She's dwarfed by the creature, but she doesn't back down. She spins into another strike, lightning trailing behind her blade. Arden first sword style, rising heavens, her signature technique unleashed. The shriek that follows says it all, she landed it. Arg, what is this? Something groans as her blade cuts clean through. She grins, she actually pulled it off without needing domain severance at all. Corin Locke, watching remotely, gives her a simple nod, good job. A nearby ally blinks in surprise, wait, is that really him? Y'all did well, he says, sword in hand, projecting in from wherever he actually is. Sparks of purple light flicker around the image. Somewhere else entirely someone cheers, she won and she's thrilled about it. A heavily armored fighter lands the final blow on her own opponent. I defeated the monster, I don't need Corin, I don't need friends, she declares, proud and clearly not listening to anyone. Someone wonders aloud, wasn't the whole Luden warrior thing built on Corin actually having friends? Word comes in that the poisonous dragon's been dealt with too, vanished, leaving nothing but a mess behind. I thought you couldn't make it, someone blurts startled, report the situation, where's the demonic pig now? Mariette's still holding the line, comes the reply, but I need to go help her. A beat of quiet consideration follows. So what's the plan now, Corin Locke? Someone asks him directly, standing at his side. Since you dragged me all the way from the church, you clearly had something in mind, she adds. Of course, he says, you just need to help me catch the demonic pig. What? But there's a ton of other monsters besides the pig. Don't worry about it, he says, cool as ever. Turns out he's been feeding rune-engraved rocks to the monsters back at the testing facility this whole time. Rune magic disguised as a snack, classic Corin Locke. Stones scattered across the glowing grid floor, just waiting. Flames start licking at the edges of the frame. After feeding them plenty of food under the guise of just being generous, the trap is set. The fire spreads fast now. An inferno erupts across the whole facility. The plan was always to detonate every single rune stone at once using a resonance function. One big sweep. He triggers it through a silver spear forged from rune stone. With enough patience and nerve, it actually worked. Let's go, Alicia, someone shouts, sprinting ahead, spear in hand. Ah yes, she calls back, right on his heels. Not every monster went down in that blast. Some of the mid to upper ranked ones survived. Dozens of glowing eyes still glare out from the dark. Roughly 30 are left standing, with that special demonic pig right in the middle of them. Well, no need to worry, Corin Locke says, completely unbothered. Drin, get over here, a silver-haired ally strides in. You're finally here, boss. What? I don't need you, the lone wolf fighter snaps, then gets told to quit acting drunk on her own hype and just come along already. And what exactly do you mean, Dream Team? Every named hero of the heroic legend of Arhin has finally gathered in one place. These are the ones who are supposed to save the world, eventually, probably, hopefully soon. You okay? Someone asks quietly. Yup, the swordswoman answers, steadying herself. Then let's start again, she says, green energy sparking to life around her blade. The armored beast looms ahead, ready for round 2. The whole crew stands together at last, Corin Locke, his demon, the swordswoman, and the rest of the team, lightning crackling around them. Then, without missing a beat, our hero decides it is time to start the fight all over again. The whole crew rolls in, ready to face down a monster wrapped in glowing green energy. Weapons drawn, the party plants their feet. The counterattack begins right now. This squad does not just look good together, they move like one machine. But even with all that swagger, nobody here is fully confident. Because the thing they are about to fight is a legendary demonic beast, the king of the Iron Mountain. Two burning red eyes open in the dark and the king wakes up. The demonic boar unfurls its full, monstrous size for the very first time. It has ravaged everything in its path, and shown absolutely zero mercy doing it. Mariette barks the order everyone needed: split up, everyone. The party scrambles, dodging for their lives. Against a king this tyrannical, it takes everything they have just to keep moving. Its blue fur bristles as another attack rockets toward them. This thing devours everything in its path, and it just broke loose. The golem pilot screams a battle cry for her walking war machine, Luden Warrior. A gauntleted fist punches straight ahead, clearing a path through the chaos. "We can't hit it head on," someone yells, and honestly, whoever planned this fight might have been drunk. A hulking green energy golem crashes into the action. The Boar King rears back, fur bristling blue with power. Blue energy rips through the battlefield. "Golem," someone shouts as the construct barrels forward. Sharp teeth bared, the golem's pilot screams the king's name like a challenge. "You call yourself a strong castle, huh?" she taunts, sizing the beast up. The very thing that once beat a king is about to try again. She unloads everything she has got: a spirit nuke, a forced explosion, and a flying knee kick for good measure. The blast lights up the battlefield in every color. Everyone lets out one long, ragged battle cry. Then the golem pilot's face drops in horror. "My Luden Warrior," she screams. "That idiot," someone mutters, before barking new orders to keep attacking the demonic pig no matter what. Corinlock takes charge, everyone else fan out. "You'll grow the plants, hold him however you can," Corinlock orders, and her vines lunge into position. "You can't lose," someone pleads. "Easy for you to say," comes the tired reply. Yule grits her teeth and channels everything into her staff. Green energy floods the battlefield. The vines slam home with a crunch. Thick green tendrils coil tighter around the beast. "Did it work?" someone shouts, hardly daring to hope. This is original runes, a power on a completely different level. Blue energy crackles through the dark. The king roars back to life undeterred. Its crimson spikes bristle with fury. The party freezes. This is bad. "How is it still this strong?" someone gasps before Corinlock calls out, "Drin, flank it, use both magic swords." As expected, my employer is a strategist who waits for the perfect opening with airtight safety measures, Drin thinks to himself. There is no reason for a mercenary to say no, he mutters, drawing his blades. "Listen up." He unsheathes the first, the blade of flames, and the second, the blade of lightning. Both weapons upgraded with top-tier mana stones, his reward from the whole Mariette Dunalif incident. This one will not be easy to handle, he warns himself. The king charges, Drin's twin blades already buried in its hide. The runes flare to life around him. The beast's crimson spikes bristle in response. Blue lightning rips across the battlefield. "What was that?" someone cries. Just how is this possible? Drin wonders, eyes narrowing. He's not taking any damage at all, comes the horrified realization. "Corin," Mariette screams, blood on her hands as she grabs his arm. "Yes, I know, Diaku," someone shouts, calling their heaviest hitter into the fray. Diaku barrels in, fists first, straight into the king's hide. The clash tears through the air in a shower of sparks. "It worked," someone gasps in disbelief. To actually hurt this king, Corinlock realizes they need to split their physical and magic attacks clean in half. This is the power of the original runes. Ancient texts once said 8 of them were needed just to reach paradise. A paradise that existed, then stopped existing, somehow twisted into fuel for this demonic pig. This is the raw power of an imperfect, broken concept. Physical hits are useless against its red fur. Magic is useless against its blue fur. Total, absolute tolerance. And its secret weapon is a third form entirely, gold fur. The king's eyes blaze with menace, daring them to find a way through. "You will hold him down however you can," Corinlock orders. "Lose your grip, grab him again." He hefts his weapon overhead, ready to commit everything to the next strike. "Corin, what about me?" Mariette demands, refusing to sit this one out. "Leave the attacks to Diaku," Corinlock tells her. "You just move exactly where I need you." "Everyone, don't think about what happens after," he adds grimly, eyes on the beast's glowing form. The king's silhouette looms, wreathed in red. Corinlock squares up against the towering monster, Mariette at his side. This is a short battle one way or another, he tells himself, weapon steady. "Pour everything you have into it, and we win," comes the quiet promise. This man is completely certain he can beat a living legend. The king charges again, crackling with dark lightning. The golem wraps the beast in living vines. Green flame licks along the tendrils. It's our time to shine, the golem roars, tightening its grip. The king's eye burns red beneath the tangle of vines. Blades flash red and blue in a blur of strikes. The clash keeps escalating. Then with a violent shudder, the king breaks free. He's escaped, someone cries. Drin Korenlock says simply, and that's all the cue he needs. The king dives, red and blue fur rippling with menace. Fire rips across the battlefield. Blue lightning catches the beast mid-charge. The same pattern as before, someone notes, right before the king lets out an ear-splitting roar. A blazing fist connects clean. Green energy slices through, finding its mark. Vines wrap tight around the staggering beast. It worked, that hit landed even harder than before, the golem pilot cheers. Even so, someone warns, a single hit like that will not be enough. The fur color hasn't changed, someone realizes, right as Diaku goes flying in regardless. The shift to blue fur never actually finished, it's still red underneath. It was all a fake-out, baiting Diaku, their most dangerous hitter, into the open. A rune ignites Thurisa's Fehu, and the king answers with a devastating slash. The explosion rips through the battlefield. A titan rune built to destroy anything that dares get close, that destructive light. Sends Diaku flying clean off his feet. Diaku, the party screams as the smoke clears. Mariette, retrieve the orb, Korenlock orders, blood spear. Mariette launches skyward, orb blazing, red petals trailing behind her. Fly, she commands, closing in on the king's face. The strike detonates against the beast in a burst of crimson. Another explosion rocks the king back. Korenlock smirks. Shall I get started? He asks, to no one in particular. His weapon rockets forward like a spear of light. Korin, Mariette calls out, startled by what he's about to do. The king rears back, blue fur bristling, eyes burning red. How exactly are you planning to block this? Hey, Smurf, he taunts and swings his lightning blade. Steel meets fur in a burst of sparks. This is the Pagoda Tree Mountain intent, and lightning floods the battlefield. A blinding white shockwave rips through the air, Korenlock riding the crest of it. 2 hits won't be necessary, he declares as the strike detonates. This is a macro hit, on a scale nobody saw coming. The king freezes mid-motion. One red eye glares out from the wreckage. Incredible, what even was that? Someone gasps. Wow, just throwing that spear wrecked the whole surroundings. Yule and the golem pilot stare, stunned. Oh okay, someone stammers, still processing what just happened. If he blocks the magic damage of that blood spear with blue fur, the physical half still gets through clean. But block the physical half with blue fur, and the magic half rips straight through instead. So exactly how, the king seems to wonder, do you block both at once? Will you block them at the same time? It seems to ask, baring its teeth. Its jaws part in a razor-lined grin. Korenlock takes a direct hit, crying out as the blast throws him back. The king barrels forward, Mariette rushing in to help however she can. Someone cries out as red petals scatter through the air. Thaw that, it actually deflected both attacks at once, someone stammers. You finally played that card, huh? Korenlock says, flung backward but still smirking. Absolute tolerance, now for physical and magic damage at the exact same time. This form goes by another name entirely. Indestructible gold. The king's fur ignites, blazing gold from head to hoof. Gold, someone repeats, stunned, as the king's lips curl into a satisfied grin. In the end, it's the same as always, that smug expression seems to say. This is his hidden trump card, 5 uninterruptible minutes of total invincibility. The Golden King barrels forward, scattering the party like leaves. He's coming again, someone screams. This is getting annoying, everyone run, Korenlock shouts, dragging the team back. For 5 whole minutes, nothing they throw at him is going to land. Employer, Drin says quietly, gray eyes tracking every move the king makes. That's impossible, someone breathes, there's nowhere left to run. The golem trudges through the rubble, the team regrouping in the ruins below. Wait, when did the building's ruins get all the way over here? Someone yelps. Korenlock grits his teeth, red eyes locked on the golden beast. To corner the humans, the king presses the advantage, and the party raises their glowing blades in answer. Korenlock sprints in, spear raised, having already rammed that same poor wall more times than anyone can count. Let's go, Luden warrior, the pilot cries, sending her golem back into the fight. It's our time to shine, the green golem bellows, muscles flaring. The giant lets loose everything it has left. But even at full power, it can no longer keep pace with the king. Alchemy, magic, blood, ice, Mariette calls out, leaping into her own strike. She rockets in staff first, ice crackling around a burst of red. It's a small demi-human's magic, but it hits like a truck. Right now at least, the king is powerless to stop it. But now, its golden fur begins to shift once more. A dark silhouette looms against the firelight. The moment has come for the king to break free of the prison he's been trapped in. This is the gold fur, the final phase of the king of the mountains, the demonic pig of the Dingle Peninsula. This is the 5-minute invincible pattern feared as the final boss of Part 2. It was once an absolutely appalling moment, one that broke plenty of players before them. Now there's nothing left, Corinlock mutters, staring the beast down. To be honest, he admits to himself, there is one hidden method left to try. Seal released, he announces, power surging around him. His hand tightens around a glowing hilt. Its name is Alicia. He launches skyward, the weapon's light trailing behind him. The king's golden fur bristles, sensing the shift in power. Its expression twists, somewhere between fury and disbelief. This blade carries one absurd ability, 100% penetration, physical and magic both. His grip tightens on the glowing hilt. Power crackles up his arm as he raises the blade. This is the Ardenfir sword style. The one technique that works best against legendary opponents. The king's face twists in shock as lightning gathers around the blade. He names the strike as he lands it, severing demon blade. Hair whipping in the wind, he brings the blade down in one clean arc. The strike lands dead center, domain severance. Picture a strike with 100% penetration, physical and magical both. That is the opener. That blade does not just cut, it obliterates. Meet the Ardenfir sword style built specifically for taking down legends. Because when your opponent is basically unkillable, you bring the technique that says otherwise. And staring down that blade is some snarling, red-eyed thing about to have a very bad day. They call this finisher the Severing Demon Blade, not subtle but accurate. One swing and this fight is basically already over. The finishing move is called Domain Severance, and it lives up to the name. Steel meets flesh in a blur of impacts. The shockwave rings out as our mystery swordswoman lands the blow. Whatever just got hit is not getting back up anytime soon. Cut to a completely different scene. Some wide-eyed onlooker cannot believe what they just saw. A well-raised Alicia beats 10 party members, someone brags nearby, and the poor girl on the receiving end goes bright red. Back with our hero, there is a nervous double-check. What if the thing they are dealing with starts moving again? Answer, it is time for the madam to shine. The ritual circle roars to life. Something catches everybody off guard. Enter Professor Josephine, glasses and rapier gleaming, stunned that a magic circle this huge got patched up so fast. The praise rolls in right behind her, as expected of Professor Josephine. The dust barely settles before the next move is already in motion. Gold pattern magic hits hard, but the catch is once it shatters, you are locked out of your usual spells for a while. Handy bit of tactics to remember. One name gets called out into the chaos, Mariette. And she is more than ready. Crimson power crackles to life around her. It builds into something massive. Professor Josephine, please, someone begs as the red energy peaks. Allies leap into the fight, weapons drawn, determined to hold the line. Josephine sees what is coming and just about drops an expletive. Mariette is not playing defense anymore, I'll end this. A wheel of crimson energy spins into existence around her. The technique has a name and it is not subtle, Great Blood Technique, Crimson Spear. The blast rips through everything in its path. Pure chaos, light and power everywhere. And here is the real bombshell. This is the nightmare from 80 years ago, they call her the hero murderer. Rewind the clock. Some demonic pig terrorizing the Dingle Peninsula finally meets its end. As it dies, a strange light, its so-called origin, leaves the body. A spearman on the scene does not miss it. They simply call it origin. Turns out it is a fragment of one of the 8 legendary texts needed to reach paradise. An indestructible relic from a divine age, though the stone housing it is definitely not indestructible. Rewind even further, 88 years ago. A wild boar on that same peninsula swallows a rune stone whole. And nobody bothers to go dig it back out. Classic. Fast forward, the seal breaks and the demonic pig finally gets put down for good. The rune stone inside it shatters in the process. So the real question becomes, where did that loose fragment of origin go? Turns out the answer is simple. It drifts to the nearest rune stone and just settles in. And it finds its new home. A lone figure walks calmly toward the light, footsteps echoing. 10 years ago, he had already infiltrated the academy for this exact purpose, posing as a professor the whole time. He is credited with taking down the king of the Iron Mountains, though the win apparently was not nearly as clean as the reputation suggests. Someone on scene just wants to know if the test site got evacuated first. 80 years sealed away will weaken even a monster. All our mystery professor has to do now is walk out of the academy. Nice and easy, straight through a secret tunnel under the city. Except someone clocks him. Before he can finish that thought, a spear tip appears out of nowhere. How is Martial Brother Baltazar doing? The newcomer asks, golden blade leveled right at him. This is apparently the guy who took down the special vampire Mariette Dunalev herself, the great monster king of the Iron Mountains. Nephew Firmak, comes the shocked reply. The standoff settles into a tense, dusty silence. Since you're the disciple of the disciple my master disowned, that makes me your martial uncle. Now come show your respects. The professor's hair stands on end. Martial uncle, no way. Because it means his cover is blown, his real identity is out. There is only one conclusion this Firmak could reasonably have jumped to. Watching someone else fight with his exact style, he assumed there could only be one explanation. After all, only his own teacher was supposed to know the 6-step spearmanship required to reach martial master. So when he crossed blades with someone using that same style, he jumped straight to conclusions. Conclusions that happened to be dead wrong. This spearman was secretly his master's disciple all along, planted right where the mission was happening. And the safest move, as far as our professor was concerned, was to simply pretend none of it happened. Cut to present day, the same sharp mind that held its own against Lunia Arden during midterms. He gets shipped out of the city under the cover story of a rank reassessment, conveniently kept out of the professor's plans. The plan was to wrap everything up quietly and skip town. Since if word got out from his own master, the king, his real identity would be blown. Except nobody accounted for teleportation. One quick round trip using Madame Josephine's marker and he is back before anyone even notices. You were just waiting for the right moment. Origin, you can't go back once you use that. Corinlock, cool as ever, smiles like he already knows he has won. No, there's no way, the professor snarls, panic finally setting in. A 6-step spearman I don't even know about. His whole plan just got blocked and the guy responsible is standing right in front of him. I see, Corinlock answers, completely unbothered. You are my enemy, the professor spits, shadow energy exploding off him. He lunges. Dark power floods the air around him. His real name finally drops, Firmak Damon. Publicly he is a celebrated first-rank knight. In reality he is the mastermind who unsealed the king of the Iron Mountains, the actual final boss of this whole arc. He is also the one who shows up again later alongside the so-called King of Paradise. One of the 4 executives, no less. His power alone puts him around the same rank as Lunia Arden, solidly semi-special. And under the right conditions, he could climb all the way to special rank. You sure are arrogant for someone who's shown a little talent, he sneers. Do you really think someone like you can face me? Arise, shadows, he commands, the shadow servant technique taking form. Purple flame engulfs him as the power ramps up. He rips off his jacket, time to get serious. I didn't pick this battlefield for no reason, Corinlock says with a smirk. Light flashes across the ground. Rune of Sun, Soillo. Firmak and his shadow clone both freeze. Total shock all around. Magic needs air, Corinlock explains flatly. Soillo, Firmak chokes out. The natural enemy of shadow types. You do know your own skill's weakness, right? Shadow sorcery needs shadows to exist, same as water magic needs moisture and fire needs. Light bursts from the ground in every direction. More and more of it everywhere. No, Firmak's face says it all. All through the entire lot. The whole battlefield lights up like sunrise. It was a lot of work. I've had the rune of sun engraved across this entire lot for 20 days straight. Tedious, sure, but I've had plenty of mana to spare lately. Turns out this abandoned lot connects straight to the testing facility basement. He had been prepping for the finals before anyone even started. How cowardly, Fermac spits. Petty, persistent, and built specifically to screw him over, that is exactly the point. Must be infuriating getting sealed by nothing but beginner runes. I'll give you credit for the effort though. But Fermac is already moving. Rado a speed rune and he closes the gap instantly. He is on Korin lock in a blink. The strike comes down hard. 10 meters instantly. Steel meets steel. Korin lock takes the hit, gritting his teeth, blood already showing. But he is still standing, blade locked against Fermac's. Southpaw jet boost, Korin lock answers with a haymaker of his own. The impact cracks through the air. Sparks fly. He spins clean out of the follow-up. 8 trigrams playing body, footwork that makes him nearly impossible to pin down. You dodge that, Fermac cannot believe it. Sweat beads under his glasses. Korin lock is already thinking it through, Rado is just a repeated blind spot stab. Did Fermac really think that would be enough? Fourth step, returning heaven. Their techniques lock together in a clash of pure skill. That kind of precision only comes from real training. Impressive, Fermac admits, then sneers, playing professor now are we? 10 years of practice, Korin lock shoots back, comes with the job. Call it an occupational hazard. Drop the smart mouth and fight like you used to, Fermac snaps. Sassy brat, whatever you do, you're dying right here. The next hit lands hard, and Korin lock takes real damage. Shame I can't finish this here. Next time we meet, you're dead, Fermac warns. He needs to get out of the city and fast. He bolts. Can't risk drawing attention while everyone still thinks he's dead, and if he really wants to vanish, space magic could even shake off Madame Josephine's tracking. It's a duel, Fermac Demon, Korin lock calls out, stopping him cold. Fermac's jaw clenches. Do you really think I'll just let you walk away? Korin lock charges. I've got no loyalty owed for a duel with someone like you, Fermac scoffs. You should agree, Fermac Demon, it's the commandment binding you, you don't get a choice. Korin lock's grin widens, you bastard, Fermac growls. The tension hangs heavy in the air. High risk, high reward, the old code binding the warriors of the Shadow Paradise, known simply as the commandment. I won't refuse duels, Fermac admits through gritted teeth as power surges. Is that why you came alone? Fermac finally realizes. The duel has to be one-on-one, Korin lock confirms. A duel is sacred, fair, and strictly between two people. Just the two of them out here. Korin lock walked in completely alone, spear in hand, knowing exactly what that would trigger. Because the very rule imprisoning Fermac demands the duel stay. One-on-one, as long as Korin lock stands there alone and the rune of duels is active. Power floods through Fermac, forced into compliance. He has no choice but to accept. Turns out he is just an ordinary warrior serving the so-called king of paradise, Tades Valtazar, Fermac Demon. Korin lock, he finally introduces himself, flame licking up around him. The sacred rules of the duel demand one more thing. They trade real names, no more hiding. Fists clench, fire building. Sparks fly as the first real exchange begins. The strike connects. Win or lose, there is no walking away from this one now. There is only one way this ends. And the fight explodes into its next phase. See you next chapter. In the shadows, a hulking figure steps forward, his afro haloed in purple light and his eyes hidden behind dark shades. This is Fermac Demon, the so-called ordinary warrior fighting for the self-proclaimed king of paradise, Tades Valtazar. Standing opposite him is the first spear of the queen of paradise, Arandanua, and you already know this face. His name lands like a challenge, Korin lock. By the sacred rules of this world, before blood is spilled, the two warriors trade names first. Korin squares up, fire licking off his shoulders, calm as ever. Names exchanged, there's nothing left to say. The duel is about to begin. And just like that, the fight explodes to life. Whatever happens next, everyone watching already senses there's only one way this ends. Fermac's purple aura churns tighter around him, coiled and ready. Korin answers with a roar of his own, flames rolling off his spear arm. To the duel then. Somewhere off to the side, someone wishes their hero good luck. Korin's going to need it. The two collide in a blinding first exchange. A spearman against a fist fighter, a classic matchup of reach versus raw power. This whole fight is going to come down to one thing: distance. Fermax got a trick for that: acceleration runes that let a fist fighter close the gap in a blink. And a good spearman isn't about to make that easy for him. Korin answers with a named technique of his own, the slithering serpent. Fermac rockets in anyway, runes blazing, determined to get inside Korin's reach. But a spearman isn't going to just let him waltz in that close. Korin's spear lashes out to keep him at bay. But a fist fighter waits for exactly the moment a spear gets pulled back to strike. Fermac lunges the instant the opening appears. Except Korin saw that coming too. This is exactly what a real spearman trains for. Fermac barely bends out of the way in time. His counterpunch detonates through the air right where Korin used to be. Fermac isn't just fast, he's reading Korin's next move before he even makes it. Jumping into close combat against this guy, it turns out, only hands him more openings. A smart fist fighter just waits for you to land. So Korin unleashes something bigger: infinite returning heavens. His spear becomes a storm of chaos aimed straight at Fermac. But Fermac is fast, freakishly fast. 7 strikes land back to back in the time it takes him to jump and land once. And he's already got another burst of speed loaded up and ready to go. Korin meets him head-on with the second technique of returning heavens. But landing a huge move like that always costs you a split second of stiffness afterward. A split second Fermac doesn't waste. Korin's returning demonic counter and Fermac's follow-up crash together in the same breath. Blood beads down Fermac's face, first blood, and it's his. They trade blow for blow, spear against fist, neither one backing off. The whole street shakes around them as the fight rages on. Korin grits through a bleeding arm. He can't afford to let up now. In his head it's simple: close the distance no matter what it costs. Fermac catches on. Is this guy actually planning to eat hits just to get closer? TCH, Fermac doesn't love that idea one bit. Fermac answers with a technique named Meteor Strike. Korin throws everything he's got into one finishing thrust. Fermac figures if he can just block this one, the momentum swings right back to him. But in a split second, something catches Korin's eye. Fermac's fist, it's doing something strange. Wait, is he actually opening his fist mid-strike? He grabs the spear shaft barehanded, right out of the air. A rune glows across his grip as he locks the weapon down. Then he blasts forward again, spear and all, dragging Korin off balance. Whatcha gonna do now? Fermac grins, spear in hand. He's got the weapon, the leverage, and clearly the ego to match. Korin's eyes go wide. This is bad. A spearman who's lost his spear, Fermac sneers, isn't much of a threat at all. He drives the point home with a fist straight to the gut. Korin doubles over, coughing blood. Fermac keeps piling on, not giving him a second to recover. The blow sends Korin skidding clean across the ground. His face twists in pain as another strike whips through. He barely manages to catch himself. Come on then, Korin taunts back, waving him in. In his head though, it's a different story. He just needs to get his spear back. Except the spear's rammed so deep into a wooden post it won't budge. A problem Fermac is more than happy to exploit. He unloads a southpaw flicker jab, quick as a whip. It rocks Korin backward before he even sees it coming. Weapon or not, Korin growls, throwing a fist of his own. I'm still a martial artist. Fermac clocks it immediately. Even a spearman with hand-to-hand training sticks to the basics under pressure. You already know how this goes, right? Fermac taunts. Korin fires back with 8 trigrams, raised palms, a flurry too fast to fully block. The basics of a martial artist, Korin murmurs mid-strike, is physical. Combat, the 8 trigrams technique lands square on target. Fermac takes the hits head-on, bracing through the barrage. Korin escalates into 3 piercing palms. Fermac reels back, genuinely rattled for a second. However, Fermac shakes it off far quicker than expected. I was almost a little surprised there, he admits. But your boxing, Fermac grins, isn't anywhere near as good as your spearwork. Korin's stomach drops. None of that combo did any damage at all. Korin's 8 trigrams really was incredible, Fermac admits to himself. But while Korin only polished his hand-to-hand fighting as a side skill, boxing is the only thing Fermac has ever trained, and it shows. Every ounce of his focus has gone into these fists alone. Korin's jaw takes the proof of that head-on. Another flicker jab cracks through his guard. A jet straight sends him staggering, blood in the air. and a liver shot folds him right over. Only getting hit like this, Fermac says, you must have lost the will to fight. Don't worry though, I'll end this right now. He winds up for what's clearly meant to be the finishing blow. And then out of nowhere, Korin blocks it with his spear. Wait, his spear. The spear, how? Fermac can't process what he's looking at. Did this guy plan this the whole time? Turns out Korin let himself get beaten all the way back to exactly where his spear had landed. And lead me straight to it, Fermac realizes way too late he's been played. Korin's already moving, spear back in hand and the tide turning fast. He grips it tight, fire crawling up the shaft. The slithering serpent strikes true and Fermac finally goes down hard. Korin presses the advantage, spear whipping through the air. He plants his landing like he means it. Fermac sent tumbling, blood trailing behind him. Impressive, Fermac finally says, picking himself back up. He dusts himself off, oddly calm for someone who just got wrecked. Losing your spear, losing the exchange, you handled both about as well as anyone could, he admits. Privately though, Fermac knows he's on the back foot again. Korin just smirks, you just got the stuffing beat out of you and you're still lecturing me, can you not? Lecturing you, Fermac repeats, mildly offended. Yay, Korin confirms, not backing down an inch. Fermac's smile drops, okay, time to actually get serious. A rune ignites across his knuckles. More runes bloom up his arm, one after another. His whole arm lights up like a battle map of symbols. Runes rain down out of nowhere, filling the air around him. He's summoning a whole world, one where the sun simply doesn't exist. Mountains of shadow rise up out of nothing. A forgotten corner of his so-called paradise, dragged straight into the fight itself. A simple summon, he calls it. Korin's about to find out how simple it really is. The whole battlefield warps into a black, floating citadel. Welcome to the Shadow Citadel. Turns out Fermac swore an oath to serve the shadows themselves, and now they're answering the call. His eyes burn purple in the dark, fully powered up. Using a sun rune to erase shadows earlier, that was pretty incredible, Fermac admits, almost as a compliment. But with a petty ability like that, he sneers, as a massive shadow monster rises up behind him. You're not dispelling these. This place is reserved for the great warriors of paradise only. An entire army of shadow warriors materializes behind him. You'll lose now, Fermac declares, get torn apart by the demonic beasts of paradise. Or get beaten to death by my own two fists, your call. Korin, completely unbothered, just tilts his head. Wasn't this supposed to be a sacred one-on-one battle? Fermac's smug grin falters, how cheap, Korin adds, deadpan. Honestly, I knew you'd pull something like this the second you got rushed, Korin says, already reaching for a card of his own. Fermac's eyes go wide, that's something golden begins to scream. A glowing golden mandrake shrieks at the top of its lungs. The scream rips outward like a shockwave. And Fermac's entire shadow army starts dissolving on the spot. Fermac can only stare as his whole army gets wiped out in seconds. Meet the gold mandrake 7 times the size of a normal one and every bit as loud. Its scream can't be blocked by any magic ability, period. Doesn't matter if they're demonic shadow beasts summoned from another world. They can't survive the shriek of a one-of-a-kind, epicranked mandrake. Did you really think a petty trick like that would work on me? Korin fires back, throwing Fermac's own words right at him. Shade staggers, bloodied and completely out of tricks. Don't make me laugh, Korin repeats, grinning through the blood on his own lip. He locks eyes on his rival, Fermac Demon. Korin lets out a scream that rips the air apart, a blast of golden energy erupting off him like the sun just landed in the room. His rival comes screaming in through a wall of violet flame, weapon raised, ready to close this out fast. The two collide again in a shockwave of dark energy, neither one giving an inch. Did you think you could survive with a petty trick like that? He sneers, drawing first blood. Korin locks eyes on him, Fermac Demon, so that is the name behind all this violence. Korin grins through the flames wrapped around his fist, eyes wide with adrenaline, not backing down for a second. You'll definitely die here, Fermac promises, voice ice cold under all that fire. Now what will you do? He taunts before launching himself forward in a streak of violet flame. The demonic beast may be gone, Fermac warns, but that screaming mandrake is not going to shut up anytime soon. Oh, by the way, Korin smirks, I've got these handy little abilities called regeneration and pain tolerance. cocky doesn't even cover it. The longer this goes on, he adds, the more I'll get used to it, a threat delivered with a smile. How long will you be able to withstand this? Fermac roars, blood and sweat streaking down a face twisted with rage. You coward, he screams, refusing to accept that brute endurance might actually be winning this fight. The moment you stepped into the Shadow Fortress, Fermac warns mid-leap, your fate was already sealed. Your chances of defeating me were zero, he bellows, slamming another attack home. Blood sprays as the exchange turns brutal, both fighters trading hits, neither one should be able to just walk off. Spear meets fist in a violent clash, energy tearing through the ruined hall around them. Corrin's whole body ignites with pink-gold energy, fists clenched, done playing defense. A hit connects and he grunts through gritted teeth, but he is still standing. Fermac channels dark energy into a technique he calls Rado, the air itself twisting around his outstretched hand. Corrin's eyes go wide for a split second, catching the attack a heartbeat too late to fully dodge. The strike lands, a move Fermac calls X-Jet Screw, driving him back in a spray of violet light. They crash together again, sparks and dark flame lighting up the wreckage between them. I can't deal with this anymore, Fermac mutters, blood dripping from his knuckles, grin cracking at the edges. Are you even listening to me? He snaps, furious that Corrin barely seems to register the pain. A fireball detonates and sends Corrin flying, blood trailing behind him through the light. Something catches him off guard and a startled gasp slips out before he can stop it. Ghostly purple shapes start peeling out of the shadows, twisting into something with teeth. Corrin tears through the swarm of shadow creatures raining down on him, refusing to slow down. My shadow servants, Fermac crows, clearly counting on them to turn the tide. I told you this was going to be a good old one-on-one fight, Corrin roars back, calling out the cheap move. Blood sprays again as the fight ratchets up another notch neither of them can afford to lose. It registers cold and certain, the shadow servants cannot touch Corrin in this state. But burning like that is basically a slow-motion suicide. Is he really willing to let his whole body go up in flames just to win this? What even is this guy? An idiot, comes the verdict, equal parts insult and reluctant respect. Fermac answers with a named technique of his own, the Calamity Serpent Intent, slithering serpent, spear whipping through the air like it is alive. The strike rockets down toward its target, trailing streaks of dark light. A choked cry of pain cuts through the noise as the attack finds its mark. Let's stop with the petty little tricks, Corrin says, squaring up for real this time. We'll see this fight to the end with just pure combat, he adds, lightning crackling down his arm. And come at me with everything you've got, he finishes, daring him to bring it. Something in him already knew it, deep down from the very first exchange. The warrior standing in front of him was never just another obstacle. This one is an arch-nemesis. All right, the decision comes, I'll risk my life for this. Fermac's face twists into something monstrous, jaw unhinging, fury boiling over into raw power. I'll risk everything I have, he screams, throwing every last ounce of strength into what's coming next. The ultimate technique, six-step Sura, lights the whole arena pink as he unleashes it. It's a self-destructive skill, one that burns the user's own aura core just for a burst of power and speed. A technique passed down by the great warriors of paradise itself. All right, let's go, comes the answer. That's what you should have done from the start, Fermac shouts, unleashing the sixth and final step of his spear style. Sura, the name alone says everything about what's coming. Red lightning crawls across skin as the answer comes right back, eyes burning like coals. Of course Corrin can pull off the same technique, two warriors going toe-to-toe all out. He leaps in with the counter, spear trailing fire, matching Fermac blow for blow. Both warriors throw absolutely everything they have into this one exchange. Fist and spear collide in a shockwave that rattles the whole chamber. Blow after blow lands, lightning and dark flame tearing through what's left of the arena. For a split second you can see it in his eyes, sheer, stubborn refusal to go down. He drives forward with everything left in the tank, closing in for what has to be the finishing blow. His jaw sets, teeth bared, every muscle screaming as he pushes through the pain one more time. Steel comes down red and somewhere in that instant, the fight finally tips for good. A body crumples to the ground with a heavy thud, the fight finally breaking. Bruised and broken, Fermac's face goes slack, the fury behind his eyes finally spent. He kneels there in the drifting mist, blood dripping steadily off him, barely upright. Korin stands over what's left of the fight, chest heaving, barely able to believe it's over. He's a wreck, blood and bruises and sheer exhaustion written all over him. Every breath costs him something at this point. Amazing, someone breathes, watching what just happened in stunned disbelief. The finishing blow lands clean, a spear-thrust silhouette against a sky lit up gold. I win, Korin breathes, and for 1 second that's the only thing that matters. He slumps, sweat and blood mixing, the adrenaline finally draining out of him all at once. Somewhere in the chaos a stranger begs for his life. He help, I don't want to die, I want to live. Nearby someone else lies broken on the ground, another casualty of this nightmare. Korin, help me! This all happened the second time he faced Fermac after losing to him once already when the two of them got dragged into a nightmarish realm together. A hell with an ironic name, Paradise. Innocent people died there, cut down while shadow beasts tore through the streets. And he lost a lot of friends in that place too, that part still stings. Somewhere in that memory a girl breaks down crying, overwhelmed by everything they'd just survived. Fermac, it turns out, was just a confidant serving someone much bigger, Tades Valtazar. This time, he tells himself, steeling his resolve. The final exchange plays out in a blur of blood and orange sky, everything on the line. It'll be different, he finishes. This time he means to actually win. He searches the body afterward, as expected. He doesn't have it, he mutters, unsurprised. What he's actually hunting is one of 4 secret treasures guarded by the druids, Phalia's Stone of Fate, the Leah Fail. Found it, he says at last, relief cutting through the exhaustion. He holds up a glowing shard of light, the original rune, recovered at last. At least I managed to take back the original rune, he thinks, small mercies. Tades Valtazar, it turns out, is hunting all 8 original runes. His goal, dragging that entire hellish shadow paradise realm into the real world. This is the one thing, Korin thinks, staring down the glowing rune in his palm, that I cannot let him have, no hesitation in that thought at all. What's so important about this, he wonders, sitting bloodied in the aftermath. That he killed all those people for it. Some questions don't have satisfying answers. Whatever the reason, he decides, taking it out on innocent people is flat out wrong. He finally lets himself collapse, arms and legs sprawled out flat. What a crazy thing I did, he mutters. His left eardrum is busted from carrying around that screaming mandrake and the right one isn't much better. He leaned hard on his regeneration to patch himself up, but the rune of sun scorched his entire upper torso in the process. The pain itself he can handle. It's the actual damage Fermac inflicted that's the real problem. A pierced liver and a fractured collarbone, just for starters. One hit to the sternum alone, crushed bone and twisted organs he'd rather not think about. He can barely move his left arm or leg at this point. This win came at a serious cost. Every breath is a small victory of its own right now. I thought I'd gotten used to pain by now, he admits. Turns out there's always a new level. I can't, the world starts tilting, sky blurring overhead. He's fighting just to stay conscious now, every second its own small battle. A system window flickers into view. You have defeated Fermac Damon. The commandment rewards are being distributed. That's not important right now, he thinks, brushing the notification aside. The runes, gold, mandrake, he mumbles, half delirious, mind already drifting somewhere else. Turns out it's tied to his first commandment, don't turn a blind eye to others' misfortunes. 60 points, equally distributed and one very official. You have defeated a great evil, not bad for a day's work. A new map lights up marking one of the 4 secret treasures, Findia's Sun. Somewhere nearby, someone's sniffling quietly, trying and failing to hold it together. For a long moment, nobody says anything at all. Alicia, Korin manages, finally coming to as the sun breaks over the rooftops. You're awake, comes the relieved reply before immediately pivoting to business. What about the clean-up? Professor Dana's on it, though she looked pretty upset. Drin left. Yule and the others were the ones who actually found you. Drin, that bastard, someone grumbles. Guy doesn't know the meaning of loyalty. Apparently, Drun told them flat out not to expect much since their relationship is strictly business and to pay him back by next week. Wow, is about the only response that fits. Elsewhere, in a very different corner of this world, a swordswoman hauls a badly wounded companion on her back, bickering with him the whole way. Did you even know what I was about to ask? She needles him. You're not that smart, you know. I might just drop you, she warns, thoroughly unimpressed. Eek, in case you forgot, I'm the one carrying you right now, she snaps back. Hey, don't be like that, he pleads weakly. I might actually die here. She sets him down to recover and heads off through the garden, sword still at her hip. Thanks, you saved me, he says once he's steadier. Of course, she answers simply like there was ever any question. About that domain severance technique, by the way, she starts, clearly not done grilling him. If it weren't for you, I never would have beaten the king of the Iron Mountain, he admits. I didn't even do much, she shrugs, though she's clearly pleased. Back at the academy, the debrief continues. The results are just as important, someone points out. Now that I think about it, during our group assignments, Alicia starts piecing something together. The group gathers in the armory, spears racked along the wall, going over what actually happened. And making the mandrake potion, she continues, watching him crouch over his ingredients. You were drawing runes here the whole time, weren't you? Not really a question. You were, she says slowly, putting the pieces together in real time. Preparing for this fight ahead of time, that's what all this was, wasn't it? Yeah, Corin admits, no point denying it now, I was. How did you? She starts, then cuts straight to the real question, why did you fight him alone? If we'd fought together instead, he starts to explain. He looks up, weighing exactly how much of the truth to share. Silence stretches out between them for a beat too long. Ha, it's just better this way, he finally says, when less people die. Why is everyone around here so insensitive? Alicia snaps, clearly not satisfied with that answer. Well, is all he manages, caught a little off guard by that. I guess it's fine, she finally relents, letting it go for now. Under the night sky, one last thought lingers, warm and simple. You did great, Corin. Meanwhile, word starts spreading around the academy grounds. Is Corin badly hurt? He's been admitted to the hospital. Yeah, his ribs are broken. What he did was dangerous. That's exactly why he didn't ask any of us for help. Poor bastard, let's go visit him, someone decides, already heading for the door. Yeah, who else if not us? The whole crew falls in behind him, snacks in hand. Corin, are you okay? The door bursts open before he can even brace for it. We brought a bunch of snacks, they announce, because we knew you'd be lonely. Corin, want some peaches too? I'll cut them up for you here. Big flatfish. Somebody's enjoying that nickname a little too much. One of his friends leans in with a look that spells trouble. Hey, Corin yelps, pulling the goofiest face he's got in self-defense. Man, Tilda, what you even bring all these snacks for? I'm already full, he complains, somehow making that sound like an insult. That earns him an instant chokehold from his very generous, very offended friend. We open mid-chaos. Corin's giant shaggy beast paws hungrily at a table stacked with cake and pudding. His friends crowd the bed, shoving an apple and candy at him, swearing the sugar will speed up his recovery. Someone jokes the vitamins are practically soaking into his skin, while across the hall other students size him up. They say sweets help you heal fast, and honestly the flounder on his plate isn't bad either. Not everyone's happy for him though. In the shadows, a jealous voice mutters that damn bastard through gritted teeth. Two of his friends can't stop staring, wondering out loud why they even bothered showing up. Someone suggests turning the gathering into a game night since it's rare for the whole group to be together. The idea catches on fast, and they wonder if they should invite the rest of Corin's friends to join in too. One buddy practically worships Corin, calling him a blessing and the greatest, while his friend just grins. It's good that I came, so good, he says, soaking up the moment with the group. Then a knock at the door cuts the mood, and everyone wonders who else could possibly be joining. A blonde friend edges toward the door, quietly asking who's there. The door creaks open on someone new in a striking wide-brimmed hat, and the room goes stiff. Just a startled huh escapes as the newcomer's identity registers. Mariette and a sharp-eyed classmate exchange a look, clearly caught off guard by what's brought this visitor here. Corin figures they came as expected since he was planning to go see them himself anyway. One of them steps up and asks how his body's holding up. Turns out that's Chairman Iryu Kasar, publicly known as the head of Merkaba Academy and not someone you casually chat with. Korin greets him plainly, just a simple hello to the chairman. In his head though, Korin's already calculating it's about time he started showing a few of his cards. To himself he just calls the chairman teacher. The chairman clears the room, apologizing that this conversation has to stay confidential. Korin says he understands. The chairman doesn't waste time. They've got a lot of questions and this isn't something they can overlook, not after what happened with Mariette. Two powerful figures, an older man in a suit and a striking woman in a wide red hat, stand over Korin's bed, clearly here to get answers. Korin wonders if they are still just feeling him out and figures he needs to steer this conversation somewhere else fast. He hesitates a beat before starting to answer. Chairman, that means... The witch-hatted Josephine starts and the chairman confirms it. Yes, he knows exactly who she's talking about. Korin figures they're not surprised, probably having pieced it together from the mark on his body. But there's a deeper truth even they don't know. He drops the name, Tades Valtazar. Firmak Damon, he explains, is a disciple of that very person. That shakes them. That's not possible. 80 years ago that man had, one of them blurts out. Josephine presses him, listing techniques she taught this mysterious figure herself. And to be clear, she adds she's the same as him. The same, no way, comes the stunned reply. Josephine's magic flares to life, crackling with purple lightning as the tension in the room spikes. There's no need to be wary of me, she says. You're not the type to kill without proof anyway. She's not handing this over so he can act right away. She adds and reminds him this body of his is just a spare anyway. The real body, she explains, is back at the main castle and probably isn't even in shape to come out. The chairman just stares, stunned. You, just how? Your disciple Valtazar is still alive, Josephine tells him, and he's become very strong. The two of them walk the halls together now, an uneasy alliance quietly forming. He's much stronger and he's not alone like before, she warns, all because of the chairman's own indecision 80 years ago. The chairman's face falls, the guilt of that old failure written all over it. He flinches, clearly hit harder by that truth than he'd like to admit. And even that would have been taken from you, Josephine adds, had I not been there. She lists it off: the Stone of Fate, Leah Fail, the 4 secret treasures of Danua. Are probably sitting in his hands right now, she finishes, holding up a glowing golden relic as proof. If the coronation goes through, she says, Tades Valtazar won't be seen as a usurper anymore, he'll be legitimate. You can guess what happens after that, right, Aaron Danua? The chairman's eyes go wide with shock at hearing that name. The glowing relic pulses in his palm as the weight of it all sinks in. It's all coming to light now. The real reason Professor Josephine, despite 80 years of tenure, never became chairman herself. And the real reason a rising star like Iryu Kasar suddenly appeared and took the position instead. The reason, simply put, is finally about to be revealed. The narration lays it out plainly. That silhouette was former Chairman Weig, and this one is the current one, Kasar. The truth is that both of them are bodies made of rune stones, vessels built to watch over the world. Their real identity is Aaron Danua, a single being, split across 2 bodies. What do you want to do? The chairman asks quietly. Josephine just walks on ahead, silent. We both have the same goal, comes the answer, cutting through the tension. Something shifts, a spark of old intent crackling between them. A flashback ignites, a shirtless young man wreathed in flame, radiating raw power. That's the commandment, someone gasps, recognizing the technique. What? The young man asks, caught off guard. In the memory, Josephine and the chairman stand before him as he kneels, bathed in light. You can even treat me like a dog, he tells them, utterly devoted. I'm an adult, child, the answer comes back firm. As long as I'm an adult, I have the duty to protect children like you first, he says, silhouetted against a burning sky, spear in hand. Iryu Kasar? No, the chairman murmurs, correcting himself mid-thought like the name doesn't quite fit anymore. The real name lingers in his mind, Aaron Danua. The chairman's face tightens with old, unresolved emotion. I still haven't forgotten your warm act of sacrifice for me, he admits, the rune markings glowing faintly across his chest. He falls quiet, lost in the memory. The academy halls stretch out dark and empty around them. Cold light spills through the corridor as the two keep walking in silence. Footsteps echo as someone strides away down the hall. Aaron, someone calls out. I'm against it, comes the quiet reply beside a strange glowing object on the floor. A pale-haired figure walks the corridor alone, while a hooded silhouette watches from the shadows below. Neither of them says another word for a long moment. Elsewhere, another powerful woman with striking blue and white hair voices her doubts. Corin, that child, can we trust him? Aaron, she murmurs, watching something unseen in the dark. Josephine answers carefully, I know that. We shouldn't trust others so easily, the woman warns. The two women walk the halls together, weighing how much to risk on Corin's word. Understood, Josephine finally says, it's not something I can decide easily carrying this much responsibility. I can't take the risk since all of what he said. It could be lies, she admits. Let's watch over him, we can't be sure of him just yet. But what I still don't understand is, she trails off, staring into the dark. Why did he? The chairman's face lingers in her mind, the question unanswered. Her thoughts circle back to Corin Lach over and over. That child just what? She wonders, unable to finish the thought. Cut to the Merkaba Academy's summer break ceremony, where student ranks get shaken up based on performance. The rank reassignment carries real weight too. If your entrance rank was only temporary, this is your shot at something official. This new rank comes straight from the Guardian Association itself, a legit official rank. The chairman opens with praise, you've worked hard, everyone. Your growth this semester brings real pride to this school, he tells the packed hall. Basically, depending on their new rank, some of these students are about to have rights equal to full-grown guardians. Backstage, someone asks why Corin brought so many potatoes to the ceremony. It's the ceremony today, comes the reply with a note reading they were made by Mariette. Corin hands them out to a grateful classmate, figuring it's best to steam and give away the storage potatoes before everyone leaves for break. Why is there even a storage room just for potatoes? Someone mutters. That's kinda amazing. Things have clearly changed. Corin sits beside Mariette now as the ceremony kicks off, ready to announce this year's standout students. Shall we get going? Yeah, first up, the second-year magic class valedictorian. Mariette Dunelif is called to the stage. She gulps, nerves written all over her face as she steps up. Despite everything she's been through, the announcer says Mariette showed real strength and made huge contributions, preventing a disaster at the testing ward. A flashback flickers by. Mariette, mid-transformation, going toe-to-toe with something monstrous during that very incident. Honestly, they admit, she didn't make much academic progress this semester. She couldn't even leave the city after turning into a vampire. But she assisted Professor Dana's research, and her mana skyrocketed after the transformation, a huge factor in her favor. On top of that, her efforts holding back the King of the Iron Mountain. A brutal clash where she went up against a towering horned monster greatly prevented casualties, they announce. Mariette Dunelif, with a recommendation from both Chairman Kassar and the Southern Guardian Association's Chairman Dina Grandia, is being promoted, they announce too. The semi-special rank, the crowd bursts out, wow, amazing. Won't she be the youngest semi-special rank guardian ever? Someone shouts from the crowd. To think I'd get to witness such a legendary moment, another student cheers, clapping hard. The announcer moves on to the next names, students who made real contributions stopping that test ward incident, just like Mariette. While the King of the Iron Mountain incident was widely known as huge, the actual details stayed locked down since it happened inside the test ward. Everything about it, even the monster's existence itself, has been kept secret. And then there's the betrayal, a dark-skinned man with an afro and shades, radiating purple menace. That man is Fermek Damon. A group of students, among them the ones about to be honored, walk together, one muttering to stay focused. Next up, night class students Alicia Arden and Drenworski. Then magic class students Kranel Ludin and Yule, with someone joking that a Ludin warrior should really be standing with the rest of them. And the announcer pauses before the final name. The students Yule, Kranel, Alicia and Dren are commended for their part in stopping the test ward incident, while Corin just smirks to himself. Lastly, student Corin Lach, the announcer begins and Corin's expression sharpens. While you entered this academy as a 5th-rank guardian. With backing from Chairman Iriu Kassar, Senior Professor Josephine Clara and tenured Professor Heyman Welsh. Corin clenches his fists, bracing for whatever's coming next. He's being promoted straight to 1st-rank guardian. The entire hall goes electric with shock. What, 1st rank? Someone who came in as 5th rank getting bumped to 1st in one semester. Students in the crowd can't even process it. Does that even make sense? The rank card flashes on screen, 5th rank guardian Corin Lach. Corin stands there in his new gear, the weight of the promotion settling in. He explains it wasn't purely official either, there was an unofficial rank bump too, quietly negotiated behind the scenes with the Guardian Association. His abilities are unquestionable, sure, he thinks, but this jump past semi-1st rank is about something else entirely. A grim flashback flickers by, Corin's back bloodied and torn up from battle. It's the upper echelon's way of buying his silence about Fermac's betrayal, he realizes, and the real prize is the rights that come with 1st-rank knight status. That includes the ability to recruit guardians directly under him. Real, tangible power, the kind that opens doors. It's finally starting, Corin thinks, a dangerous grin spreading across his face. If this were the game, he muses, this milestone wouldn't hit until year 3, and even in his last loop he barely managed it by year 2. This changes everything going forward. Cut elsewhere, a cluster of hooded figures lurk in the dark. I have a bad feeling for some reason. Corin's thoughts drift back to the ceremony. This kind of strength and rights becomes real power, opening up way more options for him. Blue sky stretches overhead as break officially begins. It's finally the break. What are you guys planning on doing? Someone asks the group. One friend's just going home, another's making money on the side. Yule says she applied for an internship at the Magic Tower. Another classmate's heading out to visit druids she's kept in contact with out west. Cranel says he's tagging along west too, chasing rumors an old castle out there is getting torn down, a good shot at building a new magic core. And one classmate sighs she'll probably have to go back to her family, her grandfather's asking her to come home. What are you planning on doing, Corin? Going back home? No, he answers flatly. He's tried going back before, around the same time. Relying on Corin Lach's own memories to find his way there. The place was empty when he got there. Turns out his family had gone on a trip without him, and to add insult to injury, the letter telling him arrived 3 days late thanks to a mail mix-up. I see, then he says quietly, brushing it off. Corin blinks, caught off guard by something. Would you like to come with me? A blushing classmate asks him. With you to your house, she stammers, clutching her sleeves. It's scary going by myself. It's unfortunate, but I'll have to join you next time, Corin tells her. I did want to experience the East though. Oh okay, let's go together next time for sure, she says, brightening up. He waves her off, he's got somewhere else he needs to be. Corey in Tilda, someone else calls out to him across the courtyard. Mariette comes running up, waving happily as their other friends linger nearby. The group scatters off across the academy grounds. I have to leave the academy now, Corin says. I still have plenty of time before the next episode, he figures to himself. And if it isn't at this time, he thinks, eyeing the distant spires of a dark castle skyline. I won't be able to go there, he mutters, a sharp grin cutting across his face in the moonlight. Cut to a train rattling along its tracks. The cars clatter on through open country. Seen from above, the train wins its way across the landscape. Inside, passengers doze off while one reads quietly in the dim light. A hooded figure lurks just out of sight. Corin, we learn, is riding through endless open fields, still 9 hours out from the southern continent. A shadowy figure climbs aboard, knife in hand, moving with practiced stealth. Preparations are perfect, someone murmurs, gripping their weapon. Armed bandits burst into the passenger car and chaos erupts. It'll be best for you to cooperate, the leader warns as terrified passengers throw their hands up. Unless you want to face me, a semi-first rank, the bald, muscle-bound leader snarls, power crackling around him. Steel flashes as the standoff turns violent. Somewhere else on the train, someone realizes with a start, this doesn't seem like the right room. The bandit leader freezes, looks like we were in the wrong place the whole time. Who are you bastards? Can't you read the room? Korin's blade flashes in an instant, cutting the bravado short. Raise your hands if you value your lives, the bandit demands right before things go sideways for him. Steel flashes again, my hands, comes a mocking echo. The bandit leader chokes out a strangled cry, his bravado completely gone. Korin moves like a blur, closing the fight before it even really starts. What? One of the bandits gasps, completely blindsided. The rest of the hooded crew freeze up, realizing they picked the wrong train car to rob. Like this, Korin says with a grin, pumping his fist while Mariette looks on, equal parts amused and exasperated. He walks off, satchel slung over his shoulder, first-rank knight Korin Law ready for whatever's next. We start deep inside Merkaba Academy's secret library, where knowledge literally floats past you in glowing orbs. This place isn't just any library. It's ancient, it's marble, and it's clearly built for people way smarter than you or me. Someone pulls a heavy old grimoire off the shelf, its cover worn but unmistakably powerful. Its title, Persistent Warrior's Regeneration. This isn't just a spellbook, it remembers people. The moment it opens, a memory swallows the reader whole, a warrior bleeding out on some forgotten battlefield. His face is carved from exhaustion and defiance, a man who refuses to just lie down and die. The battlefield around him reeks of blood, a lone sword jammed into the dirt like a tombstone. And somehow, impossibly, he's still on his feet. Still standing when every instinct says he should already be dead. A masked figure steps up to him, sword raised, and murmurs a single word, warrior. Then comes the offer, blunt as steel, shall I slit your throat? That's the question our narrator says he asked him, point blank. The dying warrior's body is barely holding together, armor shredded, blood everywhere. And somehow he still finds the strength to answer. Not a plea for mercy, not a request to be finished off, just water, that's all he wants. Something about that answer earns real respect from the one holding the sword. So instead of a killing blow, he's given water, scooped straight from a nearby lake. Back in the present, whoever's reading this grimoire is completely floored. Why does this hit so hard? Turns out the warrior in that memory died standing upright, propped up by his own guts like some legendary general who refused to fall in battle. Korin Locke finally shuts the book, letting out a long breath. That was good, he mutters. Nearby, something channeled straight out of the book blurts a strange question at a startled classmate. Is my castle in the south still standing? Confused but polite, he just answers, yeah, it is. Then comes a cryptic clue, if he ever has reason to go there he should check the office. Something might still be waiting inside. Korin Locke, understandably lost, asks what exactly he's supposed to be looking for. The answer isn't exactly reassuring. I didn't find anything in my last life. You'll have to find it yourself, rune sorcerer, the voice says. I just hope you've got that warrior's courage. Another memory bleeds through the pages, this one about a humble man, no hero, no sage, who swore to save the world anyway. There was always an option to just run, the book reminds him. Somewhere nearby, a classmate listens in, unaware she's about to get pulled into someone else's memory too. But this man never chose to run. A burning spirit rises straight out of the memory and Korin Locke just stares up at it, stunned. I respect you, young man, the spirit says, and somehow it feels like it's talking directly to him. Finally, thank you, it adds, voice cracking with something like relief. The weight of it knocks Korin Locke clean off his feet. As he goes down, the spirit's last words finally land, for telling me about my wife and daughter. Cut to present day, a busy southern city, trains rumbling through cobblestone streets. That grimoire, it turns out, is exactly why Korin Locke decided to head south and why he brought Mariette Dunaliff along, since she actually knows the region. A train conductor looks genuinely stunned by whatever these two just did for him. Thank you so much, he booms, practically glowing with gratitude. If it wasn't for you two, this would have been real trouble, he admits. Behind him, a line of shackled troublemakers shuffles off in chains, courtesy of Korin Locke's little detour into not minding his own business. It was nothing much, haha, Korin Locke deflects, rubbing the back of his neck. The conductor insists on rewarding him anyway, take this at least. Korenlock hesitates, but a quiet personal rule kicks in: don't turn a blind eye to other people's misfortune. Turns out that cuts both ways. He can't refuse kindness either. As expected, Korenlock thinks to himself, people just need to live kindly. Stomach growling, he asks if they should eat first, and Mariette, ever the local expert, offers to show him around. The still grateful conductor tags along, shouting he'll buy them literally anything they want. Bystanders just watch, half charmed and half baffled by these unreasonably wholesome kids. Eventually they reach the entrance to the southern plains, wide open country stretching out ahead. From here every carriage heads to the same place, the big southern city of Lef. An 8-hour carriage ride awaits, and somewhere along the way Korenlock gets absolutely mobbed by an overeager crowd. "Just kill me now," he groans. Mariette finally announces they've arrived at a transfer station she uses all the time. Turns out transfer station means wyverns, actual flying wyverns. They step under the wyvern rider's arch, and Korenlock can only manage a stunned "oh." Wyvern travel is faster and comfier than a carriage, sure, but it's pricey enough that even Park Sihu, tightwad that he is, refused to pay for it. Korenlock balks at the 30 silver coin rental fee, but Mariette just shrugs. Her family already sent something a little different for her. Is about all he can manage. "A different one?" he asks, already bracing for whatever that means. The tag reads Friesvelger, passenger. That name alone should probably worry him. What lands is enormous, less a wyvern, more a legend with wings. "This is Lef 1, someone announces, as massive talons touch down on a rooftop. "This thing is famous enough to have its own title, the boss vehicle from the heroic legend of Arhin, worth 12 regular wyverns on its own. Word travels fast down below, I heard too," someone shouts. Ground crew scrambles to clear the landing site, radioing coordinates back and forth like a full military operation. 10 minutes out and closing. This is being treated like a royal arrival because, well, it basically is. Workers gossip about why the Dunelifs are stirring. Ah, right, it's Academy vacation season. Word spreads like wildfire, the princess is coming home. Lef 1's inbound, that means Lady Mariette herself is on board, someone shouts. Everyone prepare a welcome fierce enough to match her, the order goes out. The massive creature descends, wings blotting out half the sky. It touches down right on the estate itself, talons the size of door frames gripping the rooftop. The grand front doors swing wide open to receive her. "Lady Mariette, congratulations on your breakthrough," the crowd roars the second she steps out. An entire staff bows in perfect unison as she strides in like she owns the place, because, well, she basically does. They're also celebrating her jump to semi-special rank while Korenlock trails behind, feeling very much like a +1. Only now does it click for him. Their destination was Lef City, and just east of it sits Duna City. Dunalef, Duna, subtle, right? "Mariette," he asks carefully, "you said your family does farming, right? How big are we talking?" Not sure, maybe around 2 million, she shrugs. 2 million what exactly remains dangerously unclear. The unit's a little different, actually," she adds. Korenlock's smile immediately drops. "Hectares," she announces cheerfully. He just stares, doing frantic math in his head. Hectares is all he can croak out. 2 million hectares, let that sink in. Farmland stretches out to the horizon in every direction, an ocean of gold. That works out to roughly 6 billion pyong, and yes, she confirms it completely straight-faced. This is Mariette Dunelif we're talking about, apparently. The Dunelifs aren't just rich, they are an institution down here. Their name is slapped on salons, grocery stores, practically every storefront in sight. Sign after sign after sign, all confirming the same thing. Korenlock's jaw is on the floor. "This is no joke," he mutters, staring at a sign for a Dunelif-owned pro wrestling association of all things. And then the carriage rounds a corner to reveal the Dunelif family residence, which is less a house and more a palace. Gilded archways and marble columns stretch up into the sky ahead of them. Their carriage rolls up the endless driveway toward the front steps. "Why didn't you tell me you were rich?" he demands. "My parents are rich, I'm not," she says sweetly. "That is exactly what rich people always say," he fires back. She laughs it off. Technically she'll inherit all of it anyway, being the Dunelif family's firstborn daughter. Waiting at the door is the family's longtime butler, a distinguished old man named Paul. Paul eyes Corinlock with open suspicion. Who is this? Where did he even come from? Mariette just laughs. Grandpa Paul, you're scaring my guest. This is Corin, one of my juniors, she explains. Paul's eyebrows shoot up. Oh ho, you brought home a junior. Before Corinlock can react, Paul's already pinching his cheek, rambling about generations of sons-in-law who have lived with the family. Pardon is the only word Corinlock manages to get out. Paul barely pauses for breath, already launching into the next thing. Apparently Lady Mariette's been called the flower of the South since childhood, with so many marriage proposals they could fill a potato warehouse. Corinlock just nods along, completely lost. Mariette, for her part, finds the whole thing hilarious. Eventually Corinlock steers things back on track, about that castle he mentioned earlier. Ah, Duke Castle, Mariette perks up, recognizing the name instantly. I heard someone bought it recently, Paul chimes in. Who? Corinlock asks, suddenly very interested. Turns out Count Cassius picked it up not too long ago. Mariette gets a distant look. Duke Castle belonged to someone in her last life too, as it happens. Back then it was some trader from the far southern archipelago, and getting in was quite the ordeal. There was a guardian, a beast that flatly refused entry to anyone who couldn't catch the great sea serpent first. Back then, she and Park Sihu spent an entire day and night just fighting that thing for permission to enter. It was, by all accounts, an absolute monster. After more suffering than she cares to describe, they finally earned their way inside. Huh, do I really have to go through all that again? She sighs, already dreading a repeat. Then she brightens up instantly. She's already told Count Cassius they're coming, so no sea serpent required this time. She'd noticed Corinlock wanted to visit and just arranged it in advance, easy as that. The reply came back instantly. Lady Mariette is welcome anytime, no sea monsters required. Turns out the Count's throwing a party Friday, so they might as well go together. Corinlock just sits there, floored. Last time it took a literal monster hunt to get in, and this time it's a party invite. Is Mariette secretly some kind of god? The next day finds them wandering through a grand plaza near the estate. They've come out to shop for the Count's party, and Corinlock is already regretting agreeing to this. A suit for 3 gold coins, a necklace and shoes for 6, everyday clothes for 4. The prices alone make his head spin. And every last coin of it gets paid with a literal blank check, courtesy of Mariette. Buried under shopping bags, he can't help but wonder if he's about to owe her his firstborn. We're here, Corin, it's right there, Mariette points ahead excitedly. You're scaring me, Mariette, please stop buying me things, he begs, only half joking. They've arrived at a smithy and the owner lights up the moment she sees Mariette. You're finally here, is this for the commissioned item? Yes, Mariette confirms happily. Corin, come here, she calls him over. He picks it up, stunned. These are the exact minerals used in the legendary Alicia's Odachi. It's called the Unbreakable Stone, something not even the Academy's resources could get him. He turns it over in his hand, watching it catch the light like it's alive. How did you even get this? There shouldn't be a market for it anywhere, he asks, genuinely floored. Out of every gift she's gotten today, somehow this random rock is the one that means the most to him. It's the same material behind Sword Emperor Garand Arden's hidden weapon. Coat his spear with it and his domain ability should work flawlessly. Yes, of course, Mariette beams, delighted he understands what he's holding. This is my last present, I promise, she declares. Seeing you happy makes me happy too, she adds, and for once she means every word. Corinlock just looks at her for a moment, caught a little off guard. Thank you, he says quietly, and actually means it. Night falls over the city as the day winds down. Back at the residence, it's time for dinner, and Mariette leads him toward the dining hall. He clears his throat nervously, straightening his new suit. The table stretches on forever, loaded with more dishes than any 2 people could possibly finish. He manages, stiff as a board. Corin, someone calls out warmly from the head of the table. This way, over here, Mariette waves him over eagerly. Mariette's mother greets him with a warm smile. Oh my, what a handsome young man, please sit. Apparently it's tradition here to dine with the whole family when visiting, and Corinlock nervously agrees to sit. He can already feel this is about to get complicated. Then a shadow falls over the table as Mariette's father makes his presence known. Without so much as a hello, Mard Dunalif cuts straight to it. Are you a virgin? Corinlock freezes completely, unsure he heard that right. Pardon is all he can stammer out. Mariette's mother whacks her husband on the spot. Gosh, why would you ask something like that? Mariette just about dies of embarrassment, Dad. Ignore him and just sit, her mom insists while her dad doubles down. If Corinlock's going to be their son-in-law, apparently that's a hard requirement. Yeah, this dinner is not going to be a smooth one. Somewhere just off panel, a furious voice roars that his daughter is officially off limits. Wreathed in blue flame, her father looks ready to combust, ranting that Mariette apparently said she'd marry someone. Her own father can never allow this, he bellows mid-meltdown. Before he can finish, Mariette grabs him by the collar and he immediately regrets learning just how strong his daughter really is. You look just like your mother when you're mad like this, he manages, right before she cuts him off with a flat stop talking. He whimpers that he only wanted to protect her, she just wants him to stop talking, please. And with that, dear old flame Dad goes airborne clean across the dining hall. Mariette straightens up and apologizes to Corin for the scene. He just laughs it off, calling it a nice, merry family. Cut to later, Corin finds himself face to face with an elegant woman and hesitantly guesses, Duchess. Mariette's mother thanks him warmly for everything he's done to help her daughter. Corin shifts, a little caught off guard by the gratitude. He mutters that the praise is honestly a bit much to carry. He shrugs it off, he only did what he could, and besides, Mariette deserves nothing less. Happiness, her mother finishes quietly studying him. Is that so, she says, a knowing smile creeping in. She admits that when she first read Mariette's letter about him, she figured her daughter was seeing him through rose-tinted glasses. But as I suspected, Corin, so she catches herself just as Mariette storms in, mortified, cutting her off with a yelp. Back at the family table, Flame Dad still isn't over it, grumbling that gratitude is one thing but he's only allowing hand-holding. He tries to finish the sentence about her needing to maintain her and gets throttled mid-word for it. As he's sent flying again, her mother just laughs, welcoming Corin warmly and noting that unlike her husband, she's quite liberal. Mariette splutters at her mother while Corin just quietly repeats the word liberal to himself, badly failing to hide a grin. What a merry family indeed, he thinks. The next day, the story moves to a duke's castle entirely. A sprawling Gothic castle rises against the sky, spires and all. At the gates, someone calls out a cheerful greeting to Count Cassius. The gates swing open with a warm welcome. Count Cassius, all smiles, is delighted they actually kept their promise to visit. The whole Blandria family rolls out the welcome mat. Corin can hardly believe this is the same man from before, flashing back to when Cassius looked ready to burn the castle down. This is the same stiff-necked count who once swore he wouldn't open his gates unless they hunted him down a sea serpent. A herald announces them formally, Lady Mariette and Sir Corin Loch. Light floods the hall as their grand entrance begins. Entering, the herald calls and flower petals drift through the air. Corin strides in like he owns the place, petals swirling around him. All eyes turn as Mariette makes her own entrance, golden light and petals trailing behind her. For a moment, the whole ballroom seems to hold its breath. Corin can't help but feel proud, watching her own the room. If he hadn't saved her back then, he thinks, he never would have gotten to see her shine like this. She moves through the crowd like she was born for it. Had things gone differently, the southern people would have lost their beloved princess for good. Whispers ripple through the crowd. It's really her, the famous Lady Mariette. So the rumors were true, the Dunalif family actually showed up, which says a lot about just how connected Count Blandria really is. In the South, it's no exaggeration to say the Dunalif family's influence is basically absolute. Privately, Corin figures just having Mariette show her face here is worth more than any sea serpent they could have caught. He leans in and suggests they enjoy the party a little before slipping off to the office. She agrees, bright and eager. Their gear is already stashed and waiting, they came prepared. The plan, wait until the party peaks, grab their equipment from the Count, then quietly head for his office. The plan hits a snag immediately. A nobleman throws himself at her feet, announcing himself as Garly of the Rendinium family. He drops to one knee, begging for her first dance, swearing he's admired her forever. Mariette freezes, completely blindsided. And just like that, a whole line of hopefuls forms behind him. No, please, she tries to protest. But the crowd only presses in closer, calling her name. Hands reach for her from every direction as she stammers, completely overwhelmed. She doesn't know where to even look. Then footsteps cut cleanly through the crowd. Mariette, a familiar voice calls out. Corin steps in and simply takes her hand. Corin, she blinks, relief washing over her. Off in the shadows, a trio of unreadable men clock him with sudden interest, muttering, "Who is that?" Corin, smooth as ever, presses a kiss to the back of her hand. Mariette, will you give me your first dance? He asks. After all, it's just basic ballroom etiquette to open with your own partner. And if you happen to have a beautiful lady standing right in front of you, it's simple gentleman's etiquette to kiss her hand and ask a lesson burned into him from somewhere far in his past. Night Corin, the memory echoes. He'd been scolded for forgetting this exact lesson in his last life. Mariette's face goes red as a tomato. Yes, she finally manages. The orchestra strikes up and the dance begins. You're quite popular tonight, he teases as they move together. Yeah, she manages. He worries he was too forward, pulling her away. She cuts him off with a flustered no before he can even apologize. Leaving him behind after everything he'd done for her felt wrong, she admits, so she came back. He reflects on just how many favors he's racked up getting this far south. But this, whatever this feeling is, might be dangerous. Their dance draws them closer than either really expected. This is making even me, Mariette starts and doesn't finish. A little embarrassed, Corin starts too, just as flustered. She apologizes for stepping on his feet, swearing she's just no good at dancing. It's okay, ouch, he winces, gamely taking it. Maybe, he decides, it's better if he just leads. Put your left foot on mine, he tells her, we'll dance like that instead. Huh, but that'll get your shoes dirty, she starts. He just shrugs, who cares? There's no need to worry about anyone else watching, he tells her. Her eyes soften, caught completely off guard by the sincerity. For now, just look at me, your partner, he says. That's all she needs to do, just enjoy the dance. You have good eyes, Mariette, he tells her as they move together. It's a lesson he picked up in his last life, after all. When your nerves are shaking, you meet the other person's gaze head on. That's how you find your footing again. Somehow it has them both laughing. For a moment, it's just the two of them. Neither of them can say who started laughing first. The music swells around them. She and Corin dance on, lost in it. For one dreamlike moment, nothing else in the world matters. The second the song ends, the suitors are back at it, begging for the next dance. No, with me, another shouts over him. Mariette waves them off politely, she's simply too tired. She just wants a moment to rest. Corin offers to walk her to the lounge, and she accepts gratefully. As they walk off together, the rejected suitors seethe behind them. Lady Mariette leaving with a guy like that, someone mutters, scandalized. Did you see that? Oh, I saw it, the gossips whisper, already piecing it together. Nobody's ever seen Lady Mariette smile that wide before. This, they decide, must be it. She really can't stop smiling. I'm 99% sure, someone gossips, nodding along. Away from the ballroom, Corin and Mariette slip quietly down a side hallway. A key turns in a lock. The door creaks open. So this is Duke Sabancha's office, Mariette breathes, looking around. Corin, what exactly are we looking for? She asks. Doesn't matter what, just any trace of Duke Sabancha, he says. Nice, she grins, diving in. Corin's hand lands on an old, heavy book titled The Duke's Story. In the game, this was the exact item tied to Duke Sabancha's side quest, traces of his late wife Luina and daughter Cecilia. Normally, handing this over to the Duke himself is what closes out that quest. But neither the game nor his own last life ever told him to search this specific office. So why exactly was he invited here at all? He's not sure yet, but they'd better search this place thoroughly. They dig through every shelf they can reach. This is turning out to be harder than it looks. Is there really nothing here? I figured there'd be some kind of hidden compartment, he mutters. Mariette teases that she barely had time to get ready before rushing out to meet him. Remember. So, Corin, she says, suddenly very close. He catches her look and recognizes exactly what it means. A sign that's grown naturally the more their relationships developed, he thinks, as she leans in, murmuring how pretty his jawline is. Somehow they end up a lot closer than searching the office really requires. I have to hold it together, just resist a little, he tells himself. That's even I mean, that's fine, he blurts instead. So she murmurs. I'll go, okay, she whispers, and things get a lot quieter from here. We'll let the two of them have this one. The office door stays very firmly shut for a while. Eventually, things settle back down. All done, he asks. Yeah, it doesn't hurt, she checks, almost surprised. He figures it's just the ability he picked up from that grimoire back at the academy library kicking in. Whatever it is, he genuinely can't feel a thing. Really, me neither actually, she says a little too quickly. Then it hits him, persistent warrior's tolerance. He got it from that exact same grimoire alongside something called soul dust. A system window flares to life, confirming it. That grimoire was the very book where Duke Sabancha's soul got sealed. Read it and you learn his abilities and spells. Abilities, spells, body and soul. Is this really what he thinks it is? He asks Mariette if she can summon Diokgu. Diokgu, she blinks, surprised by the request. A hulking red shape flickers into being nearby. Can you summon him? Just a little hazy, not fully solid, he asks. Closer to an astral body, she explains, the state right before he fully materializes. An astral body, got it, he nods, already testing the idea. Diokgu, hang in there a second, okay, she coaxes as the creature lets out a pained whine. Korin notes dryly that Diokgu really does whine a lot. Fair enough, though this is basically what having your body unmade feels like. Energy crackles and surges around them. Good, he's fading as expected, Korin figures. He just can't personally see spirits, that's all. Then suddenly something else stirs in the dark. Wawati, is that a chill? Someone gasps as the temperature plummets. Prepare, Korin barely gets the thought out before something's already moving. The room plunges into total darkness. A monstrous roar tears through the black. Korin throws himself clear just in time. For a second, everything goes eerily quiet. I see, so that's how it is, Duke, Korin mutters, catching his breath. You really should have told me sooner it was going to be like this, he says, because what was sealed inside that book is a lot more than old family history. That grimoire from the Great Library, the one he read back at Merkaba's secret archive, was Duke Sabancha's actual spirit, sealed away. Unable to die, consumed by an endless hunger for blood, this is what he chose to become. And now it's rearing its monstrous head. So then, where did the Duke's actual body go? The answer, Korin realizes, is standing right in front of me. A voice rumbles out of the dark. How is it that you, a random visitor, arrive here carrying remnants of my very soul? I'm asking you, visitor, the voice presses. And there he stands in full, Duke Sabancha himself, or what's left of him. A massive blade materializes at his side. What brings you to my castle? The Duke demands. Korin meets his eyes evenly. Duke Sabancha, right? Yes, and you, the Duke returns unimpressed. Your read on the situation is sharper than it was back at the library. Have you seen my soul? He asks. Yes, Korin admits, and I've got a few questions of my own. If your body and soul were truly split apart, how are you still standing here this calm? The Duke demands. Korin just tells him flatly to stop. I'll be asking the questions here, Korin says. The Duke's expression darkens at the sheer nerve of it. You just need to answer, Korin adds, cool as ever. Steel scrapes as the Duke's weapon shifts in his grip. Figures things were going too smoothly, Korin mutters. Rewind the clock 800 years, back to when one general ruled the entire South. This is Sabancha Duke. Yes, his own last name really is Duke on top of the title. Somebody in the naming department was having fun. Blood-soaked footsteps cross a ruined battlefield. The whole world once called this man something simple. Not just the strongest of his era, the strongest who ever lived, full stop. Steel meets steel in a memory of one of his legendary clashes, sparks tearing through the dark. The legend walks on, bigger than the man who earned it. A voice cuts through the dark. Now that I think of it, you came from meeting my soul. Did you kill it? Who? Of course not, comes the reply, a horned shape rising from the shadows. I helped him find peace and ascend. If my soul had truly guided you here, the Duke roars, you would never have brought a vampire with you. He lunges without warning, his coat snapping through the air like a blade. Do you really think I'll fall for your lies? He snarls, sword still raised. Just what are you saying? Someone shoots back, a fanged, feral face flashing in the dark. The clash sends a figure skidding backward, barely staying upright. No more than that, the Duke presses. How is a body moving without its soul in it? Since this body, being a vampire, cannot die, he explains coldly, it needed a piece of soul trapped in this castle to anchor it. Another brutal exchange of blows lights up the dark. Steel screams through the air as the standoff intensifies. Beast, Mariette is different, someone shouts in her defense, throwing themselves back into the fight. She's controlling the power of the vampire ancestor inside her, comes the strained explanation mid-clash. She's a vampire, believe me, the plea comes out desperate, sparks flying around them. The Duke answers with another vicious strike, unmoved. Believe you, he echoes coldly. To rid myself of the bloodlust that's built for 800 years, he mutters, dragging a hand down his weary face. I've worn out my soul's senses and my emotions along with them, he admits. But comes the sharp reply, eyes narrowing. There's only one thing that hasn't disappeared, the Duke says, and it does not sound like good news. The taste of blood, he says, almost reverent. His features twist, sharpening into something far less human. Vampires cannot resist this impulse, he declares, certain of it. I was like that too once, he adds, and somewhere a beast howls in memory. Believe you, I don't trust things I can't verify myself, he says flatly. If he starts, a clawed hand reaching out through the gloom. You plan on stopping me, he warns, voice dropping. Even you won't be safe, he promises, and it is not a bluff. Dark wings and claws unfurl as his true, monstrous form starts to surface. I didn't expect this, comes a bitter thought, I shouldn't have brought Mariette here. The truth lands hard. The legendary general's body, sealed away out of pure hatred for vampires, has completely rotted into something else entirely. A spear grip tightens, knuckles white. If he was the strongest of his age while alive, comes the grim math, he's at least a semi-special rank monster now. Six-step spearmanship, the sixth step readies itself. The spear comes up, aura crackling down its length. I'll go at full power, comes the declaration, no more holding back. Calamity serpent ultimate essence, rising serpent skies, unleashes in full. Because if you're going to hit someone, you might as well name it properly. The spear thrusts forward wrapped in blazing pink light. The tip glows brighter as the strike keeps building. Poisonous dragonhead charge slams home. The Duke's demonic face twitches, he actually felt that one. The impact cracks through the chamber like thunder. Pink light floods the frame as the attack keeps carving forward. Another shockwave rips through the air. The Duke's shock is unmistakable now. This is the power of creation itself, he announces, gathering something far bigger. Violet flame licks up around him, hungry and alive. He raises his sword high overhead, ready to end this. A cruel grin spreads across his face, he's enjoying this. In my youth this, he begins almost wistful. Was the power I earned from slaying a dragon, he finishes. The blast surges forward, throwing everything back. White light swallows the frame as the strike closes in. Final demonic sword falls. I was wrong, comes a stunned admission through the haze, this guy. The shock on her face says it all before the words even land. He is even stronger than a special rank monster, the Duke finishes, genuinely rattled. The word just hangs there, monster. You are a petty beast, the Duke spits at Mariette, done pretending otherwise. Blood streaks her face as fury flashes across it. How do you hope for a human's life? He sneers, twisting the knife. A beast, what do you? Mariette starts, cut off by the dark. Do you not? The Duke begins, an old memory of two people embracing flickering behind his eyes. Consider yourself a beast, he finishes, aiming the question straight at her. If not, he continues, letting the silence do the threatening for him. Are you positive you've overcome it through will alone? He challenges, a claw curling shut. In the end you will crave your lover's blood, he warns. An old memory surfaces, a young couple wrapped in each other's arms, centuries before any of this. The vision darkens, a heavy door closing on something painful. And you will kill the one you love, he finishes, standing over a body that was once his own tragedy. Red energy roars around his armored frame. Disappear from this spot, he bellows, rage boiling over. The blast detonates outward. He lunges again, faster than anything should move. Ugh, someone takes the hit hard. No, Mariette screams, horror written across her face. She stammers, shaking. Diaku, she screams out a name, a plea, a lifeline. Chaos swallows the frame as the fight tips into something worse. Binding the Duke's true spirit and tones. A trigram he finishes, sealing the technique. Golden chains snap tight around the beast, binding it mid-roar. The chained creature thrashes, refusing to yield. Fast as expected of a beast, the spirit notes, almost admiring his own corrupted body. The beast strains harder against the bindings. Your speed is faster than mine at my prime, the spirit admits. But you have no strategy, he counters, unbothered. His true spirit form steps forward, a glowing blue blade in hand. Further back in memory, a voice cries out, Diokku, come back. A bloodied face screams, terrified of what's coming. The shock hits like a physical blow. Romania's sealing sword ignites in his grip. The blade drives straight into the chained beast. The creature recoils, the sealing magic biting deep. This sealing sword is a space-binding blade that seals immortal beings, he explains. In front of this sword, your party's immortality is meaningless, the Duke declares. Kyuk, the beast staggers under the blow. Hurry and die, he says, cold as ever. I'll end that feeble life, he tells Mariette, turning on her next. A beast, he starts again, watching her cry. Is always, he continues, twisting the blade of his words. A beast, he finishes. No, she chokes out, refusing it. That's not true, she screams, unwilling to accept his verdict. Now or before, he mutters, leaving the threat hanging. You haven't changed, the Duke needles her. Said it's okay, she whispers, remembering Corin's words, steadying herself despite the blood. So, she cries, raising twin blades. Flame erupts around the standoff. Let me say this again, he warns. Die, he orders flatly, as Mariette braces with both swords raised. A hand stirs, reaching weakly through the wreckage. The path that's best for both of you, he insists, is death. Her bloodied face crumples, pushed right to the edge. The Duke looms over Corin's fallen body. Ha ha, he breathes, his demonic eyes gleaming red. He raises his bloodied sword for the final blow. Corin, Mariette whispers, cradling him, terrified of the answer. Something shifts beneath the wreckage. The ragged breathing continues. Dark blood spreads slowly across the floor. The ragged breathing carries on, tension thick as ever. A faint red glow pulses somewhere in the dark. Tears streak down Mariette's face. The Duke stands over both of them, sword raised for the finish. Mariette reacts, bracing for what's coming. As expected, vampires shouldn't live, he declares, blade glowing. Even with her loved one dying in front of her, he says, she can't suppress her true nature. Mariette's bloodied, crying face says she's right at her limit. Wait, even the Duke doesn't see this coming. Was she not going for his blood, he says, thrown completely off. She's injecting it into him, she's not drinking his blood, she's giving him her own. She's overcome her own limits in this situation, he admits, impressed despite himself. Using her own blood as an elixir, he murmurs, watching her strain against exhaustion. Mariette reaches for Corin, giving everything she has left. She shouldn't have had the rationality left to suppress her nature, he says, stunned. Corin, please, she begs, pressing her own bloodied arm to him. Silence stretches, unbearable. The Duke watches, quiet dark hair falling over his face. I couldn't save anyone, he confesses, an old wound reopening. Please, open your eyes, an old memory bleeds into the present. But this boy, he says, looking at Corin held in her arms. And this girl, he adds, watching her devotion. I see, he says quietly, something in him shifting. I couldn't judge everything after all, he admits. His fist glows, gathering something enormous. He grips his sword and drops toward them. Mariette's eyes go wide as the blade flashes. Corin, Mariette gasps as he suddenly bursts back to life in a flash of light. Energy detonates through the chamber. Stop, you've done enough, Mariette shouts at the Duke. She raises her bloodied arm in defiance. Just how far are you planning on going, she demands. Tears keep falling down her face. Don't take Corin from me, she cries. The Duke's expression turns thoughtful, almost gentle. The tension in the room finally starts to ease. The dust settles as the fight winds down. Blood marks the aftermath of everything they've been through. I'm fine, Mariette, Corin tells her softly. A gentle hand reaches out to reassure her. I'm right here, he says again, holding steady. Corin, she asks, still not quite believing it. How, Corin, are you okay? Are you really okay? She keeps asking, needing to hear it twice. Something catches her eye, a strange new glow she doesn't recognize. Why did you save me? She finally asks him, quiet and raw. A low hum stirs the room as the Duke's spirit manifests before them. Both of them freeze, caught off guard. A heavy weight settles through the air. A blade clatters to the floor between them. I've transferred my aura core to you, the Duke tells Korin. Korin's face hardens as the weight of that lands. Now I understand why my soul lured you here, the Duke says. Korin Lach, I see the qualities of a hero in you, he says. You lack the greed, but you carry the beliefs and pride that people chasing power rarely do, he tells him. You have the right to change the world, the Duke tells him. What I couldn't protect 800 years ago, he says, the old grief resurfacing. A memory surfaces, hooded figures crossing a ruined battlefield centuries ago. Correct the mistakes I made all this time, he asks, watching a wounded child carried through the wreckage. Please, he asks one last request. Hero, he says, addressing Korin directly, the word carrying real weight now. Hero, he repeats, and for once it doesn't sound like a burden. Korin and Mariette finally get a moment to just rest in the glow of it all. Great General Sebansha Duke's aura core now pulses inside Korin's own chest. To think I'd get a gift like this, Korin murmurs, still processing it. Ugh, Ma Mariette, my body still won't, he admits, struggling to move. I was so scared, Mariette confesses quietly. Her hand trembles as Korin reaches for her. I thought you'd actually died. I was so scared, she says, voice breaking. Promise me, she begs, holding onto him. Never to die without my permission, she finishes. He falls quiet, clearly moved by that. Okay, he agrees softly and means it. This is enough of a reward, he thinks, just glad they're both still here. A system notice flashes. Sebansha Duke's aura core obtained, aura rank increased, a new core ability formed. Move over, loot boxes, this is how you actually level up. A new ability locks into place, Duke's demonic nature. Korin Lach's stats jump across the board, aura rank 6, 730, mana rank 5, 370, and a brand new dual core ability to go with it. If there's just one thing I hope for, the Duke's voice lingers on. A door opens onto warm, golden light. It's that his body and mind which suffered for 800 years. A vision surfaces, a woman in red, a little red-haired girl, a man kneeling before them, the family the Duke lost so long ago. The dust settles and a notification flashes before his eyes. He has absorbed the fallen Duke's aura core, and his rank just spiked through the roof. Something darker stirs alongside it too. A demonic nature now humming inside him that definitely was not there before. His status sheet lights up with the proof, aura rank near 6, 730, and a brand new stat nobody has ever seen him carry before, dual core. A second core, he just stands there catching his breath, staring at the number like it might vanish if he blinks. Still shirtless, still winded, he cannot quite process what just happened to his own body. His aura rank jumped, he is packing a second core now, and that core came with its own special ability. Great, except something about all this feels off. Because whatever he just absorbed in the game and in real life, this Duke was never supposed to be normal. Covered head to toe in someone else's blood, he cannot help grumbling that this whole ordeal could have gone a lot smoother. His jacket is soaked through and ruined beyond saving. Looks like laundry day just became priority 1. Before he can even start scrubbing, the door flies open and the maid lets out a scream that could wake the dead. She freezes mid-shriek, hands slapped over her mouth, clearly regretting walking in at all. Sorry, I never expected there would be a goo, she starts, and then gets a good look at exactly what she has walked in on. Because right there on the bed, shirtless and blood-streaked, he has got an injured girl pinned beneath him while he patches her wounds. To anyone walking in cold, it looks like exactly the wrong thing. The scratches, the blood, the position, none of it reads innocent from the doorway. It is really not what it looks like, he insists between her pained little gasps, which, admittedly, does not help his case one bit. I get why you would think that, he pleads, but I promise, it is really not like that. It is really not like that, I said, he repeats, watching his credibility circle the drain. For real, I understand why you would think that, but he tries again, getting exactly nowhere. The maid just bows, mutters an apology and bolts, wishing him a good time on her way out the door. What do you mean enjoy my time? Do not misunderstand, do not go, he yells after her, which is somehow an even worse look. Underneath all the chaos, the girl he had been treating stirs and murmurs how relieved she is that he is safe. Sweet moment, rotten timing. Because that is exactly when her father shows up, and he does not like what he is seeing one bit. My daughter, I'll kill you. the Duke roars into the night, and suddenly the sea serpent fight was the easy part of his week. It takes a solid 20 days of frantic explaining to talk the man down from murder. Somewhere nearby, a jealous knight grips his spear and grumbles that nobody is allowed to lay a hand on his lady Mariette. With the drama finally behind him, he spends his time quietly grinding his aura instead. It is a relief the whole misunderstanding got sorted out, even if he did briefly become the most wanted man in the South. Seriously, he almost ended up public enemy #1 over a laundry mishap. Summer break winds down, and it is almost time to head back for the second semester. A golden carriage rolls up the academy road as the new term approaches. Festival preparations are kicking off right alongside it. He checks in on the business he sank his savings into, and so far it is paying off. Of course it is, he grins. I will be pulling in several times what I put in. Business is booming, coins are flying, and the market is buzzing with his new venture. After flipping the land for a tidy profit, he is sitting on a genuinely massive pile of gold. He cannot help admiring his own handiwork, adjusting his cuffs like the businessman he now apparently is. The money is just going to keep multiplying, he cackles, already spending it in his head. I am invincible, he declares, sunglasses and all. The festival is going to be the best thing ever, he gloats. Then the sky changes, and his grin starts to falter. Rain starts pelting his face, and something tells him this is not just weather. Red lightning cracks across the horizon out of nowhere. A tornado starts spinning up, crackling like it is alive. He and two others sprint straight toward the chaos to see what is causing it. None of this ever happened last time around, and that is exactly what worries him. A typhoon, he blurts, staring at the storm tearing through the sky. Standing with a friend, he admits this crazy typhoon is going to be a serious headache for the festival. This never happened in his last life, so who could have possibly seen a typhoon bat coming? It is okay, Corin, she tells him gently. When a man swings big, it is fine to strike out once. Should we just write an IOU? Someone jokes, and honestly, it is not the worst idea. Mariette is practically glowing, eyes lit up like she has spotted a business opportunity. Just sign it, she chirps, sliding a contract across to him. He can tell right away she is cooking up something a lot more suspicious than she is letting on. Still, he cannot just let the situation sit as it is. There has to be some way through this. He heads back to Merkaba Academy's special dormitory, rain still hammering the windows. Welcome back, comes the greeting. That typhoon must have made the trip rough. Where is Professor Josephine? He asks the chairman, settling in. Still on her way back with H. Warren, comes the reply. They spent the whole break at Zion Chapel. You are not an outsider here anymore, the chairman tells him. I am considering letting you stay starting next semester. Generous, sure, but he cannot shake the feeling this is also a convenient way to keep an eye on him. Madame Josephine and Master Aaron clearly still are not ready to fully trust him. So what is the deal with that typhoon? He asks, aura crackling around him. The storm keeps churning overhead, bigger and angrier by the hour. It is insane, someone remarks. It has got to be tearing the city up. Will it be okay? The city itself has not taken serious damage yet, comes the answer. It is the outer areas that will get hit hardest. Wait, but if the typhoon moves, it will slam right into the city. No, it will not move, comes the grim reply, because this typhoon is not natural at all. It is the work of a monster, someone gasps, putting the pieces together. The story starts at a vital sea route through the southern archipelago, where something massive has been forcing its way up the Aegina Strait. This thing rules the ocean out there, unquestioned. They call it the Lone Emperor. At some point, it got tangled up in the strait itself, earning a new name, the Sea Serpent. Its massive fin cuts through the waves like a blade. Caring nothing for the human economy, it went on a rampage, sinking any trade ship that dared cross into its waters. Son, must you really go out there? A worried father asks. Yes, father, it is a first-rank monster. If I take it down, my own promotion to first-rank knight goes with it. He straightens up, resolve settling over him. This is Levant Blandria, and he is about to become a much bigger part of this story. If that happens, he murmurs, thinking ahead. His mind drifts to her, unable to help himself. In his memory, she is telling him she has always loved him. Please grant me your first dance, he remembers her asking. The two of them walk into the ballroom together, at least in the version of events he prefers to remember. This part, to be clear, is purely Levent's own paranoid imagination, casting Corin as some kind of sinister rival. I might just be able to win her back, he thinks. Lady Mariette, away from that scammer bastard once and for all. His fist clenches tight. I will defeat the sea serpent and bring peace back to this strait, he vows. Power surges around him in a burst of blue light. And that is how, powered by one man's burning heart, a full raid party marches out to face the beast. They battle for 5 brutal nights and 6 days straight. Our victory, congratulations young master, the squad cheers. Fists pump in the air as the team celebrates their win. Lady Mariette, Levent declares, I dedicate this victory entirely to you. It's about half of the victory anyway. A furious roar echoes out from beneath the waves. In the end, the sea serpent slips free, and they lose track of it completely. The beast that got away does not just disappear quietly. It leaves a trail of innocent lives lost in its wake, and a typhoon brewing over the sea. Somewhere in all this chaos, a cat just goes MRO like none of it concerns her. Enter the typhoon sea alvin, a species that turns itself into the literal core of a typhoon just to protect its young. One golden bat glides low over the churning ocean. They call it the golden bat because its blood, bones, and flesh are all prized elixirs, coveted even by other monsters. It weaves desperately through the storm it is caught inside. The wounded sea serpent barrels straight through the alvin nest without a second thought. So the mother alvin makes a choice. She is not fleeing for herself, she is flying for the baby she is carrying. North and further north still. Flying as far as her wings can possibly carry her, searching for somewhere safe. The place she finally chooses to give birth is. The sky splits with lightning and wind as the storm hits full force. Smack in the middle of a town that is about to get flattened. My land, he stammers, watching it happen in real time. Who could have possibly guessed this, a typhoon bat? That is supposed to be a rare species that does not even show up on the continent in summer. Why is it here? Yeah, okay, I know, probably another one of my butterfly effect screw-ups. Those little ripples of his have apparently come back around as an actual physical typhoon. Wait, you are almost done, you cannot just leave now, he shouts at the fleeing workers. Hey wait, he calls out, chasing after them. You should give up too, one of them shrugs. Sometimes this is just how life goes. If this typhoon keeps up, the whole festival is finished. One thing is for certain at least. If it keeps expanding for another week, his brand new inns are going to end up airborne. He had already sunk 280 gold coins just buying the land. Another 330 went into materials, labor, and construction costs on top of that. And he still had 220 more coins lined up to finish the job. Of all that, only 110 coins were actually his own money. The rest, every bit of it borrowed. If this business goes under, he owes 720 gold coins. His grin twists into something a little unhinged. I am screwed, he mutters, so screwed. Not long after, the academy calls an emergency session. Merkaba Academy convenes to decide what to do about the typhoon. Chairman Iryu Kasar summons a handful of professors and students to hash it out. Everyone is here, he notes, looking around the table. You all know why I have called you together. It is about the typhoon bat alvin. So, we are meant to subjugate it, the tenured knight professor asks. The magic department's professor tenses at the thought. Of course we have to. Subjugate it, he insists, banging the table. I oppose, comes a voice from the side. What? Someone replies, startled. The typhoon will burn itself out in a month, she reasons. I do not see why we would take the risk. The magic faculty professor claps sarcastically at the suggestion. Ooh, professor, and what exactly is your proof for that? The alchemy professor just smirks, clearly enjoying the show. Even accounting for every variable, the typhoon dies out in a month, she repeats. Then there is really no reason to risk it, the muscular professor shrugs between bites. I vote we just maintain the status quo, the alchemy professor adds with a shrug. I still think it is worth subjugating at least once, the new professor pushes back. Meet Ojin Rentry, the academy's newest knight faculty hire. It will delay the students' return and throw off the whole festival. Worse, outsiders might think the academy is just playing it safe to protect itself. Wow, professor, last I checked, we run an educational institution, not a monster hunting guild. The word subjugation just hangs there in the room. The table falls into an uneasy silence. Then let us skip the subjuga, someone starts to conclude. A heavy silence follows. Professors know seniors, he cuts in, I may not know much but please hear me out. A fiery aura suddenly flares to life around him. Corin, someone asks, caught completely off guard. We took an oath to be brave, to stand for kindness and justice. To never abandon our creed, even facing death itself, to protect the weak and strike down evil. We are guardians, protectors of humanity. He screams it at the top of his lungs, flames roaring around him. Of course we need to subjugate it, the room erupts. Corin, I get the passion, but I still think it would be better not to. Edgar tries. The sheer force of the speech nearly knocks the professors out of their seats. Edgar, how could you say something like that? HM. Do not you see the people who have lost their homes to this typhoon, the ones with nowhere left to go, he sobs. Internally, though, it is a very different speech. Just say yes to the subjugation. I am about to be flat broke. Do not you see the ones thrown out onto the streets who have lost their jobs, the children starving with no homes left? You cannot put a price on human lives, he bellows. How could you possibly turn your back on them? Was he always this sincere? One professor murmurs, what a model of chivalry. Meanwhile, he is clutching his investment paperwork like it is a sacred relic. Something as big as what he is describing, someone muses. I just want to save people, he sniffles, laying it on thick. So, let us save the people, he catches himself barely. I knew I had a good eye for talent, such passion and at such a young age. Damn, that is actually touching. Wait, what did he say about an inn? There are precious lives inside inns too, you know. I see. Let us form a subjugation squad immediately. In the name of the Guardians, I swear it. Thanks to one seriously impassioned performance, every professor and student on campus signs up to fight, no questions asked. The typhoon roars on overhead, undeterred. The freshly formed subjugation squad marches straight into the storm. I have briefed the support team, someone reports, we just need to time this right. Who, he sighs dramatically. You are really that emotional about this, a teammate teases. To think you are this sincere about saving people. Yeah, it is honestly a relief. Of course I am sincere, he says, completely straight-faced. But in his head it is a much simpler equation, protecting everyone, saving the whole city, all of it. Somewhere out past the map, a legendary golden bat called the Alvin made its nest inside a raging typhoon, and a squad of academy hunters was about to go get it. The plan, a support team of mages would blast a crack open in the storm wall so the entry squad could slip inside. Once that crack opened, the strike team would charge straight into the eye of the typhoon. Corner the Alvin, drag it out, done, simple, right? Yeah, it would have been great if it had actually gone like that. Because that typhoon wasn't empty, it was already crawling with monsters, dozens of them screaming through the wind. And the squad walked straight into the middle of them. These monsters had been starving in that storm for who knows how long, and they were furious about it. Well, I'm not too worried, one knight grinned, right before a monster's jaws snapped shut inches from his face. That's Hayman Welsh. In his prime they called him Strong Hand Hayman, a semi-first-rank knight who can freeze anything he touches. Fighting beside him is Professor Ojin, a bald semi-first-rank knight who swings a 2-meter battle axe like it's a pair of chopsticks. And leading them all, a first-rank mage with a reputation for insane talent. That's Professor Dana, and when the gloves come off, they carve the sky wide open. That thing hanging out of his mouth isn't a cigarette, it's a mana stick. Meet Professor Edgar, the squad's chain-smoking mage. And above all of them, there's the one they call Berjecker, and when he grins like that, someone's about to have a very bad day. Berjecker tore into the monster horde with pure rage, fists first. Honestly, with a lineup like this, it'd be embarrassing if they couldn't handle a few storm monsters. You're so tall, are you half giant? Someone actually asked mid-fight, because that's apparently a normal thing to wonder while getting mauled. Berjecker roared back into the fray, teeth bared. You're nicer than you look, one knight chirped, only to get told to quit flirting and watch the monster sneaking up behind him. But the real goal never changed. Push through, corner the Alvin, and pull it out before the damage spreads any further. Ah, right, the damage to my inn, Berjecker muttered, suddenly very invested in this mission for very personal reasons. Just wait, Alvin, I'm coming for you, someone growled, lightning crackling around a clenched fist. We're entering the typhoon's eye, everyone follow, the call went out and the squad surged forward. Ho, someone breathed, staring at something none of them expected to see. Edgar's face went still. I didn't expect this, he admitted. A second, smaller typhoon was spinning inside the first one. None of them had ever seen anything like it. The knight stared up at the swirling funnel, a shadow of wings visible somewhere deep inside. Turns out the Alvin had felt the intruders closing in and used the last of her strength to spin up a storm inside the storm. It's only possible because of her maternal instincts, someone murmured. She's a beast, but incredible. An Alvin is capable of that, Dana asked, mana stick forgotten between his lips. Professor Ojin, think we can push through if we don't mind getting torn up pretty badly? Yeah, we can. Let's leave the crack-making to the support squad, someone called, stepping back. A support mage's weapon fired, a blast of raw energy screaming into the storm. Green magic detonated against the typhoon's wall, tearing a seam straight into the wind. Professor Dana requesting support. Ah, is that so? Came the almost too casual reply. Dana's eyes lit up crimson. Oh ho ho, then let's see, lightning building around him. Let me show you my power for the first time in a while, Tilda. Dana launched skyward, wreathed in crackling red electricity. The air itself started to scream as the charge kept building. Professor Edgar, isn't that a little? Someone started to ask. A little dangerous, Edgar finished, watching the storm of lightning gathering overhead. Everyone get behind me, I'm putting up a shield, Dana barked and the squad scrambled to obey. The knights were sent tumbling by the shockwave. Gosh, we just needed enough force to clear the typhoon, Professor Dana. You and your sheer brute force, someone shouted, half furious, half impressed. Dana rose into the air, gathering everything he had into one final strike. The attack had a name, Red Sprite. Crimson lightning tore down out of the sky in one blinding column. The explosion lit up the entire storm from the inside. And then darkness veined with dying red light. Rock and debris rained down where the typhoon's floor used to be. The wreckage kept falling, chunks of stone tumbling through the wind. My god, this is why I don't like mage bastards, you all just end up killing the knights too, someone yelled, dodging flying rubble. A knight leapt clear of the debris, barely keeping his footing. Edgar froze mid-drag on his mana stick, hoo-ha. The typhoon was already reforming, and something huge was moving inside it. Well, that's that sorted, with that much thunder the typhoon should definitely, Ojin started to say. The typhoon's still there, that much power should have killed even a semi-first-rank monster. Wait, doesn't something feel off? What? The wind screamed louder than before, streaked red. Lightning flashed, and for a split second, a massive winged shape was visible in the churn. Ojin's voice cracked, just what is going on? Evolution, huh? She's evolving, came the grim confirmation. It's a rare phenomenon among demons, a creature sublimating after enough experience, enough survival, enough life. This wasn't just the pack leader hitting her peak. This was the whole species ascending to a new stage. And honestly, could a monster that survives storms like this really have no resistance to lightning? The Alvin hadn't just weathered Dana's thunder, she'd absorbed every bit of it. She wasn't a weak monster anymore, not even close. A monstrous growl rolled through the storm, deeper and angrier than before. The growl built into a roar that shook the whole typhoon. Knights were flung through the air like ragdolls. Damn it, everyone be careful. Hey, support squad mage, is there no way to stop this thing? Someone screamed while tumbling through the wind. Even if we call for backup now, the Alvin just gets stronger off it. Look what happened to Professor Dana. That thing isn't normal anymore. Damn it, what are we even supposed to do now? Berjecker cracked his knuckles, grinning. Keheh, guess it's my turn. He called it the Calamity Serpent intent. Slithering serpent, Berjecker howled, dropping in with everything he had. Martial arts only work when your feet are actually planted on solid ground. This is so annoying, I can't do anything up here, someone shouted, flailing in midair. Give me one opening, just one, and I'll show you what I can do. Berjecker, do something, shut up, what exactly do you expect me to do here? Up in the air, even the 2-meter giants and the 2-core spearmen were basically helpless. No. I've got 720 gold riding on whether I catch that bat or not. Berjecker. Have you been yelling at me this whole time? Berjecker grumbled. The spearman leapt into the open air after him. Just because I'm airborne doesn't mean I've got nothing to stand on, Birdjacker said, and something dark rippled beneath his feet. Thank you, the spearman called, using the new foothold to launch himself higher. Crazy bastard, Birdjacker muttered, watching him go. I won't give up, the spearman shouted, weapon raised. Huh, wawette, someone yelped as the fight spun out of control. Bodies kept tumbling through the churning wind. I refuse to surrender to a monster, the spearman screamed as he fell. Kill you, something snarled, a fanged, furious face lunging out of the storm. It was the meeting of a man blinded by revenge. And the monster's answering roar shook the storm itself. A massive, fiery shape rose out of the chaos. And a monster desperate to protect her child. Both of their lives were riding on this one moment. The alvin's eyes burned, still crackling with borrowed lightning. A fist wreathed in glowing energy drove forward with everything behind it. A desperate all-or-nothing fight had just begun. Something connected, and for a second everyone just froze. A knight came crashing down straight into the arms of all things, a very soft, very confused slime. Why is there a slime here? He yelped. It's not over yet, something snarled, dark and monstrous, refusing to stay down. A bloodied hand reached weakly through the wreckage. 2 hits are unnecessary, 1 strike was all it took to put a fighter down. Then came the macro hit, a blade of light splitting the air. Shapes clashed inside the spinning tornado, streaked with red. The storm kept churning, swallowing every scream whole. Use the ground, the old advice echoed, useless, with nothing but open sky beneath him now. Is this how it ends? He thought, falling. He laughed anyway, breathless and bloody. It's all over now. Lightning tore through the dark in one last, brutal strike. Then silence, broken only by the storm. The wreckage settled into a dull red quiet. I shouldn't have invested, I should have just spent that money, he thought, fading. And bought something yummy instead, fuck, and with that Birdjacker was gone. And that's how, somewhere inside that typhoon, my whole world fell apart. Pink lightning tore across the storm, closer now. A silhouette moved through the light, slow and deliberate. A dark shape kept walking forward, unstoppable. There was a sound I could hear even through the roar of the typhoon. Someone was still fighting the alvin, and I was watching it all from inside some kind of protective shell. Just who, I couldn't tell anymore over all the snarling and growling. The monster shrieked and the fight tore on right in front of me. The fight raged on just outside my little shelter. Another burst of red energy lit up the storm. A shadow lunged through the wind. The alvin burst forward with a furious cry. The wind itself seemed to howl in answer. Pink and red light streaked upward in another burst of power. Golden light broke through the clouds for just a second. Debris scattered through the air like it weighed nothing at all. Something screamed, and I caught just a glimpse of movement in the dark. One last burning flash lit up the sky. The storm around me started to change, slower now, quieter. The wind kept dying down. A knight came crashing out of the clouds, ugh. He hit the ground hard, the impact ringing out. The typhoon had stopped, just who did that? A shadow moved through the settling dust. The knight looked back over his shoulder, searching for whoever or whatever had just ended it. Even then I kept my eyes open. Though I walked through the valley of the shadow of death, I kept praying over and over. Then a voice cut through it all, what are you doing? I will fear no evil, I whispered, staring at my own bloodied, shaking hand. For the Lord is with me. A shadow rose up steady beside me. 720 floors or 720 gold in debt, either way, I guess I wasn't allowed to die yet. A nun and a hooded, fox-eared stranger walked toward me through the golden light. I reached out toward the only other thing in that storm that had fought just as hard to survive. A typhoon bat's rampage on the edge of the city finally burns itself out, leaving only minor damage behind. The sun comes back out over the Academy's home turf like nothing happened. Thanks to quick suppression, the city barely got scratched. There were a few casualties from the storm winds, but they'll pull through. Under clear skies, someone's handing out food to anyone who needs it. Menu of the day, potatoes and onion soup, gourmet cuisine courtesy of tax dollars. Turns out looking heroic is part of the job description. A guardian works the market stalls, ladling out food while grateful townsfolk line up. For guardians built by the Academy, this kind of grunt work is just part of keeping up the image. One guy's already back in line begging for a second potato, calling the volunteer sister like they're old friends. In a darker corner, a black-haired woman answers someone with a nervous "yes ma'am," though of course, she adds, there are always exceptions. "You're just too mean," someone teases Korenlock. The woman, dressed like a nun with a cross at her collar, asks him something oddly deep. Does he know when civilization actually began? Korenlock tells her to quit talking like a professor, but admits he's only heard bits and pieces of this theory. Flashback: as a kid, Korenlock explains it to a scraped-up friend. Civilization, he says, began the day archaeologists found a leg bone that had been broken and healed. A broken leg out in the wild is a death sentence alone, but a healed one means somebody stuck around long enough to help. Little Korenlock grins as his friend thanks him for the help, proof, even back then, that he never could resist patching someone up. Back in the present, the woman listens closely as he finishes the thought. When someone's in trouble, that's when it matters most. That, he tells her, is what the dawn of civilization really means. Back at the market stall, Korenlock keeps handing out food while she watches him quietly, turning the idea over in her head. So it's all just because humans were weak, she says flatly. He blinks, caught off guard by the leap. It's meaningless to me, she mutters as they walk the streets together, a hooded stranger trailing nearby. There's no human out there, she says, who'd ever help someone like her. I can help you, Korenlock says simply, looking her dead in the eye. She freezes, genuinely startled, then, she starts and trails off. He smiles. Wouldn't that mean something, he asks, even to someone like her? Something shifts behind her eyes. It's a small thing, but it lands. Neither of them says anything else, they don't need to. Then flatly she drops it. I am a living jiangshi, a walking corpse. A being made from a living human twisted into something monstrous, she explains. If he knew her past, would he still trust her? A memory surfaces, ugly and raw, someone recoiling from her, screaming that she's a monster, blood streaking down her face like tears. If he knew what she really was underneath, she wonders, could he possibly still trust her? A voice screams at her to give it back. This body was never hers to take. A purple-haired girl, weeping tears of blood, begs HWA to return her body to her. Shut up, HWA snarls back. This is mine now, my body. The trapped voice inside her only whispers back, resigned, I know it's not mine. Hwa's answer is final, she will never give this body back. This is where the Guardian Academy calls home. Merkaba City, people call it the safest place in the world under the moonlight, but the truth is a little uglier than the postcard version. Back alleys run through every district, and the people who rule this lawless side of town. A figure crackles with dark energy at the center of a crowd, radiating pure menace. They call themselves the Black Star Faction. Their main hustle, slaves and bootleg liquor, moved through the shadows in barrels and back rooms. But to really lock down a neighborhood, you need legitimate-looking businesses too. Take this one, for example. Inside a tavern, a drunk man handles a waitress while the manager panics, trying to talk him down. You call this alcohol? The thug snarls, and the poor waitress can barely stammer out an apology. He demands to know who's running this dump. The real owner shows up shouting, demanding to know who's causing trouble at his bar. A pack of Black Star muscle rolls in behind him, right on cue. They're finally here. See, the Black Star faction sells this bar its bootleg liquor and then charges it protection on top, a nice little racket. Watching quietly from the crowd is Korenlock, undercover and sweating a little. There's no better place to bump into the gang than a dive bar like this one. One thug eyes Korenlock up and down, sneering that a mere academy student has no business being here. Finish your drink and get lost, kid, the thug says, magnanimously offering to cover his tab. A fist slams down on the table. Perfect timing. Are you the manager here? Korenlock asks sweetly, right before dumping an entire barrel of beer over the guy's head. The soaked thug sputters, completely blindsided. His buddies erupt, furious on his behalf. A fist rises to strike and then hesitates, someone suddenly unsure. The thug growls that he's dealt with plenty of cocky guardian brats who thought they were hot stuff. They haul Korenlock outside, confident this fearless little pup is about to learn his lesson. Men is all, Korenlock says, and his eyes flash with something a lot more dangerous than fear. The tables flip in an instant, fire and violence erupting all at once. Korenlock cuts through the whole crew like they're nothing. Turns out these guys used to run wild up north as slave hunters. Disowned and rebranded, they earned a nasty nickname for themselves. The Red Insane Dogs. One snarls that a mere student, just a little pup, has no idea how scary a real tiger is. Korenlock's eyes just burn brighter, he's not impressed. A punch lands square and brutal. Another hit crumples a thug's face on impact. The brawl spills out into the dark streets, chaos echoing through the neighborhood. Another gang member goes down hard, kicked flat. Just Korenlock starts standing over the wreckage he's made. He walks calmly through the smoking aftermath, the whole gang laid out around him. The last man standing demands to know who the hell he is. Me, Korenlock asks, almost amused, while the guy across from him sweats bullets. I'm a dogman, he grins, the kind that hunts insane dogs. The man curses at him, out of options and out of luck. One last punch lands square on the jaw. He goes down screaming, and just like that, the Red Insane Dogs are done. Truth is, wrecking this gang was never really the point. There was another reason he came looking for the Black Star faction. He wanted to find the people they'd bought and sold like livestock. To free the demihumans they'd locked away in cages. Korenlock slips through a hidden holding block, rows of cages stretching into the dark. What he finds turns his stomach. In this world, demihumans get treated like animals, plain and simple. They're easy scapegoats for a society that always needs someone to blame. But in more ways than people realize, they're far from ordinary. A lock clicks open under his hand. A shirtless captive stirs weakly in the dark, barely able to speak. Korenlock tells them a carriage from the Dunilov family will be waiting once they get outside. Whoever gets out first can head that way, he says, pointing them towards safety. A cat-eared girl sobs, still shaking in her chains. Playing rescuer, he figures, should get the rest of them to lower their guard around him a little. Now for the real reason he's here. He calls out into the cages, asking if there are any siblings here named Ren and Ron. A green-skinned demihuman girl startles at the names. That way, someone starts to answer, then stops cold. Korenlock freezes, as a shadow looms behind him in the dark. There they are, and they're tiny, just kids. Korenlock just stares, silently thrown. He'd heard where humans grow into their bodies based on mental development. He expected them to look like they're in their 20s. But this is a way bigger gap than he was picturing. Hey guys, he tries, keeping his voice friendly through the bars. The kid flinches back, terrified of him. Ren throws herself in front of her little brother, sobbing, begging him not to hit Ron. So this is the older sister, Ren. Apparently the werehuman gene kicks in the moment they're born, which is exactly why so many get sold off young. Suddenly Ren surges up full-grown, crackling with electricity, screaming that she'll kill him. Korenlock, stunned, this same terrified kid becomes that in under a year. In his last life, Ren and Ron weren't victims, they were the villains. Grown up, they worked as enforcers for the Catholic Church, weaponized against their own kind. Hardline fundamentalists used them to stir up hatred, committing every kind of atrocity imaginable with enslaved werehumans. It escalated all the way into a political war between the kingdom's first and second princesses. Neither of them was an easy kill. In the end, both of them died at Park Sihu's hands. The memory of that violence flashes behind Korenlock's eyes. A vault door looms in his thoughts, tied to it all. Shaken, he admits she's a lot different than he expected. He tells himself he's just saving future villains before they can become monsters, while the terrified kids beg him to leave them alone. He scoops the crying girl into his arms and carries her out through the storm anyway. Kid, let's just go quietly. Someone tries to reason, but the kids fight and beg to be let go. Korenlock reaches out gently, warning her she'll only get hurt fighting him. Ren cries out and he softens his voice, it's okay. No one, he promises her, will ever hurt her again. He pulls both trembling siblings in close, holding them tight. You're safe now, he tells them. Kids who have only ever known cruelty from adults, never protection, stay braced for the next blow no matter how kind you are. Gently he asks for their names. Ron, I'm Ron, the boy manages. Ren, his sister, adds quietly. He offers them a fake name in return, I'm Koren. Korenlock, he adds, sealing the alias. Ren asks if he's a guardian, he confirms it with a simple yes. Something in her finally eases at that. She must have relaxed just a little, letting her guard drop. Ron follows her lead, easing up too. Ha gosh, Corinlock sighs to himself. He's coaxed them for now, but back at the bar, he wonders out loud if he actually has to hand these kids over to the Guardians. A bar employee asks what's on her boss's mind. This is Lenya, looks like an ordinary back alley barmaid, but she's secretly running an entire information guild on the side. He groans that he wanted the grown-up, powerful versions of Ren and Ron, not two scared kids. His whole plan hinged on using their future strength to keep this arc's real threats in check. He tells Lenya to take the kids to his inn for now and get them fed. She teases him for turning into such a softie. Think what you want is all he says. He sighs, wondering what he's even supposed to do now. Guess he's saving the day solo now, great. Elsewhere in the city, a landing tower rises over the eastern platform village. Wind roars as something huge comes in for a landing. A massive trained flying beast touches down, talons scraping stone. Dust kicks up as it settles. An officer greets the new arrivals, guessing right away that they are from the east. He asks politely to see their travel registration. An elderly man and a young woman in traveling robes climb down from the beast. A man in dark, scale-patterned robes strides down right behind them. Someone hands over a travel token for inspection. The elder introduces himself as Senior Professor Kang Ryan. These two, he says, are his disciples. Behind him stand a white-haired young man and a sharp-eyed young woman. I'm Jin Hyuk, nice to meet you. I'm the Student Council President Kang Yuhua. The El Lost Kingdom, the officer says warmly, welcomes their visit. A carriage is already waiting to take them onward. The ornate carriage sits ready for boarding. Phew, this treatment is awesome, Jin Hyuk sighs, kicking back and immediately gets scolded for slacking before their masters even sat down. Whoa Yuhua, you know I'm not that strong, Jin Hyuk yelps as she yanks him back into line. She needles him, is that really something a first-rank knight should be whining about, says Yu, he fires back. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure cuts off the small talk cold, let's stop with the useless chatter. But master, someone presses carefully. Are you sure? They ask, directed at a haggard, scarred, gray-haired man everyone calls master. The mark on his dark robes catches the light. That's here, he mutters. A long, heavy silence stretches out between them. Yes, the master confirms. He's certain this place's chairman took it and the emperor himself guaranteed it. Nearby, Park Sihu stands silent, eyes burning red, a red-haired companion at his side. An uneasy silence passes between the three of them. Hide your murderous intent, the master snaps at Sihu, unimpressed. It's giving him away. The master narrows his eyes. Forget all that, he asks like the idea itself offends him. Embers crackle in the dark as the question hangs in the air. A hand grips a burning pillar as an old memory floods back. How could we forget it, comes the grim reply. In the memory, an entire tiered palace burns against the night sky. A lone silhouette stands atop the burning wreckage, watching it all fall. That damned thing, someone spits, the old wound still raw. Firelight flickers across a face still burning with old rage, a grudge that isn't going anywhere. A month after the Typhoon Bat incident, life at the academy has moved on and now everyone is buzzing about something new. The halls are strung with banners, the academy has festival fever and it is spreading fast. Do not let the cute name fool you. The festival is basically an all-out war between rival academies dressed up as a party. Every year, students from the 4 regional academies converge here to prove who is really on top. Less a festival, more a battlefield with better catering. Somewhere in the crowd, a nervous voice pipes up, wondering if they need to sort out teams first. Enter Jaeger, flexing like the festival is already won, with his jumpy friend just trying to keep up. Nope, comes the answer. First, everyone has to pick a lane, solo, doubles, or group matches. Backstage, Alicia groans, the second team talk comes up. Corin Locke just smirks, they are already a fixed team, so what is there to groan about? Then what about the group match, she presses, leaning in. Group teams are drawn at random, he admits, so all he can do is hope he lands with her again. That earns him nothing but more groaning. Is not doubles random too, she needles. Wanting to be on my team does not mean, she starts and lets it hang there smug. An official announcement is coming soon. Anyone ranked second or higher automatically qualifies to compete. So you are planning to work me like a slave again, Alicia groans, clutching her head. To be forced to labor during a fun festival again, she whines. Corinlock just blinks. Labor. Why not just pair with Mariette? Alicia suggests. She is honestly the strongest one here, is not she? Mariette is probably going solo in the individual match, he figures. Wait, a mage fighting one-on-one. Something catches the crowd's eye. Hey, look over there, someone shouts. Corinlock cranes his neck to see what the fuss is about. Whatever it has got the whole room buzzing. The outfits give it away. These visitors are clearly from the east, Corinlock realizes. Are those Taoist robes? Someone whispers. Idiot, it is just Eastern-style clothes, another corrects. Two robed figures stride through the plaza. They are finally here, someone murmurs. The man in front is Kang Ryan, the so-called immortal Taoist. Beside him walks Sa Jinhyuk, known as the Fighting Hound. These two are about to become central to a much bigger story, the protagonists of the next arc of this saga, Heavenly Yaksha. Behind closed doors, a tense request lands on the table. Transfer one of the Academy's own students to Boreime Academy. I cannot accept that, comes the flat refusal. We are simply making a reasonable request, Kang Ryan presses, unmoved. As the rightful blood relatives of that child, we have every right to ask, he adds. 1 year ago, our castle burned in a tragic accident, he says grimly, and at the center of it all was my niece. In the chaos of that castle turning to ash, everything changed for her. You took my niece, Kang Ryan accuses the woman across from him. We simply found out where she was and want her back, she replies coolly. H. Warren is a special case. You should be well aware of that, she adds, eyes narrowing behind her glasses. Is that really why he requested this meeting the moment he arrived as festival judge, all because of H. Warren? As you know, Kang Ryan growls, a beast resides in Rand's body. I just want to recover my niece from that thing, he insists. H. Warren's body is only still alive because of that child, she counters. And that was the dying wish of Chairman Iryu's friend, Kang Yu, the girl's own father. Heemp, we will handle that ourselves, Kang Ryan snaps back. I would like you to prove that, comes a cool challenge from across the table. She studies him through her monocle, entirely unconvinced. That wicked demon socialized, please, scoffs someone nearby. A bald churchman looks on with a thin, unreadable smile. He is introduced as Bishop Lai Jianyong, dispatched by the Catholic Church. Who is to say this is not all part of her wicked plan, he says. Bishop Lai Jianyong, I would advise you refrain from speaking further, someone warns him. No, comes a sharp rebuttal from across the room. True believers do not accept evidence that is just words. What exactly are you trying to say? Someone demands. Send that wicked thing out during this festival, the bishop presses, as somewhere else a face curls into an unsettling smile. The woman, clearly rattled, stays silent for a long moment. During the festival, their argument is baseless, sure, but she doubts she can talk them out of it with logic alone. Church officials loom behind her, robes glowing faintly in the low light. Since when it comes to faith, I am a witch myself, she mutters darkly. Plenty of people would love to burn me at the stake too. Well, this might actually be a good opportunity, she reconsiders, adjusting her hat. If we can show the world demons can socialize and think for themselves, it might change things for the better, she reasons. Okay, she decides. I will suggest H. Warren compete in the individual match. And Professor Kang Ryan too, she adds. Yes, he agrees. So where exactly is H. Warren staying these days, she wonders. I do not know how it works on the eastern continent, the woman explains, but here her legal guardians are Chairman Iryu, myself, and the great saintess of Xi'an Cathedral. Kang Ryan finishes, thinking it over. A tense silence settles. I think this conversation is over, comes the verdict. The two of you can be on your way, Kang Ryan says, dismissing them. Understood, thank you for your time, Professor Josephine, comes the polite reply as they head for the door. Once outside, Josephine finally exhales, sipping tea to steady her nerves. To think it actually played out exactly like that boy predicted, she marvels. Somewhere beyond the academy walls, a chilling thought lingers. During this very festival, Balthazar's dogs are lying in wait. While what? Josephine flinches, caught completely off guard. Where? Who? She demands. Across the table, a familiar hand reaches for a plate of fries like nothing is wrong. All I know is something is going to happen. I do not have the details, Korenlock admits between bites. But I do have a guess, he says, pointing at her with mock seriousness. It could be one, it could be the other, or it could be both, he muses. Guess who, she presses, the Catholic Church, he says, and Borime. He leans back, dead certain of himself. The real answer, it turns out, was actually both. Josephine's eyes widen at how right he was. I would like you to keep an eye on the Catholic Church for me, Professor Josephine, Korenlock says, suddenly all business. And you, she asks, immediately suspicious. He slides a card across the table, without answering directly. How exactly am I supposed to trust you, she mutters. Does she still see him as nothing but Balthazar's old disciple? There are inns going up on the outskirts, he explains, brushing off her distrust. You do not have to keep suspecting me, you know. Get the Boreme students staying there, he suggests. Easier to keep tabs on them. That is exactly the right mindset to have, she replies coolly. But no matter what you do, he adds, my goal is not changing. A dramatic little banner flashes across his mind. I will save the world. Subtle he is not. Josephine just stares at him, speechless. She sighs, somewhere between exasperated and touched. If she buys into the whole Shadow Warrior's oath routine, he figures, her guard should drop a little. That has got nothing to do with me, Korenlock deflects, suddenly very interested in his fries. He keeps his poker face on, saying nothing. Funny, she says, because I heard those new inns on the outskirts were built entirely on student investment money. And I happen to know the owner who received all that funding is you, she says, pointing right at him. Completely unrelated to me, he insists, as word spreads that Mariette has set up a stall near those very same inns. Somehow he has just secured 100 long-term guests. All his profit-making schemes, it turns out, were planned with this wider vision in mind. People need a little helping hand sometimes, he shrugs, grinning over a plate of fries. Do not be so obstinate, he tells her. And so time passed. The festival group match preliminary round is officially underway. The Academy's grand hall towers over the gathering crowd of hopefuls. Hey friend, Jaeger says. Yeah, his nervous friend answers. Will we actually be able to survive this? His friend worries, eyeing the massive crowd of competitors. Festival group match trials, only 16 will make it through. Ayak, a short-haired girl, yelps startled while Korenlock stands by unbothered. Only H. Warren is missing from the whole cast of familiar faces. But where is Alicia, someone wonders. Koren, I am over here, Alicia hollers, shoving through the crowd. Please move aside, she begs, elbow deep in strangers. Nice to see you all, comes a new voice approaching the group. Wow, look over there, that person is, someone gasps. Kang Ryan, the crowd reacts, stunned to see him here. I am Kang Ryan, in charge of judging these trials, he announces. This is a preliminary round that will decide the 16 guardians who move on to the group match. I wish you all the best, he says. Jaeger and his friend trade a look. Who is he? The difficulty level is going to be hell, his friend mutters. Yes, it is the single most important duty of a guardian, Kang Ryan says solemnly. Save the civilians, he commands. The sky bleeds red as he stands at the center of it all, robes whipping in an unnatural wind. Something is happening and fast. Chaos erupts below, figures scattering in every direction through the streets. Students scramble, shouting, caught completely off guard. Behind it all, the 8-array formation, an intricate magical labyrinth unfurling around them. The 8 gates snap into place, sealing the trial ground shut. Hey, what the heck, does this even make sense? Someone yells over the rumble. But this scale is just, someone mutters, overwhelmed. Anyway, what does save the civilians even mean? Giant stone legs loom out of the dust. Civilians, is he talking about that? Confusion ripples through the crowd. The rules flash up, touch a civilian to command them, guide them to safety for points, destroy one and it costs double. Rows of stone dolls stand frozen, waiting to be activated. So once we reach them and touch them they move, Jaeger guesses. I think so, his friend offers. The stone civilians begin gathering as students close in. Okay, let's go, someone shouts, charging in. Off to the side the judges look on. They sure are kids getting this excited, one murmurs, amused. Be careful, it is a longhound, someone warns as a monstrous wolf lunges out of the dust. Steel flashes, blade meets fang in a single decisive strike. A streak of blue light cuts clean through, and the beast goes flying. Who comes a satisfied exhale from whoever just ended that fight in a heartbeat. Wow, in a single moment the crowd erupts. As expected of Alicia, what an honor to be on the same team. Ahem, Alicia clears her throat, a little embarrassed by the praise. Just trust me and follow, she says. With the Longhound down, this is officially a civilian guard task. The real mission? Prove you can protect civilians in monster-infested territory by getting as many stone civilians to the safe zone as possible. Alicia, there is another civilian over there, someone calls. Yep, she answers, clearly loving every second of this. I will send my familiar to scout, Josephine decides. It is an 8 gates array, so there should be another one nearby. The ground rumbles beneath running feet. Wow, what is that? All of a sudden someone panics. The ground is shaking. A low, rhythmic pounding echoes through the array. Is that the sound of drums? Someone asks. Behind us, another voice cries. Behind, someone repeats, dread creeping in. The pounding grows louder, closer. Something massive is closing in fast, footsteps shaking the ground. A voice booms out, cold and threatening, if you peacefully lay down your life. Shadowy figures close in on the group. We will let your weapons go, one threatens, which very much does not mean what it sounds like. Wow, what is that? Eyes widen in fear at whatever is charging toward them. A trolley, someone shouts, baffled. They have lashed a bunch of stone dolls together into a makeshift battering ram. Just what is that? The group scrambles back. Kneel down, we are the Mandrake Bandits, the mock bandits announce. Ya Jaeger, what are you doing? His friend shrieks. Jaeger is swinging a golden harp like a battle axe. Is it even okay to strum a harp like a guitar like that? Someone wonders. Yoyu, Alicia's shocked cry cuts through the chaos. She lunges, only to be brushed off with a mocking shrug. Why would I bother doing something as annoying as that? The figure sneers. Korin, she calls out, chasing a familiar silhouette through the smoke. Korin, who is that? The figure taunts, clearly not him at all. When calling me, call me the oh-so-almighty immortal. I am the almighty immortal Lach, it sneers, wearing his face like a costume. The grin splits impossibly wide, eyes flaring white, and for something wearing a familiar face, it sure looks ready to make eliminating people its new hobby. Somebody screams one name in absolute disbelief, Korin. A hulking figure rises out of the smoke like he owns the place, cape and all. Don't call me Korin, he booms. The name's Lach, the almighty, immortal Lach. His grin cracks wide, eyes flashing an unnatural purple. Dude clearly loves the sound of his own title. Fangs bared, claws out whatever immortal Lach is, it isn't human anymore. This whole nightmare, we're told, started with just 3 people. What incredible foresight, one crows hyping up their loudmouth boss like he's already won. Lach cackles that he's been swallowing up every nearby student for the exam like it's a snack. Only 16 students could advance, so Lach's crew decided the fastest way up was thinning out everyone else. Forget hiding in a safe zone, they went hunting for petrified civilians instead. Every civilian they could grab got turned into a human shield, stacked up for cover. Sweep them with magic, Lach orders, not caring who's standing in the blast radius. One of his own guys panics. What if the shields get destroyed and they lose points for it? Cheap bastards, a rival screams, realizing there's no clean way to attack through a wall of hostages. The civilians get piled into a literal human pyramid, and Lach just struts up top like it's a throne. Turns out those stone-frozen civilians make for excellent, sturdy shields. Move a civilian to safety and you earn a point. Destroy one and you lose 2, and Lach's crew is happily gaming that math. It boils down to a straight-up brawl, fists and blades tangled in the chaos. Since it's come to this, someone growls, bracing for the ugly part. They end up fighting hand-to-hand right on top of the stacked civilians. Someone shouts to drag the enemies right off the pile. Straight off the backs of the stone civilians being used as cover. Lach's eye flares red as his crew asks if they should just go all out. Of course, he says, way too pleased with himself. An explosion rips through the fight, bodies flying everywhere. Someone's scream cuts through the smoke. This exam has officially gone off the rails. We've got plenty, Lach shrugs. I'll just take your points to top mine back up. That's the whole edge his crew has. They grabbed numbers and civilians early, while everyone else hesitated. Every other team was too slow to link up, wasting time hunting for a safe zone instead. Honestly, Locke admits, he was never chasing some clean, must-win strategy. Let's just kill anyone bigger than a wheel, he screams, way past the point of any real plan. One of his goons grins, hey boss, this is just really damn fun. By the time, roughly 30 students had been eliminated. A girl freezes, pointing in horror at the people she thought had her back. I told you, Locke repeats, milking the title for all it's worth, I'm the almighty immortal Locke. And the girl staring him down, her name is Alicia Arden. His grin twists wider, eyes glowing, he's enjoying this way too much. I'll give you a chance, he tells her, to join the Mandrake Bandits. Alicia can only stammer out a confused, what? She grips her blade tight, clearly not buying whatever he's selling. Bring me your colleagues' armbands, Locke demands, way too casual about it. Do that, and I'll even make you vice boss, he offers. Alicia starts refusing before he even finishes. I need you, he says, eyes flaring, and it's a lot less flattering than it sounds. Blades flash as thugs close in around her, this was never a fair offer. Word spreads fast, whoever hands in Alicia's armband gets a spot in the bandits. Guys, she shouts, realizing the people closing in are her own teammates. She fights back hard, ice daggers flying, muttering a bitter sorry as she does. Her own friends admit it flat out, facing first-rank Knight Corin himself was never on the table. You're just easier to take down as a semi-first rank, they tell her, and Alicia's face crumples. So mean, I trusted you as my comrades, she screams, swinging back with everything she's got. Ah, the cruelty of human society, betrayal dressed up as strategy. Peacetime civilization is apparently just a nice coat of paint over this kind of ugliness. She ends up cornered, trapped like a bug in a wash basin. Her own team turns on each other without a second's hesitation. Whatever, I don't need any of you anyway, Locke scoffs, tossing the loyalty aside. Alicia's had enough, it's come to this, fine, I won't hold back either. And just like that, Alicia Arden gets stamped as the Mandrake Bandits' new vice boss. Meanwhile, every other team is scrambling to form up the exact same way. Cut to a much sunnier scene, a cheerful academy ace grinning up at the sky. That bright-eyed second-year ace has a name too, Mariette Dunilliff. Her squad, built on actual friendship, is crushing it at rounding up civilians. Of course, everyone's still cheering for now. A hooded figure strolls calmly past a wall of stone civilians. That good vibe, it was all before Mariette's team crossed paths with Immortal. Corin, one teammate blurts while Mariette insists they've got this. We're short on numbers, she says, but our average rank is higher. The air goes still around her, something's about to break. You're actually going to hit me, someone gasps, not seeing it coming. A ribbon flutters loose, mid-strike, this fight just turned real. You ugh, Mariette, her friend chokes out, stunned by what just happened. I immortal Locke, someone stammers, gripping their weapon in fear. Mariette snarls that whatever immortal is, it's nothing compared to love, and honestly, that's terrifying logic. She lunges in with a scream, weapon swinging for real this time. She grabs her own bespectacled friend by the collar. Mariette, what are you? Her friend chokes, getting throttled by the girl she trusted. All she can manage is a broken, horrified "Ma Mary." The scream that follows says everything words can't. Her friend's cry cuts off mid-name. Good one, new recruit, Locke's gang cheers, thrilled at their newest monster. Mariette tears through the crowd, weapon raised, completely unrecognizable now. The crowd starts chanting his name like he's some kind of folk hero, Immortal Locke. Immortal Locke, Immortal Locke, the chant spreads across the whole field. Locke just smirks over his shoulder, soaking up the worship. A sharp crack echoes out behind him. Fist raised high, he laughs that auto-hunting like this is basically cheating, and honestly, we can't argue. The legend of Immortal Locke keeps spreading, glowing bigger with every retelling. Then someone snaps out of the story, completely confused. Wait, what? Brilliant strategist, but honestly kind of loathsome, that's the reputation of Immortal Locke. Except, did their academy even have a student like that? I don't think he's actually from our academy, one girl mutters, adjusting her glasses. And that, ridiculously, is exactly how Corin Locke's own party ended up saddled with a terrible reputation. Back in the retelling, the bandits are still cackling their way through the pile of civilians. They cleared the group match with insane results and moved straight into the doubles preliminaries. Their opponents this round, a pair of blade-wielding fighters crackling with energy. These two are Boromic's twins, the Chen siblings, ranked among the Academy's second-rank guardians. One of them lunges in with a sharp battle cry. Blades clash in a burst of blue and gold energy. Go, Alicia body slam, someone cheers from the sidelines and yeah, that's Corin Locke himself. Body, what now? Someone reacts, clearly not expecting that call-out. One of the twins screams in frustration, barely landing a hit. She realizes exactly why she got dragged into this fight to be used. A blade slices clean through the air. Alicia surges forward with a battle cry of her own. One decisive strike and both twins go down hard. A pained yelp confirms that that's the match. She wins the doubles round basically solo, then rounds on her partner. I was the only one who actually fought, you idiot. Elsewhere, spectators size up the so-called Sword Emperor's granddaughter, unimpressed. I was hyped when I heard who her grandfather was, one says, but honestly, nothing special. Her fundamentals feel kind of shaky, if I'm being honest, another adds. But more than that, someone trails off, eyes narrowing at something else entirely. Who's that spearman, they ask, watching a familiar brown-haired guy walk by with Alicia. You felt that too, he's the real deal, someone murmurs, dead serious. Yeah, word is he was only 5th rank until very recently, comes the reply. Before showing up here, they'd only been dreading 2 possible opponents. First on that list, the crazed warrior Berjecker. Second, the vampire Mariette Duniluf, yes, that Mariette. But that spearman walking around, he might be scarier than both of them combined. He dodged everything the Chen twins threw at him like it was nothing. And make no mistake, the Chen siblings are not weak fighters. I can feel it in his breathing, his focus, his whole presence, one spectator says. That's raw experience talking. They're some of the strongest fighters in all of Boromik, they add, watching him walk off. So that's him, Corin Locke, currently the strongest first-year, first-rank knight in the Academy. Ugh, running into him in the group match would be a nightmare, one guy groans, stretching lazily. Brains like his shine hardest in team fights. Then something catches his attention, HM. A sharp, startled reaction flashes across someone's face. Cheers erupt somewhere in the distance. Festival banners snap in the wind above cheering crowds, yay. With everyone gathered at the festival grounds, this stretch feels emptier than usual. Footsteps echo through the quiet, the kind of silence that only stands out because it's usually so loud here. It all reminds someone of a very specific day. Her expression goes distant, remembering. The day she says that she became a yaksha. Flames roar around a girl standing dead still, looking back over her shoulder. Kill them, the order comes, cold and flat. Kill everything. You say. Fire swallows the frame whole. A whole tower burns behind her and she doesn't even flinch. Debris and embers scatter through the wreckage. Something catches her off guard. An ambush, someone comes crashing down out of nowhere. Steel flashes in the dark as the fight kicks off. No, this is just, she starts faltering. Blades cut through the air in a blur of red and white. Pure killing intent radiates off someone's silhouette. A hooded figure steps calmly through the smoke and flame. Few impressive, she says, sounding almost amused. Most people can't even sense killing intent like that, they just collapse. Strong enough that I actually mistook it for a real attack, she admits, cross pendant glinting. As if, the yaksha snarls, I'm going to kill you. I'm definitely going to kill you, she screams into the flames. Something cracks ominously in the dark. Red eyes lock onto the hooded girl. You. Do you know me? The hooded girl asks, stepping closer without a shred of fear. HM, comes the confused reply. Do I know you? She asks back, genuinely puzzled. No, the yaksha answers flatly. I've never seen you before in my life. A blade slices through the tension. On a quiet street corner, a hooded nun stops dead in her tracks and stares straight at him. Do I know you? He asks, cautious. No, she snaps back way too fast, a red glow flashing behind her like she is covering something up. I have never seen you before. For one unsettling beat, Mariette's eyes flash blood red and her fangs show at the mention of the word sister. Sister, she repeats under her breath like the word itself has cravings attached, then quickly catches herself. I apologize, she mutters. The nun brushes it off with a nervous laugh. I thought you were someone I knew and tried to play a joke, she says, already walking on. He just watches her go, silent, saying nothing at all. Something about him nags at her though. Something feels familiar about him, she murmurs, but I cannot remember what. She shakes it off with a small shrug. Well, I am sure it is not important, she says, touching the cross at her neck. Not far off, Mariette grins wickedly. Yes, next time I will look more carefully before pouncing, she teases. The cloaked figure just goes quiet, watching her without a word. Then she slips off down the steps, disappearing into the crowd. What a reckless attempt, someone mutters, watching the whole exchange from a distance. A young woman scolds someone nearby. You didn't have to do that in a place like this, she says. Elsewhere, Park Sihu walks the street alone, his cross pendant catching the light. Thanks to this, he says coldly, I confirmed that Master's 8 Gates works on. That monster, he finishes, and there is nothing warm in his voice. The nun walks on, thinking to herself. In order to seal this monster and save Ran, she already has a plan forming. Somewhere in the dark, the pieces are already moving. The 8 Gates array, utter annihilation, needs to be formed. Once everything goes according to plan, I will, the nun thinks, letting the thought trail off as she walks. A brown-haired woman lays out the plan out loud. From Ran, the orchid, we will take the HWA, the fire, she starts. That evil thing out, she continues, and the rest is up to you. Don't worry, Yuwa, comes the reply. I'm not going to go that crazy. A figure wreathed in fire grits his teeth, eyes burning red. Kill that monster, he snarls. The scene shifts to a bustling street beneath a towering clock tower, the second-round venue of the group match already crawling with people. Inside a packed tavern, chaos is already breaking out over the last plate of food. This is a bit unexpected, someone mutters, watching the scene unfold. Korenlock leans back at the table, arms crossed. I never thought we would come so far from the school for this episode, he admits. Word comes down fast. Senior Professor Kang Ryan has changed the stage of the group match, someone reports. A woman with glowing glasses presses a finger to her lips, silently warning everyone to keep quiet about it. I was surprised when I heard the news from Madame Josephine myself, she admits. Someone points a finger straight at Korenlock. Boreme's supplies were stolen by bandits, apparently. Was that you? What? No way, I didn't steal that, he sputters, hands up in defense. Everyone freezes at the accusation. That, someone repeats, and it turns out to be over something completely ridiculous. Turns out it was no joke. Those were the Catholic Church's own supplies, quietly smuggled in by Kang Ryan himself. Everything they secretly needed to control H. Warren was being funneled in through the 8 Gates array, utter annihilation, piece by piece. The glasses woman smirks. The fact that Boreme's supplies were stolen, she notes, clearly enjoying the chaos it has caused. Someone puts it together fast. This has to be a scenario Kang Ryan and Lai Jinyong cooked up themselves, just to buy time to recover what was taken. A group of robed figures marches past. Cunning devils, someone mutters, they sure think fast. Nazria City, it is more ordinary than I expected, Koren says, looking around before someone else pipes up. Koren, want to eat. A girl tugs at his sleeve. Excuse me, she starts, before someone else cuts in with a warning about the rules. You didn't read the precautions properly, huh? Comes the reply, we are not supposed to eat anything here. A dry little HM is all the pink-haired girl offers in response. The tavern erupts into an all-out scramble for food anyway, rules be damned. Everyone is here, someone confirms, and the countdown starts. Okay. A sharp-eyed official announces the time remaining. Okay then, 58 minutes. 59 minutes, someone else counts down, mouth already full. A waiter and a customer bicker over the clock. 59 minutes and 30 seconds. 59 minutes, the countdown keeps going, nobody quite agreeing on the number. In 50 seconds, someone adds, chopsticks already mid-air. 5, 4, 3, 2, the whole room counts down together. Then it is chaos again, everyone diving for the table at once. 7, someone counts, fist glowing with barely contained energy. Begin, the call goes out and the match is officially on. Someone lets out a pained cry as the first hit lands. A red beam tears through the chaos, sending people flying. Koren, what are you doing? Someone shrieks, stunned by what she is seeing. A blue-haired girl bursts onto the scene, staff crackling with light. Blue energy rips through the air around her. A weapon swings hard through the smoke. Just what? Someone stammers, unable to process what just happened. In the middle of it all, a ghostly hand reaches out through the wreckage. It is carnage everywhere you look, bodies scattered across the wrecked street. Something reaches out from beneath the rubble, and it is not human anymore. What is everyone doing? Alicia stammers, eyes wide with fear. Look at the corpses, Alicia, someone says grimly. A skull bursts free from a body right in front of them, and everyone freezes. Blood streaks across someone's face as the shock sets in. They already decomposed, Korin realizes. Of all places it had to be here, Kang Ryan. His fist clenches. For 300 years this city has been repeating the exact same stretch of time. When night falls here, all 1.2 million residents become the walking dead. This is just an ordinary day in an extraordinarily cursed city. Under a pale moon the place earns its nickname, the City of the Undead. A towering clock tower looms over streets already crawling with corpses. The dead shuffle through the streets of Nazria, and nobody down here is safe after dark. Okay, I am sure you get the situation by now, someone says flatly. Then we will begin the group match, comes the announcement. You can also give up midway through if it comes to that. I will soon announce the team divisions, the voice continues. Each team must retrieve the moonstone. Senior Professor Kang Ryan steps up to lay out the rules himself. The period is from now until the morning 3 days from today. Each team gets nothing more than a quick briefing and a backpack of essentials before being pushed out the door. Korin's team heads out together, Lark, Jaeger, Alicia and himself walking straight into the swarm. They are dropped right outside the inn into a city swarming with 1.2 million undead. Only the top 4 teams make the cut to advance. In order to save H. Warren, Korin says, we need to make it to the 3rd round no matter what it costs us. Until then, I just have to go along with it, he thinks, watching the moon rise. With this absurd little festival as their backdrop, of all things. The plan is simple, he says, laying it out for the others. The really dangerous ones stay near the center. We will target the weaker zones on the outskirts instead, undead we can actually handle. Someone steps up to clear the path ahead of the group. Blue energy explodes outward as shadowy shapes converge on them. Then we will head for higher ground, Korin says, eyeing the clock tower. And only go after the glowing ones, the moonstone undead who swallowed a stone, he explains. Up on a rooftop, someone points out the shimmer scattered across the city below. We will safely rack up points that way. The stage boss, someone says, we need to take him down, quality over quantity here. If you just use flying magic on us, we will handle the rest, Lark offers. This team is actually pretty trustworthy. Then I will use telescope magic to look, he starts. He cuts himself off with a sharp gasp. What is wrong? Someone asks right as steel flashes nearby. Why is it so close? Someone yells as a hulking shape closes in fast. It is a revenant titan, and it did not come to talk. Damn it, we need to run, Lark, someone shouts. Why, what is wrong? Lark yells back, confused. Is it dangerous? Lark asks, already sensing this is bad. Dangerous? That is the central stage boss, comes the answer. Hurry, use flying magic. Someone drops to a knee, magic surging around them. Someone mutters, confused by what they are seeing. Eyes flash pink, a geist. Someone gasps, a spirit possessing an object right in front of them. Ghostly energy crackles through the air around them. Then it happens, Lark Bugman is eliminated just like that. How can he already be eliminated? Someone cries, what about the flying magic? Damn it, Korin mutters through gritted teeth. Jaeger, Alicia, first he starts, but there is no time to finish. The Titan roars and swings its massive weapon straight down on them. Steel clashes against bone as they scramble to block it. The impact sends sparks and debris flying in every direction. The blast rattles the whole street around them. The clock tower looms over it all, lit up by the chaos below. Damn it, it is collapsing, someone screams as the tower starts to give way. Climb to the top of the tower, once it falls run the opposite direction, comes the order. As they scramble up the crumbling structure, someone mutters, why do things like this always happen when I am with you, Korin? They finally dig themselves out of the rubble. Is everyone okay? Jaeger calls, pulling himself free. Korin hauls a chunk of debris off himself. I sure do experience all sorts of things when I am with. When I am with you, Korin, Jaeger finishes dryly. Just think of it as making a fun friend, Korin offers. Anyway, our first day is completely wrecked. Lark got eliminated way too early, Jaeger grumbles. And now we have been marked by some weird bastard. Let us just run until it is light out, he adds. Woo, what hap, someone starts. Jaeger's face goes pale mid-sentence. Huh, what is this, a claw, he mutters, staring down at something wrong. Ya Jaeger, someone screams as a massive claw lunges for him. Ayayak, he yells, Wawatha, an abyss shrieker. Yeah, since it has come to this, I knew you would show up eventually, Korin mutters, bracing himself. And then the White King arrives. A massive skull-faced horror rises up out of the dark. Something ancient and enormous is pulling itself free of the shadows. A revenant titan and abyss shrieker, Korin lists off grimly, and now even a White King. Nazria's 3 bosses have all gathered in one place, he realizes. Every monster in the city seems to be converging on them at once. And they are all at least first rank, someone adds, voice shaking. Korin, is it over for us? Alicia asks quietly. It is coming, someone yells as the ground shakes. The team scrambles, weapons up, trying to find any way out. Damn it, I wanted to avoid getting eliminated, Korin grits out. Am I really going to get knocked out of the group match? Like this, he finishes as energy detonates all around them. Then something unexpected happens and everyone freezes. That is, Korin starts, unable to finish the thought. A blinding burst of light slams into the monster mid-attack. This is not an attack, Korin realizes. It is a flash meant to block my sight. And what is creating this light? He wonders, spotting something glowing on the ground. A hand closes around it. This spear, he breathes. He is all he can manage, staring at it. This way, a voice says simply. A cloaked figure turns and starts walking, spear in hand, clearly expecting them to follow. Huff huff, Korin, are you okay? Alicia pants, catching up. I am worried about Jaeger, but... Let us go for now, Korin calls and they take off running. Ah yes, Alicia answers, following close behind. They finally catch their breath in a quiet corner, hands still shaking. You okay? It is a relief you are not hurt, someone says softly. The cloaked stranger stands there, spear in hand, and Korin cannot stop staring. Ha ha is all anyone can manage for a moment, catching their breath. Thanks for helping us, Korin finally says, but that spearmanship just now. That is exactly what I wanted to ask you, the stranger replies. Do you know my spearmanship? The stranger asks, hood slipping back. A single striking eye catches the low light. You, Alicia breathes, visibly shaken. I did think it was a familiar voice, Korin admits, staring. I see, the stranger says, almost amused. Her footsteps make no sound at all as she moves. Her eyes are a startling clear blue, like pure water. You are my disciple, she says calmly from a far future, right? She just smiles, completely unbothered by the bomb she has just dropped. The chapter closes on a new face entirely, someone the story simply names Aaron Danua. Let's rewind. This is a memory from Korin Locke's academy days, back before any of the game madness, his second-year winter break, and somebody is already yelling at him to hurry up. Sihu storms ahead and somebody is not happy about his attitude. Sihu, why do you always talk back to your elders? Some things never change. Sihu cuts to the chase, annoyed. Why exactly did they call him in here? Korin Locke grabs his arm, panicking. Wait, this is the chairman's office. In they go, straight into the one room at the academy nobody wants to be summoned to. Sihu turns to him with a grin. Didn't Korin Locke say he wanted to get stronger? Korin Locke just blinks, caught completely off guard. Let me introduce you to the teacher who's going to make you strong, Sihu says. And just like that, Korin Locke's whole life is about to change. A voice greets him warmly. Ah, so you're Korin. She looks him over with a soft, knowing smile and welcomes him in. Her hand reaches out toward him, the start of a bond that's about to define his whole life. Korin Locke admits it plainly, looking back. This connection only existed because Sihu, the game's chosen player, pulled some strings for him. That, he says, was the very first time he ever met her. Cut back to the mission at hand, a shadowy, rune-lit courtyard crawling with undead. This should be enough, someone mutters, sizing up the threat. Most of these undead are nothing special on their own. That is exactly what makes this place so dangerous. Elsewhere, someone fumbles through a nervous introduction and offers up chocolate, of all things. The cloaked woman accepts graciously, thanks for the offer, as the group settles in around the table. Careful, she warns, you do not want to eat food from a different era here. This whole place still runs on time from 300 years back. Eat something from 300 years ago and one of two things happens, she explains, while the girl beside her just happily scarfs the chocolate down anyway. Worst case, you get stuck in the past for good. She hasn't actually tested what happens the other way around. Corinlock digs in too, and gets teased for having quite the appetite himself. So she asks pointedly, what exactly are you doing here? The three of them settle into her home, and the conversation is about to get a lot more serious. Oh my, she teases, aren't you supposed to be calling me master by now? Corinlock just stares, completely speechless. I see, she murmurs over her tea, letting the moment settle. Got it, someone says so. Corin's new master is literally a woman out of time. If she's really been trapped in this city ever since some accident 300 years back. This is the part that still confuses him. This whole place runs on a loop of that exact same day 3 centuries deep. Everything here should be trapped repeating that same moment. So how is she still so lucid, so herself? How is she holding onto her sanity this well, after 300 years alone? She just sips her tea, amused, giving absolutely nothing away. Simple, she says with a smirk. She just made friends with the Grim Reaper. Come again, Corinlock's brain just short-circuits on the spot. Turns out her 300-year babysitting job has a name. She has been single-handedly holding back the birth of something called the Immortal King. And it's about to happen right in the heart of the city unless someone stops it. The words just hang in the air, an Immortal King. Corinlock doesn't even know where to start with that. Is that so? He says simply, then let's go stop it. She stops him cold. This isn't his fight, it's hers. He doesn't budge. Clearly, what she actually needs is an assistant. Don't you? He presses, refusing to let her go it alone. She studies him for a long, quiet moment. You're sharper than you look, she finally admits. Truth is, she never had the option to walk away from this fight to begin with. This whole nightmare is the main quest of a place called Nazria Field, and the three of them are diving in together. The mission is spelled out plain and simple. The player and the Grim Reaper have to back up the mysterious unknown spearman and stop Nazria's Immortal King from ever being born. Corin over there, the fight is already starting. Yeah, he answers, there's no way he's turning this one down either. Something massive roars out of the dark, and the fight is on. A hulking, ice-crusted undead barrels straight for them. To weaken the Immortal King enough to actually stop him, they need to take down 3 specific undead first, and this thing is the first of them. It snarls, all fangs and frost, ready to tear them apart. Corinlock dives straight into the swing without flinching. He drops into the attack with everything he's got. His master moves like water, her spear a blur. Corinlock answers with a move of his own, Tiger Sweeping Wind, carved straight through the beast. She follows it up with her own signature strike, the Whirlwind Great Magic Spear. The two of them tear into the monster from both sides at once. It roars in fury, refusing to go down easy. Corinlock presses the advantage, driving it back. He twists through the air for another clean hit. His master's eyes never leave the target, calm even in the middle of the chaos. One more brutal strike lands, and the beast finally staggers. Now Corinlock shouts, calling out for Alicia to finish it. The blow lands dead center. Alicia drops in wreathed in dark energy, living up to that Grim Reaper nickname. She closes the distance in a blink. The monster's massive claw swipes back, closing in on them. But it's already losing form, crumbling apart under the pressure. When the dust settles, Alicia is just staring at the drop it left behind. This thing is crazy big. Corinlock stands over the wreckage and Alicia can't resist fishing for a compliment. I did well, didn't I? Corinlock watches his master and quietly thinks that Aaron Danuer really is on another level. Good work, she calls back, that's enough for tonight. Dawn is coming fast, time to head back and pick this up again tomorrow night. Yes, he agrees, following her lead. Normally, on a job like this you'd camp at night and sleep, but Nazria flips that whole rule on its head. By day the city looks almost peaceful. It's a battlefield that runs backwards. Night is deadly, day is safe. Which raises the question, did Alicia actually already pass out cold? Yep, snoring and everything. Aaron Danuer ruffles his hair. You should sleep too, kid, early to bed, early to rise. Do I really look like a kid to you? He grumbles. Of course you do, she laughs, what else would you be? Then again, she admits, she's basically already taught him everything she knows. 6-step spearmanship, infinity, origin, every technique she has poured straight into him. Surprising, right? He says, still not quite believing it himself. It surprises her too, honestly, that she picked a successor at all, let alone an ordinary kid like him. Because he wasn't her first choice. Someone named Balthazar held that title before him, a choice she spent the next 80 years regretting. Some part of him wonders if he even has the right to burden someone still trapped reliving the same 300 years. She flicks him right on the forehead before he can spiral any further. Child, she says, like that settles it. I really am lucky, aren't I, she muses, to be loved this much by my own disciple. She grabs his chin playfully, laughing at his flustered protest. Then quieter, it seems my future isn't looking very bright. No, he says immediately, refusing to hear it. Disciple, she starts again, and something in her tone shifts. You do know who I really am, don't you? Of course, he says. She was someone who had already stood against something truly monstrous. The memory shifts, a city on fire, and her standing against something out of nightmares. An adult fully grown, who had already looked great evil in the eye and refused to back down. Go, she orders young Corinlock amid the flames. Someone has to buy the rest time to escape. I'm the adult here, child, she tells him, and being the adult means the duty falls to me. Protecting you comes first, no question, no hesitation. She was the teacher who led him, who shaped him, who changed who he was, right down to the core. Everything will be okay, she promises him even now. And in the end, she was the person who gave her life just to keep him alive. Present-day Corinlock can't let it go. If he'd only figured out Park Sihu's true nature sooner, could he have actually saved her? Sihu's face flashes in his memory, eyes glowing with something far from human. Even knowing what was coming, he's failed her more times than he can count, and every single time he's gone back and tried again anyway. He'd entered this whole festival just to save someone named H. Warren, and somehow still ended up right back in this exact same memory. Even running into his master here, 300 years deep in this frozen slice of time. It wasn't something he ever planned for. He might fail this time too. The moment things drift outside what he's expecting, the whole plan can fall apart. He can't stop turning it over in his head, he can't even sleep anymore. You'll fail, Aaron Danua teases, yanking him out of his spiral by the cheeks. Oh, what are you even doing, he yelps. Only a fool dwells on failures that haven't even happened yet, she says. Can you really say the same, he asks quietly, testing her. Even if you're the one who fails. She just pulls him in close instead of answering right away. But at the very least she starts. The fact that she chose him as her successor seems to be the one thing she never got wrong. I, the Queen of Paradise, will bless your future, she declares, half joking, half serious. Rest now, she tells him gently, sleep a while, everything will be okay. He wants so badly to believe her. Will everything really be okay? Will he actually be able to save her this time? Cut to the present and H. Warren standing tall, every bit the fighter Corinlock's training turned her into. Welcome to the Merkaba vs. Boreme Festival, individual matches, and H. Warren is about to put on a show. The whole arena packs in to watch. The crowd doesn't even know what they're looking at. What is that? Her opponent is already screaming, completely overwhelmed. Why is this happening to me? H. Warren doesn't even slow down. Gosh, at least try to move, someone groans from the sidelines. Most people in this world are just weaker than you, someone reminds her. H. Warren, you can't go full force on every single one of them. He can't land a single hit, can't even nick a strand of her hair. Plenty of people are already looking for a reason to resent her just for existing. So please just get through this festival quietly. I've lost, her opponent admits, upside down and thoroughly beaten. Boring, H. Warren mutters flatly. Start with the small things, someone advises her from the sidelines. Honestly, she thinks, the punching lessons she used to take with the boy were way more fun than this. Later, over drinks, a friend asks, just how much weaker is this guy compared to him? I see, H. Warren says, letting the question sit. Compared to Corin's. Is she anywhere near as strong as him yet? She thinks back to the lesson she swore she'd never need to repeat. This move, she practiced it every single day until her body knew it better than her mind did. This is how it's done right. 8 pulls and she unleashes it in full. A roaring dragon of pure force explodes out around her. It slams into her opponent full force. The descending dragon's destructive strike, and there's no coming back from that one. The blow lands clean and absolute. The impact rips clean through the arena. Her opponent takes the full brunt of it, blood in the air. He's left trembling, barely able to stand. Even H. Warren looks a little startled by how hard that landed. He crumples to the ground with a heavy thud. "Mo monster," he mutters from the floor, staring up at her in fear. H. Warren doesn't say anything. She's heard that word plenty of times before. She's heard it so often by now, honestly, it doesn't even sting anymore. It just makes something churn quietly in her stomach instead. Round 8 and she's still standing, undefeated. The tournament grounds stretch out under a clear sky, completely oblivious to what's coming. The Group C final match is up next. Her opponent, a student straight out of Boreme Academy. H. Warren strides out to meet him without a shred of hesitation. Nothing's really any different, she tells herself, right before a far too casual hi throws her completely off guard. Her eyes go wide with recognition. "We meet again," a voice purrs, dripping with menace. Cut to a brutal arena duel, fists, feet, and raw lightning about to collide. The white-haired brawler, let's just call him Hound, unloads a spinning kick that could cave in a wall. Every strike lands with brutal speed and weight, driving his opponent back step by step. But the other guy isn't done. Crackling with blue lightning and eyes blazing white, Park Sihu fires right back. Say what you want about Hound, the guy can genuinely fight. That much nobody can deny. The crowd sucks in a breath, stunned by what they just watched. "That aura's not normal," someone gasps, and they're right, because Park Sihu is holding back a lot more than he's showing. He winds up another strike, lightning arcing off his fist. Hound barely gets his guard up in time. The clash rips through the arena in a flash of blue light. The impact detonates like a bomb going off. Dust and light everywhere. For a second, nobody can even tell who's still standing. Hound staggers, breath ragged, barely holding on. Park Siu doesn't even look winded. To a humane standard, he says coldly, "That is all finished." Cut to a scorched execution ground where Hound stands over a chained captive, her legendary adamant body defense proving completely useless against him. "Just give up," he tells her flatly, "there's no point in continuing." He drops down beside her, almost amused by his own mercy, then curses under his breath instead. She spits back that he's a damned monster, simple as that. Her eyes burn red with hatred as she demands to know why he's suddenly playing nice. He blinks, genuinely thrown by the accusation. "Too late for mercy," she snarls, "he should have shown it a long time ago." Her fangs bare as the memory claws its way back up. "You should have shown it," she screams, "when you were butchering my family." Grief curdles into pure fury right in front of him. "I'll kill you," she screams into the flames of memory. She swears it again, louder, over a village already swallowed by fire. The flashback shows her cradling a body in the ashes of what used to be home. A hand reaches out through the smoke, too late to save anyone. That night is burned into her eyes, literally and figuratively. Back in the present, the chain around her throat is a cruel reminder of exactly how that story ended for her. Something else catches her off guard. The scene shifts, we're now inside a workshop somewhere in the city of Nazria. Centuries earlier, a mage is losing his mind over a ritual that just went sideways. This is Black Mage Gerorg, and he swears the timing for his ritual was perfect, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He's practically hyperventilating with anticipation. Did it work, didn't it? He can't even tell anymore, and that's exactly the problem. He throws open the window, expecting total devastation. Instead, the city's just peaceful, suspiciously peaceful. Someone clearly got in the way of his master plan, but who? He howls the question at nobody in particular. What exactly did this mystery meddler do to wreck his ritual? Then it clicks. "A witch," he growls, putting a name to his frustration. "A witch," he shrieks again, just in case the universe didn't hear him the first time. He rattles off clues, a witch and some spearman who keeps ruining his day. Silver hair, blue eyes, absolute monster in a fight, that's the description he's working with. A rune sorcerer apparently, and a nightmare to deal with. Yes, he decides, that witch is behind all of this. But how does a 3-day loop just keep repeating for hundreds of years straight? The mystery only deepens as the night sky lights up with runes of its own. A shadow moves across the ritual site, completely unnoticed. This is the grand magic circle Georg carved across the whole city, powered by moonlight itself. Pure, raw mana stronger than any spell in recorded history, or so he claims. But something foreign got etched into his precious circle without his permission. Whatever it was, it moved faster than anything should be able to. Ancient text flares to life, the so-called language of beginnings. It's a message, one nearly lost to time, dated all the way back 3 centuries. The original runes themselves, carved into stone long before Georg ever showed up. Whoever wrote them clearly knew exactly what they were doing. Georg freezes mid-thought. I know, a witch, he cackles, spotting a hooded figure across the rooftops. She doesn't even bother turning to face him. I know your secret, he shrieks, I figured it out, it was you. His sanity, already paper-thin, snaps a little further. Time itself has been looping over and over, and now he claims to know exactly who's behind it. You made it happen, he accuses, pointing a shaking finger straight at her. She just lets him rave, staring out at the horizon instead. For a split second, one blue eye flicks toward him and says absolutely nothing. Elsewhere, something monstrous answers to Georg's call. It shrieks, thrashing against whatever leash he's got it on. Stay faithful, he orders coldly, to the role you were given. The creature strains against its master's command. There's no room for negotiation here. It finally goes still, jaws clamped shut. Back to the main event. It's the second night in the doomed city of Nazria. The moon hangs heavy over rooftops that have clearly seen better centuries. Something undead swoops in out of the dark. Alicia spins straight into it without a shred of hesitation, light trailing off her blade. Corinlock's already moving to back her up, twin orbs of energy charging in his hands. Between the two of them, the thing doesn't stand a chance. Another 2 bosses down, the Abyss Shrieker and the White King both cleared. We're not even ranked that high, Corinlock admits, and these are first-rank undead bosses. Alicia can barely contain herself. Corin, this is huge. But clearing a city crawling with undead this easily, that should not be possible. It's all thanks to their guide, Erin Danua, who barely blinks as she tells them only the immortal king himself is left to deal with. She moves like she's done this exact hunt 1,000 times before. Spoiler, she has. Night 3 times almost up. Something massive roars through the empty streets ahead. We finally made it, Corinlock says, to Georg. Their whole mission comes down to this: stop him before he fully awakens into the immortal king. And there he is, the so-called immortal king himself, one giant glowing eye and pure menace. This is the black mage who raised an entire undead army in Nazria 300 years ago, and he's been chasing the crown of the undead ever since. That's really him? Someone asks, unimpressed by the decayed sight in front of them. Yes, Erin answers flatly, and because unimpressive looking does not mean harmless, not even close. He's not even fully turned into a lich yet, Erin notes, maybe not at least. His soul extraction never finished properly, which is why he's running on rage instead of reason. Stand aside, she orders the group, leaving zero room for debate. Something about her tone makes everyone pause. But Corinlock's already moving past her. I've got this one alone, he says. He launches straight at the immortal king, spear leading the way. Corin, Alicia shouts, he might look pathetic but he's still special rank. Incomplete or not, he's the undead king born from a full-blown grand ritual, nothing to laugh at. In fact, his raw power reportedly outclasses even Mariette Dunilef's. Georg reacts instantly to the challenge. Corinlock's already airborne, weapon raised for the first strike. Georg answers with a spell fittingly named Doom Bolt. The blast detonates with terrifying force. Even Corinlock has to admit this power is on another level entirely. He lets out a shaky breath, having barely dodged the worst of it. Yeah, he mutters, this guy's no joke. Georg roars back, clearly just getting warmed up. He unleashes another spell, Death Wind, and it lives up to the name. The shockwave alone nearly knocks Corinlock off his feet. Georg keeps piling on, arms raised, magic pouring down like a storm. Then comes the big one, a spell literally named Apocalypse. It levels a whole chunk of the city without even trying. So brutal, someone gasps, watching him chain top-tier magic with zero cooldown. Alicia screams his name into the wreckage. She sprints through the rubble, terrified of what she's about to find. Somewhere in the smoke, a low, satisfied laugh answers her. Korenlock steps out of the smoke, completely unbothered. Then he goes on the offensive, fire tearing through the air in a brutal X-shaped slash. His firepower's impressive, Eren notes, watching from a very safe distance. Each hit lands like a small explosion. He doesn't let up for a single second. Another named technique, Returning Heavens, crashes straight down on Georg. Someone quips that with fire everywhere like this, Georg can barely even see straight. The combo keeps going, infinite, then the Na-Ja demonic technique, each one hitting harder than the last. At this point it's less a fight and more a one-sided beatdown. The ground cracks under the weight of the final blow. As Korenlock explains it, guys who lean entirely on raw power are actually the easiest to beat. Overwhelm their technique and they crumble. He says it like he's reciting a grocery list, not recapping a boss kill. Turns out Nazria is basically a repeat quest to him. He's beaten this exact boss thousands of times before. Alicia can only laugh nervously. My goodness, that easily, you're getting further and further away from the rest of us. They regroup and start heading back through the ruined streets. Honestly, you probably could have soloed that even faster than I did, Korenlock admits. Then he notices something's off. Wait, why are you alone? Alicia nearly jumps out of her skin. Wait. She was literally right here a second ago, Alicia stammers, scanning the empty street. Korenlock heads off to track down Eren, leaving Alicia on undead blocking duty. Okay, she chirps, snapping straight to attention. Left by herself, the nerves start creeping back in. He finally spots her, calling out her name. She's just standing there, staring out at the wreckage they left behind. Not exactly a pleasant view, she murmurs. Don't you think, she asks without ever turning around. There's really not much else left to see here anyway, she adds quietly. Then Korenlock asks the question that's clearly been nagging at him. This isn't the first time Georg's come back from the dead, is it? No, she admits softly, I honestly lost count of it a while ago. Then she gives him the number anyway, 36,539. Ever since Georg used a lunar eclipse to turn the entire city undead, Nazria has been resetting itself every 3 days like clockwork. Same ritual, same magic, over and over and over. It all started 300 years, 3 months and 27 days ago, not that she's counting, except she absolutely is. Every single cycle, 1-2 million undead rise and then vanish right alongside the immortal king. And she has lived through this exact loop alone every single time. 36,539 times. It only took you 3 days to beat him, she says quietly. That's exactly why this cycle keeps